The story begins with a loud shout. Boss! The male lead steps out, his face exuding coolness. He flexes about himself. My name is Ning Fan, the undefeated champion at school. All the teachers here bow down at my feet. Anyone with eyes who dares to anger me ends up in the hospital, all of them. But I also have my moments of failure. One stormy night, my opponent ended my glorious life, sending me across to an unfamiliar place. Scene change. Ning Fan looks at the strange surroundings before him, wondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Below in the classroom, Lai Kong sits with his legs crossed on the desk, chattering endlessly, even dozing off in the middle of class. I'm really letting down the teachers. Come on, teacher, we're in Class D at Zhen Cha Academy, the lowest class. The school has given up on us. So why even bother attending classes? Upon hearing this, Ning Fan froze. Zhen Cha Academy, Class D, given up on. He glanced at the badge on his chest, which read, Zhen Cha Academy Ning Fan, primary instructor. After thinking for a moment, he realized, could it be that I've time traveled? Could it be that I'm a teacher now? And these are my students? At this moment, a group of students walked in. The blonde-haired one shouted loudly, Zhang Tianchong, I'm out of cigarettes. Go buy me some now. Tianchong was a thin, frail boy. When bullied by him, he could only bow his head in silence. The blonde patted his shoulder arrogantly and said, You pay first. I'll give it back later. Don't you dare come asking me for it like before. Ning Fan was utterly shaken by the sight. She Feng laughed loudly, his own student being bullied. Yet as a teacher he didn't even dare utter a single word. Lai Kong leaned back in his seat and replied slowly, It's really unlucky to be assigned to this class. In order to better control those who possess special abilities and to exploit them, the country established an academy dedicated to training and educating them, with the principal being the one who holds the strongest ability. In this world, Ning Fan is one of the 6 grandsons of the director of Zhen Cha Academy and the fiancé of the principal's daughter. He once received an honorary invitation, asking teacher Ning Fan to come and have his innate special grade power assessed. But suddenly, his family was struck by disaster. They were all framed, and Ning Fan himself was left gravely injured. After such heavy blows, he turned into a drunkard, drowning himself in alcohol. The principal couldn't hold back and immediately dismissed Ning Fan. Right now, you're only fit to teach the youngest class in Class D. As for the wedding with my daughter, don't even think about it. You're officially canceled. Even Dio Yutsu, his childhood friend and girlfriend, advised him to give up. Xiao Fan, leave this place of gossip and intrigue. He thought to himself, leaving the place I once ruled over, it's just too unfair. You may be able to endure, but I can't. Watch as I take revenge for you. At that moment, down below in the classroom, the blonde-haired boy was still mocking Tian Chong. Although you were a genius in the past, now you're just a student in Class D. Don't worry, you'll be my errand boy from now on. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. When entering the classroom, you need to ask for permission. Don't even know this basic rule. Ning Fan rushed over like a whirlwind, throwing a quick punch. The blonde-haired boy had only cursed halfway through with a damn before he was hit squarely in the face, sending him flying out the door with a loud crash. Teacher Ning Fan shouted loudly, Get out of here! The students stood frozen, their eyes wide, mouths agape. At that moment, the system notification sounded. The crazy master system has been activated, starting to decode. The information loaded quickly, 20%, 42%, 77%, 91%, and the crazy master system successfully decoded. Ning Fan was extremely surprised, both excited about the system and the master. What is this? Is this the time-traveling benefit I've received? System notification. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring a new item. Eye of the Luminous Master. The Eye of the Luminous Master can see through everything, both strengths and weaknesses. If the Master wishes to continue unlocking other features, additional trust points are required. Trust points can be earned by actions that gain the recognition of students and teachers. For example, the action you just performed has earned trust points from the students. He was somewhat confused. What exactly are trust points? Ning Fan immediately looked down at the students. The information board was displayed right above their heads. Lai Kong, trust points +1, Shai Feng. Trust points +1, Zhang Tianchong. Trust points +3, He exclaimed, I only interacted with a few of them, and already I've received so many trust points. Ning Fan smiled with satisfaction. It seems like I've found a good way to collect more trust points. Ning Fan took out the student dossier and read it carefully. The students' qualities were reflected in their self-discipline. The self-discipline of Class D was below 10%, while Class S was above 40%. Zhang Tian Chang's stats were very impressive. Among them, he noticed one particular note. From Class S down to Class D, Ning Fan wondered. Zhang Tian Chang was originally a student of Class S, but why has his self-discipline dropped so low? The boy lowered his head and said, Teacher Ning, thank you for earlier. He replied softly, it was nothing. No need to mention it. Lang Xingyu looked at the teacher with displeasure. Hemph, this matter isn't over yet. Things will surely get more complicated later. Tian Chang's voice carried a trace of worry as he mumbled, I'm sorry, teacher, it's all my fault. He immediately reassured him, what are you afraid of? If anything happens, I'll help you keep it a secret. Ning Fan promptly activated the skill *I of the Luminous Master *. The system reported, you have used *I of the Luminous Master * on Zhang Tian Chang. The information is quite detailed. He possesses talent. His right hand was once injured, which caused a psychological barrier, leading to a decline in strength. He now understood that the boy's current fears were all caused by psychological obstacles. Indeed, he had always been cautious with his right hand. Which meat? Ning Fan looked at Tian Chang's right hand and asked, has the wound on your right hand gotten any better? The boy was utterly shocked, then cried out in surprise, how did you know my right hand was once injured? I'd never told anyone about this. He replied sternly, if I can't even see through something like this, how could I possibly be your teacher? At that very moment, a booming voice sounded from outside the door. Ning Fan, get out here. You dare lay a hand on my student? It was none other than Sun Chong of Class C in the junior division, the teacher of the blonde-haired boy. He plucked his ears with 2 fingers and shouted, hey, can't you see I'm in the middle of teaching? Driving the blonde boy into the classroom, he snarled menacingly, you dare strike my prize student and still think you can stand there teaching. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan shot back in a hard tone, then I'll beat you up first and continue teaching afterward. Sun Xiang roared in fury, Ning Fan, do you still think you're the young master of the Ning family? You've got 2 choices. Bow your head and admit fault, or get the hell out of Zhencha Academy. Seeing this scene, someone muttered to Lang Xingyu, boss, looks like he's in big trouble now. She snapped coldly, he brought this upon himself. Sit back and enjoy the show. He'll be bowing his head and apologizing any second now. Ning Fan's voice rang out loud and clear. Sorry, but I can't do that. He locked eyes with Sun Xiang and declared, for Ning Fan to bow his head in apology? That person hasn't even been born yet. Those words struck the students in the class with tremendous force. System notification. Zhang Tian Chang, credibility +2. Shi Feng, credibility +1. Lai Kan, credibility +1. Sun Xiang still tried to humiliate him. Sun Xiang said, Ning Fan, you no longer have the right to act arrogant here. In this world, strength rules, and power is the truth. Ning Fan casually put his arm around Tian Chang's shoulder and said, strength. In terms of strength, Zhang Tian Chang surpasses your student by far. He laughed uncontrollably. Ha, you still think he's the outstanding student of Class S. I'll be straightforward. If you don't believe it, just let the 2 of them fight and we'll see. Sun Xiang retorted, a fight? Let Zhang Tian Chang fight. Isn't that the same as sending him to his death? Ning Fan replied cheerfully, exactly. If you're afraid, just say so. Of course, Sun Xiang would never back down. As if I'd be afraid of you. Fine, let's fight. That was all Ning Fan was waiting for. He immediately shouted, you 2, roll out the battle mat for me. Lang Xingyu thought to herself, as expected, he's sending his own student to take the beating. Truly shameless. Tian Chang was a little frightened, trembling as he said, Teacher Ning, I can't beat him. He comforted his student. It's all right, you have me to help you. Then he turned to Lai Kong and said, take off your belt and give it to me. The student looked a bit confused and asked, Teacher, what did you say? Ning Fan immediately charged forward, grumbling, I told you to take it off, so just take it off. As he spoke, he was undoing the student's belt. Lai Kong covered his face and shouted, "Teacher, no. He's securing Tian Chan's right hand with the belt. If you're worried about your right hand getting hit, this is the best way to go." Once done, he brushed his hands off and added, "A lowly guy like him can be defeated with just one hand." Sun Xiong and his student witnessed the scene and couldn't help but laugh. As expected of a teacher from Class D, his teaching methods were really something else. The blonde-haired student exclaimed, "Ning, teacher, are you afraid that he'll beat him so badly he won't have a way to escape?" Ning Fan paid no attention to their attitudes and reassured his student, "Without your right hand, you don't need to worry about psychological pressure. Go ahead, he's not a match for you anyway." Tian Chan was still unsure. He asked again, "Ning, teacher, can I really do it?" Ning Fan smiled and nodded, his expression radiating confidence. Sure enough, as soon as the blonde-haired student lunged forward, Tian Chan caught him with one hand and held on tightly. Realizing the opponent was not as strong as he expected, Tian Chan felt much more confident. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired student began to sweat profusely. Tian Chan gathered his internal energy and unleashed it with full force. He shouted, "So your fists are really that strong?" With that, he swung a powerful punch straight into the blonde's face. Ning Fan exclaimed, "Now that's how it should be. No need to endure day after day." The blonde's teeth and lips were in a mess, foam dribbling from his mouth as he lay unconscious on the ground. The students of Class D could hardly believe their eyes. Lai Kong said in astonishment, "So it's true. Just a single punch can take down someone from Class D." Xing Yu cried out, but his right hand was clearly tied up, so how could his strength be even greater? In her heart, she wondered, could it be that his method actually works? Sun Xiong was dumbfounded and roared, "How could this be possible?" "No way." Ning Fan mocked him, "Stop asking questions, and take this piece of trash away. Otherwise, I'll invite the other classes over to join the fun." Sun Xiong immediately ordered his students, "You two, hurry up and carry him out." The two quickly obeyed. "Ah, yes, sir." The blonde was helped out of the classroom by his companions. At the doorway, Sun Xiong turned back and threatened, "Ning Fan, just you wait." Lai Kine and the others, who had been frozen in place, finally burst into applause. The kids cheered with joy. "We really did beat Class C. This feels amazing. Our Class D has finally vented its anger." The system notification. Zhang Tian Chan's trustworthiness, +5. Shai Feng's trustworthiness, +2. Lai Kong's trustworthiness, +5. Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking to himself, "Just a small matter, yet why does it feel so good?" Tian Chang was truly moved, looking at him with grateful eyes. "Teacher Ning, thank you for guiding me." He placed his hand on the student's shoulder and spoke kindly, "No need to thank me. Wait until my right hand is fully healed, then it won't be too late to thank me. By then, your strength will increase even further." The student smiled. "Yes, thank you, teacher." Lai Kang and Shai Feng suddenly stepped forward, both clasping their hands together with pleading faces. One of them said, "Teacher Ning, I also have psychological problems. Please treat me too." The other chimed in, "That's right, teacher, maybe you should just break my arm bones straight away." Lang Xingyu suddenly spoke up, "You two, shut your mouths." Startled, Shai Feng and Li Kong turned around. The girl's face was stern as she said, "Zhang Tiancheng was already strong, so of course that method worked for him. Do you really think you can compare yourselves to him?" Seeing the girl's attitude, Ning Fan chuckled inwardly. "You speak well, but perhaps you also want my guidance, don't you?" He spoke gently, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to cure your illness." Lang Xingyu looked doubtful. "It sounds good, but can you actually do it?" Ning Fan replied, "How about this? Let me help you a bit." With that, he activated the eye of the luminous master to analyze the subject. He winked mischievously, "Don't move." Quickly, information about Lang Xingyu appeared on the screen. System proficiency in summoning ability. Weak bloodline magic. Hair is the area with the most magical energy. He thought to himself, magical energy is concentrated in the hair. That's strange. No wonder her strength is lacking. Suddenly, Xingyu shouted, "Have you looked enough?" The girl covered her chest in a very conspicuous manner, her face showing a mix of awkwardness and anger. Ning Fan responded, "I've seen enough, and I've figured out your problem." Xingyu asked in surprise, "What problem do I have?" He pointed behind him. Let's go to the training room first. We'll talk about it there. The girl showed no sign of fear. Fine, let's go. Ning Fan waved his hand. Everyone, come over and witness this miracle. The group, including Lei Kong, eagerly followed. Soon after, they arrived at the training room. Ning Fan exclaimed, "Bad luck, but at least there's still one training room left." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "You two, stop right there." The two young men stepped forward and casually said, "We need this training room." The school's training area was quite large, but currently there was only one training room left. The person who had just arrived was Lai Feng, the teacher of Class C. Ning Fan replied in a stiff voice, "Do you know what it means to stand in line and wait? Didn't your mothers teach you? Are you orphans? How pitiful." He arrogantly responded, "So what if you got here first? You can't even use the summoning spell properly. What right do you have to use the training room?" Xing Yu, who was fiddling with the reins in his hand, froze upon hearing this. Lai Feng casually flexed. "All of my students have already mastered the basic summoning spell. Among them, Song Yan was one of the top performers." Ning Fan seized the opportunity and said, "Top performers? Then you don't know how powerful Lang Xing Yu from my class is." As soon as he heard this, Xing Yu immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shai Feng suddenly interjected, "We still don't know the true strength of our senior." Lai Kong, on the other hand, thought Ning Fan had gone a bit too far. She shouted, "You two bastards, shut your mouths." Lai Kang and Shai Feng immediately bowed their heads. "We're sorry." A loud laugh echoed from behind. Lai Feng sneered, "Ning Fan, are you really willing to lose your dignity just for this training room?" Lang Xing Yu turned around at the sound of this and glared at him. Ning Fan remained confident and responded, "Don't believe me? Then let's fight and see." Song Yang stepped forward and said seriously, "Lai teacher, let me go teach them a lesson." He grinned and said, "It's definitely you. Go ahead." He suggested then, "How about we have a summoning contest?" Seeing that the attitude of the teacher and students from Class B wasn't playful, Lai Feng started to verbally spar. "Ning Fan, don't blame me for not saving face for you in front of the students." To his surprise, Ning Fan bluntly replied, "Don't go easy on me. Only then will they truly admit defeat." Lai Feng mocked, "You really don't know your limits," and then ordered Song Yang, "Show Ning teacher what you're capable of." Song Yang responded, "Yes, Lai teacher." He rotated his arm and walked toward the arena. Song Yang gathered his energy. A small stream of blood shot from his hand. He began to cast the summoning spell, summoning two large stone weapons. Lang Xing Yu was extremely surprised, thinking to herself, using the basic summoning spell, he's actually able to summon two stone weapons. Shai Feng suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, during her first summoning, didn't the big sister only summon one stone weapon?" Lai Kinong let out a sound of surprise. The most successful summoning by the big sister turned out to be just a pitiful stone. In the midst of the confusion, he encountered two useless companions, and Lang Xing Yu screamed out, "I told you to shut up." Lai Feng calmly said, "Ning teacher, it's your student's turn now." He turned to Xing Yu and said, "Using blood as a conduit is too much of an overkill. Just use hair instead. That's more than enough to kill them all." The teacher from Class C heard this and burst into laughter. "Haha, using hair for summoning? Are you joking? Even an idiot knows that only blood can be used as a conduit." Song Yang mocked. "It's not surprising that Ning teacher is doing something like this. Don't listen to them, just follow my instructions." Xing Yu bit her lip and then pulled out a strand of hair. The girl's luck was extraordinary, and indeed, the power released was beyond imagination. With a loud bang, a giant stone soldier appeared, its eyes glowing brightly. Lai Feng was stunned by this sight, his mouth stuttering. Well, what? The two stone weapons charged at each other, clashing in combat. Even Lang Xing Yu couldn't believe it. Did this really come from her summoning? Suddenly, Shai Feng pinched Li Kong's shoulder, making him shout out. "What are you doing?" He stared in disbelief and asked, "Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Tian Chang clapped his hands loudly, cheering for my classmate. Rong Su Wei, standing nearby, looked stunned, not understanding what was going on. Lai Feng exclaimed, "3 solid blocks of stone. How is that possible?" Song Yang broke out in a cold sweat. With an opponent like this, Lai teacher had called them trash. Ning Fan, seeing his expression, said with satisfaction, Lai teacher doesn't seem to believe it much. How about you let her experience it for herself? Leng Xingyu smiled and replied, got it. The girl waved her hand, and Song Yang's weapon shattered into dust. He stood there, crying, unable to believe that Class D could be this powerful. Ning Fan asked, still want to fight? I wouldn't mind killing you a few more times. Lai Feng paused for a moment, thinking to himself, he'd never expected that even hair could be used to increase one's self-awareness. How did he know all of this? At that moment, the system announced, Leng Xingyu's trust level increased by 5. Ning Fan gleefully asked, so, what do you think now? Are you convinced yet? The girl retorted, not convinced. Lai Feng switched topics, just consider it as her gradually improving, step by step, but right now, I think even a low-level summoning might be out of her reach, don't you think? Ning Fan shouted loudly, me, are you crazy? He immediately drew a small knife and sliced it into his thumb. What's the point of talking? Let me show you something that will broaden your view. With a sharp sound, a stream of red blood shot out from Li Feng's hand. The air around him was filled with deafening explosions, and smoke and dust swirled in the chaos. Li Feng laughed loudly, looking at the impressive army of stone soldiers that had appeared, and said loudly, Ning Fan, even if this is just a low-level summon, I can easily create a solid stone army. Leng Xingyu, do you still want to come to my class? He sneered, after all this talk, is that all you've got? You really made me wait for nothing. A gigantic stone monster appeared behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Xingyu's mouth hung open, while Lai Kang's eyes gleamed brightly like flashlights. Lai Feng wasn't any better, he was shaken, and you could practically see him trying to escape the situation. Ning Fan waved his hand, commanding, smash this pile of rubble. Immediately, the frantic scream of Li Feng echoed through the sky. No. Ning Fan sat calmly atop one of Li Feng's stone soldiers, his expression completely composed. The entire enemy army had been reduced to shattered stone, scattered in piles. He roared in anger, Ning Fan, just wait, I'll get you back for this. Ning Fan thought to himself, this is strange, this phrase sounds so familiar. Lai Kang and Shai Feng looked at him as if he were a god. Oh Ning teacher, please accept the admiration of us humble ones. The two students knelt and kowtowed on the cold ground. The system notification sounded. Shai Feng's trust value increased by N. Lai Kang's trust value increased by +1. Trust value exceeded 100. Congratulations, the host has acquired a new ability. Bowing to a master. Ning Fan was surprised. A new ability, huh? The system provided instructions. Bowing to a master. Anyone whom the host uses this energy on will be compelled to bow in respect. After reading this, he exclaimed, there's even such an ability. Leng Xingyu's trust value increased by 11, but the girl still acted stubbornly, shouting, these two new classmates have already been bought off. Neither of you has any prospects. Seeing this, Ning Fan thought to himself, she's pretty tough. Let's try using the new skill on her. The system notification appeared. You have activated the bowing to a master skill on Leng Xingyu. The girl looked at the two boys in frustration. You two can keep kneeling, I'm going ahead. But as soon as she turned to leave, she immediately felt a force pulling her back. Xingyu knelt to the ground and kowtowed again. Lai Kang silently thought, so they said they wouldn't kneel. Yet this style of kneeling while spinning is far more impressive than what we can do. She's so much more scheming than I expected, even though she's older. He didn't know that Xingyu herself had no idea what was going on. Ning Fan was a bit puzzled. So they really are kneeling. But does that mean the kneeling rate is 100%? At that moment, Tian Chang stepped forward and softly said, everyone doesn't need to kneel anymore. Ning teacher is not someone so ordinary. A thought flashed through Ning Fan's mind. He gently channeled his energy, and the system notified him. You have initiated the homage to the great teacher Zhang Tian Chang. The young boy suddenly tripped over a large stone, stumbling and losing his balance. Tian Chang bent his knee, sliding a long way across the ground before finally bowing his head. Shai Feng and the others were startled, amazed. This was an extravagant kind of kneeling, with so much brilliance shining that they could hardly keep their eyes open. Only Rong Xu Wei remained standing behind. Ning Fan thought, she's the only one left standing. Does she feel lonely? The girl, her face covered in sweat, silently told herself, even if I have to lie on the ground, I won't kneel. Su Wei immediately laid flat on the floor. Lai Kong gasped. She's far more impressive than the older sister. Ning Fan performed his skill. System notification. You have initiated a meeting with Rong Shu Wei. The girl slowly rose and knelt into position. She Feng, as expected, was enlightened, wondering if lying down was merely to increase the difficulty of kneeling. Who could play this game? Ning Fan stood up and said, "Everyone, you're being too polite. There's really no need for all this. Just follow me, and I won't deceive you." In the C classroom, Sun Xiong slammed his fist onto the desk. "Ning Fan, I'm going to kill you." Lai Feng, standing outside the door, witnessed this scene and silently thought, could it be that Sun Xiong has also been messed with by Ning Fan? He then suggested, "Sun Xiong, let's team up." A secret meeting immediately took place in the C classroom. Sun Xiong, agitated, said, "Ning Fan is so arrogant." Lai Feng agreed, "That's right. He's already a teacher in Class D, and he's still acting so aggressively." He then asked, "Lai teacher, can you swallow this anger?" Lai Feng replied, "How could I? I have to get my revenge." But it seems like his strength has recovered a bit, so he won't be that easy to deal with. Sun Xiong reassured him, "It's fine. There's no way he's fully recovered so easily." The two of them huddled together, whispering, "What do you mean?" "Tonight, we'll do it this way." They didn't notice that someone was standing outside the door, eavesdropping. Yutsu knew about the plan, and the girl felt worried for Xiaofan. Scene change. Ning Fan was taking a walk. He felt that the Beastmaster system was incredibly powerful. Just one day was enough to change the strength of two students drastically. If only his own strength could rise as quickly, that would be great. Suddenly, Sun Xiong and Li Feng stepped out and blocked his path. "Ning Fan, you finally showed up. We've been waiting for a long time." The two of them grunted threateningly. Ning Fan calmly asked, "What are you two waiting for?" "To invite me for a meal." Sun Xiong angrily growled, "Who would invite you for a meal at this hour?" He clapped his hands loudly. "But I guess you're right, we really do want to feed you something." Lai Feng sneered, "Just inviting you to eat a punch." Ning Fan didn't seem intimidated at all. He calmly said, "I understand your anger, but are you really going to blatantly hit me like this, without any consequences?" Sun Xiong pointed a finger at his face and shouted, "What's the problem? No one in the whole school wants you to stay. It's best if you leave on your own. Don't make us have to lay our hands on you." Lai Feng chimed in, "Don't blame us for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing your place." Ning Fan laughed heartily. "Ma'am, I basically understand now. The final question, do you two really think you can handle me?" Sun Xiong felt disrespected. He gathered his internal energy, causing his clothes to tear as he shouted loudly, "Ning Fan, don't be so arrogant." Lai Feng, riding his pet beast, charged forward like an arrow, boasting, "Winning against my basic summoning doesn't mean anything. Try tasting the power of my signature summoning." Ning Fan hesitated, thinking for a moment, "I wonder if the ability to pay respects to a master can be used on them." The two of them charged towards him, shouting in unison, "Prepare to die." System notification. You have used the pay respect to a master skill on Sun Xiong and Lei Feng. In an instant, both of them and their beasts stumbled over a stone, altering their trajectory, and landed in a kneeling position at Ning Fan's feet. Lai Feng and Sun Xiong were stunned and exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Yutsu, who had just arrived, was panting, her heart filled with worry. She had been anxious about being too late, but upon seeing the two kneeling before Ning Fan, she let out a relieved sigh. "Looks like I was overthinking things." She smiled and asked, "Mom, do you want to keep fighting?" Sun Xiong's face was covered in veins, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "Ning Fan, I will kill you." Lai Feng took a small knife and cut his palm, increasing his magical power. "If I can't defeat you, I won't be human." Ning Fan exclaimed, "That's right, that's the fighting spirit we need." Lai Feng taunted, "Come on, summon your giant stone warrior." Sun Xiong was burning with anger and challenged, "I want to see if your stone warrior can withstand the combined force of me and Lai brother." He calmly replied, "The truth is, I wasn't planning to use that inferior summoning technique. I'll use your own strongest abilities to make you both surrender." With that, Ning Fan cast a spell, and a brilliant ring of light appeared, causing the space to tremble violently. Sun Qiang was astonished and exclaimed, "What? What is that?" Ning Fan gathered a ball of light in his palm, his expression filled with confidence as he said, "Next, I'll summon my own personal guardian. And the best part is, I don't need to pay any price for it." A hand with sharp claws emerged from the ground, and a skeletal figure holding a scythe rose from the earth. Lai Fang broke into a cold sweat in fear. What is this chilling feeling? What is this? Ning Fan snapped his fingers, signaling for them to start. The Grim Reaper lunged forward, attacking Lai Fang and his summoning beast. In a single swipe of the scythe, the beast was cleaved in half. Seeing his companion's demise, Sun Qiang hesitated for a moment. Ning Fan shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you looking at?" With that, he delivered a punch straight to his stomach, the impact resonating with a loud thud. "Your opponent is me." Sun Qiang barely managed to cough once, his mind swirling, the world spinning around him. The next day, in Class D, the students were chatting animatedly. "Have you guys heard? Sun Qiang and Lai Fang were beaten up and hospitalized." Lai Kong laughed uncontrollably, his face full of joy. "I heard they were ambushed and couldn't even see the criminal's face." Ning Fan walked into the classroom, still yawning. "Good morning, everyone." Shai Fang and Li Kong raised their hands in unison, greeting, "Good morning, Ning teacher." Tian Chang politely said, "Good morning, Ning teacher." Xing Yu frowned and muttered, "Good morning. What good morning?" Su Wei sat in silence. Ning Fan picked up the roll book and spoke to the students. "All right, before we begin class, let's take attendance. Shai Feng, Lai Kong, Lang Xing Yu, Zhang Tian Chang, Rong Su Wei." He suddenly asked. "Su Feng hasn't come." Tian Chang replied, "He hasn't attended class for a month. I don't know the reason." Ning Fan asked the students, "Well, let's continue with the lesson. Today, I want to see who has made progress." Shi Feng and Li Qian raised their hands eagerly. Me. Su Wei also trembled as she spoke. Me. Ning Fan's eyes lit up like flashlights, and he happily exclaimed, "Good. Wrong, Su Wei. Do you want to try first?" The girl stammered, I'm not feeling well. I want to go to the infirmary." Ning Fan, a little awkward, responded, "Go ahead." He looked at Su Wei and felt that something was off. Shai Feng anxiously said, "Ning teacher, let's continue." Lai Kong kept repeating, "I want to be stronger. I want to be stronger." He suddenly instructed the students, "You all study on your own. I'll take a quick walk." Saying that, he hurriedly stepped out into the hallway. The two boys sighed. What's going on now? Ning Fan walked to the infirmary, muttering, "Is this the place?" Su Wei was behind the curtain, taking off her clothes. Ning Fan was a little startled upon seeing this. Hearing footsteps, the girl said, "Yes, sir, I'm undressing. Please come in." Ning Fan was deeply shocked. "You're being so polite like this." Su Wei urged, "Hurry up, or I'll change my mind." He tried to calm himself down. "Are you kidding? I'm not that kind of person. I'm just using the eyes of a master to assess your talent." Ning Fan raised his hand and lifted the curtain, taking a quick glance. Just then, a voice shouted from outside the door, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" A beautiful girl entered, her golden hair shining brightly. In her hand, she held a giant Sirage model and several outfits. It was Lin Xiao, a level B healer. She looked at him with a sharp, piercing gaze and asked loudly, "What do you think you're doing with my precious student?" The sound of a camera clicking rapidly filled the air. Ning Fan's voice was full of reproach, cosplay, secret rules. While he was taking pictures of Su Wei, he scolded her, sneaking around asking other teachers for help again. "I'm really heartbroken, but I forgive you." In his heart, he thought to himself, this cosplay thing really suits her. Xiao was also enthusiastically taking pictures, though for some reason, she was bleeding from her nose. She said, "All right, that's enough for today. Change clothes again." Ning Fan reminded her, "Next time, remember to call me. I'll prepare a few more outfits for you." Xiao coldly shouted, "Get lost." Su Wei changed clothes and walked outside. "Ning teacher, I'm fine now. Let's go home." Lin Xiao spoke to Ning Fan. "If you can't teach her, just send her to me. Her awakening level is low. She's only suited to learn healing magic." He replied angrily, "Are you saying I can't teach her? Based on what you said, I should give her some pointers right here in front of you." Ning Fan immediately activated his skill. The system notified, "You have activated the Master's Gaze on Rong Shu Wei. Rong Shu Wei, with a special physique, consumes 1/10 of the magic energy of others. She often reads incantations at high speed, making her suitable for high-damage offensive magic." Identity note: Rong Shu Wei is an undercover agent sent by the Holy Mutant Alliance. Ning Fan was surprised. Does the Holy Mutant Alliance's organization have a slogan like, "Mutants will dominate the world"? Seeing him ponder silently for a while, Xiao Xiao asked sharply, "What's wrong? Can't figure anything out?" He replied, "How could I not? Rong Shu Wei is a magic genius." Upon hearing this, Shu Wei was genuinely surprised. "I'm a genius?" Xiao Xiao retorted, "A genius? She doesn't even know the simplest healing magic. To be honest, she's the most clueless student I've ever had." Ning Fan explained, "It's just that she doesn't understand, because she is a genius in offensive magic." Xiao Xiao felt this was ridiculous. She thought he was getting more and more wrong with each word. The consumption of offensive magic should be 10 times higher than that of healing magic. Her magic reserves were even lower than an average person's, and she would never be able to use offensive magic in her life. Ning Fan turned to ask, "You've never used offensive magic, have you?" Su Wei answered no. He patted the student's head, speaking cheerfully, "Congratulations! You'll be an offensive magic mage from now on." Xiao Xiao stood in front of the girl, shouting loudly, "Stop making decisions on your own. I can see it now. You have no right to teach her." Su Wei suddenly said, "Miss Lin, I want to believe in Ning teacher." These words left Xiao Xiao completely stunned. At that moment, there was a voice outside the door. Sorry to interrupt. This is Zhu Yun, a student from Class S." Xiao Xiao walked over and asked, "What's wrong? Favor again. This is the 5th time now. According to your healing magic, you shouldn't have cured me by now." Ning Fan thought to himself, "Healing magic can't cure a fever that won't go away. That's a bit strange, isn't it? I'll check it out quickly." System notification: You have activated the Master's Gaze with Zhou Jing. Xiao Xiao said to the student, "Let me treat you and show you." She then cast the divine and compassionate light, a soft blue glow enveloping the girl. Ning Fan suddenly stopped her. "Wait, you can't treat her condition." The atmosphere in the treatment room instantly became tense. Lin Xiao Xiao shouted angrily, "What right do you have to tell me I can't treat her?" Ning Fan stepped forward and explained, "It's simple, because she's not actually sick." Zhao Yun appeared surprised. "She's not sick." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao became extremely frustrated. She shouted, "Is she sick or not? Can't someone like me, a level B doctor, see it?" He responded calmly, "There are things you can't see." Then, Ning Fan turned to the female student and asked, "Have you been facing difficulties lately, which is why your awakening level hasn't increased?" Zhao Yun replied, "Yes, that's right." He snapped his fingers. "Exactly." Then he pulled on a white lab coat, put on gloves, and explained in a serious tone, "Her body feels hot because the fire attribute magic in her is awakening. In fact, your treatment is preventing her awakening." His words left Xiao Xiao, Su Wei, and even Zhou Yun utterly astonished. "What?" the girl stammered. "Then, what should I do?" Ning Fan put on a look of merciful compassion. "Don't worry, I'll handle it for you." Tears welled up in Zhao Yun's eyes. "Master, please, help me." He smiled and replied, "A small matter, nothing at all." Xiao Xiao folded her arms across her chest. "I want to see exactly what you're planning to do." Ning Fan walked over to the hot water dispenser and declared confidently, "Then I'll give you a free lesson. Something for you to learn from." To their surprise, he pulled out a bundle of spicy hot pot seasonings along with fresh ingredients, setting up an instant hot pot feast right there. The 4 of them gathered eagerly, chopsticks and bowls in hand, eating with great enthusiasm. While scooping from the pot, Xiao Xiao exclaimed in amazement, "This is delicious! So good." But suddenly she remembered the real issue and raised her voice. "Wait, why are we eating hot pot?" Ning Fan reassured her, "No need to be polite, just eat." Su Wei then spoke up. "Teacher Ning said he wants to use this method to stimulate the fire attribute mana inside him." Xiao Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, staring hard at the girl. Do you even understand what you just said? Then she turned to Ning Fan, demanding, hold on, are you telling me just one hot pot meal can wake him up? Zhao Yun continued eating, undisturbed by the loud arguments of the professors. Suddenly, she felt a surge of power within her. A light radiated from her small body, causing Xiao to jump in surprise. Zhao Yun stared in astonishment at the two flames burning fiercely in her palms. My strength has really increased. Ning Fan scratched his head with a look of regret. It's a shame it only increased your awakening value by 5%. Zhao Yun grinned widely. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you, teacher. I need to use this method to quickly level up. With that, she rushed out the door in a hurry. Xiao watched her determined stride, still unable to believe her eyes. How is this possible? Is upgrading really that easy? Ning Fan smiled and asked, have you given up yet? Xiao was still unconvinced, justifying that he was using some unorthodox tricks to get lucky. He placed a hand on Xiao's shoulder and answered candidly, it doesn't matter if you don't believe, as long as my students do. Let me show you just how effective I am, he said to his young student. Come on, I'll take you to open the door to a new world. Sui replied, yes. In her heart, she still felt a bit hesitant about leaving Xiao's methods behind. The two teacher and student walked to the training ground, where many students were practicing. Sui observed her peers attentively. Dong Lei, standing nearby, happened to spot the two of them. He crossed his arms over his chest and spoke in a mocking tone. Wasn't this Ning teacher? Came here for a tour? Ning Fan loudly asked Sui. Do you hear the sound of a dog barking? Immediately, the dog flew into a rage, pointing a finger at Ning Fan's face and shouting, get out, this is a training ground for attack mages, and you are not welcome here. Ning Fan patted his young student's head and casually asked, so are you afraid I'll damage this place of yours? Yi Wen, who was standing nearby, overheard and laughed loudly. The teacher's sick, so now the student's not even thinking straight. Dong Lei joined in, mocking. That little Rong Sui doesn't even know basic healing spells, and now she's switching to attack magic. What a joke! And he succeeded in making Ning Fan angry. He gritted his teeth and said, you can insult me, but you will not belittle my students. Yi Wen and Dong Lei hugged each other and shouted loudly, woo, we're so scared. Sui turned to ask her teacher, is it really possible? He confirmed, trust me. Then, Ning Fan leaned in and whispered a few things. He reminded his student, remember what I taught you. Sui's expression had grown noticeably more confident. The girl replied, yes. Dong Lei cracked his knuckles. Don't worry, it's fine if this girl makes the first move. He even mocked that the chance of her using intermediate-level magic was even smaller than the chance of me being struck by lightning. Yet, the moment he finished speaking, his eyes filled with sheer horror. Sui harnessed her energy, concentrating her inner power, and unleashed a thunder bomb. Thunder Pond crashed down with a deafening roar, shaking the ground violently. Dong Lei gaped, letting out a sharp exclamation. He still couldn't believe it. Inside, he was in utter chaos. Her awakening level hadn't even reached 10%. Yet she managed to wield third-tier magic. Seeing his panicked face, Ning Fan asked, so you all only care about measuring the awakening level, right? He said proudly, the value of my student is not determined by those boring numbers. Feeling acknowledged, Sui was overjoyed. Old Dong Lei, stubborn and blind, retorted, Ning Fan, your value was determined a long time ago. Neither you nor your student is worth a single penny. He responded firmly, then what does that make someone like you, who I trampled under my feet? He spoke loudly, with an air of arrogance. Ning Fan, I've already given you face. Even if I'm punished, today I must teach you what respect means. Ning Fan frowned slightly. If you're that confident, then go ahead and show me. Sui suddenly tugged at the teacher's sleeve and said, Ning teacher, let's go back. Don't cause any more trouble. He gently patted her head to reassure her, then glanced at his opponent. His student had been insulted, and as a teacher, it was only right to restore their dignity. It's fine, don't worry. In his heart, Ning Fan thought to himself that the system of the Mad Master had helped them level up, and he had regained some of his strength. That should be enough to deal with him. He then waved his hand and said, don't say I'm bullying you, you strike first. Dong Lei immediately circulated his inner energy and performed a spell. You'll regret saying that. He unleashed his move, the 5th-level book-based magic, Thunderstrike. A mighty thunder pond shot directly toward the opponent. Seeing this, Ning Fan sneered. He had thought it was some sort of terrifying move. He gathered his strength, and a bright golden sphere of light appeared, emanating an immense pressure. Dong Lai broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Ning Fan silently thought to himself, "It seems that I had overestimated my opponent and underestimated the system. My strength is not just limited to this. It's my turn now." Lightning crackled. He raised his hand to the sky, drawing power from the dark clouds above, and unleashed an 8th-level thunder-based spell. The lightning bolts grew increasingly dense, and Ning Fan shouted, "Xeno's wrath." Dong Lai broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how could this be? Su Wei couldn't hide her astonishment. She hadn't expected the teacher to be such a powerful expert. Ning Fan waved his hand and sent forth the lightning. Countless bolts of lightning surged directly toward Dong Lai's position. He couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the attack. A pitiful scream echoed through the air. Dong Lai was struck, blood oozing from his hands, as he collapsed to the floor, dazed and disoriented. Ning Fan thought to himself, very good, my strength is almost fully restored. From now on, I'll continue to use the system to upgrade my power. He instructed the students, take Dong Lai away. 3 students quickly carried Dong Lai out. Got it. Understood, one of the students replied. Ning Fan turned to the student and said, from now on, as long as I'm here, no one will bully you. The young girl stood quietly, trembling as she looked at the teacher, and said, Ning teacher. He turned back and asked, what's wrong? Su Wei gathered all her courage and blurted out, Teacher Ning, can I ever be as good as you? Ning Fan answered right away, of course not. My students must be stronger than me. Suddenly, the girl lowered her head, stood in silence for a moment, then took off her glasses. At that moment, the system announced, gained 24 trust points from Rong Su Wei. Tears streamed down her face as Su Wei said, Teacher Ning, this is the first time someone has ever acknowledged me like this. He smiled gently at Comforter. I have one more thing to tell you. You look really adorable without your glasses. As he spoke, Ning Fan even put on a cute expression. At the same time, in classroom B, the group of students, bored from playing around, began to wonder, it's been so long. Why hasn't Teacher Ning come back yet? Shai Feng asked curiously, yeah, don't tell me he went to check on Rong Shu Wei. Lai Qiang grumbled, that Rong Shu Wei, always gloomy all day long. Just looking at her is irritating. Shai Feng then turned to flatter Leng Xingyu. That's right, when it comes to beauty, no one can compare to our big sister. She said, stop talking nonsense. You too? Yeah, a proud smile appeared on her lips as she secretly thought, at least they got some taste. Just then, Ning Fan and Rong Su Wei stepped through the door. He laughed warmly and said, I'm back. The 2 students cheered with delight, overjoyed at their teacher's return. Just then, they noticed that Su Wei had taken off her glasses. Lai Qiang felt as though flowers were blooming in his heart. Was this what it meant to be in love? Shi Feng, too, could not hide his affection. So cute. Suddenly, both of them felt a chill run down their spines. They quickly turned around. Leng Xingyu, her eyes blazing with anger, shouted, Do you too have a death wish? Meanwhile, Su Wei stepped up to Tan Chong. The boy shyly greeted her. Hello. Blushing, the girl softly replied, Hello. Watching the scene, Ning Fan covered his mouth, a sly chuckle escaping. At that same moment, in the director's office, Dong Lei was noisily making a complaint. Director Ma, you must stand up for me. His face was swollen, a few teeth missing, as he poured out his grievance. Look at what Ning Fan did to me. Ma Kai-shan, the academy's supervising director, studied Dong Lai carefully. Inwardly, he reflected, Ning Fan again, could that boy already have regained his strength? And in truth, he hadn't even been this strong before. But Dong Lai pressed on relentlessly. He's going too far, bullying people like this. Director Ma, you can't let him get away with it. Kai-shan calmly reassured him. Don't worry. Even if he has regained his strength, he won't have the chance to rise again. He gripped the pen tightly in his hand, causing it to snap with a sharp crack, his face contorted in fury. That student, and all the students in his class, must leave Gencha Academy. The weather today was beautiful, the sky clear and blue, and the sound of rustling leaves could be heard as they fell in the wind. A group of students gathered in front of the bulletin board, examining a notice posted there by the school's administration office to ensure the most efficient use of school facilities. From today until next week, any class with fewer than 7 students would be canceled. June 12, 2019. Notice from the administration office. Tyne Chong read it, feeling agitated. This whole Gen Cha Academy, it seems like our class is the only one not meeting the requirement. Lang Xing-yu agreed. Clearly, they want to cancel the D-level class. Ning Fan snatched the notice off the board, casually tearing it into pieces before saying, "So what? Isn't the point to thwart their plan?" He asked his students, including Su Feng who's not attending, "Our class has 6 people, right? That means we're still 1 person short." Su Wei speculated they probably thought no one would come to our class, which is why they set this attendance requirement. Ning Fan threw the crumpled paper behind him. Teacher told the students, "Wait until I get back, then we'll continue this matter. I'll go to Su Feng's house for a bit. You all study on your own." With that, he quickly left. Lai Kong sighed. "Oh no, self-study again?" Su Feng blurted out, "Couldn't teacher at least wait until class is over before leaving?" Ning Fan immediately replied, "The end of class is for resting, little friend." Su Wei suddenly said to Zhang Tian Chong, "I want to go to the training ground to practice the spell that teacher Ning just taught me. Are you coming?" He gladly agreed. "Mem, let's go." Seeing this, Xing Yu felt a little jealous. She turned to Lai Kong and Su Feng. "I want to train too. You two come with me." Unexpectedly, both of them waved their hands and answered, "No thanks. We won't go with Rong Shu Wei." Asterisk bang. Asterisk 2 stones appeared, instantly forcing the 2 weak students into the training hall. Ning Fan walked to an apartment complex. He stopped in front of a unit, checked the address carefully, and muttered, "This should be Su Feng's home, right?" Then he pressed the doorbell. The door was opened by a woman covered with talismans. She stared at him intently and asked, "You are?" Ning Fan introduced himself. "I'm Ming Fan, Su Feng's teacher. I came to check on him." Ms. Su exclaimed in relief. "Finally, the teacher has come. Please, hurry inside and see my son." He observed for a moment. Then, somewhat surprised, asked, "What about us?" The woman led him into a small room. In the center of the room was a large box, and his friend's belongings were still intact. He looked at the box and asked, "So this is Su Feng, right?" Ms. Su responded dejectedly, "Yes, that's right." Looking at the large box, which had 2 round holes carved in the front, she recounted, "Last month, when he was returning from school, the boy kept hiding inside this box and refused to speak. I tried everything, covered it in charms, held a cross in my hand, but nothing worked." Ms. Su anxiously asked, "Could the boy be possessed?" Ning Fan quickly waved his hand, "No, it's not that." After Ms. Su left, he reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll talk to him." He shut the door firmly, then said in a stern voice, "I'm Ming Fan, your teacher. Come out, we need to talk." The boy remained silent, hiding deep inside the box. Ning Fan cracked his knuckles and gave a strange smile. "Come out." He grabbed the box and lifted it up, shouting, "Come out." However, beneath it was another box, lying peacefully and unharmed. Ning Fan snorted, then continued lifting. Underneath were countless more boxes, but Ning Fan was determined to find the one he was looking for. In the end, Ning Fan finally saw Su Feng huddled in the middle, his head covered by a long black sock. He gave a crooked smile and asked, "What are you playing at?" When the boy didn't answer, Ning Fan sighed. "Never mind, looking at you. I don't even know what to say. Let me take a look myself." The system notification was initializing to probe Su Feng's eyes, and soon the information was decoded. "Su Feng, you have the ability to use speed magic. You are fond of flying objects, and secretly practicing flight magic has caused your spells to become disordered. When running, you are prone to falling. You lack determination, which has led to your inability to break through to the next stage." Finally, Ning Fan stroked his chin and muttered, "Fond of flying objects. Huh, that's pretty clear, but the lack of determination. How can we solve that?" He suddenly looked up at the eagle picture hanging on the wall, And an idea flashed in Ning Fan's mind. Could it be that I have to do it this way? When he saw Stu Feng crawling on the ground trying to sneak away, he yanked the sock off. Where do you think you're going? The student lay flat on the ground, covering his face with his hands. Ning teacher, please don't worry about me. A student who falls while running is only going to quit in the future. Just give up on me. Ning Fan stood silently for a moment before walking over to the little student. Su Feng covered his face with both hands and turned away, too afraid to look at his teacher. Ning Fan asked sternly, "Whatever happens, you still won't go, right?" Su Feng affirmed, "I won't go. Even if you hit me, scold me, or throw me out the window, I still won't go to school." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ning Fan grabbed the waistband of his pants and lifted him up, then stood on a chair and opened the window, asking cheerfully, "How did you know I would throw you out the window?" Su Feng froze and shouted, "Huh? Wait, Teacher Ning, it's not that I can't go to school." He replied, "It's too late." Then with a swift motion, he threw him out, and the boy soared into the air. Su Feng screamed in terror. He fell at a dizzying speed, and seeing the narrow road approaching his face, he panicked completely. Su Feng squeezed his eyes shut, too afraid to look. It wasn't until Ning Fan's voice reminded him, "All right, open your eyes," that he dared to peek. He was utterly astonished to find himself still suspended in midair, just inches from the ground. What the Ning Fan flipped a few times before landing on the ground and explained, "In fact, your flying magic had reached its final stage. The only thing you were missing was that last desperate step." Su Feng sat down on the ground, finally understanding. "So that's why you threw me out the window." He smiled and replied, "That's right. Later on, no matter how fast you run, you'll still fall." Su Feng was startled by these words, but he quickly shouted, "I can fly." With that, the boy controlled his body and soared off the ground, his face glowing with delight. On the tablet screen, a boxing match was playing, while Ning Fan leisurely sat on Su Feng's back as they flew through the air. He gazed at the vast sky and earth, then remarked, "Life is so beautiful. Zhen Cha Academy is right below us. We're almost at school." He patted the little student's bottom. "Let's land." At the school's sports field, a track and field event was underway. Liang Fei, the second-grade teacher of Class C, held a stopwatch and instructed Lai Zhen, "This time, try to break the Class C record. Run well and aim to set a new record." Lai Zhen confidently replied, "Don't worry, Liang teacher." Liang teacher shouted, "Get ready to run." The students immediately unleashed their full speed and dashed off. Lai Zhen surged ahead, leading the pack. He snorted, "This time, let's see who can break my record." At that moment, Su Feng and Ning Fan flew past at high speed, and in midair, the sound of tearing fabric was heard. Lai Zhen's clothes were ripped in several places, and then they suddenly shredded into pieces, flying away in the wind. He froze for a moment, then screamed. The other contestants were completely shocked when they saw the lingerie inside, almost choking to death from swallowing their saliva. A luxury car stopped in front of the Zhen Cha Academy gate, and as the door opened, a dashing young man stepped out. He glanced around and exclaimed, "Is this Zhen Cha Academy?" At the same time, inside the training room, Lai Kang and Shai Feng were standing together, singing carelessly, "Quickly go back, don't let my tears fall, quickly go back." Leng Xingyu shouted, "You two stop it already. If the teacher isn't coming, just practice on your own. What's the big deal?" The young man with blonde hair happened to pass by and sharply asked the girl, "Hey, where's the teacher's office?" His tone infuriated Xingyu. Was he asking for directions like that? Didn't he fear getting beaten up? Shi Tianji looked at everyone with disdain, sneering as he replied, "You think I'm scared of getting beaten up by you?" Lai Kang, enraged, immediately charged forward to attack. "How dare you argue with Big Sister? Do you want to die?" Tianji merely smiled, standing still without even attempting to dodge. The moment Lai Kang's punch made contact with his barrier, he was thrown backward by the rebound, landing hard and letting out a painful grunt. Tianji casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and said indifferently, "I told you, you guys can't touch me." Lai Kang was boiling with rage, but knowing he couldn't do anything against his opponent, he could only sit there, silently enduring the humiliation. Leng Xingyu took out a strand of hair and coldly asked, "Do you want to fight?" The girl summoned two golems, ready to face her opponent. I'll fight you. Xing Yu's golems were becoming more and more refined, their strength significantly enhanced. The girl reassured, "Don't worry, I promise I won't kill you." Tianji showed no sign of fear. He mocked, "Do you really think those stones of yours can break my defense?" Xing Yu replied loudly, "You'll find out soon enough." She ordered the golems to charge and attack, but surprisingly, despite facing two golems much larger than him, Tianji stood confidently, waiting for his opponent. A powerful barrier was erected in an instant. The two golems simultaneously launched thunderous punches at their target. Bang bang! But the tremendous recoil quickly struck back, shattering both their arms. Seeing this, Xing Yu was stunned. What's going on? The golems didn't give up. They continued to retaliate with their remaining arm, but soon, the other arm shattered as well. Tianji yawned. "Is that all you've got? Looks like your teacher isn't much good either." Hearing these words, Zhang Tian Chang furiously shouted, "What did you just say?" He sneered. "What's wrong? Talking about your master makes you upset. Then go ahead and unleash everything you've got. Let your master come out here and teach me directly." Rong Su Wei didn't waste words. She immediately unleashed a thunderous strike. The thunder pawn blasted straight at Tianji's barrier. Boom, boom, boom. One wave after another, yet not a single touch could graze even the hem of his robe. Tian Chang could not hide his anger. He charged straight at his opponent, launching a flurry of relentless punches. Tianji stood motionless, not even lifting a hand, letting his opponent strike as much as he pleased. After a while, realizing nothing was working, Tian Chang thought to himself, "Asterisk, what kind of defense is this?" Asterisk, he leaped backward into a defensive stance, while Xing Yu and Xu Wei could do nothing but admit defeat. Tianji clapped his hands with a sharp asterisk, clap clap asterisk. "You've already surpassed my expectations. A round of applause for your courage." Clearly sensing the mockery in his gaze, Xing Yu clenched her teeth. "You?" Tianji cut her off. "If you're not convinced, you can always call your master out here to spar with me." The girl raised her voice in protest. "Who exactly are you? Do you know our master?" Just then, Ning Fan, riding atop Su Feng, flew into the training hall. It seemed he had just heard someone calling for him. The scene left Tianji gaping. "What is this?" Ning Fan gently jumped down to the ground. Su Feng suddenly stumbled and landed face first. Sweat was dripping from him. "Next time, teach me how to land safely." This kid still hasn't mastered his abilities. Tianji walked up and asked, "You're their teacher, and you're teaching students who are completely useless." Ning Fan replied sharply, "I'll make you take back what you just said." Xu Wei muttered, "Sorry, teacher, we couldn't beat him." Tian Chang sighed. "His defense is too strong." Ning Fan explained, "There is no defense that can't be broken. You're just using the wrong approach." Upon hearing this, Tianji laughed loudly. "Haha, then tell them the method." "I agree, I was just thinking the same thing." With that, Tianji activated his opponent analysis skill. The system prompt began to analyze Tianji. System prompt: Tianji, a person capable of using defensive magic, with an awakening level of 48%, has an aggressive nature. The center of the defense is the weakest part of it. Anyone with an awakening level of 25% or higher can break through it. After reading the information, Ning Fan smirked arrogantly. "Kid, you're done for. I've found his weak point." Lai Kang raised his swollen hand and cried out, "Teacher Ning, look what that guy did to me." Shai Feng also looked furious. "Teacher, you can't let him off." Tianji laughed so hard, he could barely keep his mouth shut. "Ha, look at your poor little students." Ning Fan struck straight at his sore spot. "Pitiful? I think asterisk you're asterisk the pitiful one. A man who loves to attack, but can only curl up inside the shell of defense." Those words successfully rattled his opponent's mind. Tianji roared, "What did you just say?" Ning Fan pointed at Lai Kang and Shai Feng, saying, "You two, I'll teach you this move. When a teacher's students are bullied, he must strike back himself." Ning Fan activated his opponent analysis skill. The system notified that probing of Shai Feng was beginning. Lai Kang, Shai Feng, specialties: control magic of the mind corrosion type. They can only control another's thoughts during spellcasting, but cannot cause lasting harm to their spirit. He was a little surprised. Mind corrosion magic that couldn't actually damage someone's spirit. Was this a joke? This was strange, something he had never heard of before. As for Lai Kong, he turned out to be someone with physical combat ability. His strength was weak, but in an unconscious state, his power could multiply several times over. Ning Fan muttered in a dazed state, not fully aware of how much his strength could increase. How can someone who's passed out still fight? These two can't help. Suddenly, he realized something strange. Wait, you two, come closer. Let me check again. He looked directly at his two students as the system notifications began scanning both Lai Kong and Shai Feng simultaneously. When the two hugged each other, a miracle happened. A bold thought flashed through Ning Fan's mind. As expected, it was just as he had suspected. Lai Kang and Shai Feng both had stunned expressions and asked in unison, "Ning teacher, can we become stronger too?" He affirmed, "Of course." Ning Fan pointed at Xi Tianji and ordered, "Next, you two, torment him for me." The teacher, in his usual style, laid out the battle plan. After explaining for a while, Ning Fan asked, "Do you understand everything?" The young students replied in unison, "Yes." He began to initiate the battle. Lai Kong, Shai Feng, you two will fight the first round. Lai Kong, a little anxious, asked, "Ning teacher, don't you understand our strength?" Shai Feng agreed. "Yeah, even if we know his weaknesses, we still can't beat him." Ning Fan put his arms around the shoulders of the two disciples and whispered to them, "Of course, the two of you cannot defeat him, but as long as you cooperate with each other. Shai Feng, use your corrosive spell to control Li Kong's mind." Lang Xingyu looked doubtful. Using a corrosive spell on one of their own. What was the teacher planning to do? On this side, after receiving the teacher's instruction, Lai Kong stepped into the fight with burning determination. Since teacher Ning had said so, then come at me, show no mercy. Shai Feng cast his spell. All right, then I'll begin. Streams of dark energy quickly seeped into Li Kong. He was soon subdued, his eyes empty, swaying lifelessly like a zombie. Ning Fan shouted, "Control Li Kong to fight." Shai Feng responded, "Understood." Xi Tianji was very confident in his protective barrier. He shoved both hands into his pockets and said loudly, "Don't say I'm bullying anyone. I'll just stand here without moving and let them attack as they wish." Lai Kong charged forward to strike, unleashing a barrage of punches directly against the barrier. Tianji arrogantly declared, "I already told you, you'll never break through my defense." But suddenly, unease crept into his heart. What's going on? Why has this guy's strength suddenly risen? Why has it increased so much? Shai Feng replied, "You misunderstood. I was only getting used to controlling him. Now comes the real attack." Then, he continued to strengthen his inner power, unleashing his skills on the increasingly powerful Li Kong. At this moment, Lai Kong was completely under control. His strength multiplied several times, striking tirelessly. He delivered a powerful punch, aimed directly at Tianji's protective barrier. Yet, he remained overly confident. "I told you, you won't break through my defenses." However, a large crack suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Tianji exclaimed in shock. "What?" Before he could react, a sharp, dry crack echoed, accompanied by a devastating punch to his face. Tianji was thrown backward, crashing onto the ground. He lay there, face swollen, mumbling incessantly. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, they were still like weak chickens. Ning Fan cracked his knuckles. "Don't give up so easily, there's more." Tianji sprang to his feet, gasping, but before he could evade, Zhang Tanchong rushed in, delivering a solid blow to his abdomen. From the wild look in his eyes, it was clear his mind was already in chaos. Xingyu seized the opportunity, commanding the troops to unleash their fury. Xu Wai's thunder bombs quickly followed suit. Xi Tianji was battered and bruised, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Tian Chang whispered, "It seems like we might have gone a bit too far." Xu Wai poked at his leg with a stick to see if there was any movement. Ning Fan looked around and said, "It's okay, should be fine. Probably won't have to miss class." Xingyu spoke seriously. "Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Besides, right now, the thing we should be more concerned about is that the class might get cancelled." Ning Fan, ever optimistic, reassured his student, "When the soldiers come, the general will block them." When the water rises, the land will stop it. Everyone can just go home. As he walked out the door, he felt a bit uneasy, constantly thinking, why does it feel like I'm forgetting something? What am I forgetting? Behind him, his student Su Feng had still not regained consciousness from the fall that left him face down on the arena. Ma Kai-shan, seeing this, felt smug. This time, his reputation was saved. Suddenly, Tianji pushed the door open, his face covered in wounds. You're the homeroom teacher guiding Ma Kai-shan, right? His face darkened with anger. Who are you? My name is something you just call out. Tianji casually replied. I'm the transfer student, Shi Tianji. I'm here today to complete the registration. Kishan, now a bit calmer, stared at his file. A moment later, his face broke into a smile. Oh, so you're Tianji. What happened to your face? He didn't even bother looking at him, coughing awkwardly before responding. It's nothing, just fell down the stairs. He immediately suggested, I'll take you around the school. Seeing this, Tianji turned and walked away. No need. Can I choose my own classes? He happily agreed. Of course, you could choose any class you want. Tianji just responded indifferently, then slammed the door behind him. Once he had left, Ma Kai-shan immediately made a phone call, his face filled with satisfaction. Hello, the student from Class S has already reported his name. Let him go to whichever class he wants. No need to ask for my permission anymore. As soon as he hung up, he grinned maliciously. A top student arriving, a useless teacher about to leave. Truly a double blessing. Scene shifted to the admissions office. Ning Fan was yawning in his sleep while Li Ruijun handed him some documents. Anyway, your class is going to be cancelled, so prepare the expulsion forms for those students. He replied smugly, Don't worry, my class will never be cancelled. Just as he was about to tear up the stack of papers he had just received, Li Ruijun shot him a glare. Don't overestimate yourself. Only a fool would want to come to your class. Suddenly, a voice cut him off. I want to join this class. He frowned and looked up. You're the genius who transferred to Tianji, huh? He kept explaining. You're new here, so you don't know. He's the most useless teacher at Zhencha Academy. His class is the worst in the academy. You should switch to Class S. Tianji began to feel dissatisfied. Didn't you say I could choose my own class? I want to be in his class. Ning Fan smirked. You want to join just like that? Did I say I'd accept you? Li Ruijun was shocked. Refused. Tianji's face scrunched up. I heard his class still has one spot left. If not, it will be cancelled. Ning Fan immediately responded. Sorry, even if the class gets cancelled, we don't need you. He continued with a smug smile. But my class is the only one here that can combine your abilities for both offense and defense. Oh well, I guess we just don't have faith. At this point, Tianji started to feel a little frustrated. What do I need to do for you to accept me? He was just waiting for that moment. It was easy. Say this once. Ning teacher, please let me join your class. Tianji had no choice but to comply and said, Ning teacher, please let me join your class. Ning Fan was satisfied and continued to test his endurance. Ning teacher, the great one, please let a humble person like me into your class. Tianji frowned but still tried to follow his words. He stammered. Ning teacher, the great one, please let a humble person like me into your class. Not stopping there, Ning Fan shouted louder and ordered him to repeat. Ning teacher, the great and compassionate one, please let a humble and clumsy person like me into your class. Tianji was so shocked that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he still obediently complied. Ning teacher, the great and compassionate one, please let a humble and clumsy person like me into your class. Li Ruijun stood at the side, unable to believe his eyes. The sound of a few words still echoed in his ears. Ning teacher is the most handsome, the greatest, and the most benevolent in the world. Ning Fan stood to the side, biting a piece of bread, while three of his students stood frozen, like souls lost. He frowned. Why is everyone so lifeless so early in the morning? Xing Yu, his face pale, pointed toward the other side. Teacher, just look for yourself. Ma Kai-shan, standing with arms crossed, wore a smug expression. It seemed that Ning Fan's class roster didn't meet the minimum standards. Ning Fan nonchalantly took another bite of his bread, chewing slowly. After finishing, he placed his hands on the lectern. All right, let's start the lesson. Ma Kai-shan, unconvinced, pointed directly at him. The class is canceled. What are you still teaching for? Pack up your stuff and go do the paperwork, you bastard. Ning Fan's students expressed their regret. Lei Kong sighed. Do we really have to stop here? Shai Feng also furrowed his brow. It's not easy to find a good teacher like Ning. Even Su Wei showed visible concern. Ning Fan calmly responded, I've already gathered enough students. So what you mean, cancel the class? Hearing this, Ma Kai-shan burst into laughter. Gathered enough. Are you out of your mind? Who'd want to join the most ragtag class in the entire school? Ning Fan remained unfazed, as if nothing had happened. Calmly resting his chin on his hand, he replied, I think that student's name is something like Tianji. He burst into loud laughter. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Don't you realize Tianji is walking right up behind you? He chuckled lightly. A student from Class S, like Tianji, is coming to your class. The next moment, his eyes popped wide open, and he shouted, Tianji Xing you as well. Unbelievable, it's him. Only Ning Fan remained calm, not paying much attention to Tianji's presence. On the contrary, he scolded him for being late and daring to walk straight in. Go outside and report to me. Hearing this, Tianji obediently stood up and walked to the door to report. Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction. Come in. Ma Kai-shan couldn't believe his eyes. This is the worst class in Zhen Cha Academy. Just wait, I'll have you moved to Class S. But the only response he received was Tianji's indifference. No need, I want to stay in this class. Lu Guai-jun, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, silently entered the room. Tianji, your student ID is ready. Seeing him enter, Ma Kai-shan couldn't hold back and rushed over to grab his collar. Why did Tianji come to Ning Fan's class without reporting to me first? Huai-jun struggled for breath. Didn't you say he could choose whichever class you wanted? Don't you need to report back? Ning Fan's voice cut through their conversation. Go outside if you're going to argue. I need to go to class. Ma Kai-shan frowned. Ning Fan, I won't let you off so easily, he responded without hesitation. I'll be ready any time. Cutting to the hallway outside the classroom, Lu Huai-jun anxiously asked Ma Kai-shan, Headmaster Ma, what should we do now? Ma Kai-shan gritted his teeth. Go and get the head of the finance office for me. Switching scenes to another classroom, Ning Fan was leading the group of students behind him. Suddenly, Xing Yu pointed casually to the side and asked, Why let this person into our class? Can't we switch with someone else? He glared at her and replied, You should thank me. If it weren't for me, this class would have been canceled. Lai Kong, hearing this, stuck out his tongue mockingly. Just a loser. What's he acting all high and mighty for? Shi Feng, standing nearby, chimed in, Exactly. A few students around them showed clear signs of concern. Zhang Tianchan gently spoke. We'll all be classmates from now on. Let's help each other. Stu Wei, standing beside him, agreed. Yes, that's right. Ning Fan stamped his foot and turned to the students. Do you all remember this place? Tianji looked around. He had forgotten. The next moment, Ning Fan spread his arms wide, his whole body seemingly glowing with radiance. You were beaten by the other students right here. Wherever you fell, I'll have you crawl back from that spot. Upon hearing this, the group of children let out a collective sigh. Only Tianji dared to speak up. Shut your mouth, I don't know what you're saying. Just get on with the lesson. Ning Fan, smug, replied. Great teacher Ning Fan will now impart wisdom to you. Left with no other choice, Tianji reluctantly followed his words. Great teacher Ning Fan will now impart wisdom to me. Immediately, he pushed his glasses up, revealing an air of wisdom. Seeing such respect from you, I will first explain how to deal with your weak points. He began to explain. The center of your defense is very weak. If the opponent attacks this spot, it will easily break through your defenses. Not stopping there, he continued. At this point, you can activate 2 layers of defense at once, while raising his hand in a 2 gesture for the class to better visualize. Ning Fan went on. 1 layer protects you, and the other protects the weak point in your original defense. Zhang Tianchan's eyes lit up. Truly, Ning teacher was impressive. He'd have come up with such a unique perspective. Tianji, upon hearing this, hesitated and said, But it's related to the transformation of the defense layer. I don't know if I can do it. Ning Fan also gave a thumbs up to encourage his student. Don't worry, you can do it. At that moment, Tianji was filled with determination. Okay, let me give it a try. He then closed his eyes, and a protective light began to surround him. Soon, a section of the light swelled up, adding another layer. Tianji began to sweat profusely, and after a moment, he spoke up. I did it. The floating figure that had been hanging around turned to Xingyu and said, try attacking him. She began cracking her knuckles. You can't even do it. Xingyu spread her legs wide, and behind her, a giant stone figure appeared. A moment later, the drill from the giant started to move toward Tianji, but the protective layer blocked the drill, preventing it from even touching a hair on Tianji's body. The drill shattered violently upon hitting the barrier. Xingyu, stunned, exclaimed, what? Ning Fan's face tightened. It's a success. Xingyu, propping herself up with her hands on the ground, was panting heavily. Tianji stood nearby, extremely pleased with himself, thinking, now I'm the best in this class. Not stopping there, he continued to provoke her. Even though I beat you, there's nothing to be proud of. She was still propping herself up with her hands on the floor, her eyes gleaming with sparks, and she snapped, do you want to die? Tianji paid no attention, walking over to Ning Fan and asking, can you make me stronger? I want to defeat everyone in this school, including those in Class S. Hearing this, he remained completely indifferent. Learning has no limits, there's still so much for you to learn. With that, he turned to the entire class. Each of you has your own characteristics, so I will teach according to each of your talents. He looked at each student's face and continued, now we've completed the first step of leveling up, and you all have the strength of Class S students. Immediately after, he arrogantly crossed his arms and shouted loudly, next I will help you all level up again. The students stared at him wide-eyed, and sure enough, he had gained 55 points of trust from the students. Ning Fan pointed at Tian Chong and shouted, Tian Chong, you go first. He looked at him with great pride and continued, originally, you had the strength of a Class S student, but because of your injury, your strength greatly decreased. Now I'm going to fully heal your wound. With that, he stretched and was about to leave, saying, all right, no more talking. Class dismissed. Tian Chang replied, I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. The scene shifts to Classroom B's office. Zhao Wenlong and several other teachers are sitting around the table. A voice from Zhao Wenlong, a mid-level teacher, breaks the silence. Everyone has heard about Ning Fan, right? Zheng Ming immediately replies, I heard he hit some teachers from Class C. La Guizhen also adds, I think even head teacher Me was humiliated by him. On the side, Ru Shui sneers, lifting one corner of his mouth and scoffs. Did you call us here for Ning Fan's mess? Zhao Wenlong, still resting his chin on his hand, responds, exactly. Ning Fan caused trouble with head teacher Me, and he will definitely face retaliation. This is a great opportunity to get closer to head teacher Me. Zheng Ming, puzzled, asks, I heard head teacher Me already met with the head of the finance office. Isn't it too late for us to step in now? Zhao Wenlong's expression rose more serious. Don't worry about those mismatched folks in the finance office. I have a plan. Besides, those students of his are no big deal. The scene changes. Ning Fan is comfortably lying on his bed, feeling very relaxed. But then, he suddenly sits up, realizing something. No, after taking care of guiding those students, he too must make progress. Lately, he hasn't been studying properly. He walks over to the mirror and starts admiring himself. You're handsome. Let me take a good look at you. He stared directly at himself in the mirror, widening his eyes to examine himself. After staring for a while, various indicators related to Ning Fan appeared one by one. Health status, good. Awakening level, frozen. System skills, 1. Master's eyes. 2. Meeting the master. Trust points, 80. The master had consumed a certain amount of trust points to use the skill once. Elementary stage 5, intermediate stage 10, advanced stage 20. Consuming trust points could restore the master's awakening level. He poked his chin again, realizing that he didn't restore it, but rather activated the skill using trust points. What would happen if he used it to recover? An indicator popped up, consuming 80 trust points. Awakening level increased by 0.8%. He scratched his head in frustration. It seemed like to restore it, He'd still have to guide those little brats properly. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, can I not use skills anymore? Thinking it through, he acted immediately. He reached his hand forward and shouted loudly, "Blade of the Netherworld summon." Nothing happened. He just stood there, frozen, in the bathroom, speechless. The scene shifted to Ning Fan, slowly taking steps into the academy. His hand casually moved behind his back, as if he had no care in the world, completely unconcerned about any loss of trust. He still had a group of lovely students by his side. Suddenly, he heard faint voices from a different class. It seemed like they were talking about something related to his own class. Students from Class D are really asking for trouble, daring to pick a fight with the teacher and the top student from Class B in the competition arena. Upon hearing this, he frowned. Are they talking about my students? The scene shifted to the competition arena, where Xu stood, her face clearly showing worry. Ru Shui stood with her arms crossed, trying to convince Xu. Come to my Class B, that useless Ling Fan can't teach you anything. Liu Min, a student from Class B, also chimed in. If I were Ning Fan, I wouldn't even show my face at school anymore. Hearing this, Ning Fan appeared out of nowhere, not knowing from where exactly he had emerged. Oh, you're the one who said that to me last time. I'm still in the hospital, you know. He then stared intensely at Ru Shui, as if challenging her. She, taking advantage of the moment, pressed on. So you're still not fully recovered? I must have overestimated you. In her mind, she thought. Of course, the person who took action against Ning Fan that day was someone legendary. On the side, Ning Fan also seemed a bit puzzled. I just found out I'm not fully recovered. How did she figure that out? Su Wei, seeing this, quickly intervened. We have become better thanks to the guidance of our teacher. I won't allow any of you to insult him. Liu Min sneered upon hearing this. You're saying you're very skilled. Then do you dare to fight me? Ning Fan placed his hand on Xu Wei's head. His eyes locked onto the student from Class B, and confidently spoke. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? But immediately after, he started to size up Liu Min, his mind racing with the thought that this student might actually have some real skill. He whispered something to Xu Wei before the fight began. The match finally started. Liu Min brought her hands close together and shouted, letting out a loud cry. But before she could unleash her move, a strange flash of light zipped past her, sending her flying with such force that she screamed, creating a deafening crash. Ru Shui stood stunned. How could this be? Liu Min was thrown so hard that she smashed into the wall, leaving a large crack. Dazed, her vision blurred, she was stunned by the speed of it all. Ru Shui, seeing this, slowly walked forward, the dust and wind swirling around her. She furrowed her brows. I've underestimated the students you teach. Ning Fan gritted his teeth, observing carefully. No sooner had she spoken than Ru Shui charged forward with a roar. It's because I don't know how much strength you have right now. Ning Fan gritted his teeth, wordy clear in his voice. The woman has really arrived. The student Xu Wei stood beside him with a look of great satisfaction. The magical combat skills the teacher taught him were truly powerful, and there had been some positive changes from Ning Fan, adding to his trust points. He quickly regained his composure and felt revitalized. Perfect timing, just enough for me to unleash a move. Ning Fan raised his hand, forming some kind of gesture, and then shouted loudly, 6 realms flame art, heavenly fire Liaoyuan. Ru Shui was stunned and yelled, impossible. Just as she finished speaking, Ning Fan's technique exploded right in front of her. She took the full brunt of the attack, smoke rising from her head, her face as black as coal. Seeing this, Ning Fan calmly replied, nothing is impossible. It's just that you haven't seen it before. Her eyes blazed with fury. She immediately grabbed her ears and shouted bitterly. But in the next instant, she was determined not to lose. She charged forward, ready to attack Xu Wei. You're still so confident? Let me see if you can still be confident after this. Ning Fan reacted swiftly, instantly moving to shield her with his body. This action caught Ru Shui off guard. This madman's trust points aren't enough anymore. Another thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the sky, as smoke and dust filled the air. From within the haze, Ning Fan's voice could be heard. Fortunately, the credit score increased, and Ru Shui could hardly believe her eyes, screaming out loud. What? Ning Fan gritted his teeth, glaring at her. Daring to lay a hand on my student, are you seeking death? With that, He regained control of the situation and immediately shouted loudly. He unleashed the consecutive high-level summoning technique. Demon Domain Crimson Flame, high-level summoning technique. Werewolf, high-level battle magic. Scarlet Heavenly Thunder, with blazing determination to crush the opponent. Ru Shui stood there, watching as his attack charged toward her, unable to react. How could he be this strong? The next moment, all that could be heard were the sounds of punches and screams blending together, creating a chaotic scene. Shu Wei, standing by, witnessed her teacher's actions, and then spoke up. "Teacher, thank you." Ning Fan, hearing this, smiled contentedly and patted his precious student's head. "You dared to bully my student, and you haven't even been born yet." Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. "Su Wei, so that's the voice of Tian Chong." He ran over to ask her, "Su Wei, are you okay?" Su Wei, feeling embarrassed, didn't dare look him in the eye, replying softly, "No, I'm fine." After Liu Min recovered, she quickly made her way over to Ru Shui. She helped her up. "Teacher." Ru Shui cast a venomous glare at Ning Fan and his student. "Wait there." Ning Fan turned and said to Tian Chong, "Tian Chong, give me your hand, I'll heal you." Upon hearing this, Tian Chong was overjoyed. "Teacher, really?" He responded with great excitement. "If I say it, then it's true." The scene shifted to a corner of the schoolyard, where Ning Fan stood with his two students, Su Wei and Tian Chong. Seeing the 3 rings of light floating around his hand, Tian Chong asked curiously, "Teacher, this is—" Ning Fan casually replied, "Of course, I'm forcing you to use your right hand. You have to stretch your arm out a bit for it to be easier to do anything." After saying this, he whispered to Su Wei, "Hey, I'll teach you an ice magic attack spell. You attack him and force him to use his right hand, all right?" At that moment, Su Wei stepped forward, spreading his legs wide. His body began to glow as he prepared to launch an attack on Tian Chong. Ning Fan, standing to the side, started to give the signal. "Go ahead." The moment the signal was given by Ning Fan, a barrage of ice beams shot toward Tian Chong. In response, he instinctively raised his hand to block them, his face full of anxiety. Suddenly, thousands of snowflakes fell from the sky, and Tian Chong continued to hold his hand up to shield himself, still deeply uncertain. Ning Fan turned and glared at Su Wei. "What are you doing?" Su Wei, his face turning bright red from embarrassment, stammered as he replied to his teacher, "I don't want to hurt him." Tian Chong stood aside, awkwardly turning his head, leaving the teacher standing alone, looking confused. Ning Fan quickly became serious again. "This is training to help Tian Chang recover his right hand. What you're doing is not helping him. You have to strike him for real to help him." It was only then that Tian Chong spoke up. "Su Wei, thank you, I'm fine. Continue." Su Wei took on his strong stance once again, his whole body glowing with energy. "Are you ready?" Tian Chang firmly shouted. "Go ahead." Hearing that, she charged forward. A series of ice beams shot toward Tian Chang once again. His hands trembled, but he still tried to counter, though things didn't go as expected. The ice beams from Su Wei flew at an unbelievable speed, striking him directly in the face and body. Seeing this, Su Wei shouted loudly, "Tian Chong." At that moment, he was knocked down by her attack, falling to the ground. She immediately stopped, rushing over to help him up, her words stumbling out in worry. Why didn't you use your hand?" Ning Fan, helpless, realized that she would have to try something else. The scene shifted to the teacher's room in the academy. Amidst the chaos, a voice shouted something. It turned out that the shout was from Zhao Wenlong. The comet Ning Fan hasn't recovered, yet still can use her skills. How is that possible? Ru Shu's face clearly showed her annoyance as she coldly responded while still engrossed in painting her nails. "If you don't believe me, go try it yourself." Zhao Wenlong, along with the 2 teachers Li Gizhen and Zheng Ming, exchanged doubtful looks. Zhao Wenlong held a paper with a notice about the Class D test and spoke with an extremely dangerous expression. "It seems like we have no choice but to do this. Ning Fan, let's go take a look." Saying this, he handed the paper to Zheng Ming. "Take care of this document." His expression grew increasingly sinister. If even one student failed the test and got expelled, the class would be disbanded due to insufficient students. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Chu Kao angrily pointed at Tian Chong. "What's this joke? I'm a level SB healing master. How could I not heal him? Ning Fan's face became more worried than ever. She quickly replied, Level B. Aren't you supposed to be treating this kid? What are you waiting for? Ning Fan stood to one side, frowning, thinking, why does this person always claim to be level S? From the perspective of a teacher with Xiao Xiao, this situation was already a bit strange. Chu Kiao enclosed Tian Chang's hand with hers, and the screen started displaying information. Chu Kiao, S-rank magic therapist, proficient in both healing magic and mental corrosion magic. Special physique, able to use 2 types of magic simultaneously without reducing accuracy and without increasing magical consumption. Note, a miraculous ability, undercover agent of the Alliance. Ning Fan's gaze grew wary. Again, it was this constant shouting about the organization's special abilities, controlling the world with their middle-tier powers. Tian Chang's expression also showed clear signs of worry. He stared intensely at the hand of the person healing him with the Holy Light healing skill. The very next moment, Tian Chang began to sweat nervously, even while Xiao Xiao was still holding his hand. Suddenly, she became furious, her entire body seemingly ablaze with anger. She yelled loudly at the two of them. This kid's hand is perfectly fine. Are you so bored and useless that you had to bring a brat to bother me? However, Ning Fan had already cast a spell on Tian Chang's ears. He looked at her with a challenging expression. I need you to perform a play with me. At this point, Chu Kiao was acting exceptionally aloof. Miss, I am a proper SB-level therapist. How could I possibly engage in such childish deception with you? Ning Fan calmly asked her an extremely uncomfortable question. She was certain she was a B-level, not an S-level. Xiao Xiao replied with a stiff tone. What do you mean? At that moment, Ning Fan looked at her with a challenging gaze, his mouth running non-stop. An S-level advanced therapist, a member of the Divine Alliance of Mutants, capable of both mental corrosion and healing simultaneously. Changing a person's short-term memory is not impossible. Do you need me to continue? After saying this, Ning Fan flashed a smug smile. Meanwhile, Tian Chang had his ears covered by Xiao Xiao to prevent him from hearing these words. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with fury, and she shouted, What else do you know? Ning Fan responded with a sentence filled with challenge. There is nothing I don't know. She glared at him. How do you know that? Ning Fan remained entirely calm, unwilling to reveal. And another thing, don't even think about touching my student. She raised her hand, looking ready to attack him with a murderous expression. Now that you've learned my secret, I can't let you leave today. Her strike aimed at Ning Fan's shoulder, catching him off guard. He easily blocked her attack, then suggested, We can talk about this. Why resort to violence? Chu Kiao was annoyed. Let's see if you can still talk after this. Saying that, she swiftly launched a series of attacks. Ning Fan responded quickly and successfully blocked each move she made. He grabbed her wrist with one hand while using the other to restrain her, a hint of mockery in his voice. You're no match for me, but as long as you cooperate, I promise I'll keep your secret. In the next instant, her attitude flipped 180 degrees, and her expression softened. She forced a smile. We're all friends here. It's such a small matter. Of course, I'll help you. Though she appeared gentle on the surface, deep inside, she still harbored resentment toward him. Damn it, just wait and see. Shortly after, Tian Chang was placed on the hospital bed. Ning Fan stood to the side, beginning to give instructions. Remove the seal first. He glanced at Tian Chang and added, After thorough analysis, we've decided to replace your arm. Chu Kiao also chimed in, Don't worry, it'll be quick. Once it's done, you can return to Class S. Ning Fan looked at Tian Chang again and repeated, After thorough analysis, we've decided to replace your arm. Chu Kiao added, Don't worry, it'll be quick. Once it's done, you can return to Class S. Tian Chang stared in shock at his master, and Ning Fan also spoke up. Oh, I almost forgot. Whether to switch hands or not still needs his consent. Xiao Xiao chimed in, but right now he was under anesthesia and couldn't move. Ning Fan quickly concluded, Well, then let's just consider it tacit approval. Before he could say anything else, Ning Fan continued, This arm of yours is already useless. Let me get rid of it for you, or else it will just be a burden on your mind later. Tian Chang silently cried as Ning Fan kept going. This arm isn't so bad. After it's replaced, You'll definitely have a superhero fist. Xiao Xiao immediately responded. What else is there to say? This arm belonged to the Fist Emperor from back then. Once he struck, he always won. After the procedure, Tan Chong sat up and looked at his hand. Suddenly, his hand emitted a flash of purple lightning, startling him greatly. He immediately raised his hand and tried to unleash a bolt of lightning. Outside, Xiao Xiao, who had been standing normally, was suddenly startled by a loud crash coming from the room. She hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. What are you guys doing? Trying to destroy the place. Then, the scene before her made Xiao Xiao almost not believe her own eyes. Ning Fan only smiled calmly. It seems like success has been achieved. Ahead of them was the broken wall of the infirmary, along with the outer wall of the academy. Everyone outside was so shocked that their mouths hung open. Tan Chong looked down at his hand and then turned to express his amazement. Master, your hand is really impressive after the exchange. But Ning Fan gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Actually, my hand has fully recovered a long time ago. There was no need for an exchange. I just wanted you to regain your confidence. Tan Chang was suddenly moved, and 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. Really, is that true? He smiled. From now on, work hard. You'll grow even stronger. Tan Chang clenched his fist with determination. Master, I will do my best. Despite Xiao Xiao's anger, Ning Fan remained calm. All right, let's head back to the classroom. I won't disturb Miss Lin's rest any longer. After saying that, he glanced at Xiao Xiao. Oh, by the way, about this wall. Miss Lin cares so much for her students. I'm sure she won't mind, right? Xiao Xiao reluctantly smiled. No. What are you talking about? As long as this student of mine gets better, I'd be happy, no matter what. Ning Fan and Tian Cheng turned and left, leaving Xiao Xiao fuming in frustration. The scene shifted to Ma Ka-shan's office. He silently looked at the person who had just entered his room. Are you here already? The bald man walked in. The financial officer Lai of Wai. June, he suddenly spoke. That useless Ning Fan dared to touch the head of your department. You see how you should deal with him. From inside the teacher's office, a voice echoed. As long as you make it, so he can't stir up trouble in this school anymore, I won't treat you unfairly. Outside the door, Yutsu was worried about what she had just heard. Why has Ning Fan been causing trouble everywhere recently? This time, he's even gotten on the nerves of department head Ma. Couldn't it be because of his father's forced engagement? She turned to leave, but suddenly heard a voice. Hi, it was Ru Shu's voice. She glared at her, asking, what? Looking for department head Ma for something. Shai Feng sighed, we're about to have another exam. Lai Kang added, if we don't pass, our class's rank will drop. Our class D is already the lowest rank. If it drops any further, we might just get expelled. The 2 of them were staring at the notice for the class D exam. Why is it so hard? Shet Feng sighed again. We're always scrambling last minute. It's exhausting. Tang Ji shouted, a bunch of idiots. Stop making it so simple. Xing Yu sat to one side, enduring the constant bickering around her. Huh? You want to get hit? Do you think you can strike back at me? All you can do is show off that defensive magic of yours. Yet neither of you could break my defense. Xing Yu frowned, wondering why the school had been trying to make things difficult for Ning Fan. When was this slowpoke ever going to come back here? Suddenly, a loud slap echoed from outside the door, making her jump. Ning Fan entered, excited, and said, has everyone gathered already? I'm so happy. He quickly walked up to the podium. Let's begin today, then. Just then, his gaze shifted to something unusual on the desk. A teacher from Class B. Xing Yu gave a half smile. Isn't that the teacher who beat the teacher from Class C? So now, a Class B teacher is here to teach us. She snapped. Tell me, is this all you're doing? At the same time, 2 people stood outside the finance office. Ru Shui approached, and Miss Dio asked, are you looking for homeroom teacher Ma? Yutsi, flustered, stammered. It's nothing. I'm just passing by. Ru Shui stroked his chin and smiled kindly. Oh, speaking of which, when did the principal take you to Lu Ying Academy? When will he be back? Yutsu forced a smile. Father is very focused on this year's competition, so it'll probably be a while before he returns. Suddenly, the door to the finance office opened, and Liu Huai Jun stepped out, looking at the 2 girls standing in front of the door. Huh, he said casually. What a coincidence. Yu Tzu quickly waved her hand. I still had something to do, so I'll leave first. Liu Huai-jun turned around and saw that Ru Shui had already walked into the room. He stood there speechless, utterly confused. Ru Shu calmly sat down on a chair and began talking with Ma Kai-shan. I visited Ning Fan this morning. It seems he still hasn't recovered. Suddenly, Ma Kai-shan raised his voice. Isn't he still able to use his skills? And the teacher of his class gave him quite a lesson. Ru Shui paused for a moment, thinking. Her right eye suddenly gleamed, and her eyes became redder than usual. This was confirmed through my eyes. Are you doubting it now? Seeing this, Ma Kai-shan grew anxious and stammered no. No, of course not. So what should we do next? Ru Shui flashed a sinister smile. I've already sent Zhao Wenlong to investigate. As for the specifics, we'll wait for Jing's decision. The group of Ning Fan walked towards the specialized training area, and before they even reached the door, they saw the bald old man, Liu, standing there with his arms crossed, blocking their way. As soon as they approached, Liu Huai-jun raised an eyebrow, and with a polite smile, said, Ning teacher, what coincidence. We haven't seen each other for a few days. Ning Fan responded with a forced smile. It's true, it's been a few days. He looked at the expression on the man's face, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. With such a sly smile, it was clear he had no good intentions. Liu Huai-jun looked at him, then pretended to be regretful. Did Teacher Ning come to use some of the equipment here? It's a shame. The equipment is under maintenance, so you can't use it. Despite saying this, his face was filled with obvious smugness. Lang Xingyu immediately pushed him aside with force. Get out of the way! Liu Huai-jun was caught off guard by the sudden action and quickly stepped aside. Ah! Xingyu pointed at the people inside the training room, narrowing her eyes and questioning. Why are they able to use it? Liu Huai-jun quickly stretched his hand to block her view, his tone dismissive. The equipment that's available has already been borrowed by the students. The rest is under maintenance. The bald man Liu darkened his face and warned, Teacher Ning, you better manage your students well. Your monthly salary is barely anything, and if you damage the equipment, you won't be able to compensate for it. The equipment room is under renovation, so it's best if you all leave soon. He secretly thought to himself, offending Headma and still wanting to use the equipment? Dream on. Immediately, the staff retreated inside, slamming the door shut. Ning Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that he was currently accumulating trust points, he would have dealt with this long ago. Su Feng followed behind, looking up and suggesting, Teacher, if we can't use the equipment, can we start by studying the theory first? Upon hearing this, Ning Fan squinted his eyes, his mouth hanging open in surprise, thinking to himself, what? We still have to take a theoretical exam. Isn't it supposed to be enough to just have a match? Seeing his thunderstruck expression, Shifeng spoke up, You don't know this, do you, teacher? Can you at least be a bit more reliable? Lai Kong, standing next to them, chimed in, theoretical and practical exams. If you fail either one, you're forced to drop out. Students like us, who are weak, really have it tough. Xingyu, meanwhile, covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes narrowing mischievously. Teacher Ning Fan, someone as great as you, don't tell me you're one of the weak students too. He responded somewhat awkwardly, hesitating before saying, How could that be? I've already made arrangements. At that moment, a gentle voice rang out, Ning Fan, are you all right? It was Diao Yu Tzu. She walked up behind him, biting her lip as she said, Don't worry, I can figure out a way to help you use the training ground and equipment. When Ning Fan saw her, his heart jolted. Wasn't this the fiancée of the original owner of this body? She seemed to be quite the academic genius, too. Lai Kong glanced sideways. Could this be the legendary martial aunt? Shifeng replied indifferently, Why do you care so much? Xingyu seemed displeased, looking at the two of them. What time is it, and you're still here exchanging glances? Diao Yu Tsui smiled gently at him. If you need any help, just let me know. It seemed like he had been waiting for these words, and with a smirk, he hesitated before saying, Then I'll come to your house tonight. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Diao Yu Tsu's hand, gazing at her affectionately. She blushed, shyly lifting her eyes to meet his. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, adding, Help tutor your students in cultural studies. She looked at his retreating figure with some disappointment. Okay, sure. He glanced at the group of students behind CG. Tonight, you all come to my house for cultural tutoring. Tomorrow, we'll have special training on the mountain. The students immediately shouted in protest. Tomorrow is Saturday. This violates labor laws. Without hesitation, he dismissed their complaints. Don't even think about it. No one is exempt. Yutsu pursed her lips, her eyes holding a hint of lonely disappointment as she stood there. Back home, Ning Fan stood before the mirror, smirking. Let's see how many trust points I've earned today. Immediately, a line of basic information appeared. Good health, awakening status. The system skills were frozen, and a pair of master's eyes, along with 2 bows, observed the 110 trust points. He rubbed his chin and muttered. Restoring the awakening level to the previous state should be enough. Then he clenched his fist, smirking with excitement. System consumes 100 trust points. Awakening level increased by 1%. With a slight sense of anticipation, he thought to himself, let's see what happens after awakening by 1.8%. Ning Fan raised his hand and shouted, Heavenly Fire Burning Origin. A spark of fire ignited at the tip of his finger, and he felt a bit disappointed, his face falling. Well, there's some progress. Scene shift, dense smoke was rising in the forest behind the mountain. Ning Fan looked up, gazing into the distance. They must be here now, right? As the scene unfolded before him, he suddenly froze. In anger, he shouted, What the heck are you driving? Did you think we were going on a picnic today, or something? CTNG leaned against the vehicle, proudly showing it off. This is this year's limited model. There are only 10 of them in the world. Sing Yu, sitting aside, had been silent until now, glancing up and speaking. Picnic. Nice idea. Then, before his eyes, a stone slab appeared like a gust of wind. Sing Lu was grilling food with chopsticks, blindingly bright. Did you already start the picnic? Turning around, he saw Li Kong slicing cucumbers, and a beautifully arranged plate of food had been completed. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Shai Feng was controlling Li Kong to cook. He felt a bit helpless. These two were the same. He pouted and turned away. At least Rong Chu Wei and Zhang Tian Chang were still practicing. Right. As he glanced over, Zhang Tian Chang immediately called out, Master, would you like a bowl? He looked at the 2 students and noticed that they were using magic to shape the ice. Ning Fan arrogantly waved his hand. Stop everything. Get ready to start training. At that moment, Yutsu's voice rang out. Ning Fan, sorry I'm late. She was holding a bag in her hand and walking towards him. Yutsu smiled, her eyes sparkling as she raised a cup of bubble tea. I bought bubble tea for you. Ning Fan immediately changed his attitude, sitting down beside his beautiful little wife with a smile. Outdoor activities are fun, huh? Then we'll practice this afternoon. He took the cup of bubble tea and was about to take a sip when Yutsu gently called out, Ning Fan, about canceling our engagement. Hearing her hesitation, he blinked in confusion and asked, What? Yutsu tilted her head and smiled, gently responding, No, it's nothing. She then looked at the bubble tea, softly advising him, Soon, you should restrain yourself a little. Don't cause any more trouble. He replied absent-mindedly, but deep inside, he was feeling tense, silently thinking that he had already restrained himself enough. After a while of outdoor activities, he finally stood up and presented the schedule. The special training was divided into self-practice and a theoretical class in the evening. During self-practice, I will provide individual guidance for each of you. Shi Tianji pulled out a rather large metal box and smugly showed it off. This is the most popular device on the market this year. Just open it, and it will unleash powerful magical attacks. He then placed the ring on his hand onto his forehead and continued. The magic can even automatically track the person wearing this ring. Shi Tianji twisted his neck and laughed loudly, his expression contorted. As long as you practice with this device, your defensive magic will be unmatched. Ning Fan immediately walked over and gave him a firm slap on the back of the head. Wake up, this toy of yours doesn't do anything. Shi Tianji squinted, still determined, and said, My device is the most advanced. Ning Fan gave him a side glance and motioned with his hand. Then, does this thing teach you how to attack? Come over here and teach Su Feng how to defend with me. Su Feng, suddenly being mentioned, looked quite dissatisfied. Humph. He tilted his head, speaking mysteriously to Su Feng. Earlier, I didn't teach you how to land. Today, I will teach you a rapid landing technique. Normally, this second skill is quite difficult to master. If you can learn the flying spell on your own, it means you have enough composure, so practicing this won't be hard. With that, he flew high into the sky. Su Feng, full of curiosity, asked, "What's the point of using a defense spell while flying?" Before she could react, Ning Fan grinned and shot down with blinding speed. With a loud crash, the dust scattered, and he curved his lips, saying, "Rapid landing completed." Shi Tianji and Su Feng stared, their eyes wide with amazement, mouths agape, watching him with great interest. Ning Fan stood there, completely unscathed, and explained, "Although the second skill only works at 70% of the power of the first one, if you activate the defense spell while performing the rapid landing, you can prevent injury from the fall." Su Feng, regaining his senses, exclaimed, "Incredible." He lowered his defense shield and walked over to the two students. "To help you quickly learn the defense spell, I'll let Shi Tianji control the attack device for you." Su Feng smiled at Shi Tianji. "I'm ready now. Let's do this." He smirked in response, saying, "What's called a defense display? Actually, it's a way of prolonging and utilizing the inner strengths of the body. As long as you defend, you..." After some discussion, Su Feng put the ring on his head. Shi Tianji instructed below, "I will adjust it to a fast attack mode. Be careful and avoid them." Su Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Receiving a confirmed signal, Shi Tianji pressed the activation button. From within the metal box, thousands of magical attacks shot out. Su Feng carefully observed their movements, then activated his defense shield and began dodging. He zoomed through the small cage, with the magical attacks following closely, relentlessly targeting him. After a long struggle, cracks appeared on Su Feng's shield. Seeing this, he clenched his jaw in worry, and with a loud boom, Su Feng's body was flung out. Ning Fan, watching from below, snapped his fingers, and a surge of magic flew toward Su Feng, cushioning his fall. He turned around, his gaze sharp and cold. Only through real combat can one grow faster. Ning Fan turned his terrifying gaze toward Lai Kong and Shai Feng, and then to the younger ones. The two immediately huddled next to a tree, trembling. He looked at Shai Feng and spoke. "Your mental corrosion skill is meant to control others, but you still need more training." "No, it's just that it's better to control others first." Hearing that, Lai Kong immediately pointed at a chicken drumstick. "Eat this too, you need to be full to have the energy to train." Ning Fan, dissatisfied, snatched the drumstick away and shouted, "Focus and listen to me." He brushed his hands off and continued. "Next, I'll teach you methods related to training spiritual power. Just follow these methods and practice." Lai Kong looked at the remaining drumstick in his hand, intending to eat it, but it was snatched away by Shai Feng. He smugly bit into the drumstick he had just taken. "Can you seriously pay attention?" Lai Kong stared blankly at his empty hand, then glanced at Shai Feng, hesitating. "Why you?" He's so angry. The corner of his eyes welled up, and in a grating voice, he added, "Spit the drumstick out and give it back to me." As the furious shout ended, Shai Feng took a heavy punch. He didn't have time to react, letting out a grunt of. A moment later, he clutched his chest and used his control abilities on Lai Kong, forcing him to slap himself a few times. Shai Feng, holding his chest, looked at the chaotic scene. Ning Fan couldn't help but speak up. "All right, stop fighting." He smiled slyly and said, "I figured out where you should focus your training." Then he leaned close to Shai Feng's ear and whispered something. Holding the chicken drumstick in his hand, he slung his arm over Shai Feng's shoulder. "Go practice," Ning Fan said. Looking at Shai Feng's proficiency, he stood by, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Learn that quickly." Shai Feng didn't answer, lowering his head to look at his hands, feeling the change. "I can clearly feel my spiritual power increasing. This sensation is amazing." Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Ah no, I forgot the next step that Ning teacher mentioned." The magical energy swirling around him extinguished, his body swaying, and he muttered aloud, "I'm such a fool." Ning Fan looked at him, somewhat puzzled. "What happened?" He quickly stepped forward to support Shai Feng. "What's going on?" Shai Feng glanced at him and replied, "Teacher, I'm fine. It's just that after practicing halfway, I forgot what the next step was." Ning Fan was slightly surprised. So you were forced to stop in the middle of your practice? He raised an eyebrow and looked at Shai Feng. Relax, I'll explain it again. You rest for a bit, then continue practicing. After a moment, Ning Fan turned and pointed a chicken drumstick at Lai Kong. Shai Feng is done. Now it's your turn. Lai Kong, upon hearing this, quickly averted his gaze. Ning teacher, how about? He glanced at Shai Feng, pointing with his finger. How about waiting until Shai Feng is all right before I start practicing? Ning Fan stood there like a tyrant passing judgment. It's fine. According to the method of cultivation I taught you, you will be able to sense the mysteriousness of the spirit, the elevation of the soul, and even unleash your latent abilities. You will pass the exam as easily as flipping your hand. Lai Kong suddenly turned the car around and bowed his head to the ground with great sincerity. Master, please, teach me. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with a crafty light. Then hand over all the food you have on you. Lai Kong cried silently and raised a chicken leg. This is the last one. Ning Fan smiled with compassion and said, don't eat yet. Run around once and come back here. Then, he picked up the chicken wing and gestured. To pass, one must persevere, train their body, and no more food like this before the exam. Lai Kong ran, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, Master, my chicken wing. In his mind, he could picture Ning Fan behind him, savoring the chicken wing. Lai Kong cried even louder, my chicken wing. He thought of the scene and pushed himself to run harder. The chicken wing, my chicken wing. Shai Feng, lying on the ground recovering, was also stepped on by the fat man. Ning Fan glanced over at Xing Yu, who was happily reading a book on basic summoning, leisurely leaning against a tree. He approached her, and upon noticing she blushed and quickly stood up, hiding the book behind her back while stammering, Master, Master, why are you here? He raised his hand in a V shape, smirking. You've been practicing the summoning technique for a while now. Next, you'll learn to summon your fateful beast. Xing Yu tilted her head, confused, and asked, what is summoning a fateful beast? He then slowly explained, summoning a fateful beast is a type of high-level summoning magic. What makes it different from other high-level summoning spells is that the fateful beast rose alongside its summoner. Xing Yu looked wary, glancing at him. Actually I have no idea what you're talking about. Ning Fan raised a finger to activate the spell and explained, every person summons a familiar, but summoning a fateful beast is unique. Xing Yu looked at him, and a giant Grim Reaper appeared behind him. She gazed at it in admiration, her eyes fixed. He smirked and pointed to the Reaper behind him. Want to learn? Xing Yu snapped back to reality, awkwardly shouting something unnecessary. He slightly furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, can you speak more kindly? On the outside, he could only force a helpless smile. Next, I'll teach you the specific method for summoning a fateful beast. After a while of instructions, she snapped her fingers, creating a burst of light, and began channeling her energy to activate the method of summoning a fateful beast. Xing Yu looked at the dazzling golden light before her, murmuring, please summon the family giant dragon. In her eyes, she flinched the moment the object in her hand transformed into a small chicken. Xing Yu angrily threw the chicken at Ning Fan's head. You're not worthy of being with me. He took the hit and spoke up, it's so cute though. Then he looked at her and reminded, right, the food for a summoned familiar is spiritual energy. It has to eat your hair. As soon as the words left his mouth, the small chicken that had been perched on Xing Yu's head began pecking at her scalp. Xing Yu clutched her head, screaming. Furious, she tried to grab the small chicken, unable to forgive it. Ning Fan helplessly watched the chaotic scene unfold before him, deep in thought. After a while of pecking, the small chicken was finally full, contentedly rubbing its belly. A clump of hair was now missing from Xing Yu's head. She angrily raised her hand, trying to grab the chicken again, muttering, unforgivable. Ning Fan stood, mouth agape, helpless as he watched Xing Yu chase the small chicken, still chanting, unforgivable. At that moment, Shi Tianji suddenly stepped forward, patting his shoulder. Master, the useless Su Feng has learned the defensive technique now. It's time for you to teach me the offensive technique. Right? Scene change, the next day behind the mountain. Ning Fan held a chicken leg, waving it in front of him, slowly speaking. Today, we'll focus on cultural studies. Following behind was Lai Kong, his face gaunt, resembling a starving ghost. Ning Fan was terrified and screamed. Ah! Something had rushed towards him. Upon closer inspection, the chicken leg in his hand was gone. He looked at Lai Kong devouring it with a bit of helplessness. Judging by the way he was eating, he must be close to mastering it. Right. At the same time, Xing Yu's little bird flew over and perched on his shoulder. Ning Fan looked at it in confusion. He glanced at Xing Yu with suspicion. Why are you wearing a hat and your clothes? She raised her hand to signal him. Don't come over here. Ning Fan asked, why? No sooner had he spoken than the bird on his shoulder darted towards Xing Yu. It landed on her head, continuously chirping, Mo-wo, Ote. Xing Yu quickly grabbed her hat and growled, stop touching my hair. She was at her wit's end, pulling out a strand of hair and muttering softly, I'll handle it myself. Then, Xing Yu gently took the little bird and fed it. Watching it eat so contentedly, she couldn't help but sigh. All it knows is how to eat. Ning Fan dropped his jaw. This little guy is really a glutton. After feeding the bird, Xing Yu turned to look at him, venting her frustration. If I'd known, I wouldn't have practiced that summoning technique of yours. It's going to eat all my hair at this rate. Ning Fan turned his back and waved his hand casually, saying nonchalantly, it's fine. As long as you can pass the test, I'll take care of this little problem for you. Then he rubbed his chin, thinking. It seemed like there was a type of plant that helped hair growth. But what was it called again? He suddenly paused, glancing toward Diao Yuxu. She seemed to have noticed him and tilted her head to look back. He continued rubbing his chin, deep in thought. She's also an S-class teacher, so she should know information about that plant that helps hair growth, right? Yuxu walked over and patted his shoulder. Are you okay? It seems like you're thinking about something, right? Ning Fan was startled, quickly turning to ask. Do you know of any plants that help with hair growth? Yuxu pondered for a moment. Yes, there is. A scene of a rugged cliff and a dilapidated bridge flashed in her mind. She squinted her eyes, looking somewhat worried as she spoke to him. But the place where it grows is a bit dangerous. Ning Fan nodded. Danger wasn't an issue. In his mind, he thought danger. It seems like my trust points are running low these days. He smiled softly and gently suggested, would you like to go with me? She hesitated, rubbing her head before answering. All right. Then she proposed. But before that, you have to help me with something. He was slightly taken aback, but agreed anyway. Huh? No problem. Scene change. Diao Yuxu stood in front of the group of students, explaining something. While the ability users were still arguing noisily, they all stared wide-eyed when they looked at her. Horrified, Yuxu pointed at Ning Fan's naked body and continued. You must understand the meridians in your own body. He secretly thought to himself, so this is what they wanted me to help with. In front of the examination hall, a group of students were lining up to take the exam, with Ning Fan standing beside them. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. You're here so early. It was Li Guizhen and Zhao Wenlong. Li Guizhen continued mocking. Coming early is useless. Even if you come, you'll still be kicked out if you fail. Zhao Wenlong, leaning on a cane, pretended to be polite and said, we're all teachers here. We should at least show some respect for Ning teacher. With that, the two burst into laughter. Zhang Tianchan angrily shouted, what are you two saying? He stepped forward and patted Ning Fan on the shoulder to comfort him. It's fine. I believe you can do this. Zhang Tianchan was momentarily stunned. A cold glint flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. If not for his lack of trust, he would have dealt with them long ago. At that moment, An Ru Shui opened the exam room door and stepped out, announcing, it's time. Candidates, please enter. Ning Fan's students entered one by one, deliberately speaking loudly. Let's go. Don't waste time with those useless things. Hurry up and finish the exam so we can get back to studying. Zhao Wenlong gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing with malice. This exam has been specially prepared for your class. Inside the exam room, An Ru Shui looked at the students who had already taken their seats, smiled and signaled, begin the exam. Zhang Tianchang's hand trembled as he held his pen. Originally, we couldn't even solve this paper. Lai Kong, with a haggard expression, sighed softly. Why does it have to be so difficult? Shai Feng simply lay down on the desk, thinking this was probably the end for him. Before he could even rest for 3 seconds, An Ru Shui walked over and slammed the desk with a thud to warn him. You are not allowed to whisper during the exam, and absolutely no copying. If you're caught, you'll get a 0 immediately. With that, she turned and walked away. Behind her, Lai Kang and Shai Feng were arguing. The sound of the clock echoed throughout the hall. Ning Fan leaned against the wall, closing his eyes and waiting. The moment the clock struck, and Ru Shui opened the door and stepped out. It was over. Zhao Wenlong seemed even more impatient than him. He stepped forward, taunting. The theory part is over. I see you've endured pretty well. Ning Fan didn't respond, only giving him a disdainful glance. Zhao Wenlong snatched the result sheet from Ru Shui's hand and smirked. Let's see if all the students in Class D fail. If any of your students pass, I'll eat this desk. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. Looking at the result sheets of each student, they all had passing marks. He could hardly believe it. How could this be? Ning Fan, with a smug expression, casually placed his hand on his shoulder and said, If you all did your work this well, someone might be disappointed, but I'm quite happy. Zhao Wenlong, angered, tightly crumpled the test results in his hand and shouted, It's definitely cheating. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow and replied, Cheating? Are you implying that you doubt my supervision skills? Zhao Wenlong was stumped, fuming in frustration. The old man snorted coldly and walked off. Humph, just wait for the practical exam. I'll see how you handle it. At this, Ning Fan feigned concern and turned to his students, asking, You didn't cheat, did you? They all smiled and replied, Of course not. He smiled with satisfaction. Good. Inside, he secretly rejoiced, thinking, The extra tutoring Yutsu gave you all seems to have paid off. Scene changed to the entrance of the speed test course. Ning Fan stood beside, eyes fixed ahead as he spoke. The first part of the test is Su Feng's speed. Su Feng responded softly, Yes. Looking at the test course, Zhang Tian Chang couldn't help but exclaim, This course is nothing like Class D's at all. But if it's Su Feng, it should be no problem. Rong Su Wei, standing beside him, also smiled gently in encouragement. Good luck. Su Feng poked his head out and replied, Mem. On the other side, Zhao Wenlong bowed respectfully to a man. Liu teacher, what brings you here? He nodded slightly and said, The Lu Ying Academy's competition is coming up soon. We're here to train. What are you doing here? He was Lu Guangyuan, the teacher of Class S. Zhao Wenlong smiled and replied, The school has assigned us the task of inspecting Class D, so we need to use the competition track. Liu teacher, are you interested in watching? Liu Guangyuan glanced over at Ning Fan and the others, a look of disdain clear in his eyes. Fine. Let me see what a former teacher of Class S can do to teach this useless bunch. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan clenched his teeth in anger. Su Feng noticed his dark expression and leaned in to ask, Teacher, do you know that person? He forced a smile, trying to reassure him, No, don't mind it, just focus on the test. Soon after, the announcement sounded. First round of the Class D skill test, examiner Zheng Ming, student under test, Su Feng, skill test, speed. The test was in the form of a competition, and as long as the participants did not leave the track during the test, they could do anything. The teacher with the shorter finishing time would win. The track was equipped with spherical mechanisms, and any contact would cause them to explode, releasing paint. Every time someone got hit by the paint, the time limit for the challenge will be extended by an additional 10 seconds. The countdown of 3 seconds begins. On the stands, Ning Fan and the others were cheering loudly. Go, go, go! Su Feng narrowed his eyes, watching the extremely awkward actions of Lai Kang and Shai Feng. Zheng Ming smirked provocatively. Race against me? You be better off going home and drinking some bubble tea. 1. Su Feng abruptly turned his head around. Hey, start! As soon as the word start was heard, the signal light turned on. Before Su Feng could finish speaking, Zheng Ming's figure had already disappeared. He looked up and saw that Zheng Ming had already covered some distance. He glanced back with a smug expression. Already left behind so soon. Pathetic. Unexpectedly, just a second later, Su Feng appeared right next to him. Hey! Zheng Ming was somewhat taken aback. How is this brat running so fast? He glanced at the first obstacle, curling his lips into a smile. Let's see how I handle you. He sprinted forward, kicking the barrel and popping the ball, laughing triumphantly as he shouted loudly. "Here's a little gift for you." Su Feng, caught off guard, stared at the pile of paint in front of him. "What's this?" With no other option, Su Feng gritted his teeth and charged straight into it. Ning Fan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't contain his excitement. He jumped up and shouted. Did he just press the mechanism to speed up, taking advantage of the balloon explosion to harm Su Feng? Su Feng, on this side, after overcoming the indifferent gaze, gradually became sharp and hateful. The speed was too fast. He couldn't dodge in time. Zheng Ming, victorious, ran ahead, constantly provoking. "Useless, truly useless. If I take care of you, Ning Fan will leave the school too." Su Feng desperately tried to stay close behind. Zheng Ming, ahead, kept triggering the traps. Su Feng timed the explosions of the mechanisms here perfectly. He used his speed to swiftly dodge each burst of paint that went off. Once he escaped, he shot straight towards Zheng Ming. Xing Yu sat in the stands, dissatisfied, muttering. "Teacher Zheng keeps triggering the traps. What's he playing at?" Zhao Wen Long, his face calm as always, spoke. "As long as you don't get hit by the paint, it doesn't matter if you trigger the mechanisms." At that moment, Su Feng had overtaken Zheng Ming on the track. He was completely unconcerned, even quite pleased with himself. "So what if you're faster? Unless you're 30 seconds faster than me, there's no way you're getting ahead." Su Feng smirked, provoking. "Even though I'm the weakest in Class D, it seems like without these tricks, you wouldn't even be able to beat me." Zheng Ming, furious, couldn't hold back and made a move. "Hemph, someone as pathetic as you should have been kicked out of this school long ago." Finishing his words, he immediately launched a direct attack on Su Feng. He couldn't react in time. Standing there dumbfounded, it was too fast. With a loud bang, the track trembled for a moment, and Zheng Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was over, but before he could even rejoice for 3 seconds, a figure emerged from the smoke. Su Feng sneered, "Is that so? You want me to learn defense? It really is useful." Ning Fan, sitting in the stands, could no longer contain his anger. His voice cold. "Teacher Zheng attacking a student isn't considered a violation." Zhao Wenlong, still oblivious to the unusual situation, sneered, "I already said earlier, as long as it's on the track, anything goes. Besides, even if the mountain touches the defense screen, it still counts as a penalty time." Ning Fan turned his head to look at the screen behind him, then asked, "You said anything goes as long as it's on the track, right?" Zhao Wenlong looked down and smirked. "That's right, I said that." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Ning Fan, with a grim expression, stepped in. Xin Yu looked at the empty seat beside her, confused. How did Teacher Ning vanish in the blink of an eye at such a critical moment? At that moment, Zhao Wenlong's enlarged face on the screen was replaced by Ning Fan's. He spoke loudly, "Su Feng, Teacher Zhao said you can do whatever you want on the track. If that's the case, then let me see your speed landing, Teacher Zhang." His eyes lit up. "Yes." Zheng Ming, down below, was still completely unaware, charging forward with his head down. Suddenly, he twisted his head around. Without hesitation, Su Feng created a protective shield and stomped his foot down. A few seconds earlier, after receiving the signal from Ning Fan, Su Feng had let go of all restraint. He weaved through the obstacles at lightning speed. Racing ahead, Su Feng lifted his foot and struck hard, catching Zheng Ming off guard. With a loud crash, dust and smoke billowed up on the racetrack. Zheng Ming was flattened at his feet. Su Feng didn't even pause, as Lucas casually walked toward the finish line. Su Feng raised his hand and shouted, "I've won." The crowd in the stands cheered with joy. Su Feng won. Finally, he won. Shai Feng, thrilled, slapped Lei Khan on the back of the neck and shouted, "Look, Su Feng won." Ning Fan, in the broadcast room, smiled with relief. It seemed that Su Feng's test was over. Only then did Zhao Wenlong glare, pointing at his face. "This doesn't count. Your student triggered the mechanism and even attacked a teacher. That's a violation of the rules." Hearing this, Ning Fan laughed in anger. It seemed like it was his fault, as long as they were still in the race. "Anything works, right?" Zhao Wenlong rolled his eyes and stuttered. Did I say something?" Ning Fan angrily raised his hand. "Do you need me to help you remember?" At that moment, Lu Guangyuan spoke up, interrupting, All right, what his students did is all in accordance with the regulations. Let's consider this settled. Left with no choice, Zhao Wenlong had to accept. Liu Guangyuan stepped closer, his imposing presence overwhelming. I never expected you to still be able to teach such outstanding students. You could say it matches your status as the former teacher of Class S, but you're far behind that old man. Zhao Wenlong followed him with his gaze, his tone not at all cheerful. Liu teacher said, she passed the test, so I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Let's proceed to the next round of testing. He gave a forced smile. All right, let's go. Soon after, Zhao Wenlong's results appeared on the big screen, confirming the test validity. The next student quickly prepared for their test. Lai Kong trembled and raised his hand. Teacher, let me go first. I can't take it any longer. Zhao Wenlong looked at him helplessly and nodded. All right, you go. In his heart, he silently prayed for his students, hoping that the training he had painstakingly given them would lead to the results he desired. Scene transition at the skill competition arena. A voice from the radio broadcast echoed. In this skill check, the instructor is Liang Fei from Class C, and the student being tested is Lai Tu from Class D. Ningyi took the opportunity to remind from below the arena. At the start, you should squat on the ground for 10 seconds before standing up to make your move. Zhao Wenlong, on the other side, placed all his trust in Liang Fei. Class C is left with just you and Dong Lei. I hope you will conduct this test strictly according to the rules. Liang Fei nodded, his gaze resolute. I will follow the rules of the competition strictly. The announcement sounded, and both sides took their positions. Liang Fei noticed the frail state of Lai Kong and advised, your condition isn't suitable for the test right now. I recommend you withdraw. Lai Kong, with a gaunt face, rubbed his stomach and said, Teacher, hurry up, let's finish the test quickly so I can go eat. Just then, the announcement came. The test began. As soon as the words were finished, Liang Fei threw a punch. Not aware of your own limits, huh? Well, I'll fulfill your wish. Lie down. The moment the punch was thrown, Lai Kong quickly squatted down. Liang Fei frowned and snorted. Lai Kong, however, paid him no mind and began muttering as he counted. 1, 2, He froze, staring at him. What are you doing? Lai Kong still did not respond, continuing to count. 4, 5, 6. Liang Fei, seeing this, clenched his fists in anger. The murmuring of Lai Kong still softly reached Liang Fei's ears. 7, 8, 9, 10. As the last second ticked by, Lai Kong suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Liang Fei. The sudden motion left him a bit dizzy, his legs weak and trembling, and his arms instinctively swung out, throwing a punch. Seeing this, Liang Fei tried to advise him. You should give up. Before his words could even finish, Lai Kong threw a punch. Liang Fei was sent flying into the wall, and he collapsed onto the arena floor, exhausted. Though he crashed into the wall, Liang Fei managed to steady himself. He hung there, his face a picture of disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be dizzy? What kind of monstrous strength is that? Zhao Wenlong looked up at him and signaled. Liang Fei, what are you doing? Continue the test. Liang Fei just gave a wry smile and responded. I'm a teacher. I know the limits of what can be tested. I lost. Zhao Wenlong ground his teeth in frustration. Shai Feng raised his hand high, eagerly waving it. I won. Come here, Lai Tu. I prepared some chicken drumsticks for you. Lai Kong sat on the arena floor, his mind filled only with the smell of delicious meat. The scent, chicken leg, my chicken leg. His gaze was like that of a starving beast, glaring intensely at Shai Feng. He screamed in fear, and quickly turned to flee. Shai Feng walked calmly. Lai Kang followed, continuously shouting, Chicken leg, don't run, I'll just take a bite. Lai Kong gleefully gnawed on the chicken leg in his hand, while Shai Feng, his body battered, patted his head. Why are you being so fierce? It's not like I'm not giving it to you. At that moment, an announcement echoed from the loudspeakers. The mental aptitude test for Class D is about to begin. Students, please proceed to the testing area immediately. Shai Feng panted and muttered, Is it my turn already? Meanwhile, Zhao Wenlong personally came to discuss the terms. Once this is done, the outstanding teacher of the year will certainly be mine. La Guizhen smiled with narrowed eyes. Teacher Zhao, don't worry. I'll make sure that student fails the exam. Only after confirming, he returned to the broadcast room. The mental aptitude test this time would be overseen by Lug Guzhen from Class B, and the student being tested was Shai Feng from Class D. Let's begin, Lug Guzhen said with a pleasant expression. We'll finish this quickly. Immediately, a shadow appeared behind Lug Guzhen, casting a patch of darkness. Zhao Wenlong saw this and couldn't help but feel pleased. The spiritual magic of Lei Geijian is no longer far from transforming into a physical entity. Attacking with spiritual power now, if executed, would be something that ordinary people could not counter. Ning Fan, let's see if this time you can still escape from school obediently. Xing Yu sat on one side, her eyes showing some fluctuation. It seemed that this teacher had already reached the strength of an A-class teacher. This is bad. Perhaps Xie Feng is not a match for him. Lai Gizhen signaled with his hand. Immediately, several shadows were created and rushed towards Shai Feng. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. This is bad. The magical force pierced through his body. Shai Feng's eyes widened as he stammered. This is... He stared in shock at the illusion before him. Lai Gizhen showed no mercy and continued his assault. Go! Shai Feng, terrified, ran for his life, screaming, "Oh my God!" He gritted his teeth, turning his head, silently thinking, running away like this won't work. I need to figure out a way to attack him. Lai Gizhen spoke with mockery. You want to attack me? Ridiculous. Shai Feng clenched his teeth again, making a grinding sound. This won't do. I need to think of a way to distract his attention. But no matter what Shai Feng thought, Lai Gizhen could see through it all. Humph, you want to distract my attention. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept by. She tilted her head and looked back. Ha! Lai Gizhen split into 3 clones, simultaneously creating 3 massive ice columns that surrounded Shai Feng. So where's your focus right now? He stood firmly in place. What? Lai Gizhen's expression remained unchanged as he controlled the ice blocks. Shai Feng, terrified as the blocks shot toward him, screamed out. Ah! He was struck and collapsed onto the ground. Lai Gizhen laughed hysterically, excitedly exclaiming, "This is too funny." He narrowed his eyes dangerously. It's over. The shadow behind him raised its large hand under Lai Gizhen's control. Shai Feng, lying sprawled on the floor, gritted his teeth. Finally, he raised his hand, determined to keep going. His 2 hands braced against the massive force pressing down on him. With strength, he pushed back, slowly rising to his feet, fighting against it. Shai Feng, with a resolute gaze, muttered, Lai Tu has already won. How can I lose? If I lose, Class D will be disbanded. Lai Gizhen waved his hand with a smile. Well, wouldn't that be even better? Hurry up and lose so we can disband already. The shadow's other hand was raised as well. Just then, an exaggerated laugh echoed throughout the room. The shadow's hand suddenly paused, hanging suspended in midair. Lai Gizhen was somewhat confused. Humph. At this moment, Shai Feng had crawled to his feet, reached out, and a victorious gleam flashed in his eyes. Let me borrow your power, teacher. Then he controlled the shadow. Go. Lai Gizhen, caught off guard, was attacked by the very thing he had created. The shadow now obeyed Shai Feng's command. It threw a punch at Lai Gizhen. He was slammed into the wall, gritting his teeth and spitting out a word full of fury. You. Zhao Wenlong in the stands was furious, shouting curses. Useless bastard. Ning Fan, standing next to him, smirked proudly. Oh, such an outstanding student, I feel the pressure too. Lai Gizhen collapsed to the floor, face down. Shai Feng raised both hands, excitedly shouting, I won. At the same time, on Ning Fan's side, a notification appeared. Trust points plus 100. Shai Feng walked over to Lai Kong and said, so the laugh earlier was Lai Tu's, huh? At this moment, another notification appeared for him. Trust points plus 80. Lai Kong rushed over, overjoyed. Your method is brilliant. I won't be expelled now. Shai Feng, his body covered in injuries, rotated his shoulder, feeling exhausted. Lai Kong put his arm around his shoulder and handed him a chicken drumstick. Eat more if you're tired. Replenish your energy. Shai Feng smiled and glanced at Lai Kong. The laughter just now, that happened while I was taking the exam. It was you, right? Why is that? Lai Kong felt a bit awkward, scratching his face in confusion. Ah, you heard that. Didn't I pass out during my exam? At that time, I thought I had lost, but hearing that you won made me really happy. Xing Yu, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but angrily shout, "Can you focus for once? Why are you reacting only now?" Shai Feng chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Is that so? Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Lai Kong stretched and, upon hearing this, immediately hurried to follow him. Huh? Why? All right then. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenlong in the broadcasting room clenched his fist, ordering, "Continue with the exam. Next up is the summoning test. As long as he enters the match, all the victories you've had so far will be meaningless." Zhao Wenlong instructed the person next to him. "Later, when you go up, don't slack off like Lai Geijen did." Wei Feng sneered, "What can a student from Class D do anyway?" He then solemnly announced, "The next test will be conducted by teacher Wei Feng, and it will be a test for Leng Xingyu's class." Xing Yu arrogantly responded, "A test is just a test. Who's afraid of who?" Ning Fan, beside him, patted the small bird's head and teasingly said, "Good luck. Once you finish off Wei Feng, I'll help you become someone who's not quite a genius." Xing Yu angrily pointed at Ning Fan's face. "Isn't this all your teacher's fault?" A moment later, the announcement from the loudspeaker sounded. The mental strength test for this round was about to begin. Teacher Wei Feng from Class B would be testing Leng Xingyu from Class D. As soon as the signal ended, Xing Yu waved his hand to cast a summoning spell. "Summon the stone army here." The stones under his feet began to stir. Massive stone warriors, towering and solid, stood before Xing Yu. Wei Feng mocked, "To be able to train such a low-level summoning technique to this extent. Seems like you have some skill, but to dare use such a low-level summoning technique in the test? Your teacher really is useless. Let me show you the true power of a high-level summoning technique." He swung his arm, and something enormous appeared. A fiery bear emerged, lashing out with a sweep of its paw that sent Xing Yu's stone man flying. Then it pounded its chest and let out a mighty roar. Xing Yu froze, speechless. This is such terrifying power. But she did not give up. She raised her hand and commanded her stone men, "Attack." Two massive stone men seized the brown bear's arms, trying to restrain it. Another stone man seized the chance to rush in with a raised fist. But the brown bear bit down, shattering it instantly. The two on either side were then lifted high into the air and slammed into the ground with brutal force. Wei Feng sneered mockingly. "Looks like you don't stand a chance. Go on." The bear's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Xing Yu lifted her hand, the corner of her lips curling into a cryptic smile. A moment later, a dazzling light shone down. Her lips moved softly as she gave the order. "Go." The brown bear had no time to react before something struck it squarely in the face. Wei Feng stiffened, stammering, How could it?" Standing before her summoned creature, Xing Yu began to explain with biting mockery. "Low-level summoning techniques aren't nearly as simple as what you've seen on the surface. Or did your master never bother to teach you that?" Her eyes grew cold as she raised her hand to command. "Destroy it." Off to the side, Ning Fan observed with a hint of admiration. She had mastered it all. It seems during this time, she has been training hard. Looking at Xing Yu again, she raised her hand coldly and ordered, "Destroy it." Xing Yu's summoned creature gathered its strength for the finishing blow, then swung its fist down. The brown bear took a few steps back in response. Wei Feng still refused to accept his defeat, gritting his teeth. Indeed, there was a method, but it was still far from being able to compete with his high-level summoning technique. He pointed and commanded his summoned creature, "Smash that pile of rocks." It charged forward, launching a series of attacks on Xing Yu's rock golem, and then delivered a final blow that sent the golem flying. Xing Yu watched each move, silently praying, determined to win. Then once more, both summoned creatures launched their finishing moves simultaneously. The rock golem's powerful punch struck down. After a moment, the dust cleared, and only the rock golem remained on the arena. Xing Yu shouted in excitement, "We won!" Wei Feng smirked, a wicked gleam flashing in his eyes, and asked, "Won? Huh?" He used his own blood, speaking in a mocking tone. True summoning is not like this child's play with rock golems. The summoning of the soul, real summoning. As he spoke, He watched my BF's spirit serpents charge at the rock golem, almost devouring it whole. Xing Yu turned pale, furrowed her brows, and tried to give an order. Get out of the way. The damned voice of Wei Feng slowly echoed. It's to make you understand what true fear really is. As soon as the words finished, the person who was kicked turned into shattered pieces of stone. She stared at the scene, horrified, her words stammering. The power was overwhelming. The little bird on her shoulder was suddenly sucked into that gust of wind. It teared up, screaming and struggling. Xing Yu quickly grabbed its tiny wing, pulling it back. She held it tightly to her chest, shielding it. Come back here, don't cause any more trouble. Ning Fan furrowed his brows as he looked at the little bird, lost in thought. Why hasn't its summoning beast awakened yet? At that moment, Wei Feng's soul-bound snakes suddenly lunged out, circling behind, launching a surprise attack that Xing Yu didn't even notice. In the hallway outside, Xing Yu speculated. It must have already started. We need to hurry. She quickly saw that the door right in front of her had been completely destroyed. As she stepped forward, she saw Zhang Tianchang being overpowered by Zhao Wenlong, causing Rong Su-wei to grow anxious. Zhang Tianchang. Xing Yu was completely stunned. What was going on? Wasn't he about to lose? Zhang Tianchang quickly fell back to the ground. At this point, he seemed completely exhausted. But Zhang Tianchang still tried to charge forward to fight. Zhao Wenlong sneered. It's useless. Struggling like that is just a waste of effort. When he saw Zhang Tianchang running right towards him, he threw a punch directly to his face, causing blood to splatter. Zhao Wenlong's punch was so powerful that it sent Zhang Tianchang's body flying backward, as if he had been completely overpowered by his strength. Zhang Tianchang glanced away and saw Rong Su-wei watching him fight, looking worried for him. Seeing this, his feelings of infatuation flared up again. I'll risk my life to fight you. The two of them continued their martial arts duel. Ning Fan frowned. Tianchang's rage had clouded his judgment. If this continued, he might not even pass the test. Xing Yu opened the door and walked in. Ning Fan, she shouted loudly, you see Zhang Tianchang keeps going like this. He's no match for Zhao Wenlong. You're the teacher. You need to think of something. He thought for a moment. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Liu Guangyuan then scolded. You're getting more and more impulsive. Have you forgotten everything you learned in Class S? His words made Ning Fan turn his head back towards the arena. What did you say? It seemed like he had realized something. Could it really be? Without thinking much, Ning Fan immediately took action. Zhang Tianchang, seeing that Ning Fan was still trying to defend himself, reassured him. Calm down, listen to me. Ning Fan offered a reminder. Calm the breath and focus the spirit, preserving the origin and holding to the one. Zhao Wenlong laughed loudly. It's over. In the past, a young man had complimented, you're really strong. Liu Guangyuan, confused, asked, He praised him, despite the fact that from the beginning, Ning Fan had been at a disadvantage, but had quickly turned the tables. The young man then responded, I thought about it. When fighting, magic is diverse, but a martial artist can only rely on themselves. Liu Guangyuan raised his hand high, stating that the more disadvantageous the position, the more one must remain calm. Let Kai align with intent, preserving the origin and holding to the one, using the highest realm of every force in the body. He explained, only then can the true power of martial arts be unleashed. The scene shifted to another place, where Liu Guangyuan taught. Let Kai follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. Zhang Tianchang tried hard to memorize Let Kai follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. Back to the present, he finally recalled, Let Kai follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. Just as Zhao Wenlong was about to land a finishing blow on Zhang Tianchang, he laughed. It's over. At last, he finally came to a realization. Zhang Tianchang tilted his head to one side to dodge. He thought, let Kai follow the mind, preserving the essence and holding to oneness. Just now. I actually forgot such an important matter. Zhao Wenlong leaped onto the guardrail to gain momentum, then flew forward with a punch aimed at Zhang Tianchang, stupefied at something. Zhao Wenlong flashed a triumphant smile. It's over. Yet he was utterly shocked by the scene before him. Zhang Tianchang still stood firm after that strike. It seemed Lu Guangyuan had already foreseen this outcome. Zhang Tianchang thought, asterisk. The Kai has stabilized asterisk. Ning Fan promptly reminded him, asterisk Zhang Tianchang. A true boxer must strike with, asterisk. But Lu Guangyuan immediately cut in with a warning. Enough, his displeasure was plain on his face. This is an examination. Excessive outside assistance will result in immediate disqualification. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Forget it. He would just leave the rest to Zhang Tianchang. Ning Fan thought, asterisk its power has already condensed into substance asterisk. Zhao Wenlong frowned. So what if the power has condensed into substance? You're still about to lose. He stomped hard on the ground, shattering it beneath his feet. Using the force, Zhao Wenlong sprang high into the air to launch another strike at Zhang Tianchang. Immediately using magic on his own hand, he threw a punch to block his opponent's attack. Zhao Wenlong stumbled backward. After the recent battle, Zhang Tianchang was also knocked back toward the guardrails of the arena. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring all visibility around them. Zhao Wenlong sneered, is this all it takes to be a genius of Class S? Rong Suwai's whole body began to tremble. She pulled down the bandage to cheer him on. Zhang Tianchang, keep going. Suddenly, the sound of a chainsaw echoed in the hallway outside the infirmary. The noise reverberated through the room. The sign indicating that the infirmary was in use appeared immediately on the door. Dong Lei was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes. He had said it was just a small treatment. His whole body trembled, but it seemed it wasn't quite as simple as that. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately reassured him, don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for your recovery. Her face at that moment looked utterly terrifying. On the arena side, Zhao Wenlong mocked, is this all it takes to be a genius of Class S? As he was about to deliver a finishing blow, Zhang Tianchang heard Rong Suwei cheering him on. Zhang Tianchang, keep going. He immediately switched to his defensive mode. Zhang Tianchang leaned back to avoid Zhao Wenlong's punch, but still failed. Fortunately, with the next attack, he managed to dodge it successfully. He quickly spun around to continue counterattacking Zhao Wenlong. Zhao Wenlong yelled loudly, I want to see how many more times you can dodge. He relentlessly threw punch after punch at Zhang Tianchang's face, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Despite being knocked back, Zhang Tianchang managed to steady himself. He reminded himself to stay calm, not letting his anger take control, while his mouth kept taunting. Come on, let's see who can outlast the other. Zhang Tianchang's face was filled with determination. After several attempts, he finally managed to strike back at Zhao Wenlong, sending him flying. Zhang Tianchang panted heavily. This is my chance. I can't afford to make a mistake this time. Zhao Wenlong then spoke, I admit I underestimated you before. You forced me to use my trump card. Even though I may not pass this test, you can still be proud of yourself. His jump was so powerful that it shattered the ground beneath him. Zhang Tianchang quickly circled behind to dodge. He declared boldly, I told you already, you must pay the price. Zhao Wenlong immediately turned and struck Zhang Tianchang. Die. A surge of his magic power continuously assaulted Zhang Tianchang's body. It hit. Yet Zhang Tianchang instantly blinked away to another spot. Zhao Wenlong swiftly spun around to attack again, but missed once more. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tianchang landed a crushing blow on his back. Zhao Wenlong seemed unprepared for this situation. Before he could even regain his footing, Zhang Tianchang kicked him again. The force of that kick was so powerful it sent Zhao Wenlong crashing into the ceiling, where a massive explosion erupted, shattering the ground beneath his body. Zhang Tianchang immediately lunged at him as he lay there, delivering a fatal strike that sent Zhao Wenlong's blood spraying everywhere. Meanwhile, Dong Lei was trudging down the corridor, grumbling, damn it, that healer must be setting me up. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. Hemph! The wall beside him suddenly crumbled apart. It turned out that Zhang Tianchang's punch was so powerful, it had blasted Zhao Wenlong that far away. Even an area of the school was destroyed by his power. Dong Lei, who had just finished being treated, had to lie down again to measure his pulse with Zhao Wenlong. Liu Guangyuan then announced, the outcome is clear. I declare the competition over. Student Zhang Tanchang was moved. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Finally, the genius of Class S from before has recovered. Lu Guangyuan solemnly declared, "This time, Class D has performed exceptionally well, and I will recommend to the higher-ups that Class D be upgraded." As soon as he said this, Zhang Tianchang couldn't help but pay attention to the promotion. Li Kong's face showed clear excitement. "If that's the case, our class will be upgraded to Class C, right? We won't have to worry about being expelled anymore." Leng Xingyu smiled. "We defeated the teacher of Class B. Maybe we can even be promoted to Class A." Rong Su-wei then asked, "Are you okay, Tianchang?" Ning Fan smirked. "You all did very well today, but today is not over yet." He began to survey everyone's opinion. "After class, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Anyone who wants to go, raise your hand." Everyone raised their hands in unison. Of course they were going. At the restaurant, everyone raised their glasses in a toast. Shi Tianji started to fight for food. "You're not allowed to touch my meat," Li Kong said. "It's free, so please enjoy as much as you like." Meanwhile, Ning Fan was still engrossed in his wine. Leng Xingyu gently reminded, "Everyone, take it easy." He then clearly declared, "This time, you've all worked hard. Tonight's meal is on me, so please eat to your heart's content." Suddenly, Lin Xiao slammed her hand on the table. She glared at Ning Fan with clear displeasure, for he had put her in a difficult spot. She scolded, "They've just been injured, and yet you're letting them eat recklessly." Leng Xingyu quickly tried to ease the tension. "Teacher, why don't you sit down and have a drink as well?" Just then, someone appeared out of nowhere and pulled out a chair for her. Still, Lin Xiao held firmly to her stance. "Do you really think I'll give in so easily?" Rong Su-wei then played her final card. "With Teacher Lin here, everything feels much more at ease." Only then did Lin Xiao soften a little, just this once. Su Feng, looking rather disappointed, asked, "Did everyone already put the meat in?" His words left Shi Tianji fuming with anger. Shi Feng asked, "Where did the meat I put on the table go?" Sensing the tension, Li Kong quickly tried to change the subject. "Really? How odd," he exclaimed. "Huh, it's that little one over there." He explained, "I just thought if no one ate, the meat would get cold. But Shi Feng still blamed me, so did you quietly take it instead?" Shi Tianji said with irritation, "This little one is really causing trouble." Leng Xingyu could only sigh softly. "Ning Fan, you should be a bit more careful." But Ning Fan stayed calm, choosing not to respond. To him, Shi Tianji seemed to be fitting in well with the class. Yet that only left her feeling even more upset. "Which of your eyes sees this as fine?" she muttered. Diao Yutsui then asked, "Ning Fan, when do you plan to begin?" He replied gently, "Tomorrow will be fine. Let's go together." Ning Fan glanced around. Thanks to everyone's help, she had managed to pass the written exam. With a small smile, she said, "It was the least I can do." Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was still occupied with her phone call. Yes, she said with a frown. "Yes, Xiao Xu is badly injured. This matter must be settled." The next day, in the D classroom, everyone was taken aback by the sight before them. Li Kong spoke up. "The door is sealed." They read each line on the piece of paper. The notice from the school announced a reduction in funding and the temporary suspension of the use of classrooms. Equipment from Class D, the finance office of Zhencha Academy. They quickly recognized its author. The finance office? It's that bald guy, Li Huaijun. Ning Fan immediately kicked the door open to rush inside. Confidently, he said, "You think this little bit of magic can stop me?" But the scene before him made Ning Fan retract his earlier statement. Li Kong said, The desks and chairs have all been taken away. It feels oddly familiar." Shi Feng leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Hey, the fat guy, come here. We're like this now, and then." Li Kong tried hard to listen. He explained, "So in the end, that's how it is. Got it?" Which made him sigh. "Oh, so you're a genius, huh?" Ning Fan reminded them. "What are you two making so much noise about? I'm really upset right now." The two of them smiled with complete confidence. "Don't worry, teacher. This time, leave the finance office to us. We'll make sure to grab the desks and chairs." After saying that, they immediately put their plan into action. In a short time, they had found the location they were looking for. Li Kong knocked the door open and rushed inside. startling Liu Ruijun. He shouted loudly and confidently, "It's really you." This only made him more confused. "What class are you in?" Liu Ruijun immediately assumed a defensive stance. "What do you want?" But nothing happened despite the wait. Unexpectedly, Lai Kyun began to fake an injury. He collapsed to the ground. "Ouch, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." He immediately tried to advise, "Student, if you're hurt, go to the infirmary. This is the finance office." But Lai Kyun kept pretending. "It hurts, hurts, hurts." He glanced outside to check if anyone was watching, then started shouting loudly to falsely accuse Liu Ruijun. "Oh, the teacher is hitting me. The teacher is hitting me. Ouch, it hurts so much." He seemed completely unable to comprehend what was happening. I didn't do anything." When he noticed someone was secretly filming, Liu Ruijun asked, What are you doing?" Shai Feng explained, "I was just passing by, and I saw the teacher bullying a student." He warned him, "Return the equipment and documents to our Class D immediately." Lai Kong seized the opportunity to threaten, "If this photo gets posted." By this point, Liu Ruijun was still completely clueless. Liu Ruijun's surprise only made Shai Feng more smug. "I suggest you hand it over quickly, it's better that way." He also chimed in, "That's right, our tolerance has its limits." He quickly explained, "No, what I mean is that there are surveillance cameras here. After all, this is the finance department." Only now did he realize that he was the one being clueless. Lai Kelling's face turned pale. Elsewhere, 2 cups of hot tea were served. The tea server opened the door to enter the meeting room. Yang Huo asked, "Did you suddenly call us here because there's something important to discuss?" Meanwhile, Sila was still absorbed in his book. Wen Ruan sipped his tea. "It would be nice if it's something interesting. Things have been so boring lately." Liu Guangyuan got straight to the point. The entire Class D defeated the teacher of Class B. Through the test conducted by Class B's teacher, I want to promote them. He tried to gauge the opinions of those around him. Does anyone have any objections? Yang Hua, the teacher of the S-Class mental system, furrowed his brows. How can that be? The teacher must have been cheating, right? Wen Ruan, the S-Class summoning teacher, quickly agreed. It's just promoting Class D, no objections from me. Only Xi La remained silent, not saying a word. Dio Yutsui also agreed. These kids are really talented. They should definitely be promoted. Her appearance took Yang Huo completely by surprise. Miss Diao was also surprised. Liu Guangyuan immediately concluded, then it's settled. After the discussion, everyone started to leave the meeting room, except for him, who stayed behind. Sila, don't you have any opinions? Aren't you also against Ningfan? Even Sila had to admit, Liu Guangyuan came to discuss with us, probably to promote those students to Class S. They really do have the ability. Yang Hua felt a bit dissatisfied. Why are you also like this? Sila, the teacher of the S-Class Defense Department, closed his book. It's just Ning Fan. He hasn't recovered yet. He's simply not suitable to teach S-Class students. He tried to guess his meaning. So what you're saying is, we take his students and he can leave. This made him chuckle. Only you would think like that. Little did he know that Zhang Kaila had been eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Zhang Tianchang wants to return to Class S, but that's not possible. We'll have to find another way. After this incident, Liu Ruijun regained his position. So what now? Are you still trying to threaten me? Suddenly, his body moved on its own. Liu Ruijun suddenly found himself kneeling, which left him feeling utterly confused. What's going on? Ning Fan immediately stepped forward to greet him. Oh, isn't this Liu, teacher? He gave a mocking smile. You're showing such great respect, but I can't accept it. System notification. You have used the respectful salutation to a master with Liu Ruijun. Liu Ruijun trembled all over. Ning Fan, what have you done to me? But it seemed he couldn't do anything about Ning Fan's system. Another notification popped up. You have used the respectful salutation to a master with Liu Ruijun. He couldn't resist mocking him. It seemed Liu teacher had finally realized his mistake. Time and time again, he had knelt, hoping for forgiveness. Of course, Liu Ruijun wouldn't be satisfied. Don't even think about getting too smug. Ning Fan smiled. We're here to discuss matters regarding Class D. The system notified again. You have used the respectful salutation to a master with Liu Guai-jun. Liu Guai-jun, a level B summoner, had been injured during a previous battle and was unable to summon his primary familiar. His summoned beast was a white tiger, and it seemed like he could hardly believe it. Impossible. He quickly made a suggestion. Liu teacher, how about we make a trade? Liu Guai-jun immediately declined. I have nothing to trade with you. Ning Fan grinned smugly. A few years ago, you were injured, causing your main summoned beast to fall into a dormant state. I can help you summon it. He was sweating profusely. Who would believe your lies? When persuasion failed, he turned and walked away. Well, that's a shame. Let's go home then. Su Feng quickly followed. All right. Ning Fan smiled. He had intended to offer to help the teacher with his baldness issue, which reminded Liu Guai-jun of his ex's mocking words. Baldy, everyone says you look like my dad. Let's break up. He immediately tried to hold on to him. Wait. Liu Guai-jun grabbed Ning Fan's leg tightly. How do you prove it? Ning Fan turned to look. It's simple. He said firmly, then summon your spirit beast first. In front of classroom D, Lang Xingyu began to complain. This is so annoying. She glanced at the guys, who didn't seem bothered at all. The two from the other class started to mock. The worst class in the school, and now they can't even be bothered to attend. It turned out to be Wang Fei from the 5th-year combat system, and Zhang Kai Lao from the 5th-year summoning system. Wang Fei asked nonchalantly, Oh, genius, I heard your hand is better now. Why are you still hitting someone who's in a cast? He showed no restraint, continuing to provoke, which made Zhang Tianchong agitated. Why are they here? Shi Tianji immediately stopped him. Leave this to me. His face was filled with killing intent. If any of you from the class are too scared to fight, then get lost. Elsewhere, Ning Fan was still diligently herding the chickens. All right, next just do as I say. The two of them seemed unable to keep up with the conversation. A delivery man appeared from nowhere. Mr. Ning's goods have arrived. He immediately replied, Hasn't arrived already. It's me. Ning Fan placed the package in front of Liu Guai-jun, then grinned wickedly. Well then, let's start preparing. He was sweating profusely. Ning Fan, does it really have to be like this? Can't we change it? Ning Fan covered his nose with a cloth. Do you still want to see your summoned beast with 4 lives? Just do as I say. Liu Guai-jun, though reluctant, had no choice but to accept. All right, fine. He stood outside the door and called in. Next, just eat while maintaining the summoning. He asked in confusion, Do I really have to eat? Lai Kong drooled on top of Shai Feng's head. If you don't eat, I'll eat it. It clearly smells so good. This made him incredibly angry. You just need to eat, and everything smells good to you. Liu Guai-feng took a knife and cut his own hand. There was no other choice. He had no option but to go along with it, regardless of anything. Liu Guai-feng tried to eat a piece of the black tofu right in front of him. He slurped his noodles while rolling his eyes from the horrifying taste. However, Liu Guai-feng still made an effort to finish the piece of fish on the table. Suddenly, the blood from his hand burst out again. Liu Guai-feng raised his hand to observe. Couldn't it be that a cat had suddenly appeared right in front of him? I've made Liu Guai-feng very happy. Great, my comrade, we can fight side by side once again. Before he could feel touched, the cat caught the awful smell coming from his mouth. It scratched Liu Guai-feng's face. What is this? It stinks so bad. Ning Fan instructed, cats are very sensitive to that kind of smell. This scent might trigger the summoned beast when you open the summoning portal. However, this is merely a forced awakening. Your summoned beast is still very weak and needs careful nurturing. He immediately followed the instructions. The system notification indicated a 500 trust points increase. He thought to himself, the summoned beast and the summoning master are one entity. I wonder when Lang Xingyu will truly understand this. It continuously displayed the credit score of 1255, health status, good, awakening rate, 1.8%, system skill, 1 master seal, 2 master visits, 3 consume 1,000 credit points to activate. Ning Fan's eyes widened. A new skill requires 1,000 credit points to activate. Liu Guai-feng shouted loudly, Ning teacher. He knelt and bowed. Ning teacher, I will follow you from now on. I will return all the learning tools. Ning Fan sweated profusely, startled for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to activate the new skill. He'd wait to accumulate more credit points first. He glanced over. Did you hear what Liu teacher said? Hurry up and return the tools to the classroom. Lai Qiang quickly obeyed. No problem. He turned to Shai Feng. Let's go. But Shai Feng had already disappeared without a trace. Ning Fan's phone rang, and he immediately picked it up. Hello? Dio Yutsui asked. I've arrived at the school gate. When will you be here? Lai Qiang cursed angrily. Shai Feng, damn it, doesn't Ming Fan understand what's going on yet? She quickly reminded him. Didn't we say we'd gather herbs today? Didn't the teacher forget? Joking, he hurriedly denied. No, of course not. Ning Fan opened the window in the room. He jumped down to the ground, irritated by that annoying bald guy who had wasted so much of his time. In Class D, Shi Tianji warned, if any of you don't want to get beaten, then get the hell out of here. Wang Fei mocked. Oh, so Zhang Tian Chang has found a solid backing, huh? Zhang Kai Li threatened, we're here to find Zhang Tian Chang today. Anyone unrelated can leave now. Otherwise he won't be afraid and will even provoke us. I'm curious to see what happens if we don't back off. He then launched an attack to intimidate. Zhang Kai Lo glared at Shi Tianji and bluntly criticized. Just a cheap trick. What's there to show off? He assessed Xi Tianji's abilities. Hemph, do you have the powers of a turtle? Without saying much more, Zhang Kailul immediately took action. In a short moment, he had teleported right in front of him. Shi Tianji quickly upgraded his shield, expanding it, which caught Zhang Kailul by surprise. What's this? He exclaimed, then stepped onto the shield to perform a flip. Zhang Kailul showed no fear of his opponent's strength, saying, Don't think I can't deal with your turtle shell. It seemed that this time, Shi Tianji was the one who should be fearful. He hadn't expected his shield to be so easily destroyed. Zhang Kailul looked at Shi Tianji with eyes full of murderous intent. With just one punch from him, the building would shake. Wang Fei smiled smugly. Is this guy serious? The repair costs are going to go up even more this time. Both of them were extremely worried about Shi Tianji. A cloud of dust enveloped the entire hallway. Zhang Kailul grabbed him by the collar, but that was all he did. Where did Su Feng come from to ambush him? He frowned. Let Shi Tianji go now. Su Feng jumped down to the ground with a heavy thud. Zhang Kailul, not intending to give him any leeway, panicked. It was too late. He had to cancel his defense. He threw Shi Tianji's body towards Su Feng, creating a huge explosion. Zhang Kailul was left helpless. It was too cunning. Zhang Tiancheng shouted loudly. Enough! Stop right now! Zhang Kailul waved his hand. I only came to find you. As long as you step up, we can finish the fight from last time. He quickly agreed. All right, but was stopped by Lang Xingyu. No, your injuries aren't healed yet. Don't cause more trouble. If you dare hurt my friend, you won't get away with it. In her heart, she wondered, every time like this, where on earth did Ning Fan go? Elsewhere, Ning Fan was still yelling loudly. While carrying Diao Yuxui and running away, he wondered why there were so many bees. Ning Fan shouted in panic, I wonder, why are there so many venomous bees? Yuxu immediately cast a spell. Freeze! Instantly, the entire swarm of bees was frozen in place. Ning Fan then asked, Is the danger you're talking about these bees? She explained no, there shouldn't be venomous bees here, and their behavior is also very unusual. He skeptically asked, You mean someone's secretly plotting something? Ning Fan kept running, but suddenly he stopped. Right in front of him, the bees were glaring at him. He spoke out, You've surrounded us. Are you going to do something about it? From within the sand dunes, a voice echoed, It will be as you wish. A new figure appeared. A member of the alliance of those with unusual abilities. He spoke, I originally intended to find a long-haired monster, but I didn't expect to get an unexpected harvest. You two are people with abilities from the Orthodox sect, right? Off to hell with you. At that moment, both Ming Fan and Yu Xui were casting spells. The two of them shouted in unison, Strong wind shield. Freeze. Ning Fan coldly said, You hold a grudge against the abilities of the Orthodox sect. You are from the Alliance, so what makes you think you're different from others? But you've picked the wrong person to provoke. He shouted, Heaven burning inferno. A huge fireball ignited fiercely. Trembled upon seeing this. Is it possible to use multiple abilities simultaneously? The incense burner in his hand shattered. Ning Fan appeared before and coldly said, "What you didn't expect is still behind you." His face suddenly turned pale and ghastly. Then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ning Fan then remarked, "I might have been a bit too harsh." Suddenly, distant, horrifying screams caught both of their attention. His expression changed. The sound came from Sui explaining, "That's the cry of the long-haired monster." As soon as this person mentioned the long-haired monster, it was likely that there was more than one, and their target might be the elixir. Ning Fan grabbed her hand and hurriedly said, "We need to go there quickly." At this moment, Shai Feng was walking down the hallway. He secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had escaped quickly. The fat guy was really stupid. Waiting for Feng's lesson? Tables and chairs. I'm coming back. Suddenly, a cloud of dust and smoke burst out in front of Shai Feng. He stared wide-eyed in shock. What's going on? Did Wang Fei do this with the smoke? Shai Feng wondered. Isn't that a student from Class S? He wondered how he ended up here. Xing Yu coldly threatened, "If you dare hurt my friend, you won't get away with it." She picked up a strand of air and commanded, "Come out." A stone monster emerged from behind Xing Yu, but suddenly its head was torn off by something. It turned out that an armored figure outside had done that. Wang Fei then spoke up, Hey, just because I haven't made a move doesn't mean you can pretend I don't exist." The eye of the stone monster's head suddenly gleamed brightly. Xing Yu gave a command. The bird on her shoulder immediately flew out. Wang Fei sighed. The summoning of a familiar beast is quite interesting. Xing Yu ordered, "Tear that guy apart for me, and you, cut a line across your palm with a knife." Wang Fei summoned a leopard hybrid and said, "But compared to my familiar summon, this is nothing." The beast growled menacingly, and Xing Yu's bird, seeing this, flapped its wings in fear. It turned around and flew straight to her, seeking refuge. Among those in the battle, Su Feng, Si Tenji, along with the big sister, and even Zhang Tianchan. Shai Feng thought, don't they know what happens if you provoke a Class S student? No, if I make a move, I'm done for. He told himself, I have to go, I have to. Wang Fei suddenly spoke to Shai Feng. I like the way you look at me, like you find me annoying, but not really. He remained indifferent, unable to do anything to me. Shai Feng raised his hand, containing an attack spell aimed at Wang Fei. Xing Yu immediately shouted, Shai Feng, he just said, Big sister, leave him to me. You go help those guys from CTNG. Tianji reminded him. You can fly, just fly straight ahead. He can't attack you. But Su Feng was worried. If I run, what will happen to you? Kai Lo raised his fist and said, Flying, are you sure you'll escape? He swung it forcefully forward, but in front of Kai Lo were three giant stone figures, saying, the situation has reversed. He still arrogantly challenged, even if all three of you come at once, you can't defeat me, you're all useless. Kai Lo turned and ran, shouting, if you're so capable, then solo me. At that moment, in the forest atop the mountain, Ning Fan and Yu Xu stood before a cave. It shouldn't be here, right? She urged, let's hurry. This medicinal herb is very rare. We can't let those from the Alliance or anyone else with special abilities take it. Suddenly, he cried out. Wait, something is coming closer. In the dark cave, only a pair of blazing red eyes could be seen. A small furry beast leaped out, howling wildly. It was so clumsy that it fell flat on its face. Ning Fan wondered, is this a long-haired demon beast? All of a sudden, a glowing whip shot out along with an angry voice. A bunch of brainless beasts, die already. The whip lashed straight toward the long-haired demon beast. But Ning Fan quickly grabbed hold of it. From within the cave came a voice, who's there? Dare to block my whip? You just spoke of reason, yet killing wild animals is against the law. Ada, member of the alliance of those with extraordinary powers. The man held his whip in hand and questioned, isn't guarding the forest? How did you lot manage to get in here? Ning Fan casually replied, oh, that guy? I might have gone a bit heavy-handed just now. Ada charged forward in fury. You dared kill I'll risk everything against you. He thought to himself, I didn't even finish speaking. What a hothead. A notification appeared. You have used audience with the master on Ada. Suddenly, Ada dropped hard to both knees, shattering the ground beneath him. Ning Fan stepped forward mockingly. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Hurry and get up, hurry and get up. The man immediately pressed a button on the whip. Ada emitted electric sparks and shouted loudly, I'll kill you. Ning Fan lightly flicked his whip away. He was stunned. What? At that moment, a death god appeared behind Ada. It used an axe to sever the wit's cord. The axe's blade was pressed against Ava's neck, and he panicked. Well, what? If there's something, say it slowly. A moment later, all that could be seen was him lying motionless on the ground. Ning Fan repeated his previous words, and it seemed he had been a little too harsh. Suddenly, the long-haired goblins began waving and greeting, their eyes shining brightly in the cave, making Ning Fan puzzled. What are they doing? At that moment, the whole group of long-haired goblins began to emerge. They surrounded Ning Fan, speaking in an unintelligible language. He stood there, stunned. What's going on? Ning Fan handed Ada over to the long-haired goblins. Yutsu waved her hand in farewell. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. She said, it seems like they're really grateful to us. Not at all as fierce as the books described. Ning Fan agreed. Yes, the books must be wrong. He glanced at the bundle of herbs on his shoulder and asked, By the way, how many hair growth medicines are there in this? Yutsu replied, 2 branches. Ning Fan was puzzled. Just 2 branches? She answered. The remaining herbs can be used to nourish a few children. She just urged us. It's already late. Let's head back quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you sure you can make it back? A finger pointed, and a bolt of electricity shot out. It turned out to be Ada, threatening. Did you think I'm really that weak? Fool, if you put down the herbs, I could easily make your death painless. Ning Fan quietly responded. I think you should worry about yourself. Look behind you. But Ada raised his fist, still daring to pull tricks on me. I'll have to kill you. Suddenly, something grabbed him. It turned out that Ada was being lifted by a massive, long-haired demon, whose eyes gleamed with a chilling light, sending a shiver down his spine. Ning Fan wanted to say something, but it seemed like the books were right after all. The next day, in classroom D, Ning Fan innocently walked in and loudly said, Good morning. In front of him were Tianji and Su Feng, both covered in injuries. Ning Fan stared at them, confused, and asked, Ha! What happened to you guys? Did you fight? Shai Feng explained. Yesterday, people from Class S came to cause trouble with us. Tian Chang then shouted. It's all my fault. He was so determined, certain that I would become stronger to bring justice for everyone. Tianji slammed the table angrily. I can't swallow this anger either. Xing Yu spoke up. Aren't you guys still complaining it's not enough trouble? Suddenly, Wang Fei entered and exclaimed, Oh, he's poking around. Didn't expect you guys still dared to come to school. Xing Yu replied, What else do you want to do? Wang Fei said, Yesterday you guys set me up, so of course I have to come here today to settle the score. Suddenly, Sun Chi from the S-class mental system intervened. I heard there's someone from your class who's a mental system student. I want to learn who it is. Shai Feng immediately trembled. Sun Chi recognized it right away. Is it you? 4 eyes. At this moment, outside the school during dismissal time, Ning Fan rumbled, I see your face early in the morning. How unlucky. Guang Yuan then said, It's about the D-class exam and promotion. There was a meeting this morning. You need to come with me. Ning Fan was surprised. You've already discussed it with the higher-ups. Suddenly, a conversation caught their attention. Have you heard about the D-class students beating the B-class teacher? 2 girls nearby were whispering to each other. Of course, everyone in the school knows. That's right, it's really extraordinary, just like in a comic. Ning Fan listened closely to their conversation. I heard that yesterday D-class fought with S-class, and it was a disastrous defeat. Oh, I just saw some students from Class S angrily heading towards Class D. Then he shouted, Hey, you two. Guang Yuan quickly intervened. Whatever it is, we'll talk after class. The principal's back, and he's attending this meeting as well. Ning Fan, curious, asked, The principal? Right now, Kai Shan is investigating the incident during the exam in Class D, where Rong Xu Wei was intentionally injured. The situation is serious. According to the regulations, I think Zhao Wenlong, the head of the judging panel, should be dismissed. The principal then addressed Zhao Wenlong. Do you have anything to say? Wenlong trembled and replied, no, it was Dong Lei. He was defeated by Rong Shu Wei before, so he held a grudge and intentionally sought revenge. Dong Lei immediately retorted, teacher, you're talking nonsense. Wenlong presented a photo as evidence. This is proof that Dong Lei attacked, and it has nothing to do with me. The photo shows Dong Lei stabbing through the ice layer. Wang Yuan countered, do you think you can deny responsibility like this, teacher? Moreover, didn't you cover for Dong Lei at that time? The principal then spoke up, the situation with Dong Lei is serious. In the past, teachers were expelled from school, and responsibilities were investigated for intentionally causing harm to students. Zhao Wenlong disrupted the discipline for personal gain, and starting from today, he will no longer serve as the class leader but will be reassigned to manage logistics work. Wenlong exclaimed, Principal, He was immediately scolded, shut up. Principal Dio Gu Yu spoke firmly, if you have any objections to the new assignment, you can submit your resignation. Guang Yuan offered his opinion. During the exam, the students in Class D performed exceptionally well. Many of them have the ability of Class S students. I suggest promoting the class. At this moment, in Classroom D, Shai Feng was seen being thrown violently, causing the desk to break. Sun Shi raised his voice. Leave it for tomorrow. Haha, aren't they just a bunch of chickens? Wang Fei also gave an order. Zhang Tianchong kneeled and bowed his head to me, and I will let you go. Chen Chang hesitated. Xing Yu responded without missing a beat. So what if you don't? No matter what you say, I won't hand over my friend to you. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside the door. Haha, well said. Sun Ci turned in surprise to look over, and Xing Yu was curious too. It turned out to be Ning Fan standing there, boasting. Just because I'm not here for one day, this is what happens. He raised his voice again. Now I want to see who dares to bully my student. At this point, Gu Yu said, Let Ning Fan in. The door of the room slowly opened, and a figure appeared. It was Ning Fan, but why did he look so strange? Gu Yu thought he should raise his voice to scold. Ning Fan dares to skip the meeting? In the classroom, Ning Fan Diu had just said, I want to see who dares to bully my students. Wang Fei replied, I was wondering why none of you would fight with me. He then mocked Tian Cheng. Did I break your arm and you lost all your courage? A bunch of trash. Are you all waiting for the teacher to take revenge for you? Xing Yu angrily asked. Who are you calling trash? Ning Fan replied, I'm not that great either. My student could easily kick you off the class rankings. Wang Fei, without hesitation, said, Ning teacher, I heard you were injured. Did it affect your brain? You think you can kick me off the rankings with that group? Are you still dreaming? Ning Fan responded, If you don't believe me, just pick anyone to try. He retorted, Since you said that, I won't be polite anymore. Then Wang Fei pointed at Tianji. Then you go. Tianji replied, You dared to pick the strongest person in the class. I think you're tired of living. Ning Fan slapped him on the head. He chose you, of course, because you're weak now. Then he whispered, Come here, I'll tell you something. Ning Fan instructed Tianji. I've already taught you the basics of shape-shifting and elasticity. Now comes the most important part. Listen carefully. What happens next after you summon? Got it? Ning Fan eagerly said, Give it a try, but don't hold back too much. Tianji replied, No problem. Are you ready to get beaten up by me? Then he collapsed to the ground, leaving everyone around him confused. Tianji was seen clutching his head and shaking. Ning Fan thought to himself, maybe I should stop beating him up so much in the future. The scene switched to an outdoor training ground. Ning Fan supervised the match between Tianji and Wang Fei, and it began. Tianji created a green shield and said, Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Wang Fei raised his hand, summoning a flame, and coldly said, Hemph. After hearing a few of your teacher's words, do you think you're so impressive now? Wang Fei summoned a ferocious three-headed wolf, threatening that those who consider themselves superior must pay the price. The wolf charged at Tianji's shield, and an explosion went off immediately. Ning Fan nodded in satisfaction. This kid really learns fast, huh? The shattered pieces of the shield pierced straight through the wolf. The other fragment pierced through the mouth of the wolf's head. It turned out that Tianji's shield had sprouted sharp spikes, which impaled Wang Fei's poor wolf. He raised his voice mockingly. Is this your advanced summoning skill? How laughable. A notification sounded. Trust points, plus 66. Tanji arrogantly said. Is this your advanced summoning skill? It's just trash. Wang Fei chuckled. Ha ha. Looks like even that useless teacher managed to teach you something useful after all. He summoned the hybrid cheetah. In that case, I'll play with you a little longer. Tanji, unafraid, replied, Fine. Let's see who's playing who. The sharp points on the shield immediately charged towards the cheetah. It leaped up, narrowly avoiding the spikes. Tanji summoned more sharp points and shouted, Go. They all flew towards the cheetah. A loud explosion rang out, and the ground erupted into debris. From the thick dust, the faint shadow of the cheetah emerged. The cheetah threw a punch, crackling with electricity. It struck the shield, causing it to dent inward. Tanji began to panic, envisioning even more terrifying weapons. He recalled Ning Fan's words. This is the method of transitioning from defense to offense. Ning Fan had instructed, use your imagination more. The stronger your imagination, the stronger this ability becomes. At that moment, the leopard was still engrossed in attacking Tanji, unaware that behind it, a set of sharp fangs was lunging toward its body. In an instant, the beast was seized tightly. Wang Fei cried out in terror. What? All he could do was curse aloud. Ha! So what if you won? Even if you want to kick me off the S-rank leaderboard, does Class D even have the ability to take part in the ranking battles? Meanwhile, Tanji was panting heavily to catch his breath. Regaining his composure, he sneered. Loser, what nonsense are you spouting? Ning Fan smacked Tanji on the head with a loud asterisk pop asterisk. The fight was already over, yet Tanji was still basking in arrogance, clearly still itching for a beating. Ning Fan scolded him. Look, it's not like you guys are incapable of defeating Class S. I was only gone for a single day, and you let yourselves get bullied to this extent? Shai Feng finally spoke up. No, Class S really is strong. Ning Fan's temper flared as he replied. Seems I've been too lenient with you all before, huh? This time, I came back with quite a number of good things. From here on, I'll be training you seriously. He pulled out a vial filled with purple liquid and said, We'll start with you. Leng Xingyu picked it up curiously and asked, What is this? Ning Fan revealed, This is the reward for your last victory. She read aloud the label on the bottle. Ning Fan's hair growth medicine. She said it as if to show the teacher had kept his word, then immediately drank it down in one go. Ning Fan was startled. You finished it all in one go. Suddenly, the hood on Xingyu's head fell off, revealing her long, shiny hair. Seeing Xingyu, who now looked like a wild person, she screamed, That's too much. Ning Fan explained, That's why I said you shouldn't drink it all at once. Xingyu fumed. Why didn't you say that earlier? Ning Fan retorted, I did say it, but you had already drunk it by then. Then Ning Fan suggested that if there's too much, she could cut it off and save it for the birds to eat. She screamed again. Ning Fan was suddenly startled as Gu Yu appeared out of nowhere and spoke. You really are something. Gu Yu spoke again. Ning Fan, you really have some guts. You had to make me come all the way here to invite you to the meeting. Ning Fan panicked. Why did he come straight here? Xingyu cried out, Principal, Principal, this time you've really made the principal mad. He quickly explained, This is unfair. Old Liu didn't notify me, so how would I know? Guang Yuan then said, Be honest. The principal is considering an opportunity for your class to level up. How could you have known if he didn't inform you? I'm the one who was supposed to inform you. Seeing him do this, Ning Fan was taken aback. Gu Yu continued to reprimand. All you do is joke around all day, not being straightforward. Don't you feel guilty towards your father? Ning Fan thought to himself, if the class level is increased, it would only be beneficial for the students. He then replied, The principal is right. I'll pay more attention from now on. He added, But the truth is, the students in my class are already capable enough to participate in the S-rank competition. However, Kaishan had already revealed enough. Only the S-class and A-class were allowed to participate in the ranking competition. Ning Fan calmly said, What if I really want to participate, no matter what? What should I do? Kaishan then laid down a condition. All you need to do is get all the A-class teachers to recognize the strength of the students in your D-class. Then you will be eligible to compete in this year's S-class selection competition. It's just a pity that the exam starts in 7 days. Ning Fan responded, "Well, that's simple. It means we just need to fight 2 matches." Kaishan said, "What are you joking about? I'm saying it has to be recognized by all the A-class teachers in the school." Ning Fan explained, "The first match, a duel with the best student in A class. If we can do that, surely they will recognize the strength of our D class, right?" He continued, "If not, then the second match, a direct duel with the highest ranking teacher among the A class." Ning Fan inquired, "Do you think this is okay, teacher?" The homeroom teacher Ma, while Kaishan was the homeroom teacher for Class A, continued to appear dangerous. "If that's still not good enough, we'll just have to make each individual in Class A acknowledge us." Su Feng then spoke up. "Does anyone in Class A want to compete with me?" Tianji also bragged. "We haven't even fought yet, and we're already sharpening our knives on Class A." Ning Fan shouted, "Exactly, that's what I mean." Xing Yu squeezed his shoulder tightly. "You've already tortured Classes B and C, and now you want to make life hard for Class A." Kaishan thought to himself, "Offend the king and still want to go back to Class S? He's truly a fool, dreaming." Then he threatened, "I warn you, if you dare pull a trick, I'll fire you." Gu Yu then said, "All right, I trust you this time." Ning Fan and Kaishan chimed in, "Principal, this ranking match is related to the subsequent battle between the 2 schools." Gu Yu replied coldly, "Hasn't what you've done been enough?" He declared, "I'm making an exception and allowing Class D to participate in the selection for Class S in 7 days. Tianji immediately became excited, while Xing Yu was at a loss for words. Gu Yu placed his hand on Ning Fan's shoulder and spoke quietly, "Now you can overcome this and get back on track. I can help you." Then Gu Yu passed by him. He reminded, "There are some things. Let them pass." Ning Fan laughed. "Let it pass. Haha." He thought to himself, Ning Fan, ask yourself, when an entire family dies in one night, can it really be so easily forgotten?" At this moment, Xing Yu was holding scissors, cutting her hair and said, "Isn't it just a haircut? I can cut it myself." Her hair fell in clumps, and it seemed like this part was too long, while that part wasn't symmetrical. "Fix this part a bit." Then the scissors clattered to the ground. The next day, Shai Feng and Li Kong were holding their mouths, laughing so hard they were trembling, and they mocked Xing Yu. "Sis, didn't you take some hair growth medicine? Why is it still so short?" Shai Feng said, "She must have cut it herself and messed it up." Lai Kang then said, "She's stunned. Could it be we guessed right?" "Ha!" The 2 of them were indulging in teasing. "Sis, I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me." Ning Fan then spoke. "All right, today we'll arrange a training session related to the competition for you all." Shai Feng, battered and bruised, said, "I just want to be a happy dried fish." Lai Kong, with a swollen face, said, "I just need food. I'll do anything." Xing Yu annoyed retorted, "What? 2 useless idiots." Su Feng then spoke, "I want to test my own abilities." Tianji also added, "Actually, the feeling of being in Class S isn't all that much." Ning Fan coughed a few times and said, "Listen to me. Someone is sneaking outside." He sensed someone near the door, turned around to look, but the person quickly hid. Ning Fan continued, "Next, we must." The person stuck their head out to listen. Ning Fan's eyes became sharp, and he grabbed the person's head and demanded, "What are you sneaking around in front of the classroom door for?" The person spoke up, "Don't hit me. It's me." It turned out to be Dong Lei. He shyly said, "It's me, Ning teacher." Ning Fan coldly slapped him, saying, "It's because I'm the teacher that I have to take action." Dong Lei explained, "Please don't hit me anymore, Ning teacher. I'm here to apologize." He sincerely said, "Last time, I almost made a huge mistake. I've deeply realized my shortcomings. From now on, I will practice hard for a while, training both my mind and body." Ning Fan responded, "Recognizing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing." Dong Lei suddenly said, "So Ning teacher has agreed to forgive me." Ning Fan appeared dangerous. "Huh, did I ever mention the word forgive? Besides, the person you should be asking for forgiveness from is the student you hurt. The price you have to pay for your actions should be a little higher." At this moment in the classroom at the school, there were already 2 people present. Yang Hua spoke up, "The principal has agreed to Lu Guangyuan's request. 7 days later, Class D will also participate in the S-rank competition." Sila responded, as expected. Then the next step is to steal his students. At this moment, in the administrative office, the door slowly opened, and Xiao Xiao walked inside. She reported, the higher-ups suspect there is an issue with the physical condition of Class D students and have requested a thorough check during the ranking competition. Kai-Shan quickly stood up and responded clearly. He thought to himself, once the economy recovers, let's see if this alliance of yours, with all their unconventional talents, can still act so arrogantly. At this time, Ning Fan was instructing the students. Next, I will train you all, and at the same time give you some pointers to help you better grasp the skills. Each of your physical abilities will be tested one by one, and this competition will definitely not be ordinary. Meanwhile, at the training equipment field, a person was leisurely brushing their shiny hair, and it turned out to be Huai Jun. He instructed the staff to carefully install it. This is the newly purchased training equipment. Ning Fan pulled his student over and said, it looks like it's almost ready. Huai Jun responded, that's right, the new training equipment will be installed soon. After you guys use it, ranking in the S-tier competition will be no problem. Ning Fan immediately blocked his way, irritably saying, don't come near here. You all train by yourselves today. I'll guide you tomorrow. Ning Fan left, waving his hand and advising, you all need to train hard, I'm going ahead. Xing Yu grumbled, that guy must have forgotten his purpose because of his obsession with looks. Tian Chong asked concernedly, so Wei, are your eyes okay? Su Wei replied, yeah, Lin's sister said it'll be fine in a few days. Enough time for the competition. Tian Chang cheerfully said, then take it easy today and rest up. Huai Jun suddenly threw his arm around his shoulder and said, hey, you're practicing martial arts, right? Check this out. He introduced. The A3000 robot uses magic for training. It's the best companion for solo practice, equipped with artificial intelligence that adjusts its abilities to match the opponent's. It's the perfect choice for your martial arts training. Huai Jun slapped the poor machine. Get up and get to work. At this moment, students from other classes were discussing. See, Class D is training over there. Look, they're so strong. And recently, they've even been allowed to participate in S-rank matches. An enigmatic girl spoke up, Class D, huh. At that moment, the machine shot up into the air, followed by an announcement, adjusting the difficulty to the highest level. Tian Chang immediately threw a punch, and with just one strike, he shattered a massive boulder. He landed back on the ground and began panting heavily to regain his strength. The girl, who had been hidden behind Tian Chang earlier, initiated a conversation. Long time no see. Tian Chang was surprised. You're that girl? Before he could react, she kicked him. But he managed to block it with his hand. However, he was sent flying backward. He quickly regained his stance and said, don't suddenly attack like that. It turned out the girl was Hong Yilin from Class S, specializing in barrier systems. Yilin replied, didn't we already greet each other? I saw you miss the machine and thought I'd come over to train with you. Tian Chang responded, I don't need it, and I can't beat you anyway. You're just here to be my punching bag, right? Yilin revealed, it's fine. I won't use my abilities, and I won't even draw my blade. Want to give it a try? He said angrily, it's because of you. At the same time, Ning Fan was leisurely sipping coffee with Yu Tzu. Lang Xing Yu, peeking through binoculars, remarked, as expected, blinded by beauty and forgetting loyalty. Yu Tzu then said, Ning Fan, I received the notice too. Class D has successfully entered the S-rank ranking match. Ning Fan replied, they worked really hard. This competition definitely won't be a problem. Since she said so, he too had to give his best. Yu Tzu shyly exclaimed, I'll be waiting for you in Class S. Meanwhile, Shai Feng was extremely curious. What exactly had they seen? Lai Kong grew impatient. Hurry and tell us. Xing Yu is annoyed. Stop making noise. If you want to watch, buy your own binoculars. She let out a sly laugh, as if she had just witnessed something truly entertaining. Xing Yu thought to herself, looks like I might have a chance to blackmail the teacher a little. By then, Yu Tzu had already left, leaving Ning Fan standing there dazed. Why did she run off so suddenly? The next day, inside the equipment training room, a battle between two robots was underway. A loud voice shouted, even if it's just training, there's no need to hold back. Xing Yu barked out orders, isn't it just a sphere? Cut it down. Huai Jun said confidently, Don't underestimate the capabilities of this large-scale training ROA, GD00. Then he ordered the robot to launch. Once the state was set, the humanoid laser sword turned into rubble. The robot grew taller, and two flames shot out from its hands, forming an X shape. Xingyu watched in fascination. So cool, so awesome. She turned to Ning Fan and said, "Teacher, you should teach me the summoning technique too. Something as awesome as that." But you refused. "No need, isn't the stone man already cool enough?" Suddenly, Yutsu looked dangerous. "Humph, what did you do yesterday afternoon at the cafe? Why did Miss Dio suddenly stand up and leave?" Ning Fan was surprised. Yutsu threatened. "If you're not careful, you might let something slip." He sighed. "All right, fine, I'll teach you." Ning Fan then shouted, "Are the summoned creatures of students not supposed to be cool? That's my fault." He grabbed Yutsu's shoulder and kept shouting, "Come on, how do you want to summon a beast? I'll teach you everything." She was shy, something like a flying dragon. Ning Fan bluntly said, "Things like that in comics don't exist in real life, so no matter how you want it, it can't be summoned." Yutsu hesitated. "There's no type like that." Suddenly, Lai Kyung rushed past them, shouting, "Move! Move!" Ning Fan suggested, "What about a giant python?" Yutsu replied, "No need. It's terrible. There's a giant outside the door wondering, what's this fat guy doing running around?" The giant tried to fit through the narrow door, causing the wall to crumble. He spoke up, "Sorry, please move aside." The giant, wearing a fish head, continued, "This prince is looking for the fat guy for something." Tanji suddenly entered and said, He's under my protection now. If there's anything, it has to go through me first. Who are you? State your name." Lai Kyung quickly tattled, "He's bullying me." The fish-headed giant responded, "Are you challenging me, huh? Then take a good look." He turned around to reveal a tattoo of a fish on his back, introducing, "This is it, the name of this prince." Everyone stared at the strange creature in front of them and whispered, "What a strange name." The fish-headed giant helplessly reminded them, "Look at the characters. The ones written right here." CTNG frowned, uncertainly muttering the name of a fish. Meanwhile, Lai Kong next to him suddenly thought of something and drooled dried fish. Su Feng grew increasingly curious, unable to resist stepping forward. Taking advantage of the fish-headed giant's distraction, he reached out to touch it. But before he could even touch it, he was loudly warned by the big fish. "There are eyes behind this prince too. What do you think you're doing sneaking around and touching things?" At this point, Su Feng stopped sneaking and directly leaped onto him, wearing the fake fish head, pretending to be some kind of god or monster. "I want to see what you look like." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng's eyes widened in shock, to the point that blood vessels clearly popped in his eyes. Then, his face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind. It wasn't a fish head mask after all. Nan Gongyan casually put a hand in his pocket, exuding confidence. He was the strongest summoner, currently ranked second, a level 5 summoner of the summoning system. Not long ago, Lai Kyung had been focused on something he was fiddling with. His expression showed clear enjoyment as he was eating happily. The strict manager sister had really been keeping an eye on things, so he had to sneak his food. Suddenly, something dropped beside him, making Lai Kyung jump, causing him to drop the food from his mouth. The fish chuckled and reassured him, "Haha, did I scare you? It's just this prince. Don't be scared, chubby, I'm just here waiting for you." Lai Kong, confused, glanced behind him. "What's that? Why is there an old man wearing a fish head mask? Could he be some fish-obsessed maniac? Why does he look so regretful staring at that bag of food, ruining it by dropping it and turning it into dried fish on the ground?" Suddenly, Lai Kong's eyes flashed, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. He kindly held out a handful of fish in front of the other person. "Fish head, would you like to eat this delicious treat? Want some?" The salted fish seemed pleased by his gesture. "Oh, offering a delicacy to this king, are you? Well, this king won't be polite then." The salted fish praised as it placed the bite into its mouth. "Not bad, this makes me happy." At this moment, another voice suddenly sounded. "Delicious." Lai Kong was startled again. How did another person appear out of nowhere? Nan Gongyan joyfully asked as he ate, "What is this delicious food?" Lai Kong rolled his eyes but still answered, "Salted dried fish." As soon as he spoke, The piece of fish in the salted fish's hand immediately dropped. Nan Gongyan frowned and angrily pointed at the other person. He dares to feed a salted fish its own kind. He can't be forgiven. Attack. Shi Tianji helplessly glanced at the person hiding behind him. Why are you even messing with salted fish now? Lai Kyung scratched his head and laughed innocently. I didn't know. It's just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the salted fish in front of them glowed, appearing relaxed, tolerant, and magnanimous. If it's just a misunderstanding, then I forgive you. Shi Tianji, blinded by the compassionate light, exclaimed in surprise. Why is this salted fish shining so brightly? But Nan Gongyan suddenly spoke up, his tone cold. Don't. The boy, tears and snot streaming down his face, looking aggrieved, said, We've been bullied like this. We can't just let it slide. Beat that guy up. Seeing this scene, the fish immediately bent down to pat his head in reassurance. Xiao Yan Nan, fighting is bad. Fighting will get you hurt. Nan Gongyan clasped his hands together and looked at the other party with bright, sparkling eyes. But I can't swallow this anger. The expression made the fish freeze. His eyes narrowed, and with a sense of discomfort, his whole body filled with a fierce energy as he rushed forward to shout at Shi Tianji and the others. As expected, someone still needed to teach these people a lesson. Wen Ruan held a ruler and prepared to lecture. Open your books. Today we'll be talking about the newly discovered summoning creatures. Today's lesson was about the head of the fish. First, the characteristics. Both ends of the fish have eyes, and one can judge the front and back of the fish by the position of its eyes. Wen Ruan gave a reminder glance, adding that the fish's field of vision is broader than that of a human, making it difficult to sneak up on them. Finally, she mentioned the fish's weakness for everyone to keep in mind. Although the fish's head can't rotate, it can shake from side to side. So if you have to fight, it's best aim for its side. All right, class dismissed. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and her eyes seemed to want to devour him whole as she said, Then why has it taken so long for you to appear here? Put me in the main character lineup. The fish stood before everyone, looking formidable. Since Xiao Yan Yan has spoken, I suppose I have no choice but to step in. Shi Tianji squinted, smirking provocatively. All right then, salted fish, go ahead. Once you're dealt with, I'll teach that kid a lesson. And the mastermind Lai Kong is cheering enthusiastically from behind. Big brother, you can do it. Nan Gongyan stood by the wall, pointing and giving orders. Teach him a lesson. Hearing this, the fish took the initiative and launched the first strike, sending forth its deep water bullet. Shi Tianji furrowed his brow, evaluating. An attack magic summon. Without keeping anyone waiting, the fish hurled the water bullet toward him. With a loud explosion, the water bullet shattered upon impact. Shi Tianji smirked. Such petty tricks, just wait for me to handle it. With that, a barrage of spears rained down from the sky. How about trying this newly enhanced attack move? Ning Fan watched the battle before him calmly, silently assessing. So they've turned the shield into spears now. The attack will definitely be stronger. But doesn't this leave it exposed, vulnerable? Shi Tianji is too confident. Shi Tianji swung his hand forward, and the disc shot ahead at an incredibly fast speed, turning salted fish into dried fish. The grouper quickly leaped up, striking with great skill. Despite its large size, its body was very agile, dodging effortlessly. In just a few seconds, the grouper was rapidly closing in on Shi Tianji, causing him to panic. What? Shi Tianji exclaimed. The grouper swung the weapon in its hand. Take this, it said, its speed so quick that the opponent couldn't react in time. It turned out that the weapon was a fish that had long since died. It landed accurately on Shi Tianji's handsome face. A piercing scream echoed through the air, gradually fading into the distance. Ning Fan quickly chased after, catching up just in time to see the person unconscious with their eyes closed. Before the opponent hit the ground, Ning Fan managed to catch them, anxiously asking, Shi Tianji, are you okay? Meanwhile, the grouper on the other side didn't stop and continued launching a new attack, deep-sea compressed cannonballs. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Su Feng furrowed his brows and stepped out. Just in time. Let me try my new move, he said. He swiftly dodged the barrage of cannonballs raining down on him. Su Feng made a high jump, circling around behind the snakehead fish. He understood what Su Feng was about to do next and felt humiliated. I've told you, my eyes are not for decoration. Sneak attacks are useless, just a waste of effort. But Su Feng only smirked. He never intended to sneak attack in the first place. With that, a loud explosion rang out right above the snakehead fish's head. Ning Fan furrowed his brows, a smile tugging at his lips, as if somewhat surprised. Has this kid already learned attack magic? After this stunning strike, Su Feng gently landed on the ground. Behind him, the snakehead fish stood frozen, its eyes dazed, seemingly unable to predict the opponent's actions. The head of the snakehead fish had turned a dark red as if it had been roasted. Su Feng glanced back with a sneer. How was that? My full power attack. Only then did the snakehead fish react, fanning itself frantically with its hands, trying to cool down, its eyes bloodshot. Hot, 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 I'm burning alive. You're good. You've won. You've won. Su Feng was puzzled, seemingly unable to believe that the opponent had admitted defeat. Suddenly, a small fish popped up, opening its mouth and squinting its eyes. Nan Gongyan frowned unhappily. Ning Fan glanced at him, and finally, Nan Gongyan couldn't help but squeeze the tiny snakehead fish in his hand, cursing. You guys are too much. Ning Fan was a bit surprised. Can it really shrink like that? Although still small, Nan Gongyan's curse was quite forceful. Not only was he feeding the bamboo shoot dried salted fish, but he also wanted to turn the bamboo shoot into grilled fish. In the end, Ning Fan couldn't hold back, gritting his teeth and reminding him, calm down a little. You're showing respect to a great master like Nan Gongyan. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Gongyan involuntarily lifted his foot. He quickly knelt down, slamming his head firmly to the ground. Ning Fan bent over, muttering sarcastically, advising the kid to stay quiet. No need to apologize like that. Nan Gongyan seemed a bit scared, trembling all over, saying, Master, please stay away. It's just that my leg has lost strength. As if realizing something, he widened his eyes in confusion. Wait a minute. Why would my leg lose strength while I'm standing perfectly fine? Could it be that Nan Gongyan scared himself, crying out of fear? Is that even possible? Then he suddenly stood up, tears streaming down his face. I'll come back another day to settle this with you guys. As Nan Gongyan ran off with his head down, he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I have to get back at them for this. But because he was so angry, he accidentally bumped into someone right in front of Nan Gongyan, despite tightly gripping the snakehead fish in his hand. Worried, he still shouted at the person. Are you blind? He's over there. Su Feng frowned, resting his chin in thought. Ning Fan curiously spoke up. What are you thinking? Su Feng anxiously voiced his thoughts. That fish-headed guy, it feels like he's hiding his strength. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out. I'm back. Nan Gongyan had returned, his face filled with arrogance. Apologies are too late. This time, I brought a more formidable big brother with me. He loudly ordered. They've been bullying you. Brother Tian Chong. Take care of them. At the same time, the injured boy with a face full of bruises seemed confused. Huh. Even Ning Fan and Su Feng were surprised. Lang Xingyu thought of the shrunken appearance of the snakehead fish, and frowned, worried. The little chick beside her also looked at her with suspicion. Tian Chong scratched his head, his attitude respectful. Ning teacher, I came here to practice. Ning Fan, concerned, asked. What happened to the wound on your face? Tian Chang hesitated before answering. It was from an accident during practice yesterday. The familiar conversation between the two left Nan Gongyan frozen, his mouth agape. Time slowly passed. A stick quietly appeared. Lai Kong closed his eyes in full enjoyment, preparing to put the stick in his mouth. Suddenly, Lang Xingyu stepped out from behind, her tone both threatening and lazy. Ah! When I saw the frightened reaction of the other party, I couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I was just teasing you a little. Isn't it break time now? Su Wei, standing next to her, chimed in. We're here to take a little break too. Lai Kong, annoyed, shot them a glare. Why have I been so unlucky lately? Lang Xingyu paid no attention to him and turned to ask her companion. What has Su Wei been practicing lately? Su Wei smiled and touched the eye patch. Do you want to see? Let me show you all. With that, she closed one eye, and the pupil under the eye patch immediately emitted a green light. But after a moment, Su Wei covered her eye again. What's Xing Yu practicing lately that even Leng Xingyu doesn't understand what's going on? Hold on, the show's over. Despite this, Leng Xingyu still answered her friend's question, making a dangerous face. I'm still practicing low-level summoning. Ning Fan said, as long as my summoning foundation improves, my summoning of the patron spirit will improve as well. Lai Kang, overhearing, curled his lip in mockery. Ah, I'm still practicing the basics. Leng Xingyu angrily shouted, then what have you practiced so far? Hearing this, Lai Kang stood up, his gaze a reminder, with a hint of smugness. This is what you wanted to see. Don't say I'm not showing you respect. Xingyu, impatient, scolded, stop pretending. Hurry up. Lai Kang immediately clenched his fists, exerting all his strength to yell loudly twice, and bright energy waves appeared around him. Lai Kang squinted his eyes, a confident smirk on his lips, and the firmness of his skin increased. How about that? Pretty amazing, right? Leng Xingyu was so furious that his face turned pale, gripping the can of water in his hand tightly. Are you trying to make a fool of yourself? Su Wei, who was beside them, calmly sipped her water, as though she was already used to the scene, and said, has anyone seen Zhang Tianchong? Leng Xingyu glanced at her. He was taken away by Ning Fan. He's somewhere else. Right, he's probably undergoing some special training. Martial arts room. Ning Fan entered, his tone full of confidence. So Zhang Tianchong will be relying on you. Liu Guangyuan sat cross-legged, responding casually. Fine, you're becoming more of a bastard every day. Ning Fan smirked. Don't flatter me like that. Liu Guangyuan seemed accustomed to his attitude. Speaking of something else, just in time for you to arrive. There's something I want to tell you. Do you remember the rules of the S-rank competition? Ning Fan slipped his hands into his pockets, a puzzled expression on his face. Of course I remember. It's about chaotic fighting to accumulate points. Liu Guangyuan narrowed his eyes. A smile seemed to appear on his face. But he continued. This year's rules are different. The school will send a few teachers to participate in the competition to eliminate students. If a student manages to eliminate a teacher, their accumulated points will double. The teachers eliminated by students will be demoted. The other person stroked his chin and feigned politeness. Then I hope you'll go easy on my students. However, Liu Guangyuan casually reminded him. No, I'm not participating. If I did, the competition would end very quickly. Suddenly, his gaze changed, narrowing with a hint of malice. You must participate. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? In front of a crowd of contestants, an airplane was already waiting. A short while later, an announcement was made. Contestants, please line up neatly. The opening ceremony is about to begin. The contestants couldn't help but rush. A girl anxiously reminded them. Don't shove, don't shove. But no one paid attention, seemingly afraid of being left behind. So they hurriedly disregarded everything and stepped on the girl's sandals. The girl immediately stumbled forward, screaming in fear. Fortunately, someone had managed to perform a summoning spell in time. Huang Taiji gently caught her, kindly reminding her, be careful, I'm still kind enough to check if you're hurt. The girl smiled gratefully. It's okay, I'm so sorry. Suddenly, a contestant from behind shouted, this is him. He looked in disbelief at the figure leaving. Isn't this Huang Taiji? But some were still skeptical, thinking he was one of the 6 elders. He was displeased and mocked the other. Hey, don't you watch TV? The Ning family had a misfortune, and now there are only 5 left. The girl looked a bit confused. Is that so? The man acted knowingly. Then why would Ning teacher be demoted to a lower class? It's because there's no backing anymore. Ning Fan frowned, feeling uncomfortable hearing the conversation. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced again, please welcome the chairman of the board of the school, Mr. Huang Taiji, who will now give a speech. The speaker was none other than Huang Taiji, the chairman of the school's board of directors. Each contestant in the competition starts with 2 points as capital. A person can earn points from others, and the 20 students who remain until the end will be the students of Class S. But this year, we will have 5 teachers participating in the competition. If it's possible to eliminate the teacher, the points earned will be doubled. Finally, as if worried the candidates might feel anxious, he reassured them. Of course, being defeated by a teacher will also count as elimination. May God bless you all. Everyone focused on the announcement, And next, Ms. Wen Ruan was invited to speak on behalf of the 5 teachers participating in the competition. Huang Taiji glanced over at one person, then walked up to Ning Fan. "Isn't this Xiao Fan?" He politely bowed his head in greeting to Mr. Taiji. Huang Taiji seemed quite pleased. "Such a good child. It's been a while, and you've become more seasoned. Are you one of the teachers competing this time?" Ning Fan's eyes filled with pride. "Yes, that's right. Since this class has been specially selected to participate, I was also chosen." Wen Ruan took the mic, but her gaze darkened for some reason. "That's how it is. I'm done speaking. Teachers of each class, please organize yourselves and start preparing for the competition." Huang Taiji didn't linger either. "Once this test is over, you'll return to Class S, right? Do your best, and may God bless you." Ning Fan smirked confidently. Yes, I'll do my best." At that moment, someone behind suddenly shoved his shoulder. Oh Yang Huo glanced at him and smiled. "Who wants to go back to Class S? Dream on." Ning Fan clenched his fist, unable to stop himself from muttering. "It was you who struck first, and now you're using the bowing to the great teacher tactic with Ao Yang Huo." Immediately, Ao Yang Huo's legs twisted around each other, causing him to scream out in pain before collapsing to his knees and kowtowing at Ning Fan's feet. Ning Fan chuckled in satisfaction and walked away, leaving his opponent still dazed as he got back up. What just happened? Above them, a helicopter circled, surveying everything below. The match was about to start. Zhao Wenlong, holding a microphone, leaned his head out the window. "This match will be narrated by me, Zhao Wenlong," he announced, "and I'll be providing live updates on the entire process." His eyes scanned every movement of the crowd. The students were entering the transport machines, one group after another, ready to step onto the competition field ahead. Moments later, the helicopter flew over a lonely island, positioned firmly between Dayang and the opposing island. Elsewhere, Zhao Wenlong's face appeared on a large screen. "The competition is almost upon us," he said, his voice brimming with excitement. "Just like everyone else, I'm eagerly anticipating what will unfold this year." Zhao Wenlong stuck his head out the helicopter's window, his tone thrilled. "Did you see that? The helicopter has finally reached its destination." As he finished speaking, the massive vehicle appeared directly overhead. "Our first plane has arrived." The contestants were about to step onto the field when the plane's door slowly opened. Yang Hua stepped forward. He was wearing goggles and glanced at everyone, giving instructions. "Listen carefully, there's no time limit. When there are 20 minutes left, the competition will end. The rescue team is already prepared on the island. If you get eliminated or want to surrender, signal for help." "Got it." His students loudly responded. "Yes, understood." As soon as Yang Hua gave the order, everyone rushed to jump off the plane. On the plane, Ning Fan looked completely helpless. "I never expected this situation." Light Kong clung tightly to the parachute, crying out in distress. "No, I'm not okay. Ning teacher, I'm afraid of heights." Zhao Wenlong quickly assessed the situation and realized that one of the students from Class D seemed to want to give up. Ning Fan glanced at him and patiently said, "I really have no choice with you. Let me help you." With that, he lifted his foot and kicked Lei Kong out. Lei Kong screamed in fear, tears and snot everywhere. Even Zhao Wenlong was stunned by this scene. Does Ning teacher have a grudge against his own student? Ning Fan frowned and shouted a reminder. "Hey, remember to open your parachute." Lei Kong heard it and immediately deployed the parachute. Zhao Wenlong felt that there was nothing more to comment on here, so he shifted his attention elsewhere. "Right, let me check on the second plane. It seems like they've already started the competition." The 3 of them, Sun Chai, Zhang Kai-le, and Wang Fei, immediately came under focus. Oh, these are strong contenders for the championship this time. The 3 students from Class S have formed a team. They'll probably secure a high ranking this time. Wang Fei gave the lead command. The starting position is 13, currently holding position 11, and now in 9th place. Zhao Wenlong glanced into the cockpit, and suddenly, he was surprised. So all the students from the second plane have. Wait, there's still one person left. He was shocked to see someone still sitting quietly in the seat. It was Hong Yilin, looking dazed. Zhao Wenlong was intrigued. The last champion from the previous session. Yi Honglin is already so late. Yet she hasn't entered the field. I wonder if she's preparing for something. Suddenly, Hong Yi-lin covered her mouth and yawned loudly. It's too noisy. This scene made Zhao Wenlong break into a cold sweat. What? Suddenly, Hong Yi-lin grabbed the weapon next to her. With her eyes still half closed, she quickly jumped out of the plane. Looks like she's finally entering the field. Huh? Huh? Wait a minute. Looking at the girl dancing, Zhao Wenlong was confused. She didn't bring an umbrella, but is already dancing. Is she dreaming? But before he could doubt further, Hong Yi-lin quickly glided past Zhang Kai-la, then Sun Tse, and finally Wang Fei, who was standing there with his mouth wide open in a daze. Hong Yi-lin was like the wind, skillfully using everyone's umbrellas as stepping stones to leap down. Elsewhere, Lai Qiang's eyes were wide open in disbelief. It seemed the place he jumped wasn't ideal, as his umbrella had gotten stuck in a tree. Lai Tu, at the same time, was shouting, "Come on, Lai Tu. The most dangerous place is the safest place." Wang Fei smirked confidently. This time, victory was certain. If anyone asked why, he raised both hands high, shouting with great enthusiasm, "Because I've formed the strongest team." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Wang Fei looked up in confusion, not noticing that Hong Yi-lin had just glided past him. What's that sound? By the time he realized something was wrong, everyone's umbrellas had already torn apart. What's going on? Wang Fei gritted his teeth in anger and summoned. "Haha, my plan." Soon after, a small purple bird appeared to cushion him. The helicopter carrying Zhao Wenlong followed closely behind. Let's continue. From observing contestant Yi Honglin, it was clear that Yi Honglin's speed was incredibly fast. Although many people were eliminated at the start, if she doesn't land this time, she'll just have to be eliminated as well. Her eyes narrowed, no longer holding the sleepy look from before. The sharp sword strikes shattered the rocks blocking her path. Her steps light but firm as she stepped on the stones flying toward her. Her body was agile, using the rocks as a springboard to maintain her speed at its best. Very quickly, Yi Honglin safely landed, using the scattered rocks to slow her descent and landing firmly. The moment she touched the ground, she became the highest scorer among everyone present. Zhao Wenlong observed the contestants around her and excitedly commented, "I wonder what kind of performance she'll show next. It's really something to look forward to." Suddenly, Yi Honglin collapsed onto the ground, her tone full of complaint. "I forgot to bring my parachute again. I could just die from frustration." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fell into a deep sleep. The entire scene was broadcast live, leaving everyone stunned. Zhao Wenlong wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly switched to another feed, saying, "Let's see if there's anything interesting on the other cameras." The helicopter flew toward a cliff, finding 3 people chasing after a teacher. When Zhao Wenlong saw who was being pursued, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's teacher Ning Fan from Class D." Because this teacher holds the lowest rank, he found himself in a situation where he was being hunted. The young man, disheartened, furrowed his brows and ordered, "I'll figure out a way to block them from seeing us." The 2 men went to cover their backs, while the other 2 quickly followed suit. "Understood. Got it." After his teammates scattered, he unleashed a fiery attack that exploded. Immediately, the rock wall in front of Ning Fan shattered. The stones quickly fell, blocking his only escape route. The young man with the sword ran to the left, shouting, "Block him. Don't let him escape." The other person also blinked and appeared on the other side. "Teacher, you're surrounded now. Hand over the points." Ning Fan slapped his forehead, helpless in this situation. Why is this happening? I just wanted to save a little trust points. But he would not back down. A small flame flickered on the tip of his finger. The ones who were surrounded were his students. The 3 contestants were immediately engulfed in flames. Hot, hot, hot. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to still be recovering his abilities? Looks like the intel was wrong. The leading young man mumbled in disappointment. Looks like we'll have to end it here. But Ning Fan did not relent. He snapped his fingers, and the flames spread. In an instant, the fire engulfed the 3 contestants. Look! Ning Fan stood still, watching, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock. What? It's unclear when exactly, but a shield made of water had surrounded the 3 people, a water shield. At this moment, Nam Gong Yan sat on the snakehead fish's back, smiling mockingly. "Heh, These people are so embarrassing. Hearing this, the snakehead fish seriously lectured. Xiao Yan Yan, don't talk bad about your classmates like that. Nan Gong Yan greeted with a bright smile. Ning teacher, long time no see. Ning Fan was displeased upon seeing the newcomer. After 3 days without a beating, this little brat was acting up again. Nan Gong Yan frowned, his tone harsh. Looks like you're having a bad day, Ning Fan and company. He then made a suggestion. If you don't want to be punished, cooperate with me to deal with Ning Fan. The leader of the group was slightly surprised. Mr. Yan is going to make a move. And of course, he wouldn't let this slip. He immediately gave the order. What are you waiting for? That's right, there's even a chance to double the points. The snakehead fish observed the situation with some worry and hesitation, gently reminding them. Xiao Yan Yan, it doesn't seem right to gang up on one person when we're so many. Nan Gong Yan interrupted, not pleased. Snakehead fish, have you forgotten how they humiliated us? This grudge must be repaid. Ning Fan squinted, his tone provocative. No need to be polite, you guys can come and meet together. I'm in a hurry. Nan Gong Yan refused to back down, shouting an order. Go up and deal with our teacher. With someone backing them up, the 3 contestants confidently charged straight towards the teacher, heading straight into the classroom to confront their master. Ning Fan gently raised his hand, and their steps immediately came to a halt. Before the 3 could react, they automatically knelt and bowed their heads to the opponent, performing a formal greeting to a great master. It took them a while to slowly realize the strange behavior they had just exhibited. What? Each of them looked confused and pale. What kind of power is this? Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. How polite, too polite. Please rise, my esteemed guest. Nan Gong Yan, observing from outside, seemed to see through something, confirming that it was indeed this strange technique. He angrily yelled at the 3. Why are you kneeling before my teacher? Aren't you embarrassed? The leader of the group frowned. We were careless earlier, but now we need to be serious. Seeing the determined expressions on their faces, Ning Fan no longer held back. Aren't you going to give up? Then there's no helping it. He continued to use his previous technique, making them perform the formal greeting to a great master once again. The 3 contestants stared, wide-eyed. His face turned ashen, and immediately, a loud explosion echoed through the canyon. Zhao Wenlong, tense, dared not blink. It seemed that the result was about to unfold. After a while, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The scene that surprised everyone was that 3 contestants had kneeled so hard that the ground beneath them shattered into pieces. They were so pale, stuttering. Patella, my patella, it's gone. At the same time, an announcement was made. Zhenjuo Zhoulang from Class A was eliminated. Ning Fan glanced around. The brat had seized the opportunity to flee. Elsewhere, a group of people surrounding Xi Tianji and Zi Feng were lying motionless, their conditions unclear. Xi Tianji sneered at the people on the ground. These guys are trash. None of them are a match for me. Su Feng anxiously glanced at him, unaware of the flash of light behind her, nor of the other's status. The girl with the braided hair suddenly broke into a strange smile. She picked up a brush and began writing and drawing on a piece of paper. It seemed a new creative inspiration had struck her. The slender, nimble brushstrokes danced across the page. Just moments later, a talisman was affixed to a tree. Then came a branch, and finally, a stone. Everywhere that Su Feng and the others passed, talismans were being stuck. Seeing the person beside him suddenly stop, Shi Tianji asked in confusion, Su Feng, what are you standing there for? Su Feng glanced around and reminded him, we've entered someone else's barrier. A fiery red heart slowly materialized, and multicolored candies began sprouting everywhere. Even heart-shaped flowers were planted all around. The scenery around the 2 of them completely transformed. Su Feng knelt down on one knee and plucked a branch. Shi Tianji suspiciously assessed the surroundings and wondered, how is there a place like this on the island? Su Feng started to worry. It must be the power of the barrier. Shi Tianji looked at the love-filled scenery and sighed. This barrier is way too kawaii, it's so cute. When he looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed. He uncertainly asked Su Feng, the heart in the sky, has it grown bigger? The mysterious girl then smirked and said, that's a gift for you too. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge heart crushed both of them. Shi Tianji scoffed coldly, and immediately, Cracks appeared on the heart, with a middle finger piercing straight through it. Shi Tianji laughed loudly as he looked up at the sky. I knew it, just a useless fool. Aha. Then, he turned to look at the person beside him. To his surprise, his face had changed. Let's keep going. What's wrong with your face? When he saw Su Feng beside him with her big sparkling eyes, she too doubted and yelled, Who are you? But the other party remained confused, not understanding anything. Elsewhere, another group of students was suffering from Ning Fan's trick, feeling intense pain. Patella. Ning Fan rubbed his chin, silently speculating that he had indeed been targeted. Why are so many students coming to cause trouble with me? Zhang Tianchang must be in trouble too. I need to find him quickly. One contestant, still wide-eyed, mumbled, Patella. The helicopter had recorded the entire battle. Zhao Wenfeng excitedly commented. The mysterious magic that Master Ning Fan used has continuously shattered the patellas of the students who challenged him. Can anyone possibly break this spell? Suddenly, a loud scream came from the other side of the cliff. Ning Fan curiously looked toward the source of the sound. What was that sound? To his surprise, he saw Wang Fei running, fear in his eyes as he glanced behind him. His face was pale, and he was sprinting away, not forgetting to shout a reminder. Run, get out of the way. In his rush, Wang Fei didn't notice a foot sticking out. His whole body crashed straight into the ground. Although the lush green grass provided some cushion, Wang Fei's forehead was still bruised. What are you doing? Before Ning Fan could respond, a brown bear with fiery eyes and flames on its head appeared. Zhao Wenlong immediately grasped the key point of the battle. It seemed Zhang Kaiyu had accidentally provoked a wild beast. This is a fire-type bear, a high-level magical beast. The helicopter, unaware of its strength or weakness, continued to approach the enraged bear. Zhao Wenlong wondered if teacher Ning Fan could break its kneecap. Naturally, the fire-type bear wasn't going to let it go. With a swing of its paw, it severed half of the helicopter's wing, leaving Zhao Wenlong stunned. Huh! Ning Fan frowned and slowly traced a small circle in the air, summoning a high-pressure water cannon. With a sharp command, a powerful jet of water slammed into the bear's back. The force of the impact knocked the fire-type bear unconscious, causing it to fall at Ning Fan's feet. Meanwhile, Wang Fei, who had been watching from behind, silently turned to flee. Teacher Ning Fan was even more terrifying than the wild beast. Run, just run. But before Wang Fei could get far, Ning Fan called him back. Don't rush off, I still have something to ask you. Ning Fan's gaze was cold. I remember you had some conflicts with Zhang Tianchang. Are you looking for him? Tell me where he is, I will spare you. Wang Fei was sweating with fear, but still answered honestly. I didn't see Zhang Tianchang, but I did see the turtle's name, and the one who could fly. I didn't hurt any of your students, sir. Wang Fei recalled the scene he encountered, feeling somewhat anxious. The two of them were targeted by students from the A-class barrier system. He's too strong. I don't want to fight him. Su Feng frowned, alert. How do we break this barrier? Ning Fan asked cautiously. What kind of ability does he have that makes you so afraid? He answered sincerely. He's also a strong contender for the championship. By the way, I've investigated him, and the barrier requires someone inside to maintain it. Shi Tianji narrowed his eyes, and the conclusion he drew was the same as Wang Fei's earlier point. To break the barrier, we need to force the person who created it out. We have to find the one who made the barrier. At this point, Wang Fei looked somewhat helpless. But basically, inside his barrier, it's impossible to locate him. Ning Fan was confused. Huh. That's because he's worried about that girl. Once you're caught in a mental trap barrier, it's like a death sentence. There used to be a country like this. A cute little pink and blue castle. The empress of this land had a magical mirror. She often asked the mirror, 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 who is the most beautiful woman in the world? The mirror always answered, The empress is naturally the most beautiful. Until one day, the mirror said. A girl with short hair stood with her back to the mirror, her hair as black as ebony. Her collarbones were visible, her lips red as blood. She gently ran her hand through her hair, her skin as white as snow, her eyes round and large. Su Feng played the role. Ah, the most beautiful woman is the snow-white princess. The empress was furious and smashed the mirror. One day, the empress turned into an old woman. and went to the forest where Snow White lived. As soon as the girl opened the door, the old woman gave Snow White a poisoned apple. The girl fell to the ground, for it was a poisonous apple. Snow White Princess bit into it and died. A young man with golden hair, riding a white horse appeared. The dwarfs, upon hearing the news, quickly went to find the white horse prince, for only his kiss could save the princess. His gaze was sharp, and the kind prince immediately agreed. Shi Tianji played the role. He quickly fulfilled his duty and went straight to the princess's bedside. Snow White, the young man, puckered his lips, his brows furrowed. The kiss was full of deep affection, but suddenly the princess opened her eyes, her face puzzled. Huh? Shu Feng was startled and sat up quickly, causing something on his head to fall off, making everyone scream in shock. Hey, is the princess awake? Awake? The princess is in ghost. At that moment, Shi Tianji also woke up from the impact. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What's going on? He glanced beside him and saw the unconscious person, also shocked and shouting. Su Feng. Shi Tianji, confused, shook his friend. Why did you faint when you bumped into me? Hey, wake up. The girl, not happy, waved her brush again. Can you wake up? You got some real strength there. Well then, let's continue with the next part of the story. The smooth brush stroked to create a different scene, showing a girl with long golden hair, locked in a very, very tall tower by a witch. Shi Tianji once again drifted into a daze. There was a prince who, while crossing a forest, heard the singing of the long-haired girl coming from the top of the tower. The girl's amazing voice captivated him, but this time, he quickly regained consciousness. Again? Shi Tianji jumped in surprise when he saw the huge tower before him. The prince let his long hair fall down below. From up high, Su Feng frowned. His whole body was tightly wrapped in a mass of hair. Probably a prince, with so much hair. How is the princess going to handle this? His brows furrowed more and more, and suddenly, a hand appeared from behind. So it's Shi Tianji who climbed up to the top of the tower. His face looked a few years older, but he finally made it. Let's hurry. We need to find the barrier master. The girl, noticing that this time was faster than the last, pouted in dissatisfaction. Why refuse such a perfect love story? It's hard to find a bit of inspiration like this. By the time the brush paused, the drawing was no longer suitable for children to read. The girl muttered, saliva dripping from her mouth. Though the available materials were quite successful, Ning Fan suddenly appeared right next to her. What are you drawing? The girl screamed in fright and fell from the branch, but her reflexes were quick, and she landed perfectly on the ground. She seemed a little surprised at the person who had appeared here. Ning Fan smiled. Has my student been taken care of by you? He then turned and shouted loudly. Hey, Shi Tianji, didn't you fight the barrier master before? Don't embarrass me like this. Shi Tianji, on the roof, sensed the voice of someone, his gaze slowly refocusing. Ning teacher. Ning Fan's voice was extremely authoritative, made Shi Tianji bewildered. Didn't you fight with the boundary envoy before? Don't embarrass me, all right? He used to kneel on one knee, muttering to himself. Is that so? Just a second later, Shi Tianji broke free from the boundary, joyfully shouting, I got it. Ning Fan looked at him with satisfaction. It seemed like I don't need to step in after all. Meanwhile, the girl with the braids, frightened, hugged the book, and tried to escape. It's impossible, he shouldn't be able to see me now. Just a few steps in, Shi Tianji blocked her way. Exactly, there was no need to find the boundary envoy's position, she must be confused, right? Before the opponent could even realize, Shi Tianji began to manipulate the scattered pieces of stone around, blowing them all up. Wasn't that the solution? The braided girl widened her eyes, unsure whether it was fear or astonishment. Is that even possible? A loud explosion immediately rang out. Zhao Wenlong quickly appeared. The battle on this side seemed intense, and the helicopter couldn't get close. On the other side, the braided girl quickly fled. She landed on a tree not far away, her eyes wary, her hand tightly gripping the book. She had to quickly reinforce the boundary. Otherwise, before she could do anything, something whizzed by, startling her. Su Feng woke up, grabbing the notebook from her hand. Without an intermediary, he couldn't use the barrier. But the opponent didn't seem to care about the provocation, only worriedly searching. Where's my glasses? Where are my glasses? Shi Tianji, like a flash, stood in front of her, finally catching him. At the same time, the girl had found her glasses, but couldn't escape from them. This time, he had to pay back the debt properly. Seeing the situation wasn't going well, she pretended to be weak, tears streaming down her face. The girl cried and yelled, "You guys are bullying me. Who? I'm about to be beaten." Si Tan-ji, standing opposite her, was so provoked by her actions that he trembled. "Hey, stop crying. If I don't beat you, will you give up? You surrender yourself." Hearing this, she immediately turned hostile, pulling out a talisman and taunting. "Who wants to surrender?" Before the two could react, she once again created a new barrier. Shi Tianji's eyes instantly became blank. Again, unexpectedly, a hand from behind pierced through the barrier. Ning Fan handled it effortlessly. When they looked back, the girl had seemingly evaporated, leaving only the talisman burning halfway. Where did she go? Shi Tianji, sweating anxiously, could only make excuses. Scared off by your momentum, he disappeared into thin air. Ning Fan waved his hand, brushing past him. "All right, let's quickly go find Zhang Tan-chong and the others." His hand shot up high, then slapped hard on Xi Tan-je's head. "Are you trying to fool me?" Finally, the three of them set off together. Su Feng carried Ning Fan, while Xi Tianji followed behind. Zhao Wenlong squinted his eyes and commented, "It looks like Teacher Ning Fan plans to gather all the students from the elite class again." His humorous tone made the live viewers laugh out loud. First, let's thank them for providing us with such a unique escape method. On the screen were all the locations where battles were taking place. Next, let's see if any other teachers are making a move. What happens when the first teacher joins the exam? Suddenly, Zhao Wenlong noticed something. There was no mistaking this trace. A ferocious beast was eliminating the participants. It was teacher Zhou Xian from Class A, specializing in shape-shifting. The students who encountered him were really unlucky. All of them had fainted, scattered around everywhere. Over here, Headmaster Ma and teacher Ao Yanghua had also eliminated many students. It seemed the pace of the exam with teachers involved was indeed fast. Ao Yanghua spoke first. "Headmaster Ma, I want to hear about what happened earlier. Do you know where Ning Fan is?" Hearing this, Ma Ka-shan's expression showed no surprise as he replied, "What a coincidence, I'm looking for him too." Elsewhere, Lai Kong was still hanging precariously, about to be eliminated by the fire bear. He had to keep going. Lai too was almost over. Lai Kong sighed deeply. He carefully climbed down from the tree, moving lightly, afraid of waking the giant bear that was sleeping. But since the bear was lying directly in front of the tree, there was no choice. Lai Kong had to jump over it. Unfortunately, this time he landed face first on the ground. Lai Kong's face turned pale as he lay still, glancing at the bear behind him. When he saw it was still deeply asleep, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Lai Kong hurried to leave, but he wasn't careful and stepped on a chicken that let out a loud squawk. The chicken's piercing scream froze him in place. Immediately, a pair of gleaming eyes appeared behind him. Lai Kong forced a stiff smile, his face pale. "Big brother, if there's something, let's talk it over slowly." Then came a shrill scream from him, echoing through the forest, and a flash of sharp teeth. Zhou Jianjin held two branches, pretending to camouflage. This time, he just needed to be the fisherman who profits. Zhou Jianjin, 5th grade, summoning system. The characteristic is summoning a chicken that knows how to crow. At this moment, behind Zhou Jianjin, a figure holding a wooden stick appeared, its hands with sharp claws ready to attack. The fire bear showed no mercy and struck straight at Lai Kong. He was immediately knocked away, flying through several large trees before slamming into a massive rock behind. On the other side, Shai Feng had already dealt with Zhu Jianjian, the chummy one. Lai Kong, hearing the call, was startled and managed to dodge the bear's next attack. Su Feng. Shai Feng joyfully ran over, the chubby one. Lai Kong was also happy, his eyes sparkling. Skinny. But in their excitement, their heads collided with each other, causing them to fall in defeat. Although both were unconscious, the brown bear didn't let up, preparing to impale them both. Suddenly, a hand as hard as iron blocked the attack, breaking its claws. Finally, a retaliatory strike was made, forcing the brown bear's hand to recoil backward. Shai Feng, while channeling power to Lai Kong, scolded him, clearly referring to their previous parachute jump. To think I had to search for you to the point of nearly dying, chubby one, and you only know how to laugh it off. Ha ha, you're not strong enough. I can still fight. Elsewhere, the pupil of something flickered. A snake opened its mouth wide, as if wanting to swallow everything. The only regret was that the robot got caught, but it didn't give up and quickly used its thighs. While its upper body was grabbed, its lower body tightly wrapped around the opponent. A girl was standing on top of the robot's head, observing. Lang Xingyu smirked, seemingly finding amusement in the situation. Let me show you the giant stone statue I've restructured and trained. As soon as she shouted, the robot immediately transformed. The blade swiftly severed the snake's head. Kill. Suddenly, Lang Xingyu widened her eyes in shock, staring at the snake that was about to disintegrate, now transforming. Was this a summoned creature? Unexpectedly, a person appeared right behind her, his tone mocking. It's been a while, but you're still just a low-level summoner. A bull also appeared behind Lang Xingyu's robot. Wang Fei's attitude was filled with sarcasm as the summoner, instead of hiding, stood proudly atop his summoned beast. The weakness was glaringly obvious. Lang Xingyu frowned in annoyance. Where did that guy run off to? Anyway, let's destroy his summoned beast first. The bull stepped in front of Lang Xingyu, preparing to draw its sword, its powerful, decisive strike aimed directly at her, standing in the middle. But the robot quickly raised its hand to block, and the other hand began to attack. The sharp knife plunged straight toward the bull's head. Unfortunately, the person caught it, and the two of them immediately started to struggle back and forth. Lang Xingyu smirked mockingly. This is just how a summoned beast at a high level is. Nothing special. It's just the perfect opportunity to try out my new secret weapon. With that, she quickly took out 2 test tubes hanging from her bag and decisively threw them toward her opponent. Small explosions rang out, and the bull stood frozen for a moment, showing no reaction. Its eyes then gleamed brightly, and it let out a roar, eventually clutching both sides of its face in pain. Lang Xingyu seized the opportunity, quickly issuing an order. Now strike. It's vulnerable everywhere. Chop it to pieces. Wang Fei bared his teeth, his eyes also gleaming. To him, it didn't matter. He used his consciousness to control the bull at the 12 o'clock position, widening the opening and striking with all his might. Upon receiving the command, the bull immediately raised the sword in its hand, and without hesitation, swung it down from top to bottom. The area where Lang Xingyu was standing was also cut in half, and accessories began falling off. Everything happened so fast that she was left stunned. This is bad, my hair tubes have all fallen. At that moment, the chick on her shoulder, not understanding, flew up, and the test tubes shattered into pieces. The strands of hair fell in a scattered mess. The little chick picked up a strand of hair, its expression full of joy. Seeing this scene, Lang Xingyu was dumbfounded. This little chick still wants to eat. But then, as if a thought had crossed her mind, her eyes immediately lit up. After swallowing the strand of hair, the chick's body started emitting rays of light, a massive beam of light shining everywhere, blinding its opponent. Wang Fei, puzzled, asked, could it be that the flashing light is blinding everyone? Wang Fei had to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Is this evolution? Just as Lang Xingyu thought she might fall, a feather pad caught her, and her body gently lay upon it. Wang Fei furrowed his brow and pursued relentlessly. Don't give it a chance, strike it down for me. The buffalo, receiving the order, picked up its weapon and charged forward once again. Without hesitation, it swung its weapon through the beam of light. Unfortunately, the chick only needed to nibble lightly, and the sword immediately shattered into pieces. The chick frowned, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Its body had grown 10 times larger, yet Lang Xingyu was still pale with fear, which seemed no different from before it had evolved. But anyway, the robot was gone, and she was just going with the flow now. All right then, Lang Xingyu ordered with unwavering resolve. Finish it off for me. The chick's eyes immediately turned bright red, and the ox facing it didn't dare to slack off, tightly gripping the sword that had already broken in half. But suddenly, the chick disappeared. Wang Fei glanced around in confusion. Where did it go? With such a large body, it had the ability to hide. The ox, focused on looking straight ahead, failed to notice the chick had appeared behind it. Seizing the opportunity, the chick kicked the ox in the back, delivering a painful blow. Wang Fei suspiciously turned toward the source of the noise. Huh? What was that sound? In front of him, the ox's body was growing larger. The chick quickly stomped its opponent underfoot. At the same time, a notification appeared, and Zhang Kaiyu congratulated themselves on the victory. The chick put its hands on its hips and smiled smugly. Lang Xingyu immediately reminded, "Don't get too cocky, you still haven't found the summoner. Don't let him escape." Just then, the three masters of Ningfan flew by. Shi Tianji questioned, "Isn't that Lang Xingyu's familiar summoning?" Su Feng also suggested, "Should we go over there and help them?" Ningfan confidently refused, "No need, they can handle it. I'm more concerned about Zhang Tanchong. The S-class teacher might be trying to stir up trouble for them." Elsewhere, Yang Hu's route was still searching for someone. "We are looking for Ningfan. Not sure if the kid has seen him," Nan Gongyan said, just finishing off one person, his hands tucked into his pockets. "Well, what a coincidence," he smirked with interest. "Count me in too." In a ruined building, it seemed as though a terrible battle had just taken place. Hong Yi-lin walked slowly, her eyes somewhat dim, as if deep in thought. In the same building, Zhang Tanchong was hiding to one side, raising his hand to give orders. Rong Su-wei received the command and muttered, "Rock ice." A chunk of ice appeared behind Hong Yi-lin, seemingly aiming to trap her. Hong Yi-lin seemed to sense it, immediately drawing her weapon. Without turning her head, a few swift slashes shattered the ice. Zhang Tanchong seized the opportunity to prepare for a sneak attack from behind, his eyes gleaming, his fist tightening. Unfortunately, Hong Yi-lin lightly jumped up to avoid it. At the same time, before Zhang Tanchong could react, she raised her weapon high, ready to eliminate him. Fortunately, Ningfan arrived just in time, using his body to shield him. His arm trembled as he couldn't help but give the command. "Stop it, Hong Yi-lin." Then Ningfan clutched his arm and yelled, "It hurts so much." How could old Liu manage to block a sword with his body without batting an eye? Hong Yi-lin's face was filled with a spring-like expression upon seeing the person who had just appeared. It was teacher Ningfan. At this moment, Su Feng and Shi Tianji flew in from outside. Su Feng glanced around, seemingly realizing that Ning teacher had rushed in here, while Shi Tianji was full of vigorous energy. "Where's the enemy?" Suddenly, Su Feng furrowed his brows, his expression confused. The two of them looked at Hong Yi-lin, who was staring intently at her teacher. "What's going on? Where's the enemy? Where's the fight?" Ningfan seemed a bit anxious and couldn't help but speak up. "Well, if there's something, just say it. But could you stop staring at me like that?" Hong Yi-lin furrowed her brows, continuing to silently stare at him. Rong Su-wei anxiously asked her teammate, "Are you okay?" Zhang Tianchong hurriedly reassured her, "I'm fine. Luckily, Ning teacher arrived just in time." Shi Tianji stepped up beside them. "Back then, I was also a student of Class S. Who's that girl?" Zhang Tianchong was a bit puzzled for a moment before answering. "I wasn't in Class S for long, but it seems Yi Honglin was a former student of Ning teacher." Suddenly, Yi Honglin spoke up loudly, "Ning teacher, after you left, no one has been there to guide me anymore." But before she could finish her sentence, another voice interrupted. Hey, you're causing trouble." The two people, Ma Kai-shan, walked over, apparently having overheard the conversation. He sneered, "Why don't you have a teacher to guide you? Can't you figure it out on your own?" Hao Yanghua also curled his lips, his attitude provocative. A freak teacher and a freak student are a perfect match. Ningfan didn't back down either, his sharp gaze flicking over them. "Looks like I've caught up. As long as I'm here, none of you are touching a hair on Zhang Tanchong." Hao Yanghua looked at him in confusion. He was speaking while summoning his divine beast, not understanding what the teacher meant. Soon after, his tentacles grew longer and lunged straight at Ningfan. "We came to find your teacher." Before Ningfan could act, Shi Tianji quickly moved in front of him to block. "Don't mess up." The tentacle wrapped around the protective shield, emitting a sizzling sound like something frying. Shi Tianji stared at it in confusion, letting his guard down. Is this tentacle corroding magical energy? Immediately, he was struck with a powerful punch from Ma Kai-shan. The man didn't stop there, his hand clenched, absorbing energy, preparing for the next strike. Ningfan quickly shielded his student, blocking the blow while shouting orders. "Su Feng, take Shi Tianji away first." his brow furrowed, an expression of displeasure on his face. Dare to hurt my student? Kneel down and apologize to me right now. As soon as the system's notification rang out, the opponent had already knelt before him. Did you use the bow to pay respects to Makai-shan? Ning Fan did not stop, continuing to issue orders. Ao Yang Hua, you kneel down for me too. At that moment, Ao Yang Hua suddenly said something incomprehensible. Indeed, at the same time, a series of red notifications rang out, leaving Ning Fan dumbfounded in shock. The system malfunctioned. It seemed as though he could feel a pair of eyes piercing through him. System error. System breach. Bowing skill locked. The master's eyes are being repaired. Estimated repair time. 1 day, please wait. Without the help of the system, what can you do? Ao Yang Hua seized the opportunity while Ning Fan was still dazed, shouting at the tentacles. What are you staring for? Do you want to get beaten? The tentacles flew at an extremely fast speed, approaching from behind Ning Fan. Suddenly, Hong Yi Lin grabbed a weapon, and with just a few slashes, completely dealt with the tentacles. Ao Yang Hua stood agape, seemingly stunned by the opponent's action. You actually made a move against your teacher. Hong Yi Lin stood in front of Ning Fan with an indifferent attitude. An abnormal student just wants to cooperate with an abnormal teacher, right? Su Feng carried the unconscious Shi Tianji out of the building. His head was as hard as iron, so he should be fine, right? I don't know any healing magic, just find somewhere to hide, he mumbled as he flew, noticing how often he's been getting involved in this lately. Suddenly, something in the air caught his attention. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be a familiar talisman forming a barrier. Su Feng frowned, seemingly realizing that this was Hong Yi Lin calmly confronting Ao Yang Hua, a strange student and a strange teacher, right? Ao Yang Hua wasn't bothered by the tone, and with a smirk, he reminded her, if you want to help Ning Fan, then I won't hold back. Hong Yi Lin wasn't one to take things lightly. This was exactly what she wanted. She raised her weapon, muttering the incantation for the barrier, her fingers deftly adjusting the safety switch. Then, she shouted, and at the same time, 2 loud gunshots rang out. Ao Yang Hua's eyes widened, standing motionless. When the 2 bullets whizzed past him, he tilted his head and sneered. Where are you aiming? Such an odd way to fight. But when the 2 bullets collided, they swiftly transformed into swords. Before the opponent could react, Hong Yi Lin was already behind him. 2 sharp sword strokes severed the object at Ao Yang Hua's back. He hurriedly fled forward, his eyes filled with anger as he glared at her. Damn, that fast? After that, she began summoning more tentacles from beneath the ground. This time, the tentacles shifted targets, charging straight towards Hong Yi Lin. The remaining tentacles were nothing in her eyes. It only took a few seconds to deal with them. At this moment, Ao Yang Hua, not paying attention, wore a confident expression, certain of his victory. Professor Ma, haven't you finished yet? Once I'm done, I'll come over to help you. Ma Kai-shan glared at the 3 students of Ning Fan, and upon hearing this, he snorted coldly, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Who needs your help? Meanwhile, Ning Fan was still worried about the pair of eyes that had appeared earlier. Could it be? Someone else has a system like mine. Ma Kai-shan quickly seized the opportunity and launched a direct attack. Ning Fan, if you have the skills, don't hide behind your students. Rong Xu-wei reacted swiftly, freezing Ma Kai-shan's foot that was moving toward her. He looked down in confusion, only to be struck by a kick, barely managing to raise his hand to block. But the blow was so forceful that Ma Kai-shan was slammed into the wall behind him. Zhang Tianchang stomped his foot onto the floor, assuming a martial arts stance with resolute eyes. Ma Kai-shan gritted his teeth, coldly huffing. These students are a bit of a nuisance. Hu Yang Hua appeared beside them, speaking cryptically. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Hong Yi Lin stood in front of Ning Fan and his 2 disciples, suddenly widening his eyes in confusion. Ao Yang Hua was unconcerned, cheerfully calling out, Zhou, it's your turn. Outside, a beast with bright glowing eyes bared its teeth in excitement, impatiently waiting. It stood on top of a building, raising its arms, both wrapped in bandages. As its arms came down, an immense surge of energy followed. This energy immediately pierced through the wall, striking the spot where Ning Fan and the others stood. The energy was so powerful that it went straight through the building, creating a terrifying sound. The 3, Zhang Tianchang, Hong Yi Lin and Rong Xu Wei were caught off guard and fell with the collapsing cement. A sudden trap had been triggered. A loud explosion rang out around them. Ning Fan, with a stunned expression, shouted, "It looks like the building collapsed with a huge hole." Ning Fan glanced down and yelled, "Hey, are you all okay?" Ignoring the danger, Ning Fan made up his mind to jump down, saying, "I have to get down quickly to help them." An enigmatic creature suddenly streaked past, causing Ning Fan to startle and exclaim, "Huh!" Before Ning Fan's eyes, a giant octopus with countless tentacles appeared. A mysterious voice suddenly spoke. "Are you still in the mood to worry about your students?" It turned out that the mysterious person was Ma Kai-shan, with Ao Yang-hua standing beside him. Suddenly, Ao Yang-hua spoke up. "You should worry about yourself first." With anger burning inside him, Ning Fan said, "Worry about myself? I'm worried I can't control myself. The system's abilities are broken, so I'll just use up trust points here instead." Ma Kai-shan interrupted, saying, "Now that the obstacles are gone, don't hold back. Give it your all." With countless tentacles, Ao Yang-hua loudly gave orders from a distance, witnessing the entire chaos unfold. The man with green hair said, "Teacher Zhou Qian is a martial arts fanatic. I heard his abilities have reached the standard of an S-class teacher. I never expected the destructive power to be this great." Observing through the screen, the man with green hair continued, "I didn't expect the teachers would end up fighting each other. This is definitely something to look forward to." With a proud expression, the man stroked his chin and said, "But originally, teachers are supposed to evaluate students. If the teachers are fighting, does that count as violating the rules?" He added, "In theory, there's no problem at all." Huang Taiji appeared and said, "This is the first time teachers are participating in the competition, and indeed, there's nothing in the regulations about this." The man with green hair, sulking, shouted, "Old Huang." Huang Taiji calmly added, "Moreover, the competition will be even more exciting." The blue-haired person listened to the reply. "Yes." Huang Taiji placed all his trust in Ning Fan, saying, "Don't disappoint my expectations." "Ning Fan, may the primordial spirit protect you." Ning Fan gathered all his strength and shouted, "Protective shield." Ma Kai-shan charged fiercely towards Ning Fan. Behind Ning Fan, a tentacle appeared, but was suddenly cut in half with a sharp sound. Ma Kai-shan, witnessing the tentacle being severed, exclaimed in shock, "Hmph." Ning Fan clasped his hands together in front of his chest and loudly said, "Turn into a meat bun." Ma Kai-shan, refusing to submit, replied, "Just a trivial trick. This little strength won't harm me at all." Ning Fan, unafraid, continued his attack and said, "You're tough, ah. Well, try this." Ma Kai-shan, with a pale face, braced himself for Ning Fan's punch heading straight towards him. Sweat poured down Ma Kai-shan's face as he screamed. Huang Taiji, outside, could hear the cries coming from within. Ning Fan spoke up, feeling a little regretful after the blow, wanting to wash his hands of it. Ao Yang-hua hesitantly said, "Kill him. Ning, kill. Supervisor Ma, please rest first." With a face showing no fear, Ao Yang-hua spoke. "Next, leave it to me." Ning Fan, surprised, said, "A girl." Ning Fan screamed, "Protective shield, now." Ning Fan was stunned and spoke, "The tentacles from earlier have come back to life." Ao Yang-hua smugly said, "Just stay in that protective shield and wait for your magic to be completely eroded." Suddenly, an arm appeared, and the tentacles surrounding Ning Fan were instantly severed. Wen Ruan appeared unexpectedly and said, "You've been too careless, Ning Fan. Before the chaos storm hits, an unexpected helper has arrived. Why has no one appeared after Lai Qiang spoke earlier? We've come so far, yet no monsters. I'm starving." Shai Feng replied, "You still have fruit to eat, so be quiet." Looking ahead, Shai Feng puzzledly asked, "This place feels so familiar. We're lost, aren't we?" Lai Qiang optimistically responded, "So what if we're lost? Anyway, once the contest ends, someone will come to pick us up." Shai Feng continued, "There's no one here, and I still want to test my strength." Lai Qiang answered from behind, "Isn't it better to just finish the contest easily? Anyway, when we get back, I'll treat you to a big meal." Shai Feng kept walking and said, The contest won't end until there are only 10 contestants left. Maybe 3 or 4 days, 10 days even. You'll just be stuck here eating trees. Lai Kong responded in surprise. Ha! Running quickly ahead, Lai Kong said with fiery enthusiasm, "The fighting spirit has ignited. Let's go and finish this competition." Shai Feng, from behind, spoke up. "Hey, wait a minute." Lai Kong suddenly came to a halt. Shai Feng couldn't stop in time and bumped straight into Li Kong's back, letting out a yelp. Lai Kong pointed ahead and said, "Look, don't stop suddenly like that." Lai Kong's face changed color, and he shouted, "Isn't this the apple core I was eating just now? We've lost our way." Shai Feng, his face dotted with sweat, replied, "I already mentioned this problem from the start." The strange adventure of the two friends, one fat, one skinny, began. A while later, in the middle of the forest, a voice suddenly rang out. "Don't run, brother-in-law." The voice continued, "Let me go, I'm not going back this time." A loud voice followed, chasing after them. From the bushes, Shai Feng called out, "Brother-in-law." Lai Kong, standing next to him, asked in confusion, "Is this a family dispute?" Suddenly, Lai Kong rushed out of the bushes, shouting loudly, "So we're back to human society now, right? Help!" Shai Feng, grabbing hold of Lai Kong from behind, shouted to stop him. Hey, calm down. What if it's a wild animal?" Lai Kong, still puzzled, continued, "Do wild animals know how to speak human language?" Shai Feng pushed up his glasses and replied, "Did you really forget the name of the person who first brought you the salt? Everything must be done carefully." Shai Feng and Li Kong once again hid together in the bushes. Lai Kong said, "You really talk too much." Shai Feng reminded him, "Keep your voice down." Suddenly, someone ahead shouted, "Don't come here." In front of them, two bears were quarreling. The bear with one eye covered said, "Sorry, brother-in-law." The other bear yelled, "I told you not to hit the face." Behind the fierce-looking bear, there were two other bears. The bear with one eye covered spoke again, "Brother-in-law, go home quietly, or you'll suffer the pain of the flesh." The bear who had just taken a hit didn't back down, but snarled, "This time, I'm not going back. Nothing you say will work." Lai Kong, hidden in the bushes, widened his eyes in surprise and said, "Is this some kind of bear version of being coaxed home?" Shai Feng placed a hand over his mouth to gesture for silence. "She." Whoosh! The bear with the red eye armor shouted, "Brother-in-law, don't blame me for being harsh." He threw a powerful punch toward the stubborn bear and shouted, "Face-breaking fist." Lai Kong suddenly charged out, throwing a punch at the aggressive bear's face while shouting, "Reconciliation Court Authority." Lai Kong continued, "We're all part of the same family. Let's talk this out." After Lai Kong's punch, the fierce bear fell to the ground with a loud thud. The two bears beside it quickly hoisted the injured bear onto their shoulders and carried it away. As they walked, the two bears spoke. The brother-in-law invited someone to beat up the first young master. "Let's hurry back and report." One of the bears muttered, "There's no heavenly principle here. No sense of justice at all." Lai Kong looked at the three bears and said, "I guess I hit a bit too hard, huh?" Shai Feng shouted, "Hey, fatty, look over there." The severely injured bear weakly cried for help. "Two honorable heroes. Please help me." Shai Feng suddenly widened his eyes, beads of sweat appearing on his face as he said, "Isn't that the bear we beat up earlier?" The bear, in frustration, spoke, "My family was once very happy, until the day our child was born." The bear continued, "Since that day, her personality changed drastically. She became cold and quick-tempered. Every day, I lived in an atmosphere that alternated between coldness and anger. I just want to escape from such a life." Shai Feng calmly replied, "Is that so?" Lai Kong, in a cheerful tone, said, "Well then, tell your story. We support you." The bear turned towards the two and shouted, "Hey, don't speak like it's someone else's business. Didn't you two beat me up and injure my hand? Moreover, everyone here is a man." Shai Feng was the first to respond, "You're not a human." Hearing the sound echoing around, the bear yelled loudly, "This sound is gone. My brothers are calling my wife over." The bear with bloodshot eyes said, "You two have injured my hand, and now I can't do anything. You both have to take responsibility and help me resolve the family conflict." Shen Feng replied, "Indeed, as long as I and the fat guy take action. Those bears are nothing. Shai Feng suddenly turned serious and continued. But I refuse. The bear gritted its teeth and asked again. Ha, why? Shai Feng answered, don't try to use morality to bind me. I won't do things that are pointless. The bear continued, if you agree to my request, it's not that I can't help you. The bear opened its mouth in shock, secretly thinking, this person's lowest limit. At this moment, the two, Shai Feng and Li Kong, faced a group of bears of all sizes. The large bear shouted loudly for freedom. Li Kong said, remember what you promised. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Wait a minute. A bear with a golden hat on its head spoke up. I don't understand why you two want to get involved in our family conflict. Li Kong replied, we're men, of course, we help our brothers settle their grievances. The bear wearing the hat said, what's there to be angry about with that guy? As expected, he's just talking nonsense. The bear started telling a story. After getting married, all he did was eat and become lazy. Whenever something happened, he was the one who had to handle everything. Whose kid is this? Without stopping, the bear with the hat continued. After having a child, things got even worse. I told him to take care of the kid, but he left the child outside. And in the end, I was the one who had to do everything, even the hunting. Shai Feng said, huh? This? Li Kong, who was nearby, responded in surprise. Huh? That's not what I heard. The bear with the hat, eyes glowing red, shouted, the one who should be angry is me. He even hit my sister-in-law. No matter what happens today, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Li Kong asked, isn't that bear different from what you said? The bear hesitated and replied, huh? Shai Feng, who was nearby, asked, is this guy planning to run away? The bear replied, if a bear has to be useless, then why shouldn't it be me? Shai Feng said, all right. Well, at least that seems to resolve your family conflict. Don't forget the promise you made to us. The bear lay on the ground, softly saying, I was wrong, bro. Wen Ruwen looked down and said, you've been too careless. Ning Fan Ao Yang Hua, who was below, looked up puzzled. Huh? Ning Fan asked Wen Ruwen, why you have to help Ning Fan? That's right, why? Ning Fan and Ao Yang Hua looked at the three of them, puzzled. Wen Ruwen replied, why shouldn't I tell you? Go deal with them. The woman beside her said, yes, master. Ma Kai-shan spoke up, reminding, be careful. Wen Ruwen spoke, I don't see the goat-headed summoned beast anymore. Ao Yang Hua pointed directly at Wen Ruwen and shouted, isn't this the best opportunity to attack the summoner? Strange creatures began to rise from the ground. Tentacles that had been severed flew up and scattered. Ao Yang Hua said, the summoned beast is hiding in the shadows? What a nuisance! The girl in servant attire moved forward with several tools floating beside her. Ma Kai-shan's heart and mind were filled with fear as he spoke, his gaze slightly piercing. The girl advanced directly toward Ma Kai-shan, throwing all the tools she had on him. Ma Kai-shan raised his hand in front of his face to block and shouted, ha! The strings on the girl's dress tightened around Ma Kai-shan's legs, pulling him to the ground. Ma Kai-shan cried out, Ma Kai-shan frowned and said, ha! Ma Kai-shan sternly shouted, ha ha! Don't use these useless things to touch me. Ma Kai-shan lunged forward and said, fall down. The girl dressed as a maid received Ma Kai-shan's strike without any harm. Ma Kai-shan was surprised and said, what's going on? It feels like hitting cotton. The girl, with a strange smile, now only had the cord around her head tightly wrapped around Ma Kai-shan. Wen Ruwen spoke up, the head instructor is being toyed with by a summoned beast like this. Paft, pathetic. Ma Kai-shan, his anger flaring like a fire, shouted, damn it, I'll show you the true strength of the head instructor. Wen Ruwen looked up at the sky, puzzled. Why is it dark again? The sky was covered in dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts struck down. Ao Yang Hua said, could it be that head instructor Ma Kai-shan is so angry that he's pointing straight up and saying, ha ha, take the full force of my fury. The lightning and thunder clapped loudly, with the bolts converging into a straight strike. Ning Fan performed his move to shield Wen Ruwen. Ma Kai-shan said, damn it, did you see that? Ao Yang Hua, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Ma Kai-shan and responded, yeah, good job, head instructor meh. Suddenly, an announcement came from the system. System consumption exceeded the trust points limit. The system is entering rest mode again. The freezing time is 30 minutes. Ao Yanghua shouted, "Go ahead. Use your move." Zhang Tianchong shouted, "Si Wei, are you okay?" Hong Yi Lin brandished his sword and charged forward. The wolf with blue eyes shouted, "Let's see where you can run to." Hong Yi Lin was struck repeatedly. Seeing this, the wolf spoke up, "Is this the strongest of Class S? How disappointing." Suddenly, Hong Yi Lin burst out of the dust, stabbing straight for the wolf's head. The wolf, puzzled, asked, "Clearly you're using a barrier system, but you're not using the barrier to fight me. Are you looking down on me?" The wolf had firmly grasped Hong Yi Lin's arm. Suddenly, another hand grabbed the wolf's arm that was holding Hong Yi Lin. It was Zhang Tianchong holding onto the wolf's arm. The wolf, surprised, said, "Huh? No, I can't move." Hong Yi Lin, from behind, questioned, "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianchong replied, "I'm helping you, but I can't hold it for long. You need to release your barrier quickly." Hong Yi Lin responded, "If I could release it, I would have done so a long time ago. My mana was exhausted while fighting those tentacles." Hong Yi Lin continued, "Even if I manage to open the barrier, it will only last for a moment." Hong Yi Lin said, "Then let's try it." Zhang Tianchong asked in surprise, "What?" Hong Yi Lin, determined, charged forward and said, "Try to take care of this guy in the blink of an eye." The wolf shouted, "This kind of style, you're a disciple of Lu Guangyuan, right?" The wolf raised its other hand, preparing to strike Zhang Tianchong. Zhang Tianchong, with eyes full of determination, said, "Let's use a small force to overcome large one." The wolf was knocked down by Zhang Tianchong and screamed in surprise. "What?" The wolf was thrown outwards, crashing into the base of a tree. Hong Yi Lin, in a fierce tone, said, "Take care of that guy in a flash." The wolf charged up and shouted, "Just you guys?" The wolf had its clothes torn apart and asked in surprise, "Why are you tearing my clothes? Is this the in the blink of an eye thing you were talking about?" Hong Yi Lin said, "This one's too tough already." Rong Shu Wei, from behind, shouted loudly, "It's not over yet. Freeze." The wolf was struck from behind and shouted, "Huh." Zhang Tianchong charged forward, saying, "And there's me too." The wolf took the blow and screamed, "Ouch." The wolf said, "This one's weaker than the last one." Zhang Tianchong looked at the wolf and said, "Really can't hurt it. Why is it getting dark? Are we about to lose?" "That's it." The wolf sprang up and shouted, "Now it's my turn." The powerful wolf rose up, but was struck directly by a lightning bolt. The wolf said, "Is it true that if you try to look cool, you'll get struck by lightning? Is that something people usually talk about?" Zhang Tianchong looked ahead and asked in confusion, "Is that Ning teacher's superior over there?" Rong Wei said, "We need to hurry and go help." Zhang Tianchong spoke up, "Hong Yi Lin, let's go quickly." Hong Yi Lin, lying on the ground, responded, "Huh, I'm too tired. I want to rest." Ning Fan, sweating, said, "Damn it, why are so many system malfunctions happening now? Are they trying to kill me?" Ning Fan thought to himself, "Continuing like this is not a good solution. I'm just dragging everyone down." Ao Yanghua spoke, "Ning Fan, you should hide properly." With a face full of challenge, Ao Yanghua shouted, "If I find you, you're dead for sure." Ning Fan smirked and thought, "If it's like that, then I'll show you something. If you see me lying flat on the ground, the hero won't be able to stand it. I, Ning Fan, can handle it." A piece of concrete fell, making a noise. Wu Yanghua shouted, "Found it." Hong Yi Lin appeared, using his sword to slice through the tentacle. Ning Fan was surprised and said, "Hong Yi Lin." Hong Yi Lin and Ao Yanghua asked in confusion, "Huh? Why are you here? Could it be Joke-san?" Sweat dotted his face. Ao Yanghua hesitated and said, "That can't be, right? How could Joke-san let a student defeat him?" Before them, Joke-san was being carried away. After transforming back, someone noticed and thought to themselves, "This injury, doesn't it look like he's been beaten?" Makai-shan spoke up, "Joke-san is only at that level. Let me handle it." Ao Yanghua softly reminded, "You're not fully recovered yet." Makai-shan responded without hesitation, "Dealing with a few students like this is no problem. You keep an eye on Ning Fan. Don't let him escape." Rong Su-wei looked at Wen Ruan and said, "You're injured. Let me treat her." Ning Fan softly said, "Xiao Rong." Zhang Tianchong looked at Ning Fan and spoke, "All right, we'll take care of things here." Zhang Tianchong, beside Yi Lin, said, "Let's work together again." Hong Yi Lin replied, "Just don't get in my way." Hong Yi Lin charged forward, delivering a blow to Ma Kai-shan's back. Ma Kai-shan sneered, "Is that all you've got?" Hong Yi Lin and Zhang Tianchang took turns attacking Ma Kai-shan. Zhang Tianchong landed a kick directly to Ma Kai-shan's face. Ao Yanghua spoke from the side, "Teacher Ma, how about I handle this?" Ma Kai-shan's face darkened. "Step aside. Just watch over Ning Fan for me." Ma Kai-shan did not need Ao Yanghua to step in and confirm, "I'm not like that useless teacher hiding behind his students. My fight, I can handle it on my own." Zhang Tianchong yelled, "Ning teacher is not useless." Zhang Tianchong threw a punch towards Ma Kai-shan, but he dodged it. Ma Kai-shan said, "Such a simple move. It's too easy to see through." Zhang Tianchong was sent flying upwards by Ma Kai-shan's strike. Hong Yi Lin remarked, "What's he getting so worked up about?" Ma Kai-shan continued, "A student of a useless teacher is bound to be eliminated." Zhang Tianchong yelled, "Hong Yi Lin." Hong Yi Lin took a punch from Ma Kai-shan and was sent flying far away. Ma Kai-shan, pleased with himself, said, "So eager to die, huh? The two obstacles are already dealt with." Ning Fan, seething with anger, shouted, "Who did you just call useless? Come on, I won't back down anymore." Ma Kai-shan replied, "Dare to say that?" Then Ma Kai-shan said, "Win the car, win it fast." Suddenly, a foot from nowhere struck Ma Kai-shan. Ao Yanghua yelled, "Watch out, Headmaster Ma!" After that blow, which Ma Kai-shan couldn't block, he was eliminated. Lang Xingyu spoke up, "You just knocked someone else, didn't you?" Ma Kai-shan slumped against the cliff wall. Lang Xingyu asked sternly, "Hemph, who did you crash into this time?" Lang Xingyu said, "This time, was it the Class S teacher who came to pick a fight with you?" Lang Xingyu continued, "Looks like you're in a pretty pathetic state." Ning Fan asked, "Do you need my help?" Ning Fan replied again, "Forget it, just take a rest. Ouyang is not as simple as you think." Lang Xingyu loudly declared, "I'm not as simple as you think either. Go for it." The chicken beside Lang Xingyu stretched its neck and lunged toward Ao Yanghua. Ao Yanghua, his face full of defiance, said, "Then let me see just how not simple you really are." Suddenly, a fist swung straight toward the chicken. Snakehead Fish said, "Isn't it very simple?" Nan Gongyan said smugly, "That's right, I'm really not simple at all." "Miss Lang," Ning Fan encouraged, "Come on, Lang Xingyu. I believe you're not that simple." Lang Xingyu shouted, "Stop saying the word simple already, damn crow's mouth." Lang Xingyu's chicken said, "Isn't this the salted fish? Let me show you my new move." Snakehead Fish challenged back. "Then this king will have to take a good look." The chicken charged at Snakehead Fish, shouting, "Invincible crumbling wind wheel, crush it for me." Snakehead Fish screamed, "Hot, hot, hot." O Yang Huo called out to Ning Fan. O Yang Huo looked at Ning Fan and asked, "How are you feeling now?" "I've dealt with most of the students. I spent a lot of time creating this perfect plan. Now there's no student left who can protect you." Suddenly, Ning Fan had a thought cross his mind. "Wait, did he hack my system?" O Yang Huo said, "Let me show you something interesting." Ning Fan shouted, "Su Fang, Si Tian Jie." Ning Fan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This barrier." Ao Yang Huo continued, "I told you. I've come up with a perfect plan. I've investigated every one of your students." Suddenly, someone appeared and said, "This time, we've caught Ning teacher." Ning Fan asked in a voice, "Ao Yang Huo, why are you going to such lengths to get rid of me?" Ao Yang Huo said, "Get rid of you?" Ao Yang Huo grabbed Ning Fan by the collar and said, "If I got rid of you, all I'd have is the opportunity. Do you think I need to wait until now?" Ao Yang Huo shouted, "Look at how pathetic you are now. What exactly makes you better than me?" Ao Yang Huo scowled angrily and said, "Liu Guang Yuan, the principal, even her. Why do they care about you so much?" O Yang Huo continued, "I have to show them that you're just a useless piece of trash. Nothing more, nothing less." Looking down at Ning Fan, Yang Huo raised his voice. Ning Fan, you lost. Now, if you kneel and bow your head to me, I will spare your students. Yang Huo spoke with a challenging tone. If not, I'll start eliminating your students one by one. Yang Huo shouted loudly, everything I've done is for this moment, to let everyone know that you're just a discarded fool. The image of Ning Fan kneeling was broadcasted live on the large screen, witnessed by a crowd of people. Zhao Wenlong, with a smug expression, spoke up, broadcast it all. This is a priceless scene worth remembering. Yang Huo yelled, kneel and bow. Ning Fan, I want you to never raise your head again. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared around Ning Fan, tearing apart the talismans. Earlier, this kind of shadow had appeared and severed the tentacles. The girl behind Yang Huo screamed, my talisman is torn. When Ruan, the dark shadows appeared, cutting off the tentacles beside Yang Huo. When Ruan, with a mocking tone, looked at Yang Huo and said, is that all you can do, using those pathetic, soft tentacles? Yang Huo, clutching his injured shoulder, asked, Wen Ruan, why do you keep protecting Ning Fan? Wen Ruan replied, why do you keep asking that question? She continued, is it that in your perfect plan, you didn't prepare for dealing with someone like me? Who's helping you? Are you worried? Yang Huo smiled and responded, if I can't handle unexpected situations, then how can it be called a perfect plan? I didn't intend to take action. Wen Ruan suddenly realized that his magical power was increasing. She pointed directly at Yang Huo and shouted, block him. Yang Huo spoke, the tentacles are just intermediaries. Do you really think I'll use them to fight? With his magical power continuing to rise, Yang Huo confirmed, I'm not a summoning-type teacher. I'm from the psychic system. Yang Huo said, and the magical power I gained by corroding you all. My strongest spell is now complete. With one of his eyes glowing purple, he pointed at Wen Ruan, and in a challenging tone, said, even so, you can still protect Ning Fan. Let me show you the monster within me. Wen Ruan shouted, hurry. Ning Fan asked in surprise, huh? Why? Wen Ruan, the next battle won't have time for you to worry about Dong's business. Ning Fan shouted loudly, you're using too much force. Ning Fan raised his voice, saying, sorry to trouble you. Zhao Wenlong, surprised by Ning Fan's sudden appearance, asked in astonishment. Ning Fan, the monstrous creature shaped like an eye of Yang Huo, shot a beam of purple light directly at the helicopter where Ning Fan was. Ning Fan shielded his eyes from the light and said, what is that? It's blinding. Ning Fan, looking at Zhao Wenlong, who had lost consciousness in front of him, wondered aloud, is this the result of a large amount of magic being lost, causing a temporary coma? Has that beam of light drained all the magic? Why am I unaffected? Ning Fan was even more surprised when, from the cockpit, a voice said, the helicopter crew, without anyone to control it, crashed into the cliff and exploded. Yang Huo, sitting proudly on his monstrous creature, said smugly, running is useless. As long as you're still on this island, you're within my sights. It's over. It's over. Isn't the result still that I win? Yang Huo straightened himself, and, with confidence, declared loudly, if it's over, then let's get to the main issue. Say what you want to say. Yang Huo shouted, Do Yutsu, I want you to be my girlfriend. The day before the competition, Yutsu stood up and said to herself, I've finished my work for today. Time to head home after work. Standing up, she thought, tomorrow is the competition. Suddenly, Yang Huo entered, and Diao Yutsui responded, Mr. Yang, is there something you need from me? He instructed, there's something very important about tomorrow's competition that I need to tell you. You must watch the live broadcast. After thinking for a moment, Yang Huo reminded himself, that's right, now's the time to say it. He decided to shout out loud, Diao Yutsu, I like you. Yang Huo confessed, will you be my girlfriend? The three women immediately lost their composure. He continued shouting, your hair is so beautiful, and your skin is so fair and smooth. Yang Huo yelled again, the first time I met you, I was completely captivated by you. I promise I will treat you well. Before he could finish his sentence, the goat head suddenly lunged at Yang Huo. Wen Ruan angrily scolded, are you done talking yet? And why are you only talking about appearance? You're such an idiot. The blow from the goat head swished past Yang Huo's face. He immediately used his invisibility skill to blend into the air, while the goat head continued to strike out. Yang Huo casually rested his head on his hand and said, "Is it you again? Stop following me around. Didn't Ning Fan get eliminated already?" Wen Ruan replied irritably, "Who's following you? It's because you want this. You deserve the beating." Yang Hua transformed into a giant squid and interrogated her. "You're making me more and more curious. If I defeat you, then tell me the reason why." He lashed out at her mercilessly. "You think I'm afraid of you?" The squid's tentacle struck her head on, slamming her hard to the ground. Yang Hua gloated. "So I've won, haven't I? Now, tell me the reason." Through the thick haze of smoke and dust came a fit of coughing. Wen Ruan appeared and said, "Damn it, I let myself get provoked. It's just because Lu Guangyuan asked me to help Ningfan." But Yang Hua pressed on, refusing to believe her. Even lies had to sound convincing. There was no way Lu Guangyuan would ask someone else. "You keep dodging like this. Couldn't it be that you actually have feelings for me?" She flared up at him. "What? I'll kill you, you bastard." He mocked her with a teasing tone. Oh, I was just joking. But with a reaction like that, I can't help but think maybe I hit the mark." Wen Ruan shouted with all her strength, "Shut up, it's definitely not you. The one I like is—" Her voice trembled as she spoke softly. "The one I like is Ningfan." At that very moment, Ningfan crawled out from the rubble, groaning. "Ah, that hurts. What rotten luck." He looked utterly calm as he asked, "Huh? Wen Ruan? What were you just shouting? Forget that for now. I have a plan." Wen Ruan was moved to tears. "Brother, you haven't been eliminated? Could I really have been like you just now?" The bandages slowly wrapped around her hand, while the other hand summoned dark energy, and half of Wen Ruan's face transformed into a goat's head. At this moment, she had taken on the form of a van. Ning Fan scratched his head in confusion. "Huh? Why did you suddenly transform?" Wen Ruan threw a dumbbell at his face and shouted, "Forget it, just leave me alone." Nearby the battlefield, Xin Wei spoke up. "It's best if no one moves," she warned. "My healing technique can't fully heal everyone." Su Feng replied, "I'm fine." Tianji then asked, "What is that thing over there?" Xing Yu cracked her knuckles excitedly. "Who cares what it is? Just smash it." Tianji teased her. "You can't even beat salted fish, and now you want to defeat that thing." Xing Yu got angry. "It's because he ran away. I didn't lose." He shook his head and answered, "It's because we've recovered. He saw it wasn't going well, so he ran." Tianji looked at Yang Hua leisurely inside the squid and felt disgusted. It was truly nauseating, especially in such a conspicuous place, and with such a relaxed demeanor. He firmly said, "My shield's transformation range isn't enough to reach the master's vital energy. We need to think of a way to deal with it. My offensive magic can reach there." Su Feng also joined in. "I could fly," but Tian Chang wouldn't allow it. "No, Su Wei has already spent too much magic on healing spells. It's better not to make a move yet." Tian Ji turned to him and said, "Are you guys all right? You don't even care about me." Tian Chang was uneasy. Even if they used offensive spells, the tentacles would block them. There were too many tentacles. Without multiple people attacking at once, it was impossible. Tian Ji thought the same. If they tried to get close, the tentacles would obstruct them. If they attacked from afar, the tentacles would still block it. He suddenly blurted out, "Doesn't that make the teacher invincible then?" Xing Yu immediately burst out laughing. "So foolish." Embarrassed, Tianji snapped back. "What are you laughing at? You come up with a plan then." She pulled out 2 pills, looking dangerous. "It's simple. Can't we just suppress the teacher's tentacles with sheer numbers?" At that moment, Ning Fan was only heard groaning. "Ouch! Why did you hit me so hard?" Wen Ruan made an excuse. "Can you stop bringing it up? I thought it was an ambush. Weren't you looking for your students?" He rubbed his forehead and lounged lazily as he replied, "That's right, making you furious. The way I look now doesn't suit me at all." Ning Fan finally revealed, "Don't worry, in a moment you'll know exactly where they are. Among my students, there is one who is particularly skilled at exposing herself." Cut to Xing Yu, who smiled in satisfaction. This time, it's perfect. They had quickly created a large number of enormous arrows. Someone asked, "Is it enough to summon this many?" "Tianji, is this okay?" Xing Yu immediately commanded, Fire the arrows and turn him into a porcupine. Countless arrows were shot toward Yang Hua. The squid widened its eyes in shock upon realizing what was happening. And Yang Hua inside was also taken by surprise. Xing Yu triumphantly taunted, "With this many, let's see if you can block them." A barrage of arrows embedded into the squid, she proudly remarked. "Surprised, huh? Didn't have time to prepare." Then, a thick cloud of dust enveloped the squid, and the arrows piercing its skin melted away. Yang Hua also spoke up. "These summoned creatures are created from magical power, right?" He revealed uselessly. "Any magic that encounters them will just be corroded until it's gone. This is a wall that magic cannot penetrate." Yang Hua shouted, declaring, "The key point is absolutely invincible." Then, he struck directly at Xing Yu with his tentacles. Tianji quickly asked, "Hey Ling Xing Yu, what's the next move? Do you have a plan for what's coming after this?" She yelled. In front of Xing Yu, another tentacle was rushing towards her. The squid slammed its tentacle to the ground, and everyone shouted loudly, "Xing Yu, big sis!" It turned out that Shai Fang and Li Kang had summoned a brown bear to block the tentacle for her. "Don't worry, we're here now." Shai Fang and Li Kang struck a cool pose. "Big sis, don't worry, we're here." The bear growled in frustration. The two of them looked even cooler. "What are you doing? Hurry up and help." It pointed at the tentacles that were wrapping around the bears, saying, "This thing will corrode our magical power. It's very detrimental to our magical beasts." Tian Chang was tightly wrapped and unable to break free. What should they do now? Suddenly, arrows appeared, cutting the squid's tentacles. The arrows shot out in succession, severing all the tentacles. It turned out that Wen Ruan was casting an attack spell. She was unaware that a lightning bolt was heading toward her from behind. The squid tried to release a large lightning bolt to defend itself. Yang Hua frowned in annoyance, like a swarm of flies. Such a nuisance. Then he launched attack waves from the squid's eyes. Wen Ruan quickly flew off to dodge the blow. Everyone looked up, wondering, "Who is that? Are they trying to help us distract attention?" Suddenly, the main character popped up from somewhere. "Finally found you all," Shai Feng and Tian Chang shouted out. Ning Fan, at this moment, Wen Ruan is focusing on moving and distracting the enemy. Yang Hua was also surprised. Did she avoid all the tentacle attacks? The tentacles immediately shot toward her, and Wen Ruan threw out strands of ice and said, "Gotcha." The ice threads wrapped tightly around the tentacles, causing Yang Hua to scream. "What?" He was still feeling proud. "So what? I can create many more tentacles." Suddenly, the tentacles were frozen again. Shu Wei then said, "Freezing will only hold for a while. They corrode too quickly." Tian Chang grabbed a tentacle. "I'll help too." At this point, Shai Fang and the group of bears also held onto the tentacles, and we arrived as well. Yang Hua shouted, "What's the point of grabbing the tentacles? You can't break through my fortress. Are you all crazy?" Wen Ruan then revealed, "We can't, but someone else can." Yang Hua anxiously asked, "Whoa." Ning Fan was observing from a distance. "All right, it's over here." He then leaped forward, using his arrow, and said, "I'm going to destroy the fortress now." Hao Yang Hua was taken aback. He looked at Ning Fan and thought, this method of approach wasn't aiming for a living target, was it? A powerful force charged straight for the squid's eye. Ning Fan charged in while saying, "Too bad someone as useless as me doesn't have enough magic for you to corrode." At this moment, he had passed through the eye and approached Yang Hua. Ning Fan raised his fist, and after disturbing him, Yang Hua also resisted. Immediately afterward, a huge explosion occurred. Dust and smoke filled the air, and only the flickering silhouette of Ning Fan could be seen. He had crushed Yang Hua under his feet, looking triumphant. "Wasn't it easy to break it? Your endless fortress," he taunted. At this point, Gong Yan appeared and shouted, "Snakehead Fish, look." He sat on the shoulder of Snakehead Fish and said, "5 people want to deal with the 2 of us." Ning Fan's group shouted back, "Stop talking so much." Gong Yan provocatively responded, knowing the power of Snakehead Fish, so he didn't dare to take them on one by one. Xing Yu was enthusiastic. "What? Who doesn't dare? Let me go first." Lai Kong reminded. "Hey, the big sister clearly provoked him." Gong Yan patted Snakehead Fish on the shoulder. Snakehead Fish spoke loudly. It's fine, Xiao Yan Yan, it's nothing worth mentioning to a king. A king must know how to be tolerant, and only then can he win. Conquering you will give you a broader view. At this point, Wenlong began to explain. I am your live broadcaster, Zhao Wenlong. Apologies to all viewers for the delay. I'm sitting in the helicopter announcing it. Now, let's return to the match. Wenlong continued. Let's take a look at the current situation of the battle. Suddenly, behind him, a waterfall rose up, surging and swelling high like a tsunami. The helicopter was immediately swept into the waterfall. Xing Yu felt annoyed. It was true. Gong Yan laughed triumphantly. Ha! As expected, the snakehead fish is the strongest being in the universe. He ordered them to kneel. The ordinary people, including Xing Yu, felt jealous. It was truly admirable. Why couldn't their fate be as strong as that? The waterfall was rising, engulfing the land, rocks, and plants beneath. It poured over Ning Fan's group, the powerful water crashing up to the cliffside. Ning Fan's group was completely submerged within it. Su Wei was struggling when suddenly a hand grabbed her. It turned out to be Tian Cheng, pulling Su Wei toward him. He drew her in close, their faces inches apart. Tian Cheng immediately embraced Su Wei to protect her. Someone snapped their fingers. A protective circle surrounded him and her. The others were also protected in the same way. Even Xing Yu was sitting safely within the protective circle. It was none other than Ning Fan, who had saved his student. The system notified. Apprentice is greeting the master while repairing the master's eyes. Estimated repair time, 23 hours, 20 minutes, 11 seconds, to complete the repair and restore the use of trust points. Ning Fan was satisfied, having had a day full of bad luck, but now his fortune had finally turned. He looked at the scene of destruction caused by the waves and said, the arena has become like this, and next comes the final battle. Ning Fan observed the gigantic snakehead fish in front of him and considered the situation, noting that it was quite similar to what would appear for a final boss. Gong Yan angrily commanded, they are nothing but pests. Snakehead fish, give them a seafood feast. Gong Yan then taunted, come on, Ning Fan. Ning Fan calmly replied, I never said I would take action. You just tortured me too much earlier. Why don't you have my students handle this little one? Lai Kyung trembled and asked, Ning teacher, are you serious? Tianji also chimed in, we're flying. We can't get close to him. Shai Feng screamed, no, I'm scared of falling, it's too high. Gong Yan laughed mockingly, haha, a bunch of idiots think they can deal with us. Back on the ground, I was just letting you all off easy. He revealed that the snakehead fish was the king of the seas, capable of controlling water and sea creatures. The waves grew more intense by the second. Gong Yan shouted, here, the snakehead fish is invincible. Ning Fan responded calmly, it does have some skill. He turned to Xu Wei and added, but it's not the only one here that has been empowered. Xu Wei immediately swung his hand, and the snakehead fish was taken aback. Could it be that he was going to punch Xu Wei? He shouted, don't even think about casting any magic. Tian Cheng quickly noticed and rushed forward to block the snakehead fish's punch. Tian Cheng took a defensive stance and declared, if you want to harm Xu Wei, you'll have to go through me first. Tian Cheng shouted loudly, and her one eye blazed with fiery water. Gong Yan rubbed his head, groaning, that hurt so much I almost fell. He called out to the snakehead fish, who responded, this king miscalculated. I didn't expect to call the sea here and end up hitting my own foot. Gong Yan yelled, the snakehead fish is frozen stiff in place now. It's so scared it might cry. Snakehead fish, come on, get up, don't die on me. Tian Cheng then said, your pet's been defeated. Time to surrender, all right? Gong Yan stubbornly retorted, you bastards, you're picking on the snakehead fish. He raised his fist, then sorry about that, you scared him out of his wits. Are you really going to strike? Suddenly, someone appeared, striking a staff forcefully against the ground. A burst of light erupted, causing Tian Cheng to halt her punch. After Huang Taiji's staff hit the ground, the icy surface and the distant mountain split in two. He spoke up enough. Stop. He winked and said, I declare the competition is over. As for the snakehead fish, it had become the statue of the freedom fish god. At this point, the scene shifted to the outside of the train station. A pair of high heels stepped out. It was none other than Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, someone called her. Lin Xiao Xiao. Kai Shen appeared, badly injured, and announced, "You're late. The king is at school now. We should be cautious. If we're discovered." Xiao Xiao replied, "Oh, isn't the post-competition treatment work very busy? This competition was really intense." Kai Shan handed over a stack of papers and said, "Stop talking so much. This is the student report for Class D that you need." She asked, "What's the result?" He revealed, "Just as you expected, they all have low awakening levels. They are the type of latent physiques you want." Xiao Xiao appeared satisfied. "Good, you've worked hard." Kai Shan then said, "You want them to join your alliance, right? But now they're all in Class S, which the school is paying attention to. This time, it will be hard for you to take action." Xiao Xiao smiled lightly. The alliance has its own arrangements. After reading the document, she was stunned. Ning Fan had also been promoted to a teacher in Class S. Xiao Xiao thought to herself, "Ning Fan, what choice will you make?" At this moment, Gu Yu was standing on stage, giving a speech. "Students, you have worked hard. Although there were a few interruptions during this competition, it still concluded successfully. Next will be the award ceremony. I announce that, unlike last year, there are only 10 lucky students this year. Please invite them to come up and receive their awards." Immediately, the crowd below started murmuring. "Weren't there supposed to be 20 students? I heard that when it ended, a tsunami hit the island, and the competition was stopped by Kane himself. It seems that people nearly died. When it finished, the broadcast signal was completely lost, and we couldn't see anything anymore." Gu Yu interrupted. "Silence, silence." Gong Yan chuckled triumphantly. "The tsunami, that was my doing. The first place will be mine." Gu Yu continued reading the report, with Shay Feng in first place with 1,300 points, and Lai Tu in second place with 1,290 points. Gong Yan was so upset he almost cried. How did this person manage to get first place? Gu Yu raised his voice to remind him. "Silence, student Nan Gong Yan." He then continued. The magical beasts on the island awarded extra points to these two students. They led the magical beasts to victory and continued to lead the group. Gu Yu went on. In third place is Yi Hong Lin with 1050 points. It was indeed still absent as before. He continued. In fourth place is Nan Gong Yan with 1020 points. The boy looked at the score table and began to cry, his result even lower than before. Gu Yu continued. In fifth place is Leng Xing Yu with 820 points. She looked very delighted. He read further. In sixth place is Zhang Tian Chang with 800 points, tied for sixth place with Rong Chuwei, also with 800 points. Gu Yu went on. In seventh place is Si Tianji with 770 points, followed by Su Feng in eighth place with 650 points, and Wen Jing in ninth place with 400 points. Su Feng was annoyed. Am I going to have to be classmates with him from now on? Tianji was also frustrated. What a pity. He raised his voice and continued. These 10 outstanding students will participate in a competition organized by Lu Ying Academy in 3 months. The responsibility is immense, so our school has decided. Gu Yu made a bold announcement, giving these 10 students a travel voucher so they can rest properly. He had just finished the introduction when he said, "Next, please welcome our king to give a speech." Light Kong raised his silver medal and shouted, "Ning teacher, look, I've got second place." Ning Fan, using his mental vision technique, looked up at the stage in surprise. Lai Kong patted his shoulder and said, "Ning teacher, were you shocked? Aren't you happy at all?" He replied indifferently, "Congratulations." Ning Fan then activated his master's eye and thought to himself, "Ha, why is that?" The system observed Wang Taiji and then issued a warning that an obstacle had been encountered, preventing further scanning. He gritted his teeth in anger. Why him? Ning Fan observed him carefully. At this moment, Wang Taiji's scene shifted to the street, which was bustling with activity. Yu Su was seen laughing and speaking happily. "It's late already, the celebration ends here. Tomorrow, you'll be a Class S student, so you have to keep striving." Lai Kang replied, "It feels like a dream. Tomorrow, I'll be a Class S student. It's the first day for the second best student in the entire school." Shai Feng chimed in, "Exactly. Say goodbye to your past self." Suddenly, Xing Yu grabbed Li Kong by the collar and shouted, You two only got the top 2 spots by luck. Why are you acting so proud? He replied awkwardly. Luck is also a part of strength. Why are you only picking on me? Sui spoke up. We'll head back now. Tomorrow, we'll also say goodbye to Tan Chong. Yu Tzu waved her hand. Goodbye. Travel safely. Once everyone had left, she called out to Ning Fan. Yu Tzu looked at him with concern. Are you okay? You seemed off after the exam. Ning Fan forced a smile, not just because she had eaten too much earlier. Suddenly, she touched his lips. Here, a mint candy. Then Yu Tzu reminded him. You need to pull yourself together. Your students are really relying on you. She offered this advice, though they didn't say it out loud. They must have sensed that he wasn't in a good state and needed to adjust quickly to put their minds at ease. Then Yu Tzu waved her hand. Well, I'll head back first. Bye-bye, Ning Fan responded. Bye-bye. At that moment, on the balcony railing, a girl in a coat was on the phone with someone, preparing to leave. The voice on the other end replied. Got it. The girl in the coat continued. Following like this hasn't yielded anything, just eating and drinking all day. The voice on the other end reminded her. Don't act hastily, she suggested. How about we just go straight to them and see what happens? The voice on the other end suddenly snapped. No. Suddenly, Ning Fan raised his hand, throwing a warning. Don't move. The girl, however, calmly responded. Oh, I'm not looking for them. They came to me themselves. He questioned. Who are you? Why are you following us? The girl in the coat remained focused on her phone conversation, as if he didn't understand anything. Should I tell him? The voice on the other end replied. Up to you. It's not a big deal. Then she spoke. Someone had spread the rumor about your low awakening levels outside. Ning Fan responded. So what? The girl in the cloak replied. Think about it. With low awakening levels, but still winning in the S-rank competition, which organization wouldn't want to know the secret behind that? Ning Fan shouted, You err. But the girl in the cloak had already disappeared, leaving only her words behind. Bye-bye. He stood there, thinking, why does this person look so much like Yi Honglin? She runs really fast. Then Ning Fan looked down at the street below and said, If you're brave enough to come, give it a try, no matter what organization you're from. The next day, Ning Fan was seen bundled in a scarf, shivering uncontrollably. Xing Yu kept sneezing. Everyone cheered, That's a snow mountain, it's freezing to death. Where's the hot spring? I want to soak in a hot spring. Suddenly, a car appeared in the distance, making everyone curious. What's that? Looks like it's coming closer, doesn't it? The car sped towards Ning Fan, then screeched to a halt with a loud skid, sending snow flying everywhere. The snowmen nearby were left speechless. Inside the car, a stylishly dressed man was driving. Wenjun said, Is it you? You students are here to enjoy our vehicle service. At that moment, a white car zoomed by, followed closely by the bus carrying Ning Fan and his group. Wenjun quickly stepped on the gas. The bus swerved sharply to the other side of the lane, then quickly overtook the white car. Wenjun's excitement was evident as he skillfully handled the steering wheel. The people inside the bus were thrown into a panic and could only curse in response. Shai Feng, confused, hurriedly asked, Are you trying to kill us by driving that fast? Lai Kong was also annoyed, unable to even eat his apple in peace. Wenjun shouted, I'm driving at the slowest speed possible, you idiot. Lai Kong retorted, Who are you calling an idiot? Su Feng then asked Han Tianji, Are you okay? You've been staring out the window since we got on the bus. Tianji, sweating profusely and looking terrible, replied, Do you think I'm carsick? Su Feng said, I didn't mention anything about carsickness. Xing Yu, also irritated, chimed in, It's just a little bumpy, can't you stay calm? You're making so much noise, I can't sleep. Gong Yan poked his head out and teased her. Miss Lang, can't your summoned beast shrink any smaller? It's so inconvenient. She responded irritably. What? Do you really need to worry about it? The boy laughed in satisfaction. Ha, as expected. The snakehead fish is still great. Gong Yan joked that it could even turn into a keychain, when suddenly there was a violent tremor. It turned out the bus had lost control and crashed into a steep slope right at the edge of a cliff. Then it gathered speed again and shot forward. Gong Yan, not seeing the key in his hand anymore, exclaimed, Huh, where's the snakehead fish? Shai Feng turned to Lai Kong and asked, Why are you wearing my hat? Lai Kong, also confused, responded, Why did my apple turn into dried fish? Tian Chang immediately spoke up, Driver, be a little more careful, everyone's carsick. Chu Wei was trembling, speechless. Wen Jing mumbled, I am going to die. Gong Yan was so angry that he shouted, Exactly, exactly. Do you even know how to drive? Everyone's complaining about Wen Jun. What kind of driving is this? Can you be a little more careful? I don't know what kind of driver the school hired. He grinned maliciously and added, Dare to say I don't know how to drive. Let me show you my real driving skills. The bus suddenly turned sharply into Xuan Ye's path. It sped up so quickly that everyone on board was pressed against the windows. A driver from another vehicle shouted, This is too dangerous. But the bus kept turning and speeding straight ahead. It seemed to carve its way through the road at an astonishing speed. Yutsu finally spoke up, Ning Fan, think of something. Tell him to stop the bus. Looking over, they saw that Ning Fan had been asleep, swaying for who knows how long. Wen Jun said with a smug grin, Don't worry, I'd already made sure with the principal about everyone's situation. I'll definitely get you all to a safe place. Then the bus rushed straight off the cliff. Inside, it was a scene of unprecedented chaos. Afterward, Yi Lin was seen lying dazed on the snow with her sleeping bag. She raised an eyebrow and pulled up her blindfold. Yi Lin sat up like a caterpillar. She noticed someone standing in front of the Taoist temple ahead. The old woman, with one eye gleaming, looked at Yi Lin and said, Why is there only one person? At that moment, everyone had already stepped off the death trap of a bus. Ning Fan yawned and said, Are we here? But where's the inn? Xing Yu then replied, Good thing you managed to sleep. He looked at the students who were puking their guts out and asked, Are you all right? Xu Wei answered, Everyone must be exhausted. Let's get to the inn and rest. Tan Chang was deep in thought, feeling like something was missing. Yutsu wearily stepped off and remarked, Thanks for your hard work, driver. But are we really here? I don't see any inn. Wen Jun pointed ahead and replied, If it's the inn, it's up there. If I drive up the stairs, that old woman will kill me. In front of them was a long staircase, and the inn was perched right at the top. Then, all that could be seen were footprints imprinted in the snow. Finally, Ning Fan's group had reached the lodge. He called inside, Is anyone there? He added, No one is guarding the door. Xing Yu sighed, I'm not okay. What kind of travel is this? I'm exhausted to death. Wen Jing lay flat on the ground, crying, Who? Why did I come here just to suffer like this? Shui Feng was also at his wit's end. This is bad. Ning Fan opened the door slightly and said, All right, you all rest. Let us go inside first and check. Lai Kong peeked inside. It was a bit dark, right? He looked in and shakily asked, Is there something? What is that? Shui Feng responded, Are you scared? Lai Kong answered, Not at all. Ning Fan then pulled the two guys inside. If you're not scared, go in first. Lai Kong exclaimed, Huh? This doesn't seem right. He pushed the two forward, saying, What's so wrong with it? Hurry up and go. Suddenly, Lai Kong stepped on a rat trap and fell face first onto the ground. Lai Kong screamed, a ghost has grabbed my leg. Shui Feng responded, What are you talking about? Isn't it just a rat trap? Tianji, feeling tense, said, Yeah, how could there be a ghost? Suddenly, the old woman owner placed her hand on his shoulder and, without warning, spoke. Finally, you all have arrived. Tianji jumped in shock and screamed loudly. Ning Fan calmly said, Stop screaming, I'm looking for the light switch. Yi Lin was sitting there, casually drinking tea, and said, You're too loud. Tianji stuttered. Just now there was. Lai Kong was confused, Huh? Yi Hong Lin. Why aren't you? Yutsu, who had just let everyone inside, asked, Is everyone okay? You screamed so loudly. Shui Feng exclaimed, Isn't this Yi Honglin? Xing Yu recalled and said, So he was sleeping at the back, and I totally forgot about it. Ning Fan sat down across from Yi Lin and said, Just now there was. Everyone came in right away. Come sit down. It's warmer inside. Let's go in. I also want to drink some tea. Tianji hesitated and called out, Hey, wait a minute guys. He looked pale and said, Listen to me. This inn is haunted. I saw it with my own eyes. We need to leave here quickly. Then that hand placed itself on his shoulder again. The old woman whispered, sending a chill down his spine. "Are you talking about me?" Tianji screamed in panic again, then collapsed onto the ground, foaming at the mouth. The old woman, laughing, said, "Haha, it's been years since we've had so much fun around here." She continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. The scary old woman has now transformed into a kind, friendly one." She introduced herself. "I am the owner of this inn. My name is Shen Shan. Everyone can just call me Granny Shen Shan." At that moment, everyone followed Shen Shan to tour the inn. Ning Fan asked, "Granny, have you always been running this place? It must be tough." Shen Shan replied, "Yes, it's been decades already. But Tianji is still scared, always insisting this inn is haunted, saying something's wrong with it." Hearing that, Wen Jing grew uneasy. "What? Ghosts? I'm terrified of ghosts." Xing Yu complained, "Stop talking nonsense. You're scaring people." Tianji retorted, "I'm not talking nonsense. Even someone as bold as me got scared out of my wits." Suddenly, Shen Shan appeared right behind him. "Ghosts? Where?" Tianji nearly jumped out of his skin again. Xing Yu burst out laughing. "And you call yourself bold?" Shen Shan reminded them, "Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, how am I supposed to do business?" Tianji stammered, "Why, yes, no ghosts." The old lady then unlocked the door to room 11. Shen Shan introduced, "Here we are. This is your room." Everyone was very excited. "Awesome, there's a 10 pounds here. I already love this room." The old lady said, "No need to fight over it. All the rooms are the same. Each room can hold up to 3 people. Everyone, feel free to split up as you like." Shen Shan began assigning the rooms. Zhang Tian Chong, Su Feng, and Shi Tianji were placed in one room together. Seeing that Tianji was still trembling like a scared dog, Su Feng asked, "Are you that scared?" The old lady continued assigning rooms, with Yi Hong Lin, Lang Xing Yu, and Rong Xu Wei in the second room. Shen Shan said, "Ning teacher, you can have a room to yourself." Miss Dio shared a room with Wen Jing. Yu Su smiled and said, "Enjoy your time together." The old lady opened another room, and finally it was the 3 of them. Lai Kong smiled brightly. "Finally, we can rest." Suddenly, he saw something that made his expression change. Looking at the room, which resembled a shabby storage room, Lai Kong awkwardly said, "Grandma, it doesn't look livable." Without saying a word, Shen Shan slammed the door and left. Shake Feng was confused. Why did she suddenly slam the door? Out of nowhere, Shen Shan opened the door again and pointed to a beautiful, luxurious room, saying, "All right, you guys can stay in this room." Shai Feng was puzzled. "Grandma, wasn't this the room just now?" Shen Shan replied, "Haha, don't mind it." Meanwhile, Lai Kang and Gong Yan had already collapsed onto the floor to relax. "This is so comfortable, so great," Shen Shan explained. "It's just that I'm old and forgetful about cleaning. Also, the hot spring is open now, so once you're done settling in, let everyone know so they can go soak." She revealed, "It can relieve fatigue throughout the journey." Shai Feng glanced at Lai Kong, implying, "Did you hear that, fatty?" He responded, "The hot spring, right?" Gong Yen excitedly exclaimed, "Then let's quickly go tell everyone else. I can't wait anymore." Suddenly, the boy was stopped. "Wait!" Gong Yan, frustrated, said, "Huh? What do you two want to do?" Shai Feng called out, "Don't rush, we've got something interesting to tell you." Lai Kang also chimed in, "Exactly. Why the rush?" At that moment, the scene shifted to 2 steam rooms. A foot touched the water, and a voice said, "This hot spring is so relaxing." Wen Jing, soaking in the water, said, "Everyone, hurry up and come in." The girls complimented each other. "Your skin is so fair." "No way." They chatted merrily, but the water was too shallow, and they couldn't fully submerge. "What are we doing here?" Outside the door, there was a whisper. They're here. It's the boss, Rong Xu Wei, and Yi Hong Lin. We're just missing Wen Jing Si. I wasn't lying to you. It turned out to be the trio seeking revenge." Shai Feng said, "As expected of you, coming up with a good idea to only notify the girls." Lai Kang replied, "From now on, we'll be family." Gong Yan added, "Almost there." Lai Kang ran ahead. "We're ready to go now." Gong Yan just reminded, "Hey, we can't jump over." Feng yelled angrily. You want to eat alone? Didn't we, brothers, agree on this? Lai Kyung spread his arms in front of the bathroom door like a pervert. I've described it in great detail already. Suddenly, he saw something that made his face turn pale. Lai Kong was nervously glancing around when he accidentally saw Wen Jing. She smiled and said, How skillful! Lai Kong shouted, Skillful at what? You're trying to peep. Suddenly, Wen Jing stuck a talisman to his forehead. The talisman immediately burst into a red flame, and Wen Jing coldly commanded, Shut up! Of course, my purpose is different from yours. Gong Yan below was very worried. Damn it, think of a way to get up here. Feng, adjusting his glasses, said, Are you not the summoner? Summon something to get us up, the boy explained. I only know how to summon, but he won't agree to do something like this. Suddenly, Gong Yan saw something and widened his eyes. At that moment, Lai Kong was falling from above, directly onto their heads, and all three of them fell into the water with a splash. Gong Yan struggled in discomfort, and Feng screamed loudly. At this point, Gong Yan had sprouted cat ears and was confused. What's going on? Meanwhile, Feng, now with only one eye, explained, Don't be scared, this is an illusion, he revealed. Is this the barrier of Wen Jing? I've heard CT&G say that he liked boys with other boys. Lai Kang's hand emerged from the water, and he transformed into a pig's head, delivering a punch to Feng. So this is what it means by that. Feng was sent flying, causing water to splash everywhere. At this moment, Wen Jing appeared and spoke. That's the situation of the handsome guy. You guys are just comedic elements in the comic. At this time, Tianji opened the door and shouted loudly, You guys aren't cool at all, going to enjoy the hot springs and not inviting us. He stared blankly at the scene, seeing Gong Yan and Li Kyung fighting, which made Tianji wonder. What are you guys doing? Looking at the hammer mark on Lai Kang's forehead, he immediately realized. This is, Wen Jing exclaimed, You've come. Tianji quickly closed the door and said, I misunderstood you guys. Thanks, bro, for not inviting us. At this moment, Tian Chang was also soaking in the hot springs with Ning Fan, calling out, So comfortable. He looked over at the trio of revenge seekers leaving and asked, Aren't you guys soaking anymore? They replied, We're going to eat first. At this moment, all three were exhausted after the chaotic battle, both hurt and hungry. Gong Yan angrily turned back to yell at Lai Kong. What are you complaining about? At least you got to see it. Lai Kong retorted, I already said I don't remember. Everything after entering the hot spring is a blur. Gong Yan continued to scold. So just because you don't remember, that means you didn't betray us. Feng had no choice but to speak up. Enough, let's just eat. We've arrived at the dining hall. He glanced into a room and let out an exclamation. A knife was chopping the head off a fish, followed by the body. The movements were very professional. The fish flew up, surrounded by countless knife strikes. A man was skillfully cooking with 2 knives in hand. Finally, he placed the fish's head on a beautifully decorated dish. He gestured to his creation and invited, All right, 3 guests, it's ready. Please, taste it. Yi Dao set the dish on the table, and with the other hand, brought over another tray of sushi. Yi Dao acted all cool and said, Please enjoy. Shu Feng exclaimed, Wow, this is so delicious. Xing Yu looked at the snakehead fish being devoured and said, Your attention is totally focused. You're really getting into the role. Yu Tzu laughed out loud, Haha, isn't it adorable? Yi Dao continued to fetch more food, 2 more plates to taste. Su Feng shouted, Over here, over here. Tian Chong, stop talking so much. Bring it over quickly. All Ning Fan did was stroke his chin, lost in thought. He wondered, Why have I never met this chef before? At this moment, Shen Shan brought the tea out and said, I just arrived. She said she's getting old and can't manage alone. Shen Shan politely asked, Would you like some tea, Ning teacher? Ning Fan picked up the cup. Thank you for your offer, but I'd still prefer to eat the meal you cooked. Shen Shan looked at the students fighting over food and said, You just rearranged the classes, and yet they've already gotten so close. Ning Fan replied, Haha, they were in the same class before. It was precisely because they had to endure hardship in Class D that they realized how important it is to treat each other kindly. Shen Shan then said, Looking at them reminds me of the past. He comforted her. You're still young. Don't dwell on the past. Ning Fan suggested. Besides, if you want to, you can keep going. Shen Shan laughed. You weren't this smooth-talking before. Then she sighed. Lately, even holding a cup or picking up chopsticks feels heavy. Besides, after retiring and hiding away in the mountains for so long, I'm no longer in touch with the times. This era doesn't have room for me to be a teacher anymore. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude. But you were the teacher of our teachers. Teacher Shen Shan. A moment later, the sky darkened, and heavy snow was falling outside. Ning Fan looked at the group of students who had collapsed, drenched in sweat, and thought to himself, they must be all asleep by now. Right? He pondered, recalling how he had pushed them forward due to various circumstances. And now that it had come to fruition, they had finally advanced a little. Ning Fan told himself, I hope we can all relax here. His eyes narrowed, but at that moment, he knew he couldn't let his guard down. Ning Fan calculated for a moment, realizing that although there was no need for battle at the moment, he could still upgrade the system. The system displayed visible skills, the eyes of a master, meeting a master, trust points. 1987. Consuming trust points could activate the third skill, and consuming trust points could also restore awakening levels. Seeing this, he exclaimed, what a rare opportunity. Let me check what the third skill is. The screen displayed. Would you like to consume 1,000 trust points to activate the third skill? Suddenly, Ning Fan heard something. Huh? Is that a sound outside the door? He quickly opened the door and shouted, what's going on? He saw Xo Wai standing outside, pointing ahead and shouting. This! Ning Fan rushed over and she cried out. Ning teacher, you've seen it too. Both of them were equally stunned. In front of them, Xing Yu was lying sprawled out, her head covered in the greenish paste that had been poured over her. All they could see was Xing Yu, having her wound on her forehead, slowly wrapped with bandages. She screamed loudly. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Didn't the teacher say Xo Wei should treat me? Why isn't he doing it? Ning Fan replied. It's so late already, aren't you embarrassed? I told him to go home and sleep. He then questioned. So you brought the tomato juice and walked down the hallway, then slipped and fell. Falling in such a way is quite something, huh? Xing Yu stammered. No, that's not it. She explained. Something grabbed my leg. Xing Yu remembered that something had tripped her, causing her to fall. She pulled out a piece of paper with the following written on it. When it gets dark, don't leave your room, and this paper serves as evidence because I didn't follow the hint written here. Suddenly, Ning Fan slapped her injury lightly. Turning away without a care, he said, All right, I won't make fun of you for falling, but there's no need to make up ghost stories to trick me. I'm going back now. She exclaimed indignantly. It's true. As Ning Fan walked back to his room, he muttered to himself. I was going to study the T system tonight, but it's already 2 a.m. He yawned. I'll rest for now. After all, the vacation is still long. Suddenly, he noticed a piece of paper pinned to the wall. Ning Fan was surprised. This is, the note read, At night, go outside the inn alone. He picked it up, pondering. It wasn't there when he left, so how did it get pasted just now? Could it be that what Leng Xing Yu said was true? Was someone really playing tricks the following morning? Everyone soon gathered around, recounting what had happened. Ning Fan said, That's the situation. Xing Yu added, This is the note I found. Someone questioned, Could it actually be a ghost? Wen Jing speculated, Maybe Chi Tanji is just playing a prank. Didn't he say there was a ghost, and you mocked him? Perhaps he wanted to prove it to you, so he scared you on purpose, maybe even to get revenge. Su Wei then revealed, Actually, I also saw a note like this earlier this morning, but I have no grudge with Xi Tanji. Hearing that, Wen Jing trembled, so it wasn't Xi Tanji. Couldn't it really be a ghost? Yu Su quickly reassured, Don't worry, it must just be someone playing a joke. Suddenly, Shai Feng burst in shouting, Something's wrong. I'm telling you, something's wrong. At the dining hall. Everyone, hurry over. Shai Feng cried out, It's there. Ning Fan immediately rushed out. What happened? Yu Dao explained. Over here, the boy ate a bun, and then this happened. It turns out that Lai Kong was holding his stomach, crying out in pain. Teacher Ning, help me. My stomach hurts so much. I've been poisoned. I'm going to die. Next to him was a piece of paper. Don't eat breakfast. Ning Fan immediately noticed it. Another paper. He quickly reassured him, don't worry, I'll check it for you. Lai Kang then said, Teacher Ning, I should leave behind some cool last words, right? Yu Tzu replied, last words. Isn't it just a full stomach? Gong Yan wondered, what happened? Time Chang then responded, here's what happened. Gong Yan immediately took on the role of a detective and began revealing the culprit. So that's it. I've got the whole picture now. Someone's definitely up to something. You directly pointed at Yi Dao and accused him of being the mastermind behind this prank. He put poison to Baozi. It was the easiest thing to do. Moreover, he was also at the scene earlier. Gong Yan continued with the investigation, even speculating that the motive for the crime was that Leng Xingyu secretly took some tomato juice, while the chubby guy secretly took 2 Baozi. Yi Dao, covering his face, explained, why would I harm my own customers? A chef's greatest joy is seeing their customers enjoy the food they've made, and this one was the happiest eater I've ever seen. Besides, the food was free. The school already paid for it. Gong Yan then responded, there's such a trick too. Then you pointed the tip of the spear at Shen Shan. What I did earlier was just a retreat to advance. In fact, the real author is her. Her speed in cleaning the room was very fast. With that speed, she could trip up Leng Xingyu without being noticed. After that, Shen Shan put on a dangerous expression and asked again, huh? What did you say? I'm old, so my hearing isn't as good. Gong Yan was so scared that his face turned pale. I was wrong, I was just talking nonsense. Shen Shan then revealed, but this situation reminds me of a ghost story from a long time ago. A story that happened a very long time ago. Shen Shan began to tell the story. A long time ago, there was a demon. The thing it loved to do most was to leave a note by someone's bedside while they were sleeping. And if the person didn't follow the instructions, they would be punished. At first, the punishment would be light and harmless. People would think it was just a harmless prank. But over time, the punishment would become more severe, possibly causing injury or disability. Shen Shan revealed that if the instructions were still not followed, it would. Tianji fearfully asked, what would happen? It wasn't the old woman who suddenly appeared behind him to answer. It would take away your life. Tianji screamed, I knew it. After hearing that, Gong Yan snorted and continued to raise his voice, trying to sound impressive. How could there be a ghost? It's definitely just someone playing a prank, and it's probably one of you guys. Xing Yu directly asked. Then tell me, who is it? Gong Yan replied, I don't know. Tianji immediately rushed off. No, I need to check if there's a piece of paper by my pillow. I didn't notice this morning. Ning Fan sighed indifferently. How could there be a ghost? Don't worry about it. Right after that, Tianji screamed loudly. Everyone rushed over. They shouted, Shi Tianjie. They found Tianji stuck at the door of a room, his head caught in a jam. It turned out a 10-ton iron block had fallen on his head. Tianji groaned. Help me. A moment later, Tianji's face was fully wrapped. Su Wei said, all done with the bandaging. Ning Fan took out another piece of paper and, sure enough, found a piece in his room. The paper read, don't return to your room. Gong Yan helplessly held his head and yelled. We were all in the room earlier, only Xi Tianji went outside. So who did it? Shai Feng turned to tease. Is the detective team stuck? Wen Jing stammered. It really is a ghost. Ning Fan then concluded. If we look at everything again, the note orders not to be followed, and punishment will follow. The punishment will escalate. Everything matches the story. Then he declared, it seems like there's a malicious prank copying the story. I will definitely catch that person. Lai Kong hesitated and said, catch him, but right now, we have no leads. Also, Wen Jing suspects it might be a ghost. How can we catch a ghost? Ning Fan thought to himself, there is actually a way to catch him without any leads. The person would follow the rules and play along. He reasoned that if they did the opposite of what the note instructed, the person would appear. All they had to do was wait until evening and not go outside. Then Ning Fan calculated, but the inn had so many hiding spots. If a fight broke out, the inn would be ruined, or they might violate the rule about going out alone. But who should he go with? Suddenly, someone spoke to him. Ning Fan, you want to lure him out, right? Yu Tzu suggested, use this note of mine. It will be easier to catch him outside. The note says don't go out. Yutsu reminded him again. Use my note. It will be easier to catch him outside. Ning Fan was surprised. Don't go outside, huh? He thought to himself, it's the perfect time since he couldn't go out alone at night, and they could go together. Gong Yan suddenly interrupted. Wait, if you're going, take me too. I want to see what this is all about. Xing Yu immediately intervened. Wait, you can't go. Come here. Let me talk to you. Then she pulled Gong Yan aside and whispered something. Like this, like this. Ning Fan said, we'll leave in the evening. When it got dark, Yutsu was worried. Would they really be able to lead them there? Ning Fan replied, of course we can. I told you, when we left the hotel, they were following us the whole time. Ning Fan suddenly grabbed Yutsu's hand. Come on, keep it down this way. In the distance, a figure stood there. He was looking around, searching for something, when suddenly, Ning Fan rushed out and pounced on him. He kicked him to the ground and shouted, Got you! Suddenly, a flurry of snowballs flew toward Ning Fan, and he was stunned, shouting, Everyone! Everyone! Everyone burst into laughter. Ha! It really worked! The prank was a success, and Ning Fan fell for it. The person he's stepping on is the poor TNG. Ning Fan cracked his knuckles. So you dared to trick me. He threw a barrage of snowballs at his students. Let me show you my skills. After a while, Ning Fan asked, So the paper, the whole story, and the play, was it all written and performed by you guys? Xing Yu replied, That's right. He wondered, was this plan just to mess with me? She also revealed, It's not exactly what you think. I just wanted to come up with a way to lift your spirits. The chubby guy said, After the exam, you didn't have any spirit left. Xing Yu recounted. The result was that Mrs. Shen Shan overheard. At that moment, the old lady pulled back the curtain and said, You're actually worried about the teacher. With so many good students, I'm moved too. Well then, I have a plan. Shen Shan also laughed and said, What do you think of my plan? Has Ning teacher gained any spirit? Ning Fan thought to himself, laughing out loud, but all he wanted was to have some for himself. He gave a forced smile and said, Yes, thanks to everyone, I feel a lot better. Xing Yu happily shouted. He said he feels better. That means it's a success. You promised to treat us to cake. Don't forget. Shen Shan then said, Don't rush. The cake is already here. Ning Fan was confused. Are we really eating cake outdoors in the middle of the night? Xing Yu then scolded him. Huh? Isn't it because you went outside in the middle of the night? Ning Fan grumbled. Huh? Are you blaming me? Lai Kang then yelled out, I forgot to bring the cake. Ning Fan was starting to think something was off. The note had said that Yutsu had just told Lai Kang, Chubby guy, how could you forget to eat? It's okay, we'll help you go get it, was the reply. Ning Fan seemed to have realized something. Wait a minute. He gathered everything in his mind and thought back carefully. His piece of paper was pinned to the door, not on the pillow. The writing was vertical, not horizontal, and the handwriting didn't match. The other piece of paper just said, Don't do anything. But mine didn't. Could it be that the paper I had wasn't written by them? Ning Fan exclaimed. Lang Xing Yu replied, Ning teacher, did you call me? He seemed secretive. Yes, come here for a moment. Let's talk. She answered yes. Ning Fan took out the paper and said, This paper. Written on it was the name of a foreign hotel. Suddenly, Xing Yu pierced through the paper and charged at him, but he managed to dodge. Ning Fan immediately questioned her. As expected, You're not Lang Xing Yu. Who are you? You left this paper, didn't you? Xing Yu revealed her true identity by drawing a sword, realizing she had been discovered. My transformation should have been perfect. Wang Yan smiled. My transformation was nearly flawless. How could you have figured it out? She's Wang Yan, a student from Ruwen Ying School. Her ability to extract biological fluids allows her to transform into that organism. It's very easy for her to change shape. Ning Fan pointed out the inconsistency. She wouldn't call me teacher Ning Fan. Wang Yan smiled awkwardly. So that's how it is. I'll pay attention next time. Without saying much, he immediately stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum, and then swung his leg to launch an attack. Wang Yan quickly changed his form, clearly unwilling to forgive me. She taunted while running away. If you have the guts, come here. Even Ning Fan had to admit that Wang Yan's shape-shifting speed was truly fast. But the trap was too obvious now. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Maybe he should try it. Wang Yan hid on a tree branch, observing from a distance. I didn't expect you to actually follow. The forest is my territory. Let me deal with you using the petrified scorpion's venomous sting. As soon as the venom penetrates your body, your magic will petrify, and nothing will be able to stop it. Then, it was the assassination technique. Ning Fan quickly noticed something unusual. Hemph. He spoke up asking, I've followed you now, so why are you still hiding? Ning Fan threatened, if you don't come out, I'll head back. A small spike shot quickly toward where he stood. Ning Fan showed no fear, calmly tilting his head to the side to dodge. The spike struck the tree trunk with great force, creating a large hole. Wang Yan hurriedly moved to another spot. Asterisk, he probably hasn't figured out my location yet, has he? How should I hide now, asterisk? She once again launched her attack on Ning Fan, eager to see how he would dodge this time. He smiled. Asterisk, don't waste your strength anymore. You won't be able to hit me. I've already seen through your moves. System notification. Third ability, initiating the Master's Question Suppression. Once activated, it will gradually consume trust points and allow me to predict the opponent's actions 1 second ahead, asterisk. Instead of being afraid, Ning Fan grew even more confident, stepping forward and dodging each strike with ease. With his speed and agility combined, it was as if no thorn could pierce him at all. At one point, Ning Fan casually caught a flying thorn mid-air and flung it back toward Wang Yan's position. It seemed she hadn't anticipated such an outcome. His face was filled with killing intent. Asterisk, stop jumping around. Get down here. I'm all warmed up now, asterisk. Wang Yan quickly retreated. Asterisk, this time, we were only probing a little. Don't take it too seriously, asterisk. Her words made Ning Fan pause in thought. Asterisk, wait, so there's more than just one of you, asterisk. Shai Feng called out his name, asterisk teacher, Ning asterisk. Leng Xingyu was panting heavily. Asterisk, Ning Fan, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you for half the day, asterisk. He turned his head back. Quick, check if anyone's missing. She immediately replied, Hemph, someone's missing. The master hasn't arrived. Lai Khan reported the situation, saying that Zhang Tianchong and Rong Su Wei had gone to buy some cakes, and everyone else was here. Elsewhere, Rong Su Wei pointed ahead. The assembly point is probably up ahead. Let's go quickly. Zhang Tianchong smiled. Then let's go quickly. The chubby kid is probably already making a fuss asking for food. A strange leaf fell onto him. As she finished speaking, Zhang Tianchang suddenly disappeared without a trace. Hemph. Zhang Tianchang found himself on a snow-covered mountain. His entire body transformed into a crow, emitting a strange light. He had suddenly been teleported here. Hemph. He screamed in panic. It took a while for Zhang Tianchang to calm down. Wasn't I just there? Where is this? He observed the surrounding scenery as he fell freely toward the ground. When Zhang Tianchang looked down, he saw a cliff right above his head. Of course, he couldn't avoid it while falling. Luckily, it only struck his arm. He quickly tried to use his arm to cushion the blow, protecting his head from injury. After surviving this close call, Zhang Tianchang continued to fall freely downwards. He observed everything around him to find a way to survive. Zhang Tianchang kicked hard at the mountain ridge beside him. His kick was so strong that it sent Zhang Tianchang flying far away. While Rong Su Wei was still in a daze, Zhang Tianchang had already flown to her side. Rong Su Wei anxiously called his name. Zhang Tianchang. Zhang Tianchang's entire body was covered in scratches. Don't Rong Su Wei, my leg. I can't move it. She was puzzled. What happened? Why did you suddenly turn into a bird earlier? He explained. A bird? I suddenly appeared at the mountainside just now, then slid down here. Rong Su Wei immediately used her magic. Don't move, I'll heal you. Zhang Tianchang speculated. Could it be the effect of some kind of spell? Suddenly, a strange leaf fell on his head. It was a snake that had suddenly appeared right in front of Zhang Tianchang. It quickly struck his hand, making him scream in panic. A snake. Rong Su Wei asked. What's going on? You turned into a bird, and the leaf turned into a snake. Is this some kind of mental magic? He immediately denied. No, Zhang Tanchang thought to himself. This is bad, it's poison. He once recounted everything. I turned into a bird, the bird turned into me, the leaf turned into a snake, and their powers must have exchanged as well. Be careful, anything nearby could transform into something dangerous. Even touching it might cause a change. Zhang Tanchang was drenched in sweat, feeling dizzy. She glanced around, the wind had picked up and he warned. Be careful, don't touch it. Rong Su-wei used her magic, the ice spear technique. The ice shards she conjured pierced through the leaves, causing them to fall to the ground. But in an instant, when the leaf lifted again, Zhang Tanchang was alarmed. Be careful. Femi Dao appeared out of nowhere, with several spikes in hand, and threw them toward the leaves. The spikes quickly embedded themselves in the tree trunks. Fan Yidao spoke. Someone dares harm my lovely guest. Don't worry. Leave the bad guys to me. He struck a pose and continued. Can magic really change between objects? I can handle it. Leave this to me. Rong Su-wei, the young lady, was about to say something to him, but Fan Yidao interrupted. No need for more words. Take your friend and go ahead. She left in a hurry. Understood. Please be careful. He set his apron aside, grateful for her concern. A pile of weapons had already been prepared by Fan Yidao. It was clear he was ready for battle. Come on, over here. From somewhere, a stone glimmered with strange light as it shot toward him. Fan Yidao swiftly drew his blade and hurled it at the stone. As long as he avoided direct contact, he would be fine. This kind of attack was nothing he couldn't handle, no matter how many came. But then he frowned. Something was off. Fan Yidao hadn't expected this. It wasn't just a stone, but a hidden bomb. It went off instantly, yet he managed to reach safety just in time. Another stone rolled to his feet, making him break out in a cold sweat. They're using bombs now. At that moment, Wang Yan launched a sudden ambush. Fan Yidao reacted quickly, raising his claw to block the strike. He was ready to counterattack, until he froze at the sight before him. Shock crossed his face as he realized Wang Yan's appearance. She was so young. Fan Yidao's brows drew together. Did you run away? I didn't expect someone so young to have such skill. He was sweating profusely. This person's ability, if encountered again next time, could be somewhat troublesome. A sound came from inside the hotel. Rong Su-wei, Zhang Tianchang, are they okay? Did they get ambushed? Shen Shan quickly reassured them. Stay calm. Teacher Dio and Teacher Ning are treating them. There's definitely nothing to worry about. But Leng Xingyu kept getting more agitated. How can I stay calm? Lai Kang wasn't having it either. Exactly, we need to find them and settle the score. The elderly woman reminded them. Young people really have so much energy. But you're all shouting and yelling in front of Shen Shan, who runs the hotel. She quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Leng Xingyu wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, Grandma, where are you taking us? The old woman replied, All right, follow me this way. Lai Kang was confused. Isn't this my room? Su Feng flew up. We can't just hide in the room, can we? The elderly woman explained. The plan was to wait until your break ended before bringing you there. This left her even more confused. What plan? Didn't we come here to rest? Shen Shan smiled. Maybe it's this place. As soon as she struck the cane on the ground, a hidden door immediately opened. Shai Feng felt bewildered. There was actually a basement beneath my room. Shen Shan calmly walked down. Come in. The ambush you encountered is likely related to this invitation-only competition. There are some people who are not in agreement with it. Leng Xingyu asked. Why is it related to this competition? She explained. The prize of this competition is no ordinary thing. This ambush might just be the beginning. Anyway, your vacation is about to end soon. Shen Shan led them to a room, followed by pre-competition training, which made everyone gasp in surprise. Probably to avoid more ambushes. From tomorrow, your study schedule and daily life will all take place here. She suddenly realized she hadn't introduced herself. Welcome to Shen Shan Academy. They shouted so loudly that the sound echoed outside, surprised to find such a space underground. This is a secret base, so cool, the students whispered excitedly. So Grandma used to be a teacher. That's right. One of them asked. What are we going to train here? Shen Shan replied. Don't rush, they're almost here. which made the group even more curious. When they saw someone coming down, she gave a slight exclamation. Shen Shan smiled. They've arrived sooner than expected. Duxi spoke. I've brought them here. Ao Yanghul greeted. It's been a while. Do you remember me? Ning Fan wondered. Why hasn't this person been expelled yet? It's making him feel awkward. Don't hold a grudge, we'll need to cooperate together in the future. Sheila, could you also say a few words for me? Sila ignored Ao Yanghua. All the students had gathered in the conference room, and a meeting was being held about matters related to the competition, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. Sila stood up to speak in the conference room. Has everyone arrived? If so, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Sila, and I'm a teacher in the S-level defense department. I heard that your sisters were attacked, which really worries me. Lang Xingyu frowned. You're worried? You look so bright and cheerful, though. Shai Feng urged. Stop pretending. Let's get to the main topic already. Hearing this, Shi La directly moved on to the main issue. All right, let's begin. You all know about awakening levels, right? Since the emergence of supernatural beings, an awakening occurs, and the awakening level is used to judge and measure the strength of a supernatural ability. Those with a high awakening level can control more advanced magic, and the crucial point is that no matter how hard one trains after birth, the awakening level cannot be raised. Lang Xingyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. This has been known since elementary school. Sheila asked, so what if there was something right now that could enhance one's awakening? What would you think about that? She widened her eyes in surprise. Huh? If it's not a fake, of course I would want it. He explained. For this competition, Jane provided Lu Ying with something as a reward. It's something that can improve the awakening in the later stages, which surprised Lang Xingyu. The reward for this competition can enhance one's awakening. Rong Xuwei wondered, what is it? Could Zhang Tianchong find it hard to believe it's real? Sila took out a box full of sheets of paper. The details of the reward haven't been made public yet. If you want to know, you'll have to win first. Let's continue talking about the next matter. I've secretly gathered information about the students who can participate in this competition from each school. First, let's talk about Mood Shadow School. Every time there's a competition, they always do a few things, shamelessly disgraceful. It's highly likely that the attack on you was done by them. I'm particularly paying attention to these two siblings. Elsewhere, Wang Yan asked, Brother, are you okay? It seemed like he was injured, which made her older brother wonder. Do you think I'm injured? Wang Yan stammered. Of course not. Of course I'm fine, but you? He remained very calm. How do you feel about the opponent you're facing? How much do you think our chances of winning are this time? She furrowed her brows. They're very strong. I feel like this time we might lose, which made him chuckle. You always say we're going to lose. Wang Yan's face showed clear panic. This time it's real. Her brother dismissed her words with a wave. Listen, in the past, we've faced many strong, unconventional opponents, but we've won every time. No matter how strong they are, they all have weaknesses. As long as we find their weak points, no matter how strong they are, it's just a sheet of paper that can be torn easily. But Wang Yan was sweating profusely. Brother, have you gotten the teacher's body double yet? He smiled smugly. How is it? She hesitated, then said, It's very, very similar, exactly like in the footage. But what if they see through it? Wang Yan's brother placed his hand on his chin. If they see through it, then isn't it still you and me? As long as the two of us cooperate, there's no difficulty we can't overcome. In the past, in a large city, when large vehicles were lined up in a long row, they were trampled by the beast monsters. It rampaged through the city, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. A police officer reported that the evacuation of nearby residents had been completed. We can begin now. Leave it to us. Xiao Xiaolei immediately replied. Understood, Xiao Yun responded. Another berserk demon beast? She pressed. Let's go. We can't let it cause more chaos. She clenched her fists. Swift battle. Swift victory. Xiao Xiaolei said, of course. Without further words, they moved into action at once. After a fierce clash, a police officer recorded the outcome. Casualties remained at 0. Not bad at all. The 6th incident this month. Haven't these berserk beast events been happening a bit too often lately? Speaking of which, isn't your competition coming up soon? Best of luck in claiming the championship in advance. Xiao Xiaolei suggested. Then let's reduce our missions a little. Otherwise, we won't have enough time to prepare for training. Xiao Yun Yun chuckled softly. Well, subduing demon beasts can also be considered a kind of training, don't you think? Back in the present, Sila introduced Xiao Xiao Lao and Xiao Yun Yun as the elites of Mo Yun Police Academy. Mo Yun and the city police had maintained a long-term partnership, and these two had been interning with the force. Their achievements were nothing short of remarkable. For now, however, their specific areas of magical expertise remained a mystery. Indeed, as expected from a school cooperating with the police, their security work is never taken lightly. Shi Tianji frowned as he looked at the injuries on the dinosaur, likely caused by a magical attack. Wen Jing remarked, "These wounds are several times larger than those on others. If they were inflicted on a human body, they wouldn't just disappear." He replied, "We can't be sure, but you could certainly try experimenting and analyze it yourself." Then let's move on to the next school. Shi Tianji continued. The institution organizing this competition, Lu Ying Academy, has won the championship for several years in a row, making them our old rivals. We need to pay attention to these two students. Sila took out a photo. Lan Lan, her barrier can control gravity. Lang Xingyu quickly recognized, "Isn't this Hong Yi Lin?" "No, but her hair is green." She turned and asked, "Is she someone you know? A twin sister?" "Yes. Do you know her?" Shi La responded. Seeing Hong Yi Lin remain silent, Lang Xingyu reminded her, "Say something, will you?" Sila continued, "Our biggest enemy this time might be this person. Tong Xiao has a high alertness rate, reaching 92%, and is skilled in using all kinds of magic. The most terrifying part is that she hasn't lost a single match in the past 2 years. You would say she's a monster." Returning to the scene where Tong Xiao was on his way to school, the group of students around him were talking to each other. "Hello, good morning." The boy urged, "We're already late. Hurry up and go." She calmly walked into the training room. Lan Lan was greatly surprised by Tong Xiao's sudden appearance. She sneered, "Wow, you came to school early today. Did the sun rise from the north today?" She yawned and added, "Don't be so sarcastic. I didn't want to come early either." Occasionally, Lan Lan would tempt him. "It's rare. Don't you want to join me for training?" Tong Xiao bluntly refused no. She wondered, "Then why are you here?" She explained, "The power went out at home." The teacher opened the door and stepped in. "Good morning. I've got the materials for Mood's Shadow School. Do you want to see them?" Lan Lan immediately responded, "Oh, good morning, teacher. I want to see them, but Tong Xiao is just being lazy. He doesn't want to." He was completely stunned. "Huh? You came to school early today." The teacher tossed his bag aside. "All right, how about we take a look while having something to drink?" Lan Lan replied, "I'd like apple juice." This made him curious. "You don't want to go get it yourself, just 2 steps away." Tong Xiao remained lying on the floor. "Orange soda," she smiled. "Sorry to bother you, sir." The teacher handed a can of soda to Lan Lan. "Here, apple juice." She took it immediately. "Thank you, sir." He continued handing out drinks to Tong Xiao. "Your soda. Drink up." But she had already fallen asleep without anyone noticing. The teacher quickly realized this. "She's asleep." Lu Guangyuan suddenly spoke up. "Right here?" He glanced around, clearly puzzled. "What does Liu teacher want to do here?" Liu Guangyuan paused, then spoke with a request. "Fight me." Zhang Ranyang raised an eyebrow in confusion. Seeing he still hadn't moved, he urged, "No need for words. Use all your strength." Zhang Tanchang raised his fist and punched downward. "Then I apologize in advance." Lu Guangyuan showed no mercy, bent his body, kicked him in the face, and simultaneously dodged the punch above. Zhang Tanchang didn't have time to react, being pushed into the wooden post beside him, his body covered in injuries. Zhang Tianchang looked at him with some surprise. "Sir, Liu teacher, was that necessary?" Liu Guangyuan lowered his eyes, his tone serious. "Of course, this is your training for today." Recalling that meeting, Sila pointed to the performance chart and said, "This is the information on our students. What does everyone think about how we should teach them?" Hao Yanghua suddenly glanced at Wen Ruan beside her and asked, "Wen Ruan, what's wrong with you?" The girl buried her face in her hands and weakly said, "I have a headache." As you all know, the level of awakening is related to the amount of magical power. If the awakening level isn't high enough, learning advanced magic will be much harder. Even if they do manage to learn it, during battle, they might not be able to use it due to insufficient magical power. Their awakening levels will be tested in just half a month. Right now, they're only starting to learn, so they'll need much more time, and there's even a chance they may not be able to master it. Dio Yutsui, sitting across from them, smiled and reassured. Ning Fan managed to help them reach Class S. We'll definitely be fine too. Let's think of a good plan for them. Ao Yanghuo glanced at her and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Exactly, no wonder you're in charge. At this point, Sila turned to Liu Yuanguang to ask for his opinion. Liu teacher seemed very calm. Had he already come up with a solution? He shook his head slightly and answered no. It's just that awakening and physical training aren't closely related. Physical training doesn't require a large amount of magical power, and it's also quite simple to train. Returning to the present moment, Liu Guangyuan looked at Zhang Tanchong and slowly began to explain. Training in martial arts, one must always find someone stronger than themselves to sharpen their skills. This is not child's play, merely scratching the surface. This is his first lesson. He get me. If you understand now, continue. The scene shifts to the large room, where Wen Jing leads Su Feng, sighing. It's time for class. But Ning Fan still hasn't arrived. I didn't expect him to be a barrier master. Su Feng wasn't surprised, replying flatly, Ning teacher knows all the systems. Upon hearing this, Wen Jing spoke up. Are you waiting for Ning Fan too? Immediately, he shook his head, hesitating as he answered. Didn't they say there's a teacher named Wen Jun coming? I don't know him. At that moment, a figure appeared in the doorway. Sorry, I'm a bit late. I'm the teacher of the speed system. Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Incredible, he appeared just as we were talking about him. Wen Jing started to daydream about an ideal male figure, his expression distant. The name Wen Jun sounds like that of a handsome guy, the kind of man who makes people fall for him at first sight. Wen Jun, someone with a good temperament, is mostly a male teacher. Su Feng leaned in and, frowning, asked, What are you thinking? A moment later, an older man with a scruffy beard, exuding a street style, candy in his mouth and a loud voice, quietly appeared. Long time no see, I'm Wen Jun. Su Feng was so shocked that his mouth hung open, but still turned to tease Wen Jing. Are you thinking about getting drunk yet? The girl seemed to have been struck by lightning, her whole body turning to stone as she weakly replied, I already did. Wen Jun raised his hand and draped it over Su Feng's shoulder. You are my student, aren't you? At such a young age, already mastering the art of flight. Not bad. Well then, let's talk a little about our first lesson. He didn't even realize that Wen Jun had swung his arm over his shoulder. Su Feng was so stunned that his words came out jumbled. Fast. Too fast. Then he was pulled by Wen Jun and ran like the wind, circling the earth once before heading off. Let's start. Su Feng screamed in panic. Hey, hey, hey! Wen Jun twitched the corner of his mouth, silently watching in the direction of that chaos. Where on earth has Ning Fan gone? Meanwhile, Shai Fang was strolling around by himself. He couldn't help but sigh. This place is huge, almost like a maze. My classroom should be around here somewhere. Which one is it? Shai Fang stopped in front of a door, opened it slightly, peered inside, and thought to himself, maybe the teacher is in here. Let me check if this is his room. Immediately, his pupils widened in astonishment. Inside were Xie La and Xie Tianji. Shai Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Ha! A waterfall! Silo looked at him and spoke. What's the matter? He startled, quickly slamming the door shut. Sorry, I'm such a bother. Shai Feng was still in shock, mumbling to himself as he walked. Why is there a waterfall here? Never mind, let's check the next room. In the next room, a man in a suit stood with his arms crossed, observing Lai Kong seriously. The first step was to transform into a wild beast, feel nature, and mimic the wild beast. Shai Feng, a bit curious, thought to himself, this time it's a jungle again, but who is this teacher? Moving to the next room, he saw the snakehead fish and Xeng Yu in a somewhat strange posture. What are they doing now? A cult ritual? Anyway, I'll stay in this room. When he reached the next room, he found Dio Yu Xui and Rong Xu Wei there, with Ao Yang Hua peeking through the door. Without hesitation, Shai Feng turned and walked away. Looks like my teacher's not here. Seeing this, Ao Yanghuo quickly ran out, shouting, "Clearly, he's here. No need to pretend you didn't see." Leading him to the classroom, Ao Yanghuo smiled and began speaking. "Let me introduce myself first. I'm Ao Yanghuo, a professor in the Department of Spiritual Studies." Then, Ao Yanghuo could no longer pretend and finally spoke up. "Can you stop making that face? I know you have prejudices against me. After all, we've shared many unpleasant memories together. But you're already my student. Ning Fan is also my colleague. I won't bully you guys anymore. Moreover, I'll compete fairly with Ning Fan. Please forgive me." Shai Feng curled his lip in disgust and responded, "All right, I get it. That's creepy. Let's talk about the lesson content." Seizing the opportunity, Ao Yanghua suggested again, "Then we don't need to mention things like competitions to Dio Master anymore, right?" Shai Feng rolled his eyes, clicked his tongue in disdain and said, "I knew it. How could you admit to being wrong? So you're afraid we'll reveal your secrets?" Ao Yanghua awkwardly covered his mouth and cleared his throat twice. "Well, before we start, the first lesson of the TC course. Let me test the basic theory of mental magic first." Shai Feng's gaze was indifferent as he spoke smoothly. "The basic theory of mental magic involves manipulating others' magical power to influence their senses, then using illusionary spells to affect that person's perception." Ao Yanghua raised a finger and nodded correct. The core of mental magic is manipulating and controlling others' magical power. Therefore, the less magical power one has, the lower their awakening level, and it becomes harder to control. So, the first lesson is to find someone with the lowest awakening level to practice on. Shai Feng frowned, muttering, "Sounds reasonable." He then looked at the performance chart posted on the wall. "The person with the lowest awakening level in our class is the fat guy. No wonder Ning teacher keeps making me control him during training." Ao Yanghua immediately dismissed that thought, putting up another image. Actually, the person with the lowest awakening level is him. Ning Fan Shi Feng was stunned, stammering, Huh? Ao Yanghua rolled up his sleeve, his gaze deep. "Got it. So our first task is to control Ning Fan." Shai Feng didn't even look at him, his face showing clear frustration. Seeing this, Ao Yanghua bristled. "Why the face? I'm serious. I'm not lying to you." The scene shifted to the kitchen, where Fan Yidao tilted his head, looking somewhat puzzled at the person outside the door. "Ning teacher, it's not even time for dinner yet." Ning Fan hid the meaning in his eyes, his tone calm. "No, I came to find you. I heard you saved Gu Shuwei and Zhang Tianchang. You're a chef, and your skills are impressive." Fan Yidao turned away, closing his eyes and quickly denying. "No, what are you talking about, Ning teacher? Aside from being a chef, what else could I do?" Ning Fan gave a wry smile, hesitating before responding. "Do you have another identity? Forget it, I just came to thank you. Thank you for protecting Gu Shuwei and Zhang Tianchang. That's all I came to say. Do you still have any identity unrelated to me? I'm going ahead to class." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to leave. Suddenly, Fan Yidao spoke up to stop him. "Wait a minute, it seems like you've already figured it out." Ning Fan froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. Fan Yidao seemed to have made up his mind. "Then I have nothing left to hold back." He closed his eyes and began to reveal his true identity. "I am Fan Yidao, the leader of the Psychic Alliance. My first mission on this trip is to protect young Lei Gu Shuwei." Ning Fan tilted his head to look at him, feeling a bit awkward. "So you're Fan Yidao?" After a brief pause, he continued, "That's not it. I'm really not interested." Fan Yidao didn't pay attention to his words and continued, "I also have a second mission, which is to invite you to join our Psychic Alliance to show my sincerity. I will let you see a bit of my strength." After finishing his words, he quickly pulled out a few sharp needles and threw them towards him. Ning Fan, swift as ever, dodged the attack, but he anxiously shouted, "Ha! Are you crazy? Attacking in a hotel? What if the hotel gets destroyed?" His nickname appeared at the same time. The title used on this side also revealed Fan Yidao's alias, the Psychic Alliance member with no abilities. He looked at the information board, a bit surprised. "Do you lack the ability?" Fan Yidao held his weapon in his hand, his gaze sharp as a blade, a warning in his eyes. "Don't lower your guard just because I lack ability. If you're not serious, you could die." Ning Fan once again used the Master Predictor skill, effortlessly dodging all of his opponent's consecutive attacks. Suddenly, a red alert appeared, warning that his trust points were being depleted, with a deduction of 53 trust points. His mouth fell open in surprise. Huh? Does this skill consume trust points? He realized something was off and quickly used his skill to release a blast of air. He grabbed Fan Yidao's knife tightly with his hand. The red alert flashed again, showing that his trust points had decreased by 9. Fan Yidao's weapon was frozen, and his body instinctively recoiled. Fan Yidao glared at him, then pulled out his next tool, a kitchen knife. This isn't over. Keep going. Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand as a signal. Wait. Seeing that he still had no intention of stopping, Ning Fan stammered in an attempt to persuade him. No, wait, aren't you trying to invite me to join? Shouldn't we talk it over before you go straight to attacking me? Fan Yidao smiled warmly and made a suggestion. Then, are you willing to join our alliance of special abilities? Ning Fan pursed his lips and bluntly replied, I don't know what your goal is, but I can't join. Fan Yidao nodded, quickly explaining. I see. Let me explain it to you. The awakening level determines a lot of things. Some people are born geniuses, while others are born as they waste. Don't you think a person's value shouldn't be judged by their awakening level? Our Ability Users Alliance is an organization that uses strength to help those with low awakening levels or no abilities, so that they are not looked down upon. We aim to create an equal world. Ning Fan listened to him and couldn't help but mutter. You guys are talking so much. What do you want from me? Just say it in 2 sentences. Fan Yidao, with great sincerity, bowed his head and replied, That's right, our alliance leader wants to invite you, and asks for your help. After a brief exchange, he was finally let go. Wen Jing looked at him, as he walked over slowly, raising an eyebrow. Finally, he'd arrived. He looked at her, and she seemed somewhat confused, asking, What are you guys doing? Wen Jing heard this, and fluffed up her fur, glaring at him. Did you forget that you have a class to attend? Teacher Ning Fan. He rubbed his head and awkwardly smiled. Haha, how could I forget? I'm sorry, I had some personal matters just now. Now let's start the lesson. Today's topic is to run down the snowy mountain and then run back up. Physical training. Hearing that, Wen Jing immediately shouted loudly. We're not the athletic system. Are you crazy? The small fish beside her frowned. Let's go. Wen Jing was a bit panicked, grabbing the girl's hand. You really want to go? He spoke in a cold tone. Hurry up, anyone who's slow will have to do an extra round. Wen Jing was furious, clearly intending to take revenge for the test. It was public punishment for personal grudge. He smirked, secretly pleased. He hadn't expected the infiltration to be so easy, and it seemed like Ning Fan wasn't around right now. This was a golden opportunity. Victory was certain. But the person wasn't Ning Fan. The imposter looked at Wen Jing and the girl, sneering and muttering to himself. Those girls seemed to be waiting for Ning Fan. This meant that Ning Fan wasn't here, and it also meant that he could wander around freely. But this place was huge. He looked around and then started to move up, thinking to himself, Forget it, there's plenty of time. I'll find it eventually. If he could find the kitchen to poison. That thought had just crossed his mind when Shen Shan came up and patted his shoulder. Aren't you going to train the students here? The imposter's face turned pale, and he exclaimed, Then he pounded his chest, trying to calm himself, and said coolly, Now I am Ning Fan. He then slowly looked up and replied, I've already assigned the homework to the kids, so there's nothing to do right now. Shen Shan nodded, Nothing to do, Just as well, the students have worked hard, so I was thinking of giving them some food. Could you help me with that? He sneaked a sly glance, thinking to himself, Isn't this a golden opportunity? He then nodded in agreement. All right, Shen Shan said with satisfaction. Then I'll go prepare. You can take care of the distribution. He looked at her quickly and was slightly taken aback. Then he leaned back against a pillar, pondering. This woman's actions are strange. Who can keep up with her? I'll go check somewhere else first. After walking a few steps, he noticed the water bottle beside him, and his eyes flashed with a murderous intent. The water itself wasn't bad, and everyone had to drink. If just a few people were poisoned and didn't show up for the competition, according to the invitation. Then, before the thought could finish, his spiritual sense seemed to be manipulated. Feng appeared right behind him and used his spiritual sense on him. Manhwa walked over. How is it? Did you manage to control him? Feng nodded. It's done. It wasn't too difficult. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Now, let's undo it. Manhwa raised his hand to stop him. Keep him still like this. Don't release him yet. You need to control his movements as well. That's what I call training. Feng was a bit worried. What if the teacher gets angry? Manhwa smiled and reassured him. How could that be? The person you're controlling will lose consciousness, won't he? After he wakes up, he won't remember anything. No one will know. If you're worried about someone seeing, just take him to the training room. No one will notice there. After some hesitation, Feng finally controlled the fake Ning Fan to step inside. Manhwa nodded in approval. Not bad, you can go now. You really can control him. Feng, while controlling, asked curiously, so what exactly are we training? Manhwa slammed the door shut and replied, it's simple. Whatever movement I tell you, you just have to make him do it. Feng froze for a moment, frowning. You're not talking about those shameless moves, are you? There's no filming or photos, right? He didn't answer, but patted Feng's shoulder and moved the control lever. The first move, dodge. He looked at him, furrowing his brow. What? Dodge what? Before he finished speaking, the fake Ning Fan was slammed by a huge log and sent flying. Feng turned around, stunned and frozen in place. The fake Ning Fan was beaten down, face first into the stone bridge's drainage ditch. The stone ball conveniently rolled down, quickly gaining speed, and a horrifying sound echoed. Feng turned pale, his eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled. Teacher, what are you doing? Teacher Ding. Manhwa, as if it had nothing to do with him, had a hint of smugness in his gaze. Didn't I tell you to dodge? Look, you've hurt Ning teacher now. Feng gritted his teeth in anger, hissing. Teacher. He rushed over to the spot, frantically lifting the body. Ning teacher, don't worry, I'll save you. Huh? Manhwa noticed he suddenly froze and asked, what's wrong? Can't lift him up? Feng lifted the person in his arms and pointed at the unfamiliar face. This person isn't Ning teacher. Manhwa was shocked and exclaimed, huh? The body in Feng's arms suddenly glowed and vanished, leaving him stunned, shouting, huh? Turned into a stone. What's going on? Manhwa stammered. I don't know either. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered forest, Wang Yan painfully held his older brother in his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother, are you okay? He weakly whispered. I can't participate in the competition with you this time. You have to keep going. Wang Yan cried even harder at those words. Brother. His poor older brother urged him urgently. Quick, call the doctor. The scene transitions to Wen Ruin's training room, where Nan Gongyan looks in amazement at his hand, which is gradually transforming. This hand has turned into a fish, he said excitedly, a smile tugging at his lips, his eyes gleaming. Is this the fusion mode of my father? It feels like the power of this snakehead fish is flowing into my body, he said, enthusiastically flapping the fish-like arm. It's so soft, it feels amazing. Wen Ruin walked over with a proud smile. Not bad. The fusion technique requires complete harmony with one's original essence, and yet you've managed to learn it in just one day. Complimented? Nan Gongyan grinned even more, clearly pleased with himself. We've been together for so long. Of course, the snakehead fish and I are in perfect sync by now. Wen Ruin looked at him and reminded, tomorrow will be actual combat training. For today, just get used to this state. Nan Gongyan happily nodded in response. Her eyes narrowed with a smile, her expression bright and pleased. She thought to herself, asterisk, this training speed is even faster than I expected asterisk. Now next. She glanced helplessly over at Xingyu, who was moving even slower than she had anticipated. Looking at Xingyu sprawled helplessly on the floor, Wen Ruin sighed in frustration and said, I told him, this guy can't even pass the most basic fusion training. How can he possibly continue like this? Xingyu, upon hearing that, immediately sprang up like a spring, tightening her fists with determination. Let it come. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll get through it and show you. Wen Ruin held the remote control and nodded. Then let's start. The rules were the same as always. The summoned beast had its eyes covered. If you can make it drop all the flying balls, consider it a win. Do you understand? Xingyu immediately closed her eyes, silently telling herself, only a level 3 summoner can command a summoning beast with language and gestures. My fate is tied to the summoning beast, and there's no one else. Immediately, the balls began to fly. She could sense every movement around her. They were like his limbs. No one needed words to tell their limbs what to do. Instead, the mind transmitted the orders, and her eyes snapped open. Xingyu pointed to the left. Over there, the little bird, blindfolded, immediately flew to the right. As expected, both ended up sprawled on the floor. She sprang to her feet, punching the little bird and scolding it. Did you do that on purpose? I said go east, and you went west. The little bird angrily dodged, its eyes filled with defiance. Wen Ruin suddenly froze. This guy, you didn't forget to name your summoning beast, did you? Hearing this, both master and beast, who had been fighting fiercely, stopped and turned to look at her in shock. Ha! The name change at the kitchen of Fan Yidao's place. Even if you don't join, you could at least help us a little, right? Ning Fan replied bluntly, I won't help. Fan Yidao didn't give up and tried to convince him, as if he were being tricked into going on a tour. He waved his hand. I'm still teaching. I don't have time for a tour. He sighed. You're really hard to convince. Just consider this as me paying back the favor for saving your student. Go on. Take a tour. Ning Huan couldn't stand his compassionate look, and couldn't help but shatter it. Not revealing his true identity was already like paying back that favor. Fan Yidao continued to tempt him. If you go, she and Ming will help you train your students, you know. He waved his hand again. No need. Fan Yidao turned around, looking like he had given up. I guarantee you won't regret it if you go. Ning Fan snorted in disdain. Which Snow family member would act like this? At that moment, Shen Shan suddenly appeared at the door. Ning Fan, you're here early. He looked at her, somewhat stunned. Grandma, you've come. You pulled him over with a gentle tone. I didn't expect you to be this eager. Let's go. He was confused. Huh. Shen Shan pulled him along with a suspicious tone. Didn't you say you wanted to deliver food to the students? Ning Fan asked in confusion. Huh. Did I say that? She didn't listen any further and directly pulled him away. What's with the act? Let's go. No other way, Ning Fan had no choice but to give in. Yes, yes. Fan Yidao sighed in frustration, muttering, it's completely impossible to persuade her now. Should I tell him about that? No, it's still too early to tell him. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Uncle Fan turned around and saw Gu Shuwei. Miss Gu, is there something you need from my subordinate? She hesitated, and after a moment, spoke. There's something I'd like to ask you. You know where my father is, right? I want to see him. Gu Shuwei went straight to the point. You know where my father is, right? I want to meet him. He was silent for a few seconds before responding. May I ask why? Gu Shuwei lowered her eyes, replying in a soft voice. The reward for this competition could raise the awakening level. The Alliance must want it badly. No, it's not just want. If that thing really exists, the Alliance's dream will come true. Fan Yidao frowned. What are you trying to say? Gu Shuwei finally spoke plainly. I want to win the competition, get the reward, and prove myself in front of him. Uncle Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. She blushed a little. What are you laughing at, Uncle? Fan Yidao calmed down, hesitated for a moment, and replied, I'm sorry. It's just that I feel if it were the young lady from before, she wouldn't have said something like that. Her gaze had become firm. On the other side, Ning Fan, after gathering the items with his grandmother, frowned as he walked. In the end, he still had to deliver the goods. Holding a stack of items in his hands, he still couldn't understand, muttering, when did I agree to this with Grandma? But then he shook his head, looked at the pile of things in his hands, and walked off, hoping to find his 2 students, though he had no idea where they'd gone. He leaned into the nearest room and asked, anyone want something to eat? Lai Kong, with eyes wide open, suddenly appeared. What? Where are we eating? He directly lifted a box of food, filled with gratitude, saying, I didn't expect Teacher Ning to bring us food. Thanks a lot. Before Ning Fan could say anything, he had already gone back inside. Ning Fan looked at the notification board, which showed that his trust points had increased by 385. His expression turned to one of surprise, not expecting the number to go up. Trust points. He recalled the earlier scene and thought to himself, is that how it works? Whether big or small, as long as it increases trust, it's fine. However, he'd have forgotten that there would be two people of mine in the training room. He smiled smugly, thinking that he was just short of trust points. Well, taking this opportunity to earn a little extra, Ning Fan continued to deliver the food to Wen Ruan's room. I'm here to bring food. As soon as the door opened, the chaotic scene unfolded. Nan Gongyan was holding his fish-like hand up in front of Xingyu, mocking her with a smirk. Miss Lang still hasn't passed the basic harmony training yet. Xingyu and the little bird plugged their ears and shouted in unison. Die already, I'm still thinking of a name. He laughed even louder, taking advantage of the moment. Now he was just starting to think of a name. Who knows when the fusion will happen? Ning Fan looked over to the corner of the room and asked, what's going on here? Wen Ruan, crouching in a corner, explained, we were just talking about how the name of my lord will influence Leng Xingyu's evolutionary direction. After that, she had no idea what name to give. Xingyu couldn't hold back her anger and twisted his fish arm. Is it really that impressive to fuse? Isn't it just a fish growing on your arm? Watch me break your arm. The little bird also cooperated fully, pecking repeatedly at Nan Gongyan's head. Ning Fan and Wen Ruan could only look on helplessly. He couldn't help but speak up, looking at her. Leng Xingyu, actually there's something I always wanted to say to you. Xingyu was confused. Huh. He continued, actually, I think out of all the students I've taught, you were the one who has worked the hardest and made the most progress. You deserve the praise. Xingyu felt a bit happy, but on the outside, he still pretended to be disgusted. Huh. What are you suddenly saying? At that moment, a notification appeared, showing a trust points increase of 220. He smirked, turned around, and left with his spoils. Good job, I believe in you. He felt excited inside. Next room. He gently nudged XETNG's shoulder, his voice full of tenderness. You've been sitting under the waterfall for so long, your shoulder must be sore. Let me massage it for you. Immediately, another trust points increase of 159 appeared for Zhang Tianchong. Let me help you bandage your wound. Another trust points increase of 281 appeared. The large increase was probably because Tian Chang was so moved he couldn't even speak. Teacher Ning Fan then went over to Shai Feng and Ao Yanghua. The two of them clasped their hands together, continuously muttering. Sorry. Teacher Ning Fan, sorry. He appeared behind them, hesitating. Teacher Ning Fan. The two of them turned around, their eyes wide with shock, screaming loudly. Huh? I'm sorry. Teacher Ning Fan. He looked at them in confusion. Why are you acting like you've seen a ghost? Ning Fan rubbed Shai Feng's head, while carefully handing him a lunchbox. There's no need to be so scared. You're my student. Even if you make mistakes, I still take half the responsibility. He was so moved that his eyes welled up. Ning teacher. He turned around and waved his hand, signaling. Let's go. Bye. Good luck. Ao Yanghua turned to look at him, trembling like a scared dog, and asked, Huh? So which one is the real Ning Fan, the stone over there or this guy? Shai Feng, his voice trembling uncontrollably, said, I feel like it's the stone. I've never seen him so gentle before. It's so scary. Ning Fan stepped out of the room, still a little regretful. Strange. Why didn't my trust points increase earlier? Ming was so gentle. Yet he left. Anyway, I still earned quite a bit today. Just as he was basking in his happiness, a weak voice rang out. Ning Fan. He looked at the two of them. Wen Jing. Huh? It's you guys. I've been looking for you everywhere. She panted and said, didn't the teacher tell us to run down and then go up the mountain? He rubbed his head. Huh? No, I didn't. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked through the air. Hong Yi-lin swung her sword at him, and he quickly dodged, looking at her with a helpless gaze. What are you doing? The shark swung her sword casually, answering, What? Training. Let's practice together. After a while, a trail of blood appeared on the floor. Ning Fan cried out, Ouch, ouch, ouch. He raised his two slashed arms, sighing, and reminding her. Training is just training. Don't suddenly come over here and start talking. Hong Yi-lin held two swords in her hands, deep in thought. Well, can we continue now? He hesitated a little, saying, at least wait for the teacher to finish lecturing Wen Jing first. Wen Jing shrank back. "Ha, again, let me rest for a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Yi-Lin immediately charged with her weapons. He helplessly called out, as expected. No matter how much he protested, they still had to fight. Yi-Lin swung a sword down, and he quickly dodged, his eyes showing some surprise. Before, she couldn't even break through his defense, but now her strength had clearly increased. She got up from the ground and responded. "That's right, I noticed that during the match, I had speed, but it wasn't enough, so I practiced quietly. After that, I researched a technique with incredibly destructive power. Let me try it." He looked into her eyes, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, feeling that something was off. Yi-Lin started spinning, her body twirling like a tornado, and she shouted, "Open the barrier." Wen Jing turned pale. "What is this? A barrier?" Ning Fan watched the girl spinning around, slicing through several wooden sticks, grinding his teeth. Damn it! Just as things were getting tense, the girl's legs suddenly crossed, and her entire body slammed into the wall like a stranded fish. He turned his head back and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Yi-Lin's eyes widened, her face pale. "This is so strange, I can't control my body anymore." He twitched the corner of his mouth hesitantly. Even though the teacher won, wearing that outfit and spinning around, of course, it would cause the car to flip. But in his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I thought I'd have to use up a lot of trust points." The girl planted 2 swords into the ground, sending sparks flying. Then her expression seemed enlightened. "Is that so?" Immediately, she quickly took off the shark-shaped suit. With a loud thud, Wen Jing, startled, backed up against a pillar. Her gaze trembled, and she felt a panic inside. Was that the sound of something falling on the floor normally? How heavy was that suit to make a noise like that? Had he worn it and run up and down the mountain? Yi-Lin didn't seem to care much, glancing at him. "All right, continue." Ning Fan rubbed his head. "You still want more?" He awkwardly refused. No, let's leave it for the next time." The girl drew out her gun and aimed. "I don't want to." As soon as the trigger was pulled, he dodged to the side, and immediately used his famous master's trial technique. After removing that heavy outfit, Yi-Lin swiftly approached him. Ning Fan tilted his head, wondering, was that really so fast? Not good. He couldn't keep up, couldn't avoid it anymore. A knife strike slashed directly across his face. Ning Fan leaned to the side to dodge. Yi-Lin glared anxiously. He turned his head back, his mouth tightly gripping the blade of her knife, speaking helplessly. "I really have no choice but to face you one last time." With that, he seemed to merge with the summoned object. The little one was slightly confused as Ning Fan bit down hard on the blade in his mouth. It seemed he wanted to take the knife away, so he launched an attack. Yi-Lin swiftly dodged the move. As her feet touched the ground, Ning Fan's sickle came swinging in. She quickly dropped down to the floor. Looking at the sickle, she patted her head and sighed. "That was close, really close. I almost had my weapon taken by the teacher." Ning Fan massaged his jaw and groaned, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. My jaw almost got stolen by you." On the other side, Yi-Lin was silently observing with sharp, focused eyes. Father's fusion, the form of punishment. Summoning system, huh? Never seen that move before. That big sickle, if swung repeatedly, would basically be impossible to approach. So it's necessary to wait for the right moment to attack. First, this person still raised their blade, smiling with a mischievous grin. Practicing with Ning teacher is still more fun. The previous teacher was taken out so quickly with just a little effort. Ning Fan held the scythe in his hand, hesitating. Well, that's truly a compliment. As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous scythe in his hand swung towards her. The girl leaped high, narrowly avoiding the strike. With the advantage of speed, Yi-Lin easily closed the gap. She smirked. "Close combat is my specialty." He blocked the attack and raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Let's see if you can handle it." Immediately, their hands moved like guillotines, continuously striking each other on the ground. Wen Jing sat in a corner, looking pale with fear. Is this really the kind of training for the barrier system? If I blink, I'll be done for. I need to leave before I get caught in this mess. No sooner had she spoken, a sharp blade sliced through a nearby pillar. The two combatants kept attacking so fiercely that even the wooden posts in the room were shattered into pieces. Wen Jing watched them, holding her head and praying. These two can't even tell who's stronger. How long are they planning to keep fighting? She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. Wait, it's not that they're evenly matched. Ning teacher is at a disadvantage. The scythe is practically useless in close combat. If he doesn't create some distance, failure is just a matter of time. On the other side, Ning Fan raised the scythe high and struck unexpectedly. The girl quickly reacted. The wooden post above her head was struck down. Ning Fan shifted from in front of Yi Lin to behind her, and just as she managed to turn her head, the large scythe came down powerfully, knocking her sideways. He let out a sigh of relief. Woo, I'm exhausted. Can we consider that a win for me? Seeing the girl remain silent, he leaned in again. Hi, are you still alive? Yi Lin tilted her head and looked at him. So you used the post to create some distance, huh? Ning Fan nodded. In battle, you have to be aware of your surroundings, of course. The girl raised her blade, her expression cold and indifferent. Aware of the surroundings, huh? Guide. Then, the next round. He hurriedly shouted, you should lie down a little longer. At this moment, Wen Jing recalled an old legend she had heard back in Class A. After Ning Fan joined Class D, Class S was left with only one student who specialized in the barrier system. No barrier system teacher was willing to come, because the sole student there had beaten up all the new students and teachers so badly they ended up in the hospital. She sat in a corner, her face dark, lost in thought. It seemed like she had offended Ning Fan. Was she the target now? Wen Jing couldn't stop her mind from wandering. The training in Class S, learning the beautiful combat techniques. The teacher and the students were all very warm. The practical training on the second day of Class S was focused on physical fitness. With that thought, her face became downcast as she walked into the cafeteria. Why am I such a mess? As soon as she entered the cafeteria, she glanced at the group of people exuding an ominous atmosphere with a bit of curiosity. What's wrong with them? Xie Feng clasped his hands in front of the stone, muttering, I hope the person is okay. Lai Qiang patted his head, his gaze vacant. I am an animal that senses nature. Xing Yu locked eyes with a small bird and continued to list several names. Not a key practitioner, not a core condensation, might as well be called a foolish bird. Wen Jing let out a deep sigh, quietly lamenting. What have they been through? Gu Suwei looked at her and inquired, has classmate Wen Jing arrived? Have you seen Zhang Tiancheng, Su Feng, or Hong Yi Lin? She mechanically responded, Su Feng is playing a game. Hong Yi Lin just went to the infirmary. I haven't seen Zhang Tiancheng. Let's eat first, Gu Suwei muttered, furrowing his brow. Strange, it's been so long since class ended, could he still be studying? On the other side, Zhang Tiancheng was still busy training with Liu Guangyuan. He kept attacking in frustration, either missing or completely failing to land a hit. This feeling was exactly like, it's like trying to catch a flying feather. That handsome face was now covered in bruises. He raised his fist and threw a punch. But Liu Guangyuan merely used 2 fingers to block it, then twisted his wrist backwards. Zhang Tiancheng glared, and just like that, he was thrown to the ground with a loud thud. After a few hours, his eyes, which had been tightly shut, finally opened. Did I just pass out? How many times have I stared at the ceiling today? Liu Guangyuan looked down. You're awake. His voice was weak as he replied, Yeah, Liu teacher, it's been a whole day. Why do I feel like I haven't made any progress at all? Liu Guangyuan clasped his hands behind his back and explained seriously, controlling your strength isn't about suppressing your power. Only by fully understanding your own strength can you learn to control it better. You should try to release all your strength and see what happens. He looked up at Liu teacher. Release it? Liu Guangyuan nodded lightly, then turned around. But your current state is still lacking. We'll stop here for today. We'll continue tomorrow. He walked away, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking that the student had understood the concept of unity between will and strength. As for the Bao Yun, Shu Yi, Boi Wen Shui, it seemed like there was a long way to go. Hopefully, he wouldn't stray onto the wrong path. Behind, a purple light suddenly spread, causing his steps to falter. It seemed Zhang Tiancheng had unleashed his full power. Liu Guangyuan smiled and turned around, still not willing to give up. Then I'll accompany you for a bit longer. Taking advantage of that moment, he surged forward, his eyes full of killing intent as he kicked out. Liu Guangyuan raised his leg to block, but the other man suddenly froze, staring in astonishment at Zhang Tiancheng. He had grabbed Guan Yuan's leg. Zhang Tian Chang's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. A full-body strike. Had he finally landed a hit? He looked at the distance and silently thought, with this range, there's no way to avoid it. Liu Guangyuan smirked, lifting his other leg and bracing himself with one hand on the ground to support his body. Tian Chan gasped, realizing he had been kicked in an old wound, the bandages flying off. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Guangyuan used his heel to strike down again. Zhang Tianchang reacted swiftly, blocking with his hand, but his battered body was still sent flying. At that moment, he lay motionless, silently admiring, as expected of Liu teacher. Even though he had used all his strength, he still couldn't land a blow. Liu Guangyuan rarely showed a smile of approval. Not bad, that attack just now was quick enough to land. Afterward, he turned and walked away. That's all for today. Tomorrow will be the next lesson, so you should go back and rest early, Zhang Tianchang said as he sat up. Wait, Liu Guangyuan tilted his head and repeated. I've already told you that you've passed this lesson. He hesitated, then spoke again. No, I want to witness a bit of your full strength. He wanted to see how far he still had to go. As he spoke, he braced his trembling body. Seeing no response from him, Zhang Tianchang regretfully said, I guess it's still best to stop. Never mind, I've already troubled you enough. At that moment, Liu Guangyuan suddenly replied, All right. His whole body froze as he asked again, All right? Liu Guangyuan nodded. You're my student, of course, I won't hold back from you. Then watch carefully. With those words, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. Scene changed to the cafeteria. Everyone had eaten their fill. All right, you're full now. Hurry up and go rest, we still have training tomorrow. Goot Sui smiled and responded, Mom. Then she stood up. Then, we felt the entire building shake. Sui was stunned. Is the ground shaking? Lai Kong was kneeling on the floor, screaming in panic. In the blink of an eye, the shaking stopped. Hex Sui muttered in confusion. The tremor. It stopped now. What's going on? Was it an earthquake? Lai Kong stammered in fear. So it was just an earthquake. Shed Feng gave him a bored look. It was just an earthquake. Why are you so scared? Earthquakes happen here from time to time. Lai Kong refused to admit he was scared, pouting, I'm not scared at all. Sui looked at Xing Yu, sighing, This is the first time I've experienced an earthquake. Lang Xing Yu, let's go back. Seeing that Xing Yu stood there without saying anything, she felt a bit worried. Are you okay? Did the earthquake scare you? Xing Yu stuttered. I. She bit her lip tightly. It took her a few seconds before she looked at Xu Wei. With tear-filled eyes, she looked helplessly at Xing Yu, refusing to say anything more. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianchang slowly regained consciousness. Looking up at the ceiling, he thought to himself, This is the hospital room. Did I faint again? It must have been the aftershock from Liu teacher's attack. That was terrifying. He shifted his body and looked to the side, suddenly noticing Hong Yi Lin in the bed next to him, sipping tea and reading a book, looking a little dazed. She reached out with one hand to pick an apple from the basket and offered it to Zhang Tianchang. He hesitated and said something, but before he could finish, a sharp blow from the teacher struck. I have been lying on the bed for 2 hours, unable to move. That's how it is, I still lost in the end. Zhang Tianchang looked up and saw the shark sitting there, enjoying an apple. No, you're very strong. You even managed to spar with Ning teacher. I could fight with Ning teacher all day and not feel like I'm making any progress. How did you get stronger? So it's Hong Yi Lin. How did you get stronger? Well, because every time I train, I want to knock that person down. He was curious. Huh? Who? She extended her robotic arm. You took one of my arms. Zhang Tianchang looked up at the ceiling. You don't want to take revenge, do you? Hong Yi Lin responded with a sigh. Well, it's already this time. Of course, it's not revenge. I just want to win. You're the same, having a goal. That's how you get stronger. Thanks for the apple. I'm going to sleep now. He wondered to himself. A goal, huh? If I had a goal, would I be as strong as Liu teacher? Scene change. A pair of feet were stepping into the room. It was Hong Yi Lin, dressed as the shark, calmly walking to her bed and lying down. She pressed her face into the pillow and both of them lay there with their eyes half open. Leng Xingyu spoke up. He's asleep now. Rong Su-wei was surprised. So fast. Won't it be too noisy for him? Xingyu replied. Even if the car flips, he won't wake up. Then the two girls stood up, left the bed, and walked away. All right, they turned on the TV. Leng Xingyu smiled wickedly. I've been wanting to try the server for this 10 pounds game for a while. Today, I'm going to play in my heart's content. Rong Su-wei was worried. I've never played before. I'm really bad at it. Xingyu reassured her. It's fine. Just playing with me is already fun. Shu-wei responded. The two girls excitedly chatted with each other. I'll teach you how to press the keys. All right, this one is to move, this one is to dodge, and this one starts the game. Knight Leng Xingyu was eager. I'll choose the knight to block in front, you just heal me from behind. Rong Su-wei was a mage. Got it. Leng Xingyu went ahead. The castle over there was probably the first gate. Behind her, Rong Su-wei died. She was walking when she fell into a trap and died. Leng Xingyu didn't care and focused on everything around her. This castle is full of traps. Be careful not to trigger any. I've marked point A. Then the girl behind her fell behind and got lost, dying in the process. Leng Xingyu looked up and began searching. Shu-wei, where are you? A few hours later, the two of them reached a door. Leng Xingyu was excited. Finally, we've reached the end of one. Rong Su-wei interrupted. Finally, it's over. This game is too difficult. This door is the exit, right? Xingyu replied. No, it's just a regular one. Behind this type of door, it's always a boss. Fighting against a level 21 boss. Leng Xingyu's health dropped sharply by 15 levels. She was sweating profusely, thinking, the level is a bit too high, and I've already used up all my health potions. With this little health left, I don't think I can win. She quickly turned her head. Zu-wei, hurry up and pop a healing potion for me. Rong Su-wei, at level 7, flustered. Okay, first, I'll lock onto the target, then use the healing spell. Outside, Rong Su-wei was confused. Is this the attack key? Sorry, I really have no idea how to play. Playing with me is probably so boring. Leng Xingyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Thinking back, wasn't that your first kill earlier? And yet you ended up killing me. It's true. Games are so much more fun when played together. Rong Su-wei blushed. Xingyu, don't you think I'm a noob? What? She raised her hand high. Why would I? On the contrary, it's only when there's a bit of difficulty that things become more interesting. All right, if I don't teach him today, he won't sleep, Rong Su-wei said anxiously. We still have training tomorrow. An old wandering king, level 99, with fiery eyes. Finally, you're here, heroes? Let's see if you can take a single blow from me. At this point, Leng Xingyu had reached level 200, and Rong Su-wei was no less powerful, at level 123. The old wandering king continued. This has been quite a good fight. Thank you. Actually, I am your father. Leng Xingyu joyfully jumped up. We won. Rong Su-wei helplessly asked. Did the boss just say something about being injured? The two of them returned to bed to sleep. But Xingyu was still too excited to calm down. Yeah, we finally beat the final boss. Su-wei still found it hard to believe, never expecting that the conclusion would reveal the main character as the king's son. The two of them stayed awake and chatted instead of sleeping. They ended up finishing the game before dawn. It's already 4 a.m. But I didn't expect you'd play all the way through with me to this ending. I thought you'd fall asleep halfway through. Rong Su-wei smiled with her eyes squinted. Yeah, at first I kept dying. I didn't want to play anymore. But then I got used to it little by little. Moreover, wanting to see the final outcome of the story, it feels like I understand a little now. I have come to realize why Xingyu enjoys playing games so much. Leng Xingyu turned to look at Rong Su-wei and said, not all games are as good as that, but a truly great game can indeed change a person's life. She recalled her own childhood, when she wanted to become the strongest awakener to protect her father and younger sister, then said, I too am here because of a new game. Rong Su-wei interrupted. The outcome still has one more option to choose from. Leng Xingyu replied, I've played before. This time, it's your turn to choose. Do you want to accept the title of the strongest savior? Accept the title, inherit the throne, renounce the title, and live quietly in the martial world. Either way, you'll definitely choose to accept the title. Rong Su-wei said, "No, I choose to renounce it." Hey, why? You've been playing for so long, and you don't want the title? Rong Su-wei helplessly closed his eyes. Hey, why? Leng Xingyu moved closer. Yes, why? Rong Su-wei turned to look back, and if he had to explain why he didn't choose the title, it was because it was simply too unrealistic. Hearing this, Leng Xingyu suddenly froze. She stepped back and said, "Enough. Enough already. Don't say any more." Su-wei was flustered. Could it be that Leng Xingyu's gaze has become more serious? Yes, that's right. I am someone who is not realistic. My life is about the desire to achieve the strongest title, Rong Su-wei said. If this were reality, wouldn't this competition be the perfect opportunity to prove it? There's someone competing with 92% awakening rate, and I heard no one can defeat her. No one can win against her. Leng Xingyu glanced away. If we're talking about this, it really does feel like a matter of not having enough qualifications. Just a bit of training time. And Rong Su hesitated, also apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to discourage you." Leng Xingyu felt awkward upon hearing this. "No, you're absolutely right. If we have to think about her, the opponent is someone who has already mastered everything we know. Compared to the game, she's like the final boss of this competition. If we talk about the game, maybe there's a way to win." Suddenly, a footstep approached. The two girls looked at each other nervously, hearing the sound of footsteps. One of them pulled the plug out, and the other pulled up the blanket. "Sha!" They whispered to each other, seemingly thinking the person had already left. Thinking it over, they realized they had said some silly things earlier. Regardless of whose footsteps they heard, they were grateful. "You interrupted me. Let's just pretend nothing happened here." Today, suddenly, Rong Su-wei tightly grasped Leng Xingyu's wrist. "Mem," she said in a low voice, "I also feel like the training isn't enough to win. But this competition, no matter what, we must win. I'll help you too. Tell me what you said." Leng Xingyu thought to herself, "She actually trusts me. All right, if you trust me." Both of them now had their faces very close to each other. Then let it be, at any cost. Thinking this, Leng Xingyu reached up and touched Rong Su-wei's hair. "Then let's skip school." Master Shen Shan followed behind and said, "It's Teacher Ning's turn now, and you're still helping me clean." Ning Fan turned around and replied, "It's fine, it's fine. You go and rest." The notification board flashed, and the trust point showed 563. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, she's earned the trust points. But if Yi Hong Pio comes again, will it be enough? Master Tongshan continued, interrupting his thoughts. There might still be a way to win. Ning Fan looked at the door in front of him, continuing to ponder. Is this Leng Xingyu's room? It's so late, and she's still thinking about the competition. Come on, just go home and rest. Suddenly, Fan Yudao burst through the door, shouting, "Ning Fan, something's wrong." Ning Fan angrily cursed. Damn it, he's stumbling over his words, apologizing. But the alliance is in danger right now. I have to convince you. Ning Fan was furious. You better have a good reason, or if it's just the same old nonsense, I'll kick you out of the hotel today. Fan Yudao pulled out a letter. Well, actually, the alliance leader sent you a letter. Ning Fan sat up. Huh? A letter? He held up the letter in his hand. Inside, there's this. This I know. Before the other person could finish, Ning Fan rushed forward, grabbing his shirt. Where did you get this from? Fan Yudao squinted his eyes, his expression suggesting that Ning Fan recognized the necklace. Ning Fan gritted his teeth. Of course I recognize it. This is my father's necklace. In the morning, at the dining hall, Ao Yanghua sat waiting. It was almost time for class, but why were so many people still not there? Upon closer inspection, Ning Fan hadn't arrived either. Well, of course, he must have slept in longer than me. Suddenly, Wen Ruin burst in. This is bad. Has anyone seen the person in Leng Xingyu's bedroom? We haven't been able to find them since this morning. The person in Leng Xingyu's room was missing. Fan Yudao thought to himself, Leng Xingyu, Miss Gu too. The crowd turned to watch the commotion. Weren't they supposed to be in the training room earlier? The training room door hasn't even opened yet. Couldn't it be another surprise visit? Diao Yutsui said anxiously. No, we need to hurry and inform Ningfan. Wen Ruin said, puzzled. Hemph, isn't Ningfan here? I came looking for him, but he wasn't in the room. On Ningfan's side, he was slowly making his way down the street. This deserted area had no vehicles in sight. Fan Yidao rushed over in a panic. Ningfan, this is bad. He furrowed his brows in distress. Why are you here? Didn't I already agree with you? The Alliance still hasn't sent someone to pick me up. Hemph, how come you're here? The city is greedy. Yi Dao moved closer. I say I haven't seen Miss Gu anywhere. She came to see me yesterday and said she wanted to meet her father. She might have gone to look for him. Ningfan cut him off. I didn't ask you. Someone suddenly peeked out from behind. Ningfan looked puzzled. Zhang Tianchong, why are you following me? Zhang Tianchong looked embarrassed. Sorry, but it seems Mr. Fan knows Gu Wei after all. Ningfan and Fan Yidao whispered to each other. Gu Wei, young lady? Wait, how come you're being followed? And it looks like he knows something. Could it be that it was overheard back then? Did he come looking for Gu Wei? Probably. Ning Hao thought for a moment. At least he couldn't let him find out about his own situation, then smiled wryly. I was planning to go find Gu Wei. Don't worry about me. You go back first. Zhang Tianchong's face darkened. Yi Hongpio told me that becoming stronger is for a purpose. I'm really stupid. I don't know what my purpose is. Even though I don't know why, whenever I thought about Gu Wei before, I really became stronger. She must be related to my purpose. So please let me follow you to find her. Fan Yidao frowned. Isn't he a bit dumb? Ningfan was sweating profusely. This guy somewhere. Someone is probably flipping through a map. First, let's head east towards the main road. Then follow the northern direction to Lu Ying Academy in City A. He also said, right now, just head towards the sunrise. It can't be wrong. This is the Lu Ying town. We've come here, and 4 snowflakes fall, covering all the trees. The 3 girls trudged along. Leng Xingyu panted heavily, finally making it out of the forest. Damned Lu Ying. Making me suffer like this. I'll definitely make them pay for the leaves. Where is this place? Didn't they say it was the main road? She collapsed face down on the ground. Rong Wei panicked. Xingyu. Leng Xingyu lifted her face, apologizing. Sorry. I don't know why I couldn't maintain the summoning spell today. It caused you to walk, and even get lost. Rong Wei sat down, saying, you must be tired after last night. Since we've already come this far, just rest and recover a bit, then you could use the spell again. Leng Xingyu felt satisfied, but her face hurt so much and the ground was so cold. She thought to herself, I'm a bit hungry now. If I had known we'd go this far, I would have brought food. Am I imagining things because I'm hungry? It smells like grilled meat. Her eyes lit up. Is someone actually grilling meat? What on earth is he doing? Rong Wei replied, oh no. The 2 of them hurried forward. Hong Yi Lin grumbled. Clearly, when we left the hotel, he wasn't there. But the moment the stone-headed guy was summoned, he appeared. We can't even send him back. Leng Xingyu raised her hand, gossiping. Does he want to report to the teacher? Rong Wei felt uncomfortable. No way, you said that whatever he says, it won't be approved anyway. The delicious smell of food spread through the air. Leng Xingyu slammed her hand on the ground. How annoying. Hong Yi Lin, in fact, I have something to do. I need to go to Lu Ying. It just happens to be on the way with you guys. Make the deal. I'll give you food. You recover your strength, summon the stone man, and bring me along. Leng Xingyu glanced at the skewered meat. Do you think I will submit? She said one thing but acted differently. Rong Wei felt frustrated, realizing she couldn't hold on much longer. Well, it seems we share the same goal. Hong Yi Lin reached into his mouth. Here, let me help you recover your strength. Leng Xingyu froze. At night, Hong Yi Lin set it down, folded the tent, packed the food, and finished setting up the camp. If you want, I'll roast something new for you. Xingyu crawled into her sleeping bag, half-conscious. Rong Wei moved closer to observe the stone meat. Is all this food? Where did you get it? Hong Yi Lin replied instantly. The hotel storage is free after all. Rong Wei was stunned. That's too much. Leng Xingyu also yelled. I can't maintain the summoning spell, So it turns out you brought all this because of that. Hong Yi Lin approached and fed Leng Xing Yu some meat. Hey, this tastes great. Rong Su Wei hesitated. No, that's not what I meant. She furrowed her brows, thinking, taking all this, it can't be, it surely can't be right. Perhaps I've worried too much. Master Shen Shan entered the warehouse, which was completely empty. Ao Yang Hua, did you say something? Who did this? Sila, standing beside him, said, it was probably Liu Guangyuan after the last class yesterday. Ao Yang Hua looked fearful. Master Shen Shan, please don't be angry. You know how Liu Guangyuan is, with his personality. Now, before Master Shen Shan, this warehouse is a desolate ruin. Ao Yang Hua stood behind with a pale face, but the situation was already like this. We should return to the training school. Sila stopped him. No, we can't go back to the school. Ao Yang Hua turned to ask, what are you saying? The students are missing, and you want to talk about training? He remained calm, smiling. This is no longer something we teachers can handle. That's right. Now we need to find the students and bring them back. At the same time, we need to figure out how to win this nearly impossible match. Just relying on us probably won't be enough. You care about them too, don't you? Master Shen Shan. Ao Yang Hua became even more anxious as he listened. Sila, are you saying that Master Shen Shan? Finally, Master Shen Shan spoke. That's right. I retired from the education field a long time ago. Moreover, I'm getting old and can't keep up with the times anymore. Sheila comforted. Don't you want to lead them to victory so that those who say you can't keep up with the times will shut their mouths? Shen Shan Master smiled, her words as smooth as ever. Ah, you're really good at finding trouble for the elderly. Sila lowered his head. Please forgive our immaturity. The group moved ahead, which is why the training field can't be used right now. We have to train outside. CTNG grumbled. Sigh, it's so cold. Shen Shan Master smiled gently. Stop complaining. The teachers have to be outside just like you. Also, from today on, I will be in charge of directing your training. Shi Tianji spoke up. Before we begin training, I have a few questions. Where are Leng Xing Yu and the others? And what if we're ambushed while training outside? Shen Shan Master sighed. Do you kids just like making problems for old people? I'm already this old and can't handle so many things. Help me out, old friend. The group turned pale, frightened by her words. A small green creature darted down, spiraling around once before staring at them all. Here, the sound of car tires whizzing on the road could be heard. The green dragon continued to twist and turn over the mountain. The driver looked up and asked, what is that over there? Fan Yudao looked over and replied, isn't that a hotel? Ning Fan froze for a moment and shouted, that summoned beast. It's the Shen Shan Master starting to explain. First, Wen Ruan, Liu Guangyuan, and Diao Yuxu went to find the students and bring them back without any problems, right? They answered affirmatively. Inside the city, some people were lying by the road, while others were heading to work or school. But there were many desolate spots hidden in the corners. Ning Fan wondered aloud, what's going on with this city? Fan Yudao guessed curiously, an earthquake. Ning Fan looked up at the buildings and said, an earthquake wouldn't cause cracks like that. Plus, everywhere is a hiding spot. It looks like a battle is going on. Is the alliance of ability users really here? Fan Yudao frowned. What are you asking? Of course, they're here. The people here are suffering, and the streets are crowded with civilians. He slapped his chest. That's why the alliance won't ignore them. They won't just sit back. Ning Fan asked, so how do we find the alliance? Fan Yudao lowered his head. We'll wait for them to come find us. Ning Fan grew angry. Grandmother Shen Shan has already seen which way we're headed. If we don't finish this quickly, we might get found out. Fan Yudao leaned his head against the wall. Before that, what was he planning to do with him? Let him know it wasn't going to end well. Was it time to leave him behind? Ning Fan remained silent, watching as everyone else chatted happily. He closed his eyes and smiled slightly. Forget it. This guy's got issues. If I leave him, I don't know what kind of trouble he might cause me. Fan Yudao watched as he walked away. Ning Fan kept walking, then called out, Zhang Tianchong, have you learned anything? Zhang Tianchong was startled and turned back. It seems like Ning didn't get anything. If it's not that they didn't answer, it's that they'd never met. Gu Fi Wei should be easy to recognize. But maybe she's not here. Ning Fan walked up and slapped his shoulder. Maybe we came too early, she's probably still on her way. Zhang Tian Chong relaxed. Right, that makes sense. Ning Fan continued to walk, offering comfort. Don't worry, she's a supernatural being. Maybe the noodle shop owner knows her. Zhang Tian Chong murmured then. Why don't you call the police? Hearing this, Ning Fan froze. Call the police. A knife suddenly drew closer. Don't call the police. You guys don't look bad. You're outsiders. Right. Empty your pockets. Shouting won't help. No one cares. One of them spoke in a cold tone. No one cares? Even better, I'll give you the money. Your damn son probably knows a lot of things. Tell me where the Mutant Alliance is. Upon hearing this, the man was struck with fear. His face turned pale, and he ran off, shouting loudly. Ning Fan watched him go, feeling exasperated. Why did he run off? Is the Mutant Alliance that terrifying? Many people were running frantically ahead. He was pressed by the crowd, thinking to himself, what's wrong with these people? He turned around and shouted, Zhang Tian Chong, be careful not to hurt anyone. The crowd surrounded them, blocking the road, and the three of them got separated. He suddenly stood there dazed. Isn't that a magical beast? Right in the city, the cat sphere was a very tame magical beast. Due to its cute appearance, many people kept it as a pet. The cat sphere could even help get rid of flies, mosquitoes, and rats in your house. The larger cat sphere could also hunt birds. But when the cat sphere grew this large, the beastly spirit curled its lips into a sinister smile. Ning Fan cursed under his breath. Damn it, it's looking this way already, being attacked by a cat sphere of this size. The notification popped up. All the master's predictions are useless now. The attack point is on that massive beast, and something glowing is crawling into its mouth. It bit down hard. Ning Fan stretched out his hand, and the beast did not hesitate to open its jaws and strike. The light shot straight to a single spot, shrouded in thick smoke. Yet Ning Fan remained standing firm. The people behind him, panicked, asked anxiously, Aren't you okay? Did you block the attack? Ning Fan turned his head and snapped. What are you standing there for? Find somewhere to take cover, now. Hearing that, they scattered in chaos. Go run! Who knows how many more times we can withstand this? The notification popped up again. Reputation points, 325. Himph. The glow shot from its mouth once more. It swept past Ning Fan. He wasn't the target. Heading straight for the building instead. Is this thing trying to collapse the entrance to the shelter? A blue chain anchored the building, preventing it from falling onto the crowd. Ning Fan exhaled heavily. It's over. So, high-level magical space. The police have arrived. That's great. We almost lost all our trust points. The fixed space seal has been completed. Fortunately, we made it in time. The people were in a panic, but they managed to retreat. The evacuation of the citizens has been completed. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Everyone, look at that beast happily playing with the suspended building. Wow, it's attracted by the spatial seal. So cute. Stop talking. A voice came through the walkie-talkie. We're starting the putative operation on the rampaging beast, Cat Sphere Ultra. The girl responded clearly. I really don't want to kill the cat. There's no other choice. If it harms the civilians, it must die. The beast, upon noticing the movement, glanced over and widened its eyes, staring at the girl who was preparing to attack. A bullet shot out from her shoe, and with one kick, she distorted the beast's face, and the girl was Xiao Xiaole. The voice on the other end of the line praised her. Nice catch. The danger has been eliminated. 38 beasts gritted their teeth in anger. Xiao Xiaole said, It's done. The other side is a bit surprised. Done? Was it that weak this time? She coldly checked the casualties and contacted the backup team. The other side responded. Okay. Ning Fan was stunned as she witnessed the scene. Are these two the ones who participated in the Mo Yun police arena competition? Zhang Tian Chong asked, looking on. Teacher Ning, have you seen her moves? Ning Fan lowered her gaze and replied, Actually, it's quite simple. We'll continue the fight later, and I'll explain it to you. Zhang Tian Chong wondered, Are you going to fight alongside those girls? Ning Fan answered, No, this match isn't over yet. Making a few holes doesn't mean much. The key lies in the fluid nature of the creature's state. It's just waiting for the prey to show a flaw. On the other end of the line, a voice shouted, "Xiao Le, be careful behind you." Huh? The beast is attacking with a faint beam of light. Xiao Le raised her fist. Zhang Tancheng watched carefully. As one person launched an attack, the other immediately used a magic bullet to fire, then employed a defensive spell with a fist. The beast took another punch. She stood proudly on the utility pole, while the beast was left with a bruised, purple face. Xiao Yun observed from a distance, and Xiao Le furrowed her brows. Xiao Yun spoke up, her cheeks suddenly flushing. Then, she fell as the bullets rained down. The bullets, each striking a different part of Xiao Le's body, then shot directly at the monstrous creature with white streaks stuck on the buildings. It turned out that the beast had been shattered into pieces. Zhang Tianchang said, "It hit directly on the face, and Ning Fan still has the dark face of the monster stuck on its shoes." He bent down to look. Could it be that it brought its heart along to escape, and even ended up hiding right here with me? You're so unlucky. A strong green light shot down. It finished off the rest of the monster. Ah, damn, that was too close. Too dangerous. Luckily, my legs are still intact. Xiao Le ran over to explain. That was a berserk monster. Even though it lost its legs, at least he kept his life. That's still a win. Ning Fan looked up and said, "This cat sphere isn't enough to threaten me. Come on, you don't even know if I'm just an ordinary person, right?" She asked, "Mom, are you a person with special abilities?" He replied, "Yes, I have business to take care of. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Suddenly, Ning Fan was handcuffed. She said, "Seriously enough. You're officially under arrest. If you have anything to say, go report it to the police station." He froze. "Huh? Is it because I innocently didn't commit any crimes?" Xiao Le had started getting proficient at this 2 months ago. The city suddenly fell under continuous attacks from the magical beasts, and what's strange is that none of the magical beasts showed any signs beforehand. They just appeared directly within the city. Such large magical beasts, how could they appear before everyone's eyes without anyone noticing? Zhang Tiancheng lowered his head and spoke softly. "Summoning spell. Ning Fan isn't worried at all. After the magical beasts were defeated, they didn't turn to ash, so it can't be right." Xiao Le's father asked, "In the end, this can only be the work of someone with special abilities. What were you two doing there at that time? Why did the magical beast run toward you?" Ning Fan looked down at his feet. "That one was just panicked and couldn't find a way to escape. I'm innocent. Is your coat too thick? Isn't it too cold?" Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. He still dared to speak so arrogantly. Once the police arrive, they'll definitely make him confess everything he's done. Suddenly, Xiao Le knelt and bowed deeply, apologizing. "We investigated carelessly." The two were taken aback. He frowned and sighed. "I told you I was innocent." A sudden laugh rang out. "Ha ha." Ning Fan angrily asked, "What's so funny?" Xiao Yun kept laughing. "Ha ha, this is so interesting." He asked, "Isn't that your friend?" Xiao Yun stepped forward and said, "All right, get up now. They've already forgiven you." Xiao Le replied, "Thank you." In Ning Fan's mind, a wave of frustration surged, without a word even spoken. Then Ning Fan spoke aloud. "I thought there would be a longer interrogation. How come everything suddenly became so clear?" She pointed toward the window, because the people outside were testifying to her innocence. He followed her gaze, his eyes widening in surprise. He said, "It seems they were brought here by the police escorting you." The crowd outside shouted, "Release him. Without him, we would have been done for." Exactly how could a lifesaver be a criminal? Ning Fan suddenly felt flustered. This incident raised the credibility score to 15,673. Xiao Yun threw herself forward, snatched his phone, and called someone to vouch for his release. Ning Fan glanced over, puzzled. "Huh? Didn't she say I'm innocent?" She smiled brightly. It applied to ordinary people. But he was a supernatural being. What if he were a shapeshifter? That's the rule. In short, you have to handle it yourself. If you meet us, just knock on the door. But can I call you? Zhang Tiancheng glanced at Ning Hao's phone. Was the police station really so short-staffed? Even this matter was left for the students to handle. He frowned in irritation. "Keep it down. Let me think. Who should I call?" At this hour, Calling Liu Guangyuan should be fine. Zhang Tianchang had a sudden thought. What about Teacher Liu? Ning Hao's face turned pale. Moment, it seems like he doesn't have a phone. He frowned in frustration. Diao Yuxu. Maybe we should forget it. It's too embarrassing. I don't even have Wen Ruan's phone number. The person next to him shouted, Hey, Ning Fan, call Ming Fan. Ning Fan coldly grunted. Xiao Xiaola pushed the door open. I've brought him here. He was surprised. I haven't even called yet. Who is this? Could it be Fan Yidao? She turned to the door and asked, Do you want to talk to Ning Fan first? Sure, let him talk. After that, just complete the procedures in the lobby. Ning Fan closed his eyes in exhaustion. Ah, saved. Who is it? Could it be him? Outside, the crowd was still shouting loudly. Let him go. We can prove his innocence. Let him go. Who is that? Let him go. Warning, those waiting for the release. Please do not gather in front of the door. Are there any children passing by? The man with glasses observed. Halt, little one. What are you doing at the police station? Did you get separated from your family? Before he finished speaking, he took a punch to the face. Wen Ruan was seething with anger. Little one, what? I'm an adult. Stop wasting time and take me to the superpower case handler. The two people in white were surprised. A psychic? Is she a psychic? Then come with us. At the Psychic Affairs Department, a police officer bent down to greet them. Hello, the minister is not here at the moment. I'm Deputy Minister 20. What happened? Why is such a young child looking for the police? Did you get lost with your family? Huo was no exception, receiving another punch. She held out a photo of Ning Fan and said sternly, I'm not lost, this person is. He was with a male student and a man in a chef's outfit. The police officer covered his mouth. Sorry, the current situation in the city doesn't allow us time to help you search. Xiao Xiao Lao and Xiao Yun Yun appeared quickly. Did you call for us? Is there something you need us to do? Wen Ruan thought to herself. These two were from Mo Yun's police station. Xiao Yun Yun stepped forward. Oh, what a cute little girl. Is she the daughter of the deputy team leader? He denied it. No, I'm not even married. She smiled. That's true. How could the daughter of a deputy team leader be so cute? Another punch came flying. Xiao Yun Yun moved closer. Gotcha. People with special abilities must not strike others at will. Moreover, you need to respect those older than you. Wen Ruan's eyes flared red as she punched Xiao Yun Yun hard in the stomach. She provoked, my age is older than yours, you know. The policeman patted his head. Stop causing trouble. She came looking for the two girls in red you captured earlier. Take her away. Wen Ruan turned back and asked, Huh? Ning Fan is here. Xiao Yun Yun asked again, Ah, is that girl her daughter? Their personalities are very similar. Wen Ruan shouted, Whose daughter? Xiao Yun Yun yelled back. Xiao Xiaolai was stunned. Just now, someone came to bail Ning Fan. Outside the door, people were talking. Wait, the bail process isn't finished yet. He can't just run away. That's right, there are still some procedures to complete. But Wen Ruan had already pushed the door open. Ning Fan, finally found you. Come back obediently with me. Zhang Tianchang lay face down on the ground. Wen Ruan walked over. Zhang Tianchang, Ning Fan is not here. Xiao Yun Yun wondered. That guy in the red shirt hasn't been released yet, so why isn't he here? Xiao Xiaolai, go ahead. I'll send someone to search, and Xiao Yun Yun, you stay here and watch over them. Wen Ruan raised her hand, checking the wound with a bandage. Several hands fumbled to bandage the wound for Zhang Tianchang. Wen Ruan sighed in relief. He wasn't injured, just unconscious. Xiao Yun Yun was astonished. How did this happen? Wen Ruan turned around. How could you lose Ning Fan? Xiao Yun Yun replied, Currently there aren't enough ability users in the police force. We couldn't send anyone to keep watch. Moreover, you will need to stay for the investigation. The investigation is related to aiding in the escape. Wen Ruan was furious. Are you trying to frame me just so you can win the competition? Xiao Yun Yun repeated. Competition? Isn't it? Zhang Tianchang woke up, struggling to speak. It's not, Xiao Yun Yun said. They didn't help Ning Fan escape. Ning Fan was taken, kidnapped by a man in a black hat, someone with malicious intent. Xiao Yun Yun looked inside the iron cage and asked, Do you two know each other? The two of them remained silent. not answering. She raised her phone. Don't be so down. I brought something interesting for you to see. Zhang Tianchong looked up and glanced at the screen. It was the security footage from the break room when Ning Fan disappeared. At 16:37:23, a mysterious person entered. Just 1 minute later, Ning Fan vanished and Zhang Tianchong was lying motionless on the floor. I came here to ask the two of you if you've ever encountered this kind of ability before. Zhang Tianchong froze, then vanished. She tilted her head. Don't know. He denied it. Of course not, it wasn't us who did it. Xiao Yun started walking away. Haze, then we'll meet tomorrow. Zhang Tianchong called after her. Hey, really, it wasn't us. Let us go. Wen Ruin scolded, stop making noise. He looked at his handcuffs, took a deep breath. I can't find Rong Chu Wei, and Ning teacher is missing too. If these handcuffs didn't limit my magical power, I could have gone out and searched for Ning teacher already. Her face turned pale with anger. Are you really so stupid that you're planning to break out of here? Zhang Tianchong shouted, Ning teacher was taken by someone. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? Wen Ruin sneered coldly. I never said we should do nothing. As long as we don't get caught, that's fine. My essence can conceal myself in the shadows. Let it go investigate. He calmed down. Hemph, summoning beasts, but these handcuffs. She glanced behind her and continued. I summoned it before being captured. Hid it away. You're still too inexperienced. Zhang Tianchong was surprised, his eyes wide. But without additional magical power, the summoned beast would disappear quickly. Wen Ruin said, Don't worry, my rank is different from yours. A stream of black air was slowly winding its way up the stairs. When it reached the door, there were people talking inside. The police investigation nearby hasn't turned up anything. I asked the two people over there, and it seems like they don't know anything. They really don't seem to be lying. Xiao left frowned. The paperwork for the guy wearing a hat, who came to register, was nowhere to be found. The police officers who had encountered him couldn't even remember what he looked like. I don't remember either. Xiao Yun lowered his head. The cameras have been checked. When he entered, it was still recorded, but no camera managed to capture his face as he left. Not a single one. The deputy team leader spoke up. He clearly wanted to take Ning Fan away. There were plenty of ways he could have done it, but he chose the most dramatic one, leaving a whole pile of records at the police station. He's clearly challenging us. We must catch him. The two women shouted in understanding. On Wen Ruin's side, she was feeling discouraged. The two police officers still had no leads. Zhang Tianchong asked, What should we do now? She touched her hand. There was no solution for now. Anyway, once Ning Fan was found, everything would be clear. He must be worried that he's still in the city. Just keep trying to find him, she said. A city this big, how long would it take to find it? Wen Ruin said, It's fine, it won't be long. You have to remember that it's already night outside. A voice echoed. Sing you, come back. Rong Su-wai pointed ahead. Do you see? I think we've arrived. Leng Xing-yu replied, Yes, that's right. This is City B. Lu Ying is here, on the high-speed train. Are we almost there? Almost, Rong Su-wei said, a little anxious. I hope we aren't lost again. Leng Xing-yu reassured her, No, we're not lost. I've been here before. She glanced out the window. Well, this city is really huge. It seems like they've arrived. The three of them are hiding over there, and it's about time to go back to our rooms. Rong Su-wei asked, Is this Lu Ying? She's so beautiful. What should we do next? Leng Xingyu asked. Of course we need to go inside. Rong Su-wei said nervously, but they need student ID cards to get through the door. Leng Xingyu said, I don't remember there being a check before. Deng Su-wai pointed to the notice on the door. Xingyu, look at the notice. It says they're in the preparation period for the competition. The school needs to be more vigilant. All students entering and leaving the school must wear their uniforms and present their student ID cards for inspection. Leng Xingyu had an epiphany. Ah, so that's how it is. Rong Su-wei interjected. So how do we get in now? Leng Xingyu placed a hand on her shoulder. We've come this far. What are you afraid of? The words run away don't exist in my dictionary. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. And as for you, you want to get in too, right? Then listen to my instructions. I'll lead you inside. Hong Yi Lin raised her hand. Aye, sir. Lang Xingyu glanced at the two of them. Let's go, I'll lead you in. Rong Sui shot a puzzled look. Ha! The three of them approached the wall. Lang Xingyu said maliciously, if we can't get in through the main gate, we'll just use another entrance. Right now, we just need to get through this wall. Once we're in, then what? First, we'll gather some intel, then come up with a more specific plan. We were never likely to win anyway. But with Yi Hong Lin here, if we make good use of her, we'll have a chance to win. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a light shone directly into Lang Xingyu's face. Hong Yi Lin casually walked in, leaving the other two standing there in confusion. Huh! Lang Xingyu was furious. What the hell are you doing? Hong Yi Lin innocently asked. Aren't we supposed to go inside? She shouted, go in, but not like this. Two guards approached. What are you kids doing? Are you here to cause trouble? Capture them. Rong Sui, trembling in fear, asked. Lang Xingyu, what do we do now? She bit her lip. What else can we do? Run. They managed to escape. Rong Sui let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, they probably didn't get a good look at our faces. Lang Xingyu gritted her teeth and glared at her. I told you to follow my lead. Hong Yi Lin spoke softly. I did listen. Rong Sui asked, what do we do now? They won't become more alert, will they? Lang Xingyu stopped being angry. True, we probably can't climb the wall anymore. Then we'll just have to accept the inconvenience and go in through the main entrance. Rong Sui suddenly insisted. Main entrance? She smiled. To enter, they check uniforms and student IDs. But they don't actually look at the photos. So, if we borrow these from someone, wouldn't that work? Rong Sui groaned. Steal them. But the students are probably all in the dorms or have gone home by now. Lang Xingyu's gaze turned sharp and cold. We'll split into 3 groups to check places like parks or internet cafes. There are bound to be some students still hanging around, not wanting to sleep. Think of it as fighting off little monsters before tackling the boss. Even if I have to act alone, there's no need to worry. She gasped in surprise, seeing Tong Xiao leisurely lying on one of the arcade machines. The boss here games every day. The school and home loop endlessly. On the road to school, in these 3 minutes, we wander aimlessly, seeing the dark rules of the world clearly, noticing the narrow little world between every gap, as if we've already left this world behind. Skipping class. Tong Xiao smiled brightly. Who could blame her with such nice weather? There's no real purpose, just trying to find some special version of herself. Through the noise, through the silence. Without realizing it, the night had fallen. She looked up, back again. Is the result still just going in circles? Just like an idiot. Will tomorrow still be another twisty day? Another loop around the same place? Tong Xiao sat down, stretched out in a long yawn. I'm tired, let's find a place to sleep. She opened her sparkling eyes, made a circle with her hand, and put it over her eyes, seeing Lang Xingyu standing not far away. She quickly ducked, her heart racing as she looked at her. Why is she here? This isn't good. I need to find Rong Sui first. A quick step approached, and Tong Xiao smiled. Why are you looking at me? Lang Xingyu hesitated. No, it's nothing. Just happened to be facing you. Tong Xiao remained cheerful. You just need to write. I'm very guilty on your face. Lang Xingyu's face was drenched in sweat, like a stream. All right, actually it's because I'm not in uniform. I can't be a student, I can't get into the school. So I wanted to find someone to borrow it for a while. She thought to herself, saying half of it. Hiding half of it doesn't count as lying, right? Tong Xiao raised her hand. Then follow me, I'll take you into the school. The activity room should still have plenty of uniforms for you to borrow. Lang Xingyu froze for a moment, then pondered. I believe her. But this isn't a trap, is it? But even if it's a trap, I can't miss this opportunity. Investigating her means direct contact is the fastest way, and if I have the chance, I can directly probe her strength. A voice interrupted her train of thought. This way, Tong Xiao called out, over here, over here. Lang Xingyu stood at a distance and observed. Where are the guards? Tong Xiao stretched out her hand. They're probably asleep. She thought to herself, no chance to inform Sui and Yi Hong Lin then. Looking inside, it was clear that a security guard was lying motionless on the ground. Tong Xiao spoke. This way. Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows, deep in thought, and seemed genuinely unprepared. Recently, no one had attempted to probe the situation. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she saw a group of people sprawled on the ground. Lang Xingyu stood frozen. Tong Xiao remained calm. She was feeling very confused inside. What happened? Are these people all asleep? Could it be her doing? Rong Suwei, helpless, thought to herself. As expected, she still couldn't get her hands on a uniform or student ID. No, stealing someone else's clothes. What's the point? This is already wrong, but could they really have pulled it off? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. She turned around. So it's Hong Yi-lin. I'm back. Rong Suwei continued to ponder. Huh? Not only did you find it, but you actually wore it. Hong Yi-lin looked around. This set's a bit small. The sleeves are tight, but it's still the best fit among all the ones I tried. Rong Suwei widened her eyes. How many sets? Hong Yi-lin asked. So where's Lang Xingyu? We had a meeting time and place set, didn't we? Rong Suwei replied. I don't know, probably because finding clothes was a bit difficult. Hong Yi said that robbing is easy. Rong Suwei hesitated. Anyway, let's wait for him a little longer. Hong Yi-lin scratched his head. All right. The two of them waited. Occasionally, they spoke. He still hasn't come back. Should we go into Lu Ying first? A thought suddenly flashed by. How embarrassing. He still hasn't returned. He's losing patience. If we let him go to the Lu Ying Guild alone, what if he causes some trouble? I should talk to him and buy us some more time. Though, I don't usually talk to him much. Rong Suwei called out loudly. There's someone wearing a green shirt on the street. Everyone's avoiding that person. Do you know why? Hong Yi-lin looked confused. Ha, avoiding him? Is he smelling bad or something? She touched her cheek. No, that's not it. Hong Yi-lin frowned. I can't wait any longer. I'm going ahead. Rong Suwei shouted, Hey! She scratched her face, feeling uneasy. I guess I'll go along and supervise. Hong Yi-lin glanced around. Look, there's basically no one guarding this place. Rong Suwei wondered. But why is that? Hong Yi-lin walked ahead. Isn't it just fine to go in freely? Rong Suwei continued to ask. It's so quiet. Where did everyone go? Hong Yi-lin pointed ahead and replied. It seems like they've all gone to sleep. The group lay motionless on the ground, and Rong Suwei stepped over each of them. This is Hong Yi-lin, she said calmly. She's probably asleep. Suwei hesitantly followed behind, sleeping in the hallway. One of them was calm and optimistic, the other apprehensive. They were just too sleepy. How could so many people be sleeping like this? Could someone have attacked the Lu Ying Guild? Well, let's just assume they were simply too sleepy. Rong Suwei's eyes were filled with sweat. Huh. Just assume they were too sleepy. The group slowly sat up. My head hurts. What's going on? A hand reached out and pulled Rong Suwei. Come here. Several girls sat up. Did I oversleep? It hurts so much. Rooftop, 5th floor, Hong Yi-lin spoke. Indeed, it was just that they were too sleepy. You should hide here for now. Wait until everyone goes back to their rooms, then come down. Rong Suwei frowned, looking around. Was it really just an illusion? Hong Yi-lin closed her eyes and sighed. Sigh, you're still thinking about it? The less you know, the better. Some things are better left unknown. Anyway, you didn't come here to investigate whether they were sleepy or not. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Tong Xiao pushed herself on top of Lang Xingyu. Hey, are they your friends? Yi-lin asked curiously. Are they your friends? Lang Xingyu thought to herself. Asterisk, this is bad. This is a disaster. They found us. And now they know we know each other asterisk. Rong Suwei wasn't in uniform. Hong Yi-lin was unsure of what to do next. How could they get through this? What should they do now? What should they do? Her mind was in turmoil, and her face turned pale. Asterisk, there's no way out, asterisk, Tong Xiao thought, confused. Asterisk, as expected, running is the best option, asterisk, she spoke up. It's nothing. We just came to borrow a uniform. We've already got it. Let's head back to the room quickly. Rong Suwei was pushed along. Okay, fine, Tong Xiao said, feeling disheartened. Then we should leave now. She hurried everyone along. If they didn't, the manager would scold them. Suddenly, Hong Yi-lin stopped, causing the two behind her to bump into each other. Lang Xingyu rubbed her nose. Ouch, that hurts. Don't stop so suddenly. Asterisk in front of me is Lan Lan. Isn't that a Lin? Long time no see. You could have called before coming over. Why didn't you give me a heads up, asterisk? Lang Xingyu screamed in her mind. Why is there another box here now? Lan Lan stepped closer to the top of Hong Yi Lin's head. It's been a while since we last met. Let me see if you've grown taller, she said, her hand reaching for her hair, only to have it swatted away by Hong Yi Lin. Lan Lan blushed. Scary. Is that killing intent? I almost thought I was going to lose my hand. Hong Yi Lin responded coldly. I don't have a sister. Don't joke around. You know why I'm here. Take out your weapon. This time we're really going to settle the score. Rong Xu-wei commented. Looks like the relationship isn't all that good. Lang Xingyu frowned. Did she follow us here for this? Lan Lan started tearing up again. It's been so long since we've seen each other, and now you already want to fight. A flash of light sped toward them. Hong Yi Lin threatened. This is your second warning. There won't be a third. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Just give me your weapon. Lang Xingyu stepped forward and pushed her aside. This is your sister. You should handle this better. We still have things to do. We'll catch up later. Rong Xu-wei tugged her hand. Let's go quickly. Hong Yi Lin didn't forget to mock her. Lan Lan, are you scared? Today we're going to settle this once and for all, and I'm not leaving until it's done. Lan Lan smiled wickedly. That's too much. All right, if you say it like that. She put her hand in her pocket, took out her phone, and made a call. Hello, is this security? There are 3 strangers on the 5th floor. Yes, it seems like they are causing trouble. Could you come check it out? The 3 of them were stunned when they heard this. What? The whole group ran out. Puff, puff, finally got away. This is the 2nd time today. What should we do now? They've definitely remembered our faces. This is a failure. Hong Yi Lin remained calm. Oh, I consider it a success. Lang Xingyu angrily shouted. What? It's because of you that we had to run out in such a mess. How is this a success? Hong Yi Lin sighed. You guys always think I'm clueless, but most of the time I'm actually quite clever. Lang Xingyu emphasized, clever. Hong Yi Lin continued. She's a very competitive person. After I mocked her like that, there's no way she'll just sit and take it. I bet she's nearby right now. Lang Xingyu stopped her. Hold on, you may be clever, but how clever are you to the point of flying? Get down here quickly. Hong Yi Lin flew up. Do I look like someone who knows how to fly to you? Lang Xingyu was taken aback. Huh? Is this gravitational manipulation? How much longer do we have to fly? The sky has no end, you know. Hong Yi Lin sat upside down in the sky. How much longer do we have to fly? It's a bit high up now. But if I think about it, the magic barrier must have a limit. She can't be too far away. Since I'm up here so high, she must be in some tall building somewhere, right? Lan Lan stood below, quietly watching. Hong Yi Lin said, as expected, she's there. She raised both hands, pulled out a gun, and shot down below. The bullet shot straight towards Lan Lan, but it only grazed her. At that moment, Hong Yi Lin had already darted behind, her eyes filled with cold intent, a few strands of green hair floating in the wind. Hong Yi Lin held a sword, threatening, the gravitational barrier is gone now. And that's the end of it. A dummy, huh? Cars from above fell down, caught in the trap. The entire upper floor lit up and fragments of the cars shot out, falling to the ground. All the cars above were completely wrecked, causing chaos. Hong Yi Lin's hand clenched tightly around the knife. That was careless. Almost got caught in the trap. Where do I keep looking for her now? Lan Lan flashed a sinister smile from behind. Her eyes widened in shock, and the golden light from her position shot down. Hong Yi Lin crashed down onto the roof of the building next to them, pain surging through her body. Lan Lan's sword came flying straight at her, plunging down forcefully. Hong Yi Lin staggered back, still looking the same as before. Lan Lan landed on the ground. The hilt of the sword. Hong Yi Lin had only agreed to manifest after gaining some advantage, hadn't she? Hong Yi Lin tilted her body backward. Rong Xu-wei was taken aback. She's flying. Flying away? Lang Xingyu looked exhausted. She flew away. What now? We have to help her. Nothing to be done. I don't want to do anything. I'm so tired. This is something Hong Yi brought upon herself. Let her deal with it. Rong Su-wei stepped forward hesitantly. Huh. But before she could finish her sentence, Leng Xingyu interrupted. We came here to investigate someone else, and yet we've been spotted, even recognized. They know we're from a different school. What if someone finds out about our school? What if we get recognized during the competition? Just thinking about it is embarrassing. How are we going to explain why we're here? If we go back now, we'll get scolded by the teacher. If we really help Hong Yi fight Lan Lan, Rong Su-wei frowned. Then you'll lose your qualification to compete, even get expelled. Leng Xingyu asked again, so he's still one go. Hong Yi Lin stepped forward, still as before, had she materialized just to take advantage. Lan Lan grinned strangely. This is a fight, not a competition. No one will yell prepare to start here. Hong Yi Lin grabbed her weapon, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Stop the nonsense, just charge over. Ah, Lan Lan burst into laughter. Ha, charge over. I told you, this isn't a competition. No one's going to shout start. Moreover, you've already become a tool in my hands. Hong Yi Lin knelt on one knee, off balance, then lunged forward to attack. The two were closing in on each other, and Lan Lan's eyes turned green as the gravity multiplied tenfold. A blue light shot down, followed by a thick haze. Hong Yi Lin tumbled out of the smoke, a footstep approaching. It was Lan Lan. Ah, finally behaving. Not bad. Not bad. Let me see if you've grown taller. Weren't you supposed to shrink? Haha. Had her height been shortened, and her brain shrunk as well. The tenfold gravity had pinned her flat to the ground. Still daring to challenge me. Hong Yi Lin growled. She waved her hand. Just stay there. Wait until I step out of range, and it will automatically be Ji Chu. Lan Lan happily walked down the street. A shadow approached, and it seemed she was very happy. Lan Lan arrogantly said, You're the one who came with Lin. Leng Xingyu smiled. Unfortunately, you won't be smiling in a little while. Leng Xingyu slipped her hands into her pockets. Unfortunately, you won't be able to smile anymore. Lan Lan was puzzled. Oh, you think you can make me stop smiling just by yourself? You're even weaker than Lin, aren't you? She replied, but I'm smarter than her. I've done some research. Your ability is gravity manipulation, right? Lan Lan skimmed through it. Leng Xingyu, Class D Zhen Cha Academy. Summoning system. Her original fate is that of a fat chicken, and other than basic summoning skills, she's good for nothing. Her awakening rate is only 43%. Don't think you're special, just because you've investigated me. Foolishness doesn't get worse than this. Leng Xingyu sneered, so are you planning to run away? Lan Lan shot her a sharp glance, huh? What did you say? Leng Xingyu turned and ran. I said you're an idiot, a foolish chicken. She thought to herself, I know this narrow path like the back of my hand. I should be able to drag this out for quite a while. Lan Lan caught up so quickly that Leng Xingyu was startled. So fast. She raised her hand, 10 times gravity, and crushed the trash can beneath it. Leng Xingyu's face went pale. Damn it, she flattened it directly. The pill shattered and fell to the ground, and by coincidence, Leng Xingyu stepped on it. Lan Lan looked over, and saw Leng Xingyu leaping high into the air. She raised her hand, 10 times gravity, and the flower pot cracked loudly. Lan Lan frowned. Not bad at running. Leng Xingyu ran frantically, gasping for breath. Pant, aren't you going to chase me? She leaped through the glass and landed outside, her face flushed with exhaustion. It's still better to be cautious. Run far ahead first, then go find Rong Su-wei to regroup. Lan Lan's voice came from behind. Got you now. 10 times gravity. Oh really? She's standing there observing. Surely she doesn't think I can't catch her. She collapsed onto the ground. Oh. Lan Lan's eyes glinted sharply. Where's all that arrogance from just now? I thought you actually had a plan, and yet you just ran. Leng Xingyu struggled to get up. Luckily, you caught up. If you hadn't, I honestly wouldn't know what to do. Yi Hong Lin saved me. Lan Lan froze in place. She turned around and looked behind. Could it be? But there was no one there. Of course, that child wouldn't deceive others, wouldn't pretend to be unable to climb up. Leng Xingyu was being pulled inside by someone. Lan Lan saw that hand. It seemed like both of them had escaped. Lan Lan jumped down. Damn it, stop right there. Do you think you can run after being hit by my barrier? Damn it, does she have countless paths ahead of her? Lost the trail. What's wrong with this road? Why are there so many ways? Are there alleys like this nearby? Did I get lost? Lang Xingyu stood above, using her strength to counteract gravity at 10 times its normal force. Lan Lan wasn't worried. Lang Xingyu sat down, trembling. It hurts so much. Hong Yi Lin, you're finally here. Lan Lan looked up eagerly. Where's Lin? Lang Xingyu said, good, quickly pull me up. Lan Lan suddenly turned her head back. Just kidding. How could I fall for the same trick twice? Gravity at 20 times. The person inside said, your hand's too heavy. Lang Xingyu screamed. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Lan Lan walked step by step towards them. Can the giant be used like this? No wonder you're so skilled in basic summoning. Lang Xingyu smiled. She rested her hands and looked around. Earlier, I thought it was strange. There hasn't been any alley like this recently. All of this was created by you, using the stone giant's transformation, wasn't it? Lang Xingyu winced in pain, realizing there was nothing more she could do. She had been seen through. Lan Lan sneered, then I guess I win. Let's call it a day. I'm going home to sleep. Do you think I'll just let you go because you said that? Lang Xingyu retorted. Don't worry, I won't go easy on you. I just won't participate in the fight. She screamed, and at that moment, Hong Yi Lin appeared, shouting, save me. Hong Yi Lin raised her sword from behind. But Lan Lan said, same lie, 3 times. Do you think I'll believe you? Hong Yi Lin froze, her eyes wide open as a foot stepped forward. Hong Yi Lin was still lying on the ground, defeated. Where had she failed? Rong Su Wei stepped forward. Yi Hong Lin, struggling, said, Gu Su Wei, you finally arrived. Rong Su Wei sat down, frowning. Lang Xingyu spoke. If you have a plan to defeat Lan Lan, call me for help. She's already pulled Lan Lan out of the barrier. Where could she be? Hong Yi Lin sounded dejected. I didn't even get close, and she was already defeated. Too embarrassing. I don't want to continue. Maybe she's nearby. Rong Su Wei asked. Where? She lifted Hong Yi Lin's skirt. Here. Hong Yi was tired. I don't want to move. Don't make a mess. Rong Su Wei replied. Nothing. Hong Yi Lin frowned. Are you taking advantage of the situation? She smiled. Ah, I see. Indeed, it's there. With all of her strength, she pulled. Hong Yi Lin was discouraged. Hong Yi Lin. Finally, Rong Su Wei slipped and fell to the ground. The two of them lay flat at opposite ends, with many objects falling from above, including Hong Yi Lin's weapon. It was hurtling toward Rong Su Wei, who instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. Suddenly, someone reached out, and it turned out to be Hong Yi Lin, who had already gotten up. Rong Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. So it was because your things were too heavy. That's why you reacted so late. Hong Yi Lin curiously asked, but why help me? If you help, won't I end up not hurting myself? Rong Su Wei stepped closer and whispered, no need to worry. Just do this, and then do that. Hong Yi Lin pointed to herself. All right. Maybe that could work. Returning to the present is quite frantic. No need to worry. I won't be too harsh. It's just that I won't be able to participate in the competition. Lang Xingyu was making a scene. Hong Yi Lin, come save me. Lan Lan remained indifferent. Do you think I still believe you? She glanced behind her, and before she could react, she was struck on the head. Ah, Hong Yi Lin is so naive. Aren't you scared? Sorry about that. Lan Lan felt annoyed. You, Hong Yi Lin, are you playing me with them again? She closed her eyes. No, I've already broken your barrier. Let's fight again. Serious and fair. Xingyu flashed by, finally arriving, then suddenly vanished and said, the next part is up to you, Hong Yi Lin. Upon hearing this, Lan Lan turned to Yi Hong Lin and said, you said you wanted to fight me fairly. Fine. I'll give you a chance. Your barrier ability controls space, while mine controls gravity. Essentially, either of us could kill the other with a single strike. Yi Hong Lin placed her hand on the gun at her side, simply stating, it's like a cowboy duel, to see who draws faster. Lan Lan sneered, thinking it was a contest of drawing a blade and activating abilities. Then the two of them, one activating her ability, the other drawing her blade. Lan Lan raised her hand and thought, I'll definitely win. Suddenly, Lan Lan's eyes widened. At that moment, Yi Hong Lin had already appeared right behind Lan Lan, her eyes bloodshot. And then another explosion occurred. The cause of the explosion was the clash between Lan Lan's defensive barrier and Yi Hong Lin's weapon. Lan Lan raised her hand and said, "I didn't say it's impossible to defend." Hearing this, Yi Hong Lin nodded. Then, Lan Lan unleashed a 100-fold gravity attack, causing Yi Hong Lin to sink into the ground. Yi Hong Lin lowered her eyes, making her bloodshot eyes appear even more terrifying. If I had known it would be like this, I would have gladly borrowed this gravity. Lan Lan exclaimed in surprise. The figure of Yi Hong Lin, like a thin sword, descended towards the ground, creating a massive explosion of green light in midair. Seeing this, Lan Lan looked at Yi Hong Lin with a sharp, cold gaze. "Do you think using gravity to attack will work? I can just Ji-Chu the barrier and it'll be over." Lan Lan pointed at the explosion and scratched her head, saying, "Can this thing really function under 100-fold gravity? It's absurd, and borrowing my own gravity to attack. You must be copying the thing from earlier, right? Copying that weak chicken just makes you weaker and weaker." Leng Xingyu, upon hearing the insult, angrily glared at her precious heirloom, clearly furious at being forced to admit defeat, and yet still shamelessly insulting her. Rong Su-wei seemed to have realized something upon hearing that. So this is why Hong Yi Lin has been carrying the entire warehouse around everywhere. Suddenly, dust and smoke swirled up, and the coin cans under their feet trembled. Both of them collapsed to the ground and screamed loudly. "Huh! The direction of gravity has changed." At that moment, a robot surrounded by a purple light walked forward and firmly grabbed Leng Xingyu's hand. Leng Xingyu, shocked, shouted loudly, "Huh! How did we get hit? She didn't even see us. Be careful." Everything around them fell to the ground. Suddenly, a purple pill fell from somewhere. Leng Xingyu shouted, "Catch it!" The two of them landed on a nearby vehicle. Rong Su-wei was surprised. Fortunately, there was no one inside the vehicle. Before Rong Su-wei could finish speaking, Leng Xingyu interrupted. "That can't be right. Each type of barrier should only have one type of movement method. She should only be able to manipulate what she sees. Why could she still do this when she didn't see us? Couldn't it be that she was hiding her strength before?" Lan Lan, with a bruised face, glanced around. "Damn it, where did she run off to? You weren't the type to hide like this before. Come out here." "Mom, I just called out casually, and she actually appeared." Yi Hong Lin, with a radiant smile, stepped out, not only feeling no need to hide, but also seemingly not possessing a very strong barrier. Lan Lan, upon hearing this, became furious, feeling as though she were being insulted. "What? Do you think I won't throw you into outer space? You wouldn't do something like running away, would you? I've already provoked you this much." Yi Hong Lin was puzzled. Is it normal for someone to admit it after being challenged? Lan Lan was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. How should I put it?" Yi Hong Lin said, her face now radiating a deadly aura. "Let's try again. The cowboy duel you mentioned." Lan Lan, too, was emanating a green aura from her body. "She probably didn't truly think that I only have this much power, right? Then let's see how you handle a gravity of 500 times normal." "What do you mean by that? Why don't you draw your sword? Are you deliberately letting me win? Are you insulting me?" Yi Hong Lin remained calm, seemingly unbothered. Lan Lan was stunned, her mouth hanging open, when she heard Yi Hong Lin's words. "What?" At that moment, Yi Hong Lin drew her sword and charged straight at Lan Lan. The blade plunged directly into her stomach, causing Lan Lan to scream in pain. Then she was sent crashing into the wall behind her. Thick dust and smoke billowed up. Lan Lan lay in the middle of the wreckage. Yi Hong Lin sheathed her sword. "Sorry. I just wanted to see how much gravity I could withstand." Suddenly, something stuck to Yi Hong Lin's face. She raised her hand to remove it, but it wouldn't come off. And then, more and more small stones began to stick to her body. The ground beneath her started to tremble, and even the flower pot was being drawn towards her. But Yi Hong Lin had already noticed. She quickly drew her sword and sliced the flower pot in half. To her surprise, the half that was cut off stuck to her body. "Has it started to attract things?" Lan Lan said with a darkened expression. "Did you know? There is an attraction force between all things," Yi Hong Lin replied, standing on the broken ground. Lan Lan continued, "I happened to read about it in a book. Yi Hong Lin seemed unfazed, and instead, she looked at the thing stuck to her, and said, "You did this, didn't you? You aren't getting mad and playing these dirty tricks, are you?" Yi Hong Lin suddenly looked up reflexively, as something seemed to be flying towards her. Cars, broken pieces of cement, and fire extinguishers were moving at an astonishing speed towards her. Yi Hong Lin watched these objects, and thought to herself, "How can I avoid this? Is this the end?" Lan Lan was raising her hand toward the sky, as if trying to grasp the moon. Without gravity, planets would not exist. They could not function. Without gravity, humans could not stand on the ground. The life of all things relies on gravity. What does it feel like to become the center of gravitational force? Yi Hong Lin still had a few pieces of stone clinging to his face as he slowly opened his eyes. Yi Hong Lin shouted, "So it's because Leng Xingyu was hugging too tightly." Leng Xingyu spoke. "Finally, you woken up." Yi Hong Lin looked around. This is..." Leng Xingyu glanced over. "You don't remember anything. All the objects on this street were pulled toward you. I summoned the stone giant, but now we're trapped inside. We've been tricked. Her power isn't just manipulating gravity, it's controlling the gravitational force of all things." Yi Hong Lin frowned. "Gravitational force of all things?" Leng Xingyu gave a lazy glance. No need to explain. She only needed to know that right now she was pulling other objects. Yi Hong Lin looked down. "All right, I get it. So how do we get out of here? Looks like we're doomed." Hearing this, Leng Xingyu panicked and shouted. Outside, Lan Lan raised her hand high. "It's over." A colossal sword descended onto the pile, making it explode, scattering debris everywhere. Lan Lan looked at the explosion with a cold, sharp gaze and spoke. "You've managed to force me to use this move. You've really improved quite a bit." The sword had pierced the ground, but there was no one inside. Lan Lan looked around in surprise. Where is she? Has she run away? Then she frowned, thinking to herself, "No, the barrier is still intact, but the object should have been pulled through. Why isn't it moving? Could it be?" A beam of light emitted from a crack in the ground, and Yi Hong Lin's sword flew up close to Lan Lan's face. Reacting instinctively, Lan Lan jumped up high, not expecting to find her opponent hiding underground. She leaped higher, glancing down at the growing explosion below. The explosion kept growing, and Yi Hong Lin's sword seemed to follow Lan Lan's movement, continuing to attack. Yi Hong Lin appeared, and upon seeing this, Lan Lan gritted her teeth and cast her spell. Yi Hong Lin furrowed her brow, gripping two swords tightly, and the two resumed their battle. Lan Lan unleashed her magic, while Yi Hong Lin raised one hand to block and held the sword in the other, ready for combat. Suddenly, a hand appeared, blocking Lan Lan's face, and the same happened to Yi Hong Lin. It turned out to be the Neighborhood Water Management Bureau, standing between them, stopping the fight. "Did they say the ones causing trouble in this district were you two? Arrest them." Outside the room, two people were standing guard. The neighborhood manager spoke up. "Luckily, there were no casualties this time. I advise you all to answer truthfully. Why were you fighting in the street? Who started it?" Lan Lan pointed at Yi Hong Lin. "She did." Yi Hong Lin also pointed at Lan Lan. "She did." Leng Xingyu hesitated before speaking. "I also think it was that girl with the green hair." The manager slammed his hand on the table, furious. "Quiet. This isn't a vote. Answer quickly. Don't stay silent." The three of them thought to themselves. Didn't he just tell us to be quiet? Suddenly, the camera spoke up. "They're still students. Don't be too harsh." Hearing this, the neighborhood manager turned his head and cut the nonsense. "Have you checked the surveillance footage?" The camera replied. "It's almost done." At that moment, Lan Lan opened her mouth in shock, recalling the fragments of memory in her mind. "Wait a second. The surveillance footage shows that she saw me and ran away. She didn't even fight back, used the stone giant maze to trap me, and kept shouting for help. Is this all because of that?" Leng Xingyu seemed to realize that Lan Lan had figured out her intentions. She looked at Lan Lan and whispered, "Goodbye, my dear friend." Lan Lan was dragged away, but still turned around and shouted loudly, "I was wronged. It was that group that came to school and caused trouble." As her shout ended, the door to the room slammed shut. The neighborhood manager then smiled and said, "All right, it's finally settled. Sorry to trouble you too." Upon hearing this, Leng Xingyu, feeling aggrieved, said, "No, it's you guys who are the trouble, not us. We'll leave now." The neighborhood manager's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Huh, who told you to leave?" Leng Xingyu and Yi Honglin were both surprised and exclaimed, "Huh." A pair of handcuffs had been put on someone's wrists. The door was slammed shut once more. Leng Xingyu chuckled awkwardly. "Gu Wei, you're here too." Gu Wei, her face covered in sweat, answered, "After I called the police, I got arrested." The neighborhood manager glanced through the window and called out, "We've already informed your school, Zhencha Academy. You two just stay here and wait for the school to send someone to get you." Upon hearing this, Leng Xingyu broke into a cold sweat from fear. "Looks like we can only stop here. At least we've solved one problem. Thankfully, you encouraged me, or else I would have run back by now." Gu Wei blushed at this. "No, I didn't do anything." Leng Xingyu looked up at the sky and sighed, relaxing her body. Suddenly, she longed to soak herself in a tub of water. "It's too hot." Li Honglin felt frustrated, hoping not to go back. Gu Wei, on the other hand, seemed to be reminiscing about the days of school, wondering how their training had been over the past 2 days. The scene shifted to a mountain somewhere, where it appeared that a green dragon was rising. The horns on its head were clearly visible under the light. The dragon emitted a stream of green aura that surrounded it, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. It breathed out a gust of snow from its mouth, with snowflakes falling, covering the mountain and the tall pine trees below. Then, onto the ground, where it seemed that someone was trapped under the thick layer of snow. The snowflakes touched the person's hand. It turned out that it wasn't just one person buried there, but many, all entombed beneath the snow. Suddenly, someone stood up. Their face darkened as they thought, "We meet again." The green dragon gradually disappeared atop the high mountain. Wen Jing shivered from the cold, speaking hesitantly. "Originally, I didn't plan to attend the Special Abilities Academy. My family has 6 sisters, and by the time it was my turn, there was no money left for me to study. Just then, there was an academy offering free tuition and financial aid. With the aid, my younger siblings could go to school. But to be honest, I always wanted to learn comic drawing. I have to win and earn the prize money. With that money, I can go to school to learn how to draw comics." Shi Tianji was carrying Wen Jing on his back, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Is that so? But why are you saying this right now?" It turned out that the two of them were hanging on the edge of a mountain, and Shi Tianji was struggling to hold onto the only rope in front of him. Wen Jing told him to know what he was carrying, and wouldn't he hold on tighter? Shi Tianji, hearing this, felt helpless and thought to himself, "Not at all." When Wen Jing heard Shi Tianji's response, she tightened her grip around his neck and said loudly, "Hold on tighter." At that moment, Shi Tianji could only comply, saying, "I got it." Then he thought to himself, after a whole day without food, holding on like this was already pretty good. When their father saw her set off to find someone, he recalled when Shen Shan was leaning on his cane and said, "Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There is no more food in the warehouse." They were all shocked and exclaimed in unison, "Huh." He envisioned a map and continued, "But there is a second hot spring hotel 20 kilometers to the north. Your first lesson is to cross 2 snow-capped mountains to get there. During the climb, use mountain vines, 1 team of 2 people, and the other team of 3. When you get there, you will have food to eat. But remember, don't untie the rope during the journey. Unclipping the rope would mean failure. There would be no dinner, and who knows, the rope might just save their lives." In Shi Tianji's mind, he even imagined Wen Jing shouting as she fell down the mountain, then silently thinking, grandmother was right. Shi Tianji shouted, "I'll pull you back." He recalled, thinking quickly and already using the rope. In that memory, the cliff's edge cracked open, and he was shocked. Hemph. And then they were hanging from the cliff's edge, just like in reality. Shi Tianji thought to himself, that's how it ended up, indeed relying on the rope hooked onto a rock, but it felt like they were being harmed. Suddenly, a voice echoed down from above. "Where have they gone? Keep searching, we still can't find them." Wen Jing, hearing this, was overjoyed and tears in her eyes, shouted loudly, they're here to save us. We're down here." They replied, "It sounds like someone over there. Let's check it out." But perhaps they had arrived too late, causing the rock below them to crack under the weight of both of them. Shi Tianji panicked. This isn't good. It's about to collapse. Be careful. Don't come over here. The search team looked toward the cliff's edge, and indeed, they could hear voices. Isn't that their rope? Did it slip down? Let's pull them up. As they reached the cliff's edge, Nan Gongyan had to watch as two members of his team fell off the cliff. Shi Tianji and Wen Jing also screamed. Shi Tianji and Wen Jing had fallen to the ground, while the male team also tilted, suspended on the cliffside. One of them spoke up. What should we do? The other person shouted, Nan Gongyan, hold on to the rope. Nan Gongyan, with a confused expression, didn't know what to do, only able to let out a sigh. Then, he cut the rope, and with a serious face, said, Leave it to me. And then he too fell along with the other two. The next three people fell into the pile of snow. The five of them lay together in the snow, which quickly buried them. One person thought silently. The best teammate had completed the scene transition in the scorching desert. A hand was reaching up from the ground. It was Shi Tianji. He was buried in the sand, and it was choking him, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. He looked at the desert before him and muttered, Where is this? How did I end up in the desert? Then, he thought to himself, This isn't right. Afterward, he started walking across the hot desert, talking to himself. The others aren't here. Didn't we all fall together? Suddenly, the rope was pulled again, and he exclaimed in surprise, Mom, could it be? Then, he thought of Wen Jing, and exerted all his strength to pull her up from the sand. The sand began to rise. Wen Jing was pulled up from the ground, coughing violently. Shi Tianji lifted Wen Jing in his arms, panic-stricken, and said, Wen Jing, are you okay? She whispered weakly. Shi Tianji shook his head. I don't know, but the mission is urgent. Do you know which direction to go? Right now, we need to leave this place. I'll carry you. Wen Jing immediately asked, Do you know which direction to go? Shi Tianji replied helplessly, I don't know. They kept walking, heading forward without any sense of direction, their footprints becoming dense behind them. Shi Tianji stopped. We've been walking for an hour. Wen Jing frantically looked around. We still haven't seen the border. Could we have taken the wrong path? If we head into the desert center, we're doomed. Shi Tianji, drenched in sweat, frowned and said, Could you please be quiet? Wen Jing, instead of staying silent, added, Normal people can't survive without water for more than 2 days, and in the desert, it's a maximum of 2 days. If we keep walking, we might last only 1 day. If we don't find water, we're finished. Also, leaving the desert doesn't necessarily mean we'll get home. Let's find water first. Shi Tianji asked, filled with suspicion, Where did you learn all this from? Wen Jing replied without hesitation, In the comics. He heard this and helplessly said to her, You actually believe in a comic? She remained resolute. Whether you choose to believe it or not is your business. Shi Tianji seemed thirsty as well and turned to ask Wen Jing, Did that comic say how to find water in the desert? He dug a hole and went down into it, leaving her on the ground. Wen Jing called out, Did you find it? From below, Shi Tianji shouted, You seriously think it's reliable? That comic? Wen Jing immediately explained, Plants survive on water, and there's usually water beneath the grass. He continued digging, asking as he worked, Really? I've used the last of my magic to make this little spade. If there's nothing here, we're doomed. It seemed the spade had touched something. Shi Tianji, his face drenched in sweat, wondered aloud, What is this? Suddenly, something surged up from beneath the sand, flinging Shi Tianji into the air and slamming him violently onto the ground. Wen Jing looked toward the trembling ground in horror and exclaimed, Something enormous has risen from the earth. Before them stood a colossal creature. Wen Jing, panicked, clutched Shi Tianji tightly and shouted, Run! Faster! Shi Tianji, equally alarmed and laced with anger, shouted back, Don't make noise. If you're free, help me think of a plan. The monster kept chasing the two of them. Wen Jing answered Shi Tianji's earlier question. What can we possibly do? Shi Tianji, running at full speed, continued. Didn't the comic tell you what to do if you dig up a monster? Wen Jing looked back at the monster, hesitating before speaking. This might be a mahat. It's afraid of heat, and it hides under the sand during the day. We dug it up, No wonder it's angry. Let's find somewhere to hide. It'll cool down and go back. Shi Tianji replied. But this is a desert. There's nowhere to hide. Suddenly, Shi Tianji's eyes fixed on something. Hide over there. A house appeared right before their eyes. Wen Jing doubted. Why is there a house in the desert? Is it an illusion? The monster was almost upon them. Shi Tianji accelerated, running like he had activated teleportation, shouting loudly. Whatever it is, just go check it out. Suddenly, he collapsed face first into the sand, screaming. This isn't good. Taking advantage of Shi Tianji's fall, Wen Jing stepped over him and sprinted ahead. Seeing this, Shi Tianji exclaimed in shock. The giant monster was standing right in front of Shi Tianji, leaving him stunned. The strap attached to Shi Tianji was being dragged along, pulled by Wen Jing. He was almost attacked by the monster and panicked, shouted loudly. Wen Jing threw the rope over her shoulder, putting all her strength into pulling hard. Damn, it's too heavy. I just saved your life. When we get back, you owe me a month's worth of meals. Shi Tianji, having been saved, immediately agreed. Don't talk about just a month. Even a year is fine. But can you hurry up? The distance isn't shrinking at all. The gigantic monster with its sharp pincers was rapidly closing in. When one of its pincers was about to strike his face, he stared at it, horrified, thinking to himself, this is bad. My current magic power can't even activate a defensive spell. Is there no way out? Then Shi Tianji remembered the time he was training under the waterfall, when someone beside him had spoken. Do you know how to increase the strength of a defensive spell? Shi Tianji replied immediately. I know. The closer you are, the smaller the range, the stronger the intensity. The other person sighed. Not bad. So do you know why defending against a waterfall is the best? Shi Tianji asked further. Is it because you only deploy magic power on your back? It turned out that Xi La had been sitting next to Shi Tianji, training under the waterfall. He added, not entirely. What you need to defend against is the water, because every drop of water you come into contact with will trigger a protective spell. Just enough, so you can deploy the strongest defense with the least consumption. Back in reality, Shi Tianji gazed at the sharp object before him, so frightening it seemed ready to pierce straight through his body. He thought to himself, though he had never once managed to block even a drop of water. Before that thought could settle, the monster's strike landed squarely on his face. The blow not only struck Shi Tianji, but also smashed into the house, just before Wen Jing. Wen Jing froze in shock and let out a scream. Then, to her astonishment, Shi Tianji burst into laughter. Ha ha! I did it! At last! My first success! He leaped down from the house, delight filling his voice. It worked. His words broke apart the false confidence that had lingered in him, the belief that he had already mastered this strange ability. Wen Jing quickly added, the insect's mind is simple. It won't stay for long. Don't you feel it? Shi Tianji asked, surprised. Doesn't this place look like a hot spring inn? Tell me, first young master, don't you think so? How could it be otherwise? Yet, this is a desert. Doesn't it look more like that fat fellow's room? Let's check if there's a hidden passage. Wen Jing lowered her gaze to the floor. How could that be? Then, with a sigh, she muttered, it's so dark, and then you suddenly shouted like that. Really? Shi Tianji asked with earnest seriousness. Don't worry, Wen Jing replied, still shaken. She ignored his words and went on. Perhaps someone is here. Let's take a look. Shi Tianji was dragged away, reluctantly following behind. Wen Jing saw this and turned back to ask, what's going on? Although she didn't know why it was a desert outside. Well, he was bleeding from his nose. Shi Tianji put his hand to his face and immediately felt it covered in blood, exclaiming in surprise. Before the cultural exam, Diao Tzu held a stack of fresh papers and smiled, saying, you all take this test first, so I can understand each of your current levels. Then, her face darkened with anger, her whole body trembling as she said, none of you passed this. What kind of arrangement did you make for your previous cultural studies? Leng Xingyu spoke up, we basically didn't study any cultural lessons. Hearing this, Diao Tzu could only sigh, then turned her gaze towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan immediately avoided eye contact, turned his face away, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, I'm the only teacher for the entire class of Cable, and I'm not a cultural studies teacher. Diao crossed her arms, turned her face away, helpless. But you all have to believe in yourselves. Passing the test is very simple. The method is unity. Just help each other, and you'll definitely succeed. The guy wearing glasses took out a cheat sheet. Understanding the meaning. Helping each other, right? The other one showed off his jacket, stuffed full of cheat sheets, clearly well prepared. It seems that each of them was beaten to create one half of a star. The other person is the same. When the two halves are combined, it becomes complete. The one wearing glasses spoke up after being hit, saying, "We understand now." Diao, furious, shouted, "Unity isn't about cheating together. It's about learning from each other. Each person helps the others learn from their strengths, and when everyone works together, success is inevitable." Zhang Tianchong clenched his fists, realizing the truth of the statement. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "Teacher, I get it now." It was Si Tanji, the student with the highest score in the class, who arrogantly said, "It's my turn to step in. Before transferring schools, I used to study cultural subjects. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll definitely answer with all my heart. What else can I do? I'm just so smart, haha." Leng Xingyu glanced at the test scores and thought to himself, no, having that score after studying makes it more of a failure than anything else. The guy with spiky hair spoke up, "Skinny guy, you did better than me on the test. Teach me." The guy with glasses immediately agreed. "No problem, you said we should help each other, right?" Then the guy with spiky hair pointed to the test paper and asked, "How did you pick the right answer for this question?" The guy with glasses honestly answered, "Look at N, it's very short, so I chose C." The guy with spiky hair asked again, "And how did you pick the right answer for this reasoning question?" The guy wearing glasses explained enthusiastically, "The entire test is filled with mistakes, but there must be something correct." The guy with the spiky hair smiled widely and said, "So that's how it is. I feel a lot smarter now." The guy with glasses responded, "Anyone who looks at their test paper would probably think that they're teaching and explaining to each other, and doing it very carefully and easily. But in reality, one of them got a 0, the other got 5 points, and yet their smiles are as bright as if they had scored very high on the culture exam." Back at the dormitory, Tianji was sticking notes onto every item, continuously saying, as if 200% of the energy from earlier was still with him. Vase, cabinet, handle, flower, locker. Leng Xingyu, standing beside him, asked curiously, "What are you doing?" While sticking a note on Leng Xingyu's head, Shi Tianji replied, "I'm sticking these words onto objects, looking at them for a while, so I can conveniently memorize the vocabulary." Leng Xingyu, annoyed, said, "Hey, don't stick that on me." It turned out that the note stuck to Leng Xingyu's head was the word stupid. Leng Xingyu realized this and, clenching his fists in anger, shouted, "This guy is definitely here to cause trouble. It's just a slightly higher score, right?" Shi Tianji took out another piece of paper and stuck it on Leng Xingyu's hand, then said, "The word violent was just a mistake. I didn't mean to put it there. Don't get angry. Didn't you say we should help each other learn? I want to help everyone learn English. Violence is bad." Leng Xingyu thought to herself, violent plus tease plus bad is a combination of an adjective and a verb. The grammar is wrong. Then, in anger, she rushed up and punched Shi Tianji hard in the face, saying in a low voice, "That's not right. It's not proper in the evening." A bear spoke up. "The boss bear's outdoor kitchen is live streaming. Good evening, everyone. I have something very strange to share with you all. Didn't I mention before that I was going to climb a snowy mountain?" The comments kept scrolling on the screen. "Good evening, it really is evening now. Are you making a late-night snack?" The boss bear looked up at the sky, gazing at the crescent moon, then said, "But the snowy mountain suddenly turned into a tropical rainforest. Isn't that strange, everyone?" The comments exploded again. "Is that real? Why is that? Did you get lost?" The boss bear looked at the live stream camera and said to everyone, "Today's live stream is happening in the tropical rainforest now. Are you trying to trick me? Trick everyone?" More comments started flooding the screen. "Tricking us? The bear's live streaming because it's too cold to go." Suddenly, the boss bear looked up, his eyes fixed on something, and exclaimed, "Oh!" Out of nowhere, the bear came across 3 people bathing in a swamp. The bear decided to ask them if they knew what was going on. Below, thousands of curious questions filled the screen. Is it safe to bathe in a swamp? Did something bad happen? The boss bear held up the camera and approached the swamp, greeting the three people. Do you know where the snowy mountain went? The person wearing glasses from the swamp called out. Huh. No idea, we were actually on the snowy mountain too. But just when the reaction caught up, they were already in the swamp. The fat guy also spoke up. Compared to this, you should pull us out quickly. We've been stuck in this swamp for a day already. We're starving to death. Then the bear imagined the image of the two of them. These two didn't expect to have chased them all the way here. Don't make me go back. I want to get out and pursue my true self. The guy with glasses, disheartened, said, Are you running away again? We're not here to catch you, and besides, it's been 2 days, with nothing in our stomachs. We have no more magic left, and even this swamp, we can't escape from it now. At this moment, the bear finally relaxed. Mom, does that mean you guys can't move now? It grinned wickedly, thinking to itself, backpedaling, heh, and then walked away. Well, see you later. The fat guy, seeing this, angrily shouted, Hey, come back here. The guy with glasses calmly reassured, Shouting like that is just wasting energy. The fat guy still tried to shout, Come back here. But then he sank down and turned back. The guy with glasses then added, Besides, it will sink faster than him. Huh? You're really turning back? Is your conscience waking up? The bear frowned. If you don't turn back, the number of viewers will increase significantly. If you agree to cooperate with the live stream, I'll get you out. Some people secretly praise the boss bear. This bear is so practical. The bear, seemingly exhausted from pulling them up, collapsed onto the ground. It wasn't a big deal. After a short rest, it would be fine. The guy with glasses calmly said, That's good. Meanwhile, the chubby guy, who had just sunk earlier and swallowed a fair amount of swamp water, was now vomiting violently, gagging. Then the boss bear turned the camera toward them and rescued the other three. Do you guys think I did the right thing? Looks like we'll have to prepare 4 meals today. The comments quickly flooded in. Proper lighting, proper lighting. The chubby guy's eyes lit up when he heard food. Is there food? Where? Where? The bear, carrying Nan Gong Yan on its back, turned to them and said, Of course there's food. My segment is all about gourmet food. The guy with glasses asked, Are we going camping? A gourmet food segment? The boss bear laughed loudly and replied, Exactly, we're looking for food outdoors. It's called a camping kitchen. Finding gourmet food. The guy with glasses was skeptical. Shouldn't we figure out where we're actually going first? But the chubby guy, having been hungry for days, didn't care about that. Let's eat first, then figure things out. The bear praised him. Well said. The number of viewers continued to rise, and by now, 5,800 people were watching their live stream. The bear pointed at a carnivorous plant. Then let's eat this today. The comment continued on the screen. It looks poisonous. It's so disgusting. Can this be eaten? A beast, huh? The man wearing glasses applied all his knowledge and said, It looks so beautiful. It must be poisonous. Can it really be eaten? The bear boss proudly said, Of course it can be eaten. As long as that fat guy is so hungry that he hears the words can eat and rushes forward, it's fine. What are we waiting for? Seeing this, the bear shouted loudly, Wait, don't disturb it. The fat man, unaware of the danger ahead, turned back to the bear and said, Hemph. It was only then that he realized the vines had wrapped around him. He exclaimed, Huh? You're just food. He immediately bit through the vines and complained, Too hard to eat. The monster in the shape of a flower, upon seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat, so shocked that it couldn't even think of the thing in front of it as a human. The fat man yelled loudly, making the monster scared, but it still had to eat. The bear below, in a panic, shouted, It's poisonous raw. You idiot. The man with glasses was startled and exclaimed, Huh. Nan Gong Yan finally woke up, slowly opening his eyes. He thought to himself, Is this hair? Too rich, I can't even breathe. I have to call for help. But I can't even speak. The bear carrying Nan Gong Yan at this moment said, Although it's very chaotic, it's been resolved, and the result isn't bad. The guy with glasses, scared, hugged the chubby guy and said, What should we do? It seems like the fatty's been poisoned. The bear boss immediately responded, No problem. Haven't you heard? There's always an antidote within 10 steps of a poisonous creature. The antidote is this spiral grass. The guy with glasses spread his hand in front of the bear. Then give it here. We have to make the fatty eat it. Why act so unwilling? The bear grumbled and turned around. This is a high-grade cooking ingredient. The guy with glasses pointed at the fatty and yelled, "You're about to die. Is it okay if someone dies in the live stream?" The bear was still reluctant to use the grass for cooking. It felt like such a waste. "All right, just cook it and make him eat it. Won't that work?" The guy with glasses shouted. "After waiting so long, he'll die." The bear boss smugly turned and walked away. "Don't worry, it'll be ready very quickly." At this point, the number of viewers had skyrocketed, now at 10,023 viewers. The bear spoke up, first peeling the outer layer of the man-eating flour and collecting some of the fluid that oozed out. "This is high-quality vegetable oil." The comments flared up again. "Can it really be like this? Can't wait to see the dish." The bear continued cooking, slicing it into this beautiful round shape, and the comments popped up again. "Where's the roundness? Clearly, it's chopped haphazardly." The bear kept following the steps and added oil to the pan. The comments couldn't stop flooding in. "So this is how it's done." "Your hands are too dirty," the bear said. "Without this, it would be poisonous." Finally, the bear sprinkled the spiral grass evenly over the outer layer of the carnivorous flour and cooked it with vegetable oil. The questioning comments erupted once more. "Can you really cook it on top of the head? Is this some kind of stunt?" The bear didn't pay attention to those comments. The spiral grass would dissolve and turn into a thick consistency. The comments continued. "Looks delicious, right? Are you trying to poison us? You shouldn't watch this at night, I'm starving." Opening the food container, the bear spoke up. "Almost done." Finally, it was completed. At this point, the comments were full of praise and curiosity about the name of the dish. "That's surprising. I'm so hungry. What should we call it?" The bear seemed to notice these comments. The bear started brainstorming to name the dish. The green dish, pure and tasty, was named baked spiral grass with carnivorous flour. "Anyone want to try it?" The chubby one respectfully looked at the chubby one and shouted, "Stop filming. You've lowered the temperature already. Hurry up." The chubby guy had a whole piece of cake shoved into his mouth and started crying. "Hooah." Then he bit into the cake, his face lighting up as he exclaimed, "What is this? It's so delicious, so fast. Is there more? I want to eat more." Nan Gongyan smiled with his eyes narrowed. "It's really tasty." The guy wearing glasses was on guard. "One for each person. Don't look at me." The bear paused, watching everyone eat the cake, silently screaming inside. "Ah, this feeling, so intimate, so joyful, laughing and joking. These are things I've never experienced before. Right? Food is made to be eaten by others. Am I really that stupid? Should I leave home again?" Seeing the bear boss staying silent, the guy with glasses asked, "What's wrong? Why aren't you talking anymore?" The bear boss covered his eyes. "No, nothing. That's it for today's live stream. Hope everyone enjoyed watching." At this point, the number of viewers had increased to 10,308. Comments flooded the screen. "Guys, go sleep. Good night. Sleep well. Bye-bye." The bear added that it had received food. Then it turned off the live stream, thinking to itself, "Once this trip is over, I'll have to go back and apologize to my wife. I might get slapped. Never mind, I'll eat first." The bear spotted something and said, The empty leaf no longer had anything on it. The bear, enraged with bloodshot eyes, roared, "Which one of you ate my food?" The three of them, seeing this, were terrified, huddling together and looking at the bear. The bear boss then retracted its gaze and said, "Are we afraid now? I'm not that angry. I can still do something else." Suddenly, something enormous opened its mouth, seemingly to bite the bear. The bear seemed to realize something, looked at its hands, and said, "Humph." CTNG's mind was filled with thoughts, unable to move, its whole body aching. It seemed that he had been scratched by the scorpion's tail and had been poisoned. A cup of water was placed before him, and he questioned the water. Chen Jing in front of him moved her lips, wiped the blood from his face, and sobbed uncontrollably. In his heart, he silently spoke, though the words were inaudible. "Are you taking care of me? Why are you still crying? Why cry so tragically? Is there no hope for me? Could it really be hopeless?" The voice in his heart still echoed, "Stop crying." Chen Jing clutched his shirt tightly, pleading, "Don't die." In the vast desert, Only two figures leaned against each other by the desolate ruins. Tianjing draped Shi Tianji's arm over her shoulder, but continuing on like this would be dangerously fatal. Must quickly find someone to treat his wounds. How can he die like this? He still owes me a month's worth of food. She stared in surprise when she spotted the scorpion outside. Tianjing hesitated as something large passed by it. It was the broken stinger of the scorpion. She gasped, crushed to death. Tianjing carried Shi Tianji on her back, looking up at the massive stone pillar. This pillar, a large belly that blocks out the sky. She hesitated, seeming incredulous. Could this also be a magical beast? It was a giant turtle, with a mountain on its back, exuding a dominating aura. At the same time, at Hot Spring Hotel No. 2, Shenshan leisurely watched TV, even complimenting the program as interesting. Then Sheila spoke up. Forget about the show for now. Another day has passed. Where are the two teams? Shenshan replied casually. Mom, Team 2 has returned to Hot Spring Hotel No. 1, and Team 3, leaving the swamp, is now in the rainforest on their expedition. Sheila, hearing this, was confused. So there's no progress at all. When will they reach their destination? Shenshan laughed lightly and replied, Didn't you all come over here the same way? It's not about the result, but the process. It's the journey that reveals who the real person is. The best always comes with unexpected lessons. At that moment, the TV screen displayed the news. Breaking news, our station just received a report. She let out a sound. Oh, at that moment elsewhere, a bear was hiding behind a tree with 3 others. It whispered, You scared me to death. Nan Gongyan immediately scolded, Keep your voice down. The bear kept reminding them while looking at the monster. That guy is still over there. Hold off on acting for now. Getting spotted would be a hassle. Looks like he eats whatever he sees. It continued when it saw the carnivorous plant lose a piece and fall to the ground. The carnivorous plant from earlier got bitten too. The monster ate everything. But it wasn't poisoned. It even ate rocks and tree branches. The bear trembled as it recalled. If we hadn't hidden back then, I'd probably be in its stomach by now. The bear held up its phone. What the hell is that thing? After browsing the internet a bit, the one with glasses nodded repeatedly. Right, try it. The phone screen displayed a news article that piqued the bear's curiosity. Mom, this is a major breaking news update. Sudden appearance of monstrous beasts worldwide. City D has been attacked by strange beasts, and City C has seen a giant monster. The bear read the news, sweat beginning to form. The news anchor started speaking. Urgent news, our station has just received information. Cities around the world have suddenly been attacked by mysterious monstrous beasts that have appeared out of nowhere. The voice coming from the TV in the Hot Springs Hotel No. 2. To all citizens who see this news, please quickly go to the nearest shelter to take refuge. Shenshan nodded after hearing it. As expected, the lesson has arrived. You are following the warning. Be cautious. The magical beasts that have appeared this time are classified as disaster-level magical beasts. If you encounter danger, please prioritize your own safety. The bear on the other side turned pale, suddenly appearing everywhere. A disaster-level magical beast can destroy a city. The person wearing glasses hesitated. Surely the magical beast we encountered is also. The news station continuously reported that a large number of magical beasts had suddenly appeared worldwide, most of them being rare disaster-level magical beasts. Why has such a large number suddenly appeared? Currently, the investigation is still ongoing. The reporter hid behind the collapsed building. Disaster-level magical beasts are indestructible. They appear suddenly and disappear just as suddenly, a calamity similar to a natural disaster. The voice of the news continued. In the face of this disaster, we have no solution. We can only wait for them to disappear on their own. If you encounter them, please do not fight them, but quickly leave the area and head to the nearest shelter for safety. Leng Xingyu sat in the jail, curious about what was being broadcast outside. Rong Suwei responded, but it was unclear. Has something happened? In the holding cell, Hong Yi-lin rested her head on her shoulder. Leng Xingyu sighed in frustration. When will they come to pick us up? Waiting is so boring. Rong Suwei anxiously added, We've been here so long. The teachers must be really angry. Leng Xingyu chuckled softly. Are you scared of getting scolded? Being scolded doesn't hurt or itch. The teachers won't hit us. Ning Fan won't do anything. Rong Su-wei looked at her smiling so casually, thinking to herself, how shameless. The door to the cell opened and the officer called in, "Your bail teacher has arrived." Lang Xingyu murmured, "Oh, they're finally here." Everyone was released. Rong Su-wei looked around in surprise. There are so many people at the police station today. Lang Xingyu leisurely responded, "I don't know. I've never been to the police station before." The officer pointed to a piece of paper. "Just sign here, and you're all set." A voice immediately responded, "All right." Lang Xingyu's face turned pale when she saw who it was. Rong Su-wei, concerned, asked, "Could it be that something really happened?" Lang Xingyu looked at Li Rongyuan and wondered, "Who is this?" She leaned close to Rong Su-wei and whispered, "It's not Ning Fan, and it's not Dio teacher. So who is this teacher?" Rong Su-wei answered her question. The sports teacher Liu, Lang Xingyu, immediately recognized her name, biting her nails and frowning. "Wait, isn't this the person who hit Zhang Tan-chong and sent him to the infirmary? She couldn't have really been beaten, could she?" The police officer spoke up. The formalities have been completed. She was startled. The formalities were done, and she hadn't even thought about what to do next. Lang Xingyu lowered her head, contemplating. "Never mind. Instead of waiting for him to act, it's better to take action first." She shouted, "I was wrong, I'm sorry." Rong Su-wei called out to her. Lang Xingyu looked at their backs as they walked toward the door, and Rong Su-wei added, "They're gone." Lang Xingyu was stunned. Huh. She thought to herself, did they completely ignore me? At that moment, the police officer shouted loudly, "Hey, he warned you all. What are you doing? There are dangerous magical beasts outside. Staying here is the safest option." Lang Xingyu stuck out her tongue, teasing, "Magical beasts? Our teacher is even scarier than magical beasts." As she stepped out the door, she didn't forget to wave and say, "Bye-bye." Lang Xingyu was left stunned by the scene in front of her. She saw a golden shield surrounding them. The police station was protected by the shield, and everything around it had already been destroyed. Ahead of them was a towering beast that reached up into the clouds, so tall that its head was nowhere to be seen. Lang Xingyu's eyes glistened with tears. "Do you think we can make it back in time now?" Elsewhere, someone was searching for something in the ruins. "Not here. Not here either." The person searched other places, but it still wasn't there. "Where did Ning Fan go?" Wen Ruan exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? Can't get in?" She hesitated. "This is the fourth basement floor. How is it possible?" She noticed the door was tightly locked and suspected it had been sealed with powerful magic. Could it be in that room? Ning Fan, holding the cup of hot tea, spoke up. "Then it's a waste of time going to the police station to find me." He sat with his legs crossed, exuding confidence. "It can't just be to invite me for tea, can it?" The mysterious person replied. "That's right. The reason I invited you here is to—" Ning Fan interrupted. "If you want to talk, take off your hood first." The person paused for a moment before removing their hood. "All right, I was rude. Actually, I invited you here because of Gu Fengding and the horse's head that appeared. I want to play a game with you." Ning Fan looked at the horse's head in front of him and wondered what kind of game. He propped his chin in thought, pondering how there could be a head under the hood. "Don't want me to see your face." The more Ning Fan thought about it, the darker his expression became. Or was it Gu Fengding, with his horsehead mask, raising both hands in a daze? Playing games, playing games. Ning Fan thought, he must be just an idiot. He sighed and reconsidered, thinking that he might as well just see what happens. One of Ning Fan's eyes lit up in red, and the system prompted the activation of his legendary eyes. But he still couldn't see anything. The system buzzed, warning him that the firewall was blocking the scan, and it couldn't proceed. Ning Fan frowned and recalled. This guy was similar to Huang Taiji, Gu Fengding. He had realized this under the horsehead mask long ago and spoke. "You've been spying on me." Without hesitation, Ning Fan kicked off the ground and leaped swiftly, his agile body flying behind him in a blur. Strike first to gain the advantage. Ning Fan raised his hand, catching Gu Fengding off guard. He swiftly snatched the horsehead mask off his face. Ning Fan smirked. This game is easy. But before he could gloat too much, he was soon left speechless. "I wanted to see. Turns out you still haven't removed all the layers of your mask." Ning Fan blurted out, "There's still one more layer." He chuckled softly. So you don't want me to see your face after all? Couldn't it be that you're someone I know? Gu Feng Ding opened his mouth. Does it matter who I am? Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Fan made his move, releasing a burst of large energy that burned everything away. Ning Fan stared in astonishment when he saw that Gu Feng Ding remained unscathed. I suggest you not attack me again. Ning Fan was half convinced the spell had been absorbed completely, and it seemed impossible for such a spell to exist. It didn't take long for Ning Fan to realize that he too had a system. Gu Feng Ding replied, "That's right. You've been in my system for a while now. It's called the game system. Here, you must follow the game rules. Of course, the rules here are set by me. For example, when you use magic to attack here, I will reflect the magical damage back at you." Ning Fan was left dumbfounded. Huh? Did you say, reflect it back? A large burst of energy exploded again, just like before, and Gu Feng Ding answered, "Yes." Ning Fan was hit by the attack and cursed. What kind of ability is this? No reasoning at all. Gu Feng Ding smirked. Isn't your system the same? However, the level of your system is too low to affect me. Ning Fan was left speechless and reluctantly sat back down in his chair. Fine. I won't touch your hood anymore. Continue with your game explanation. Gu Feng Ding seemed disappointed, as if there was nothing particularly interesting. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV in front of him, then said, "Before we begin, let me show you this." On the TV screen was a news report about demon beasts. The damage caused by these disaster-level demon beasts that suddenly appeared was becoming increasingly severe. In the past, these disaster-level demon beasts only appeared once every 100 years. The news anchor continued, but this time, only 10 years have passed since the last appearance. Could this be the end of the world? Gu Feng Ding asked him, "So, any impressions?" Ning Fan was momentarily dazed. The sudden appearance of the demon beasts seemed to trigger a memory. Maybe 10 years ago, a red-eyed crow perched on a tall tree branch. A voice echoed through the mansion, but the master, Ning, was nowhere to be found. One of the servants asked, "Isn't today the Ning family's gathering? The master can't be absent." Another servant asked Ning Zhai, "Huh? Sir, did you see the master?" He replied slowly, "No, I didn't." After that, the servant hurried off to search elsewhere. Where could the master have gone? Ning Ji opened the window, muttering angrily, "He's always disobedient. Now, he's even skipping the family gathering. This rebellious brat." He crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill, looking like someone he couldn't quite place. Ning Fan was hiding outside on the veranda. He then responded, "You look like Dad. Didn't he run out here too?" He squinted, looking at the formalities, which were really annoying and completely useless. "Is Dad here to drag me back?" Ning Ji gently reminded him, "He's just here to tell you that Mom's gone mad and is looking for you everywhere." Upon hearing that his mother was angry, Ning Fan immediately sprang to his feet. "This is bad," he said, leaping off the veranda. "I'll run off for now, and come back after Mom cools down." Ning Ji called after him, "Hey, if you don't go back, won't she get even more furious?" He could only helplessly curse at this brat. Ning Jai watched as Ning Fan jumped over the wall, not forgetting to remind him, "Remember to be back before curfew." Ning Fan raised his hand and gave an ox sign. As he jumped over the wall, he cheerfully declared, "Escape successful." Just as he was about to make his plans, the mansion behind him suddenly exploded. Then, a blinding light left him stunned. A magical beast appeared right in that ruined house. This was the first appearance of a disaster-level magical beast, and the flames could not be extinguished. Tears welled up in his eyes, and by the time he reacted, the crumbling house had already been engulfed in a sea of fire. Only the ruins remained. At that moment, the pendant was the only thing left, lying alone on the ground. Returning to the present, he looked at the necklace in his hand. This necklace should have disappeared as well. Ning Fan gently stroked the pendant and recognized Gu Feng Ding. "Are you the alliance leader who sent the letter? Do you know the mystery behind the appearance of the magical beasts?" He spoke up. Gu Feng Ding responded in a confusing manner. "Mystery? First, young master, do you see anything unusual about this?" His attitude made Ning Fan frown. "Don't say any more," he said. "I remember that during the Ning family gathering, the 3 disaster beasts appeared simultaneously there. The ruins that remained in my mind after the Ning family was destroyed vanished at just the right moment. The voices of curses surrounding the disaster were indeed terrifying. So tragic. Ning Fan, forget the past. Look to the present. Ning Fan spoke with conviction. How could it be an accident? He continued seriously. Just like this time, someone is definitely manipulating these magical beasts. Fan Yudao said, "You want me to help you with something. If you tell me what you know, I will help you." Gu Feng Ding responded, "It's nothing major. I just want you to play a game with me." He set the condition to play with me for 3 rounds. If he wins all of them, I'll speak. Ning Fan curled his lips. Indeed, it only took less than 3 sentences before he mentioned the game again. "All right then, I'll play with you." The system began to activate. Gu Feng Ding confirmed, "Are you sure?" Ning Fan looked at the system activating around him. "Does the system require both parties' consent to start?" Gu Feng Ding spoke. Then, the first round. The system displayed an image of Ning Fan's students encountering trouble. "Let's begin the game." He was taken aback. "These are my students. What's going on?" Gu Feng Ding looked up and clicked his tongue. "Looks like this third team isn't very lucky. They've run into a disaster beast." He explained the game rules, which were simple. You just need to guide one of your teams, so they can control the disaster beast. If they succeed in controlling it, you win. If the beast harms anyone, you lose. Ning Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "You want them to stop the disaster beast?" Gu Feng Ding urged from the side. "You better choose quickly. The longer you wait, the more unpredictable things might get." Ning Fan gritted his teeth, thinking carefully. What benefit would directing his students bring him? It didn't seem like a scam, so he might as well go ahead and direct them. Which team should he pick? He thought about Lang Xingyu's team and assessed it. The combat power of Lang Xingyu's team was very high, but their magic was mostly geared toward offense, making it impractical for protecting others. Then he thought about Wen Ruan's team, the fat team, which was even worse. If they encountered a demon beast, it would be better for them to run than to try and protect anyone. In the end, only one team remained, and it happened to be the perfect choice. So, the only team he could pick was one. Wen Jing had a mental control barrier. Shi Tianji specialized in defensive magic, capable of protecting others and controlling demon beasts. Ning Fan confidently spoke, "I choose the team of Wen Jing and Shi Tianji." Gu Feng Ding confirmed the system startup. "Let's go check the situation." The system teleported the 2 of them to the desert. Ning Fan was taken aback. "The desert?" Gu Feng Ding replied, "I've already transmitted all the data here. They should be nearby." Ning Fan turned his head and immediately saw Wen Jing dragging Shi Tianji across the sandy ground. "Isn't that them?" He was stunned. "Wen Jing," Gu Feng Ding explained. "This is just a projection. She can't see us." When he saw Shi Tianji lying on the sand, Ning Fan exclaimed, "Wait, his face is pale. Shi Tianji, has he been poisoned?" Gu Feng Ding assessed. It seems the defensive magic is ineffective. Ning Fan regained his composure and left. At least there was still a mental barrier to control his mind. "Where is the demon beast?" Gu Feng Ding looked up above. At that moment, the demon beast stomped its foot down hard onto the ground. The giant tortoise demon stood tall in the midst of the dark, cloudy sky. Gu Feng Ding spoke, "One step, and it can create a sandstorm like this. Fortunately, there are no people in the desert. If this were a human town, that step would have meant defeat." Ning Fan cursed upon seeing this. "What do you mean, fortunately? You're assuming the barrier from Wen Jing needs to affect the target's brain for it to be effective." Wen Jing and Shi Tianji were engulfed by the storm. Ning Fan continued to think. But at this height, the range of the barrier couldn't be affected. It would be nice if something could be hooked up, but asking it to climb up wasn't practical. In the end, he made a decision, as expected. I should treat Shi Tianji's injuries first. He said, "They can't see me, so how can I direct them?" Gu Feng Ding replied, "Of course there's a way for you to give orders." He raised 3 fingers. "You have 3 chances to remind them through my system. The reminder can be a sentence or a picture." Ning Fan asked skeptically, "Can anything be transmitted through it?" Gu Feng Ding stroked his chin. "In theory, yes, but you're not planning to use healing magic on her right now, are you?" He shook his head. "Of course not. What I intend to transmit is..." In a dark space, Shi Tianji spoke softly. "Mom," he wondered, "where is this place?" Gu Feng Ding appeared behind him. Shi Tan Fang, right? He waved his hand, startling Xi Tanji with his horse's head. I came to deliver a message for you. Outside of the real world, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and vomited blood onto Wen Jing's back. Wen Jing panicked. Huh? Why? She anxiously supported his head as he suddenly vomited blood. Hey, are you okay? The large shadow moved closer to the two of them. When she turned around, the feet of the beast were about to stomp down. It was over. The beast's foot slammed onto the ground with a heavy thud. Wen Jing groggily opened her eyes when she didn't feel anything anymore. At that moment, Shi Tianji managed to catch her, startling her. He turned his head back, a slight smile on his lips, not forgetting to be a little narcissistic. Just as expected, the timing of my revival was perfect. The turtle moved slightly, then slowly stood up before quickly leaving the place. Tianji, seeing this, spoke up. It's gone far now. He chuckled smugly, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. Like it or not, it's probably afraid of me now. Quickly running off. The little brat, he tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly. You're probably wondering how I survived the scorpion venom and still managed to be as strong as a tiger, right? It's because my defensive magic has evolved again, he said confidently to Wen Jing. In my dream, a wise person pointed the way for me, and then I used a tiny shield to compress all the toxins out of my body through every blood vessel. Tianji boasted loudly. With that, don't even mention a drop of water. There's nothing in this world I can't defend against. Hearing this, she couldn't stand his arrogant expression and gave him a solid punch. Tianji clutched his face angrily. What are you doing? How should I defend against this? She sighed and spoke calmly. Didn't you say there's nothing you can't defend against? I just wanted to test it. At this, he snorted in frustration and turned away, his voice filled with self-pity. I just wanted to show off a little. Why does it always end with me getting slapped in the face? Am I really that unattractive? She gently tugged at his shirt and gave him a shy compliment. Actually, when you saved me earlier, that was really cool. The young man, the first time he had ever been praised, immediately turned red, his body stiffening like a statue. In the corner, Feng Ding clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Impressive. And yet you used defensive magic to expel the toxins. How did you know he could sense the toxins? Surely it's not just a simple gamble, right? Ning Fan nodded slightly. A thought crossed his mind. Go feel the toxins, expel them. Then he calmly spoke. Of course, it's not a gamble. The scorpion venom paralyzes vision, hearing, taste, and smell, and effectively, the remaining senses become extremely sharp. Feng Ding asked curiously, so how do you plan to deal with the next problem? Ning Fan assessed the situation. This beast was enormous. It hadn't even paid attention to the things happening beneath its feet earlier, even though it was a turtle. He spoke while observing the direction the turtle was heading, but given its size, it would likely be out of the desert and into the city in a few minutes. Feng Ding glanced at the two people ahead and remarked, It seems like your student has no intention of stopping it, does he? Tianji turned to her and instructed, Stay away from that turtle, and she nodded in agreement. Exactly. Ning Fan then pulled out a piece of paper, the corner of his mouth lifting into a subtle smile, his tone filled with meaning, just giving them a little motivation. What's so difficult about that? Scene change. At that moment, the door to the cage unexpectedly opened. Tian Chong was surprised and asked, Why are you releasing us without any bail? Yun Yun calmly replied, You're a senior teacher, right? I need your help with something. Wen Ruan immediately responded, Yes. What is it? Is it related to the heavenly disaster beast? Yun Yun nodded to confirm, Yes, the situation is getting too severe. As she spoke, she led them out of the detention area. Her voice growing quieter, Our department's ability enhancement room is already understaffed due to the appearance of magical beasts, and now this phenomenon is happening worldwide. We won't be able to receive reinforcements from other cities. Wen Ruan asked in confusion, So that's why you need our help? Yun Yun nodded briefly, yes. Then, Yun Yun opened the door to the ability enhancement room, her tone laced with pressure as she guided them in. Inside the room, people were packed tightly together, shouting and yelling in chaos. I'm so hungry, when will the magical beasts disappear? How much longer do we have to wait? They yelled loudly. God, is this the apocalypse? Please, save us. Wen Ruan was stunned. There are so many people. Yun Yun shook her head helplessly. There are still many people who couldn't make it to the police station or shelters in time. They'd lost their family members, their friends, and now they're all crowding together in this room. Let it go. Let it go, Yun Yun continued. But right now, it's just the guards, and they've already used up all the manpower. She explained clearly, we need to go out and search for the civilians who couldn't escape in time. You can refuse if you want. However, Wen Ruwan nodded without hesitation. I'll join. I have something I need to confirm outside anyway, so it will be convenient to help you save people. She glanced at Tian Chang, her voice slightly hesitant, but he immediately responded with certainty, without any pause. I'll join too. Seeing people in danger, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Yun Yun smiled with satisfaction. Then let's go. She laughed and said, you sure know how to talk. Zhang Tian Chang. Don't overdo it. He quickly replied. Got it. In a collapsed house, a figure quietly approached the wardrobe. Inside, a mother and child huddled in fear. The little girl whispered, trembling, Mom, when will we be able to go outside? The mother tried to comfort her. It's okay. Someone will surely come to rescue us. Just then, the wardrobe door creaked open, and a zombie suddenly lunged forward, its red eyes glaring menacingly at the two. It growled and charged straight toward them. The mother and child screamed in terror, clutching each other tightly. At that moment, a sudden fist slammed into the mummy's face. Tian Chang appeared, furiously punching him repeatedly in the face. He didn't have time to react, and was immediately knocked far away like a kite with its string cut. He turned around and quickly asked, Are you all right? The mother replied shakily, No, we're fine. He reassured them, I'm here to assist the police, to rescue you. Saying that, he took out a handkerchief with a circular design and pointed to it. Step inside this circle. The mother was confused. Huh, stand here? He nodded. Yes, that's right. She asked again, what happens after that? He immediately spoke into the walkie-talkie. Ready. The voice on the other end quickly responded. Got it, the police are starting the ritual formation. There was a clear sound as the formation was activated. The police officer smiled. All right, then added, all right, Zhang Tian Chang. What's the situation now? Tian Chang looked out at the chaotic scene outside and succinctly replied, I don't know why, but the streets are filled with regular demon beasts. We'll need to increase the speed. The police officer was surprised. No sign of disaster-level demon beasts. He answered firmly, none at all. Hearing that, the officer found it even stranger. They haven't disappeared, have they? Then he muttered, but if it doesn't show up, that's fine too. Tian Chang now dashed into narrow alleys, running while speaking. There's a way. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air. He jumped over two walls between two buildings and climbed up to the high roof. When he arrived, his face turned pale, and he could barely utter a word. That's the other side of the line asking anxiously, Hey, what did you see? In front of him, far away, a giant monster appeared, its body towering over a zhang. He gasped in shock and said, Is it a monster? On the other side of the city, Tenji shouted, Right over here. Little turtle, we'll stop you. Wen Jing anxiously said, Can I go back? At this point, he took out a piece of paper from Ning Fan, which read, If you can stop the giant turtle from entering the city, each person will have one wish granted. Tianji eagerly asked, Don't you want this? She hesitated and replied, Well, I do want it. Feng Ding laughed loudly, Ha ha, you've really spent your capital. But that means there's only one last chance for direction left. Ning Fan shrugged and answered, Who knows? Maybe the last time won't even be useful. Tianji then summoned magic, creating a shield, and proudly declared, Right over here. But just a second later, he slammed his face into the ground. Feng Ding, standing by, sneered, unsure of how he was planning to handle things this time. Ning Fan watched the scene, and with a sigh of frustration, muttered, Pathetic. In the shadows, Wen Ruin handed an item to someone and instructed, Take this and continue searching for the lucky survivor. The person nodded in acknowledgement, understood, and quickly left. She turned around, slowly making her way toward the basement. It used to be an underground shopping street. B1 was the fashion district. B2 was the convenience store area. B3 was the food court, and B4 was the parking garage. Now, everything had been reduced to a pile of debris. Elsewhere, the sealed door had been tightly shut. Feng Ding chuckled, teasing, "I wonder what your final instructions will be." Ning Fan frowned in irritation, snapping, "Shut up." He continued laughing in amusement, seemingly content to watch things unfold first. He figured it wasn't a bad decision after all. At that moment, Tianji lifted his head from the ground, struggling to stand up right in front of the turtle's massive foot. He roared with all his might, "Damn turtle, take this." Wen Jing furrowed her brows, anxiously asking, "Do you still want to go?" Seeing him being thrown down again, she lowered her voice and warned, "We only recover a little bit of mana while resting in the hotel. Watching you get knocked back to the ground again," she sighed. "Therefore, charging directly now won't win." Tianji furrowed his brows and asked, "So what should we do?" She replied briefly, "We can't win by charging directly." "Then we'll use a strategy," he said, scratching his head in confusion. "A strategy? What strategy can we use against that turtle?" Immediately, his eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. "Oh, right, if it's a turtle, we just need to flip it over." Wen Jing looked doubtful. "You're not stronger than it. How are you going to flip it?" Feng Ding then transmitted information through telepathy, explaining the principle of the lever. Tianji shouted excitedly, "Right, we can use the lever principle." "What?" Feng Ding nodded to confirm. "I've passed the message to him." Was the last instruction the lever principle? Can that really work? Ning Fan shrugged nonchalantly, "Just wait and see." Wen Jing muttered in doubt, "Can it really work?" Tianji raised his chin confidently. "Of course it will, as long as there's a point of support on the earth. We can leverage it." He stood ready, waiting for the right moment, eyes fixed on the turtle's path, waiting for it to step down so he could use the leverage to unbalance it. At that moment, the giant turtle stepped forward, its heavy foot landing precisely on the other end of the large boards set at an angle on the stone. Tianji shouted, signaling, "Now's the time." He clenched his fist tightly, delivering a powerful strike to the remaining part of the plank, creating a force that triggered the lever action, shouting, "Flip it." At this moment, the turtle also stepped on the pressure point, still unaware, continuing to walk straight ahead. The entire plank then shook and recoiled, pulling Tianji along. There was a loud crash, and the ground trembled as the force was so strong it lifted the turtle off the ground. Wen Jing screamed as she was pulled along. "Ah!" Feng Ding, watching from the side, clapped his hands and commented, "It seems that even using the principle of the lever can't make up for the gap in strength." Ning Fan smirked. "Whether the strength is equal or not, it's all part of my plan." In the air, Tianji was holding the kite, one hand around Wen Jing, gritting his teeth in frustration. Is this still not enough to win? Wen Jing stared ahead, suddenly shouting, "Wait!" She pointed in shock at the sky. "It's up." Sing Tong, curious, murmured to herself as she walked, "I wonder how the fat guy and the chicken are doing with their practice. Let's go check." She entered the room and called out, "Are the fat and skinny ones here?" Her eyes scanned the room, only to see the two of them doing something. Sing Tong furrowed her brows in confusion. What are they doing, exactly? Her voice suddenly rose. "Tell them to practice." "What are you guys doing?" "Playing the book-flipping game." Shaifeng was startled and spoke up. "Is it you, Tai?" He quickly explained. "This is a popular method of reading on the internet." She asked, confused. "Huh?" Shaifeng seriously continued. "Quantum reading technique." He gestured dramatically as he analyzed. "All you have to do is flip the pages really fast, creating quantum entanglement between the pages. Then, the pages will emit dual attribute twin core." Shaifeng said loudly, "Through the eyes, it acts on the brain." He nodded confidently. "That way we can finish this book quickly." She was half believing, half doubting. "Is this really possible?" Shaifeng slowly pushed up his glasses. "In theory, as long as you flip fast enough, it should work." At that moment, Lai Kong was flipping the book furiously, his whole body radiating a strong aura. Shaifeng raised his hand toward him. "Is this the quantum entanglement happening?" Sing Tong exclaimed in surprise. "Could it actually work?" Shaifeng shouted excitedly. "The guy's head is even catching fire. That's a dangerous move. Don't try this at home." In the end, they didn't give up and continued to cram for the exam. Even pulling all-nighters, they eventually showed up for the midterm exam. Finally, Sing Tong cheered with excitement. We made it just in time for the exam. Done. We succeeded. Tomorrow. Spring is here. Stop, stop. A voice echoed from afar. Leng Sing Tong. She turned around and replied. Oh, Ning Fan, curious as always, walking over. What are you doing here? She looked up and answered, I'm done with the inspection, just stepping out to get some fresh air. As she spoke, Sing Tong laughed teasingly. It's almost the new year. Aren't you preparing something? He slowly took out a red envelope. You mean this? Sing Tong's eyes lit up as she nodded, yeah. She immediately rushed over to grab it. Give it here. He quickly backed away and shouted, Give it back, you. Ning Fan, irritated, thought to herself, asterisk, why am I already thinking about the new year? There's still a magic exam ahead. No time for fun, asterisk. She rubbed her chin in silence. Huh. Right, I just finished the exam. Why am I thinking about the new year? He grabbed her hair in frustration, pulling her away, saying, Who knows? Hurry back and study. She cried out in pain. Ah, no, my hair. I'll go back. I don't know why I'm so eager for the new year. Moreover, Sing Tong muttered in complaint. Isn't it the same with you? You brought a red envelope for New Year's lunch. What's up with that? Ning Fan tossed the red envelope aside and replied, Who knows? I must have grabbed it without realizing. She was curious. So, teacher, do you suddenly want the new year too? He replied, his voice trembling. How so? Mom, maybe the other world is celebrating the new year right now. The turtle had now collapsed on the ground. Wen Jing spoke up, using a barrier to control it. Tian Ji stood beside her, frowning slightly and asking, Do we have to wait here? She nodded firmly and answered, Yes, if I leave the barrier, it will disappear. Hearing this, he sighed in frustration. This is driving me crazy. I'll take a break for a while. On the other side, Ning Fan happily exclaimed, I've got it under control. Feng Ding nodded in approval. Not bad, even if your strength isn't enough, you still found a way. He clapped his hands with excitement and said loudly, I've won the first round, and I'm curious to see what you've got for the next two. Feng Ding smiled in agreement. Exactly, it's time for the second round to begin. He frowned in discomfort. What? He muttered, unwilling to accept. Does this mean we still have to fight? Feng Ding remained silent, suddenly raising his hand and punching through his chest. Ning Fan could only utter, A girl? At that moment, the system's alert sounded. Feng Ding tilted his head with a cold smile, full of self-satisfaction. It's fine, just preparing for the second round. Ning Fan froze, stunned. Did you go through? What about the system? Just as the atmosphere became tense, the wall beside the two suddenly cracked open in large chunks. Each broken brick flew across the room. Feng Ding was startled and shouted, Ah, someone's here causing chaos. Behind the collapsed wall, the familiar figure of Wen Ruin appeared. She panicked and exclaimed, Ning Fan. At that moment, the demon immediately turned and fled. Feng Ding, in a panic, looked around and said, Ah, we're not ready yet. No choice but to leave first. Finishing his sentence, he hurriedly disappeared, not forgetting to remind him. For the second phase, you have to go to the field yourself, Ning Fan. Protect this city from the demon realm. This is your condition for victory. The last sound echoed like a command bell, signaling the start of the game. Wen Ruan angrily vanished. She anxiously turned to look at him. Ning Fan silently thought to himself, his chest unscathed, and immediately adjusted his breathing, starting to recover his awakening level. The system displayed right in front of him, with data reading 15.8%. The system's voice continued steadily as his awakening level recovered, the numbers skyrocketing over time. From 36.2%, it gradually increased to 58.2% as demonic energy surged forth. Ning Fan's entire body was now engulfed in flames, and he nervously thought to himself, if this continues, the recovery rate will keep skyrocketing. 79.7%, fully recovered. Ning Fan's body began to tremble lightly. The inner strength was on the verge of reaching its explosive limit. The system's sound rang out urgently at 96.8%. Wen Ruan instinctively stepped back, her heart shaken by the overwhelming force emanating from him, causing her to exclaim in shock as magic energy erupted. Outside, the space trembled as a column of energy exploded, shooting straight up into the sky. The entire city began to shake as the magical power from Ning Fan's body surged. setting fires ablaze everywhere. The energy column from his body exploded more violently, sending waves of fiery red air spreading outwards. The turtle remained motionless in the same spot, showing no reaction. Deep within the forest, countless pairs of glowing red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness. The magical beasts, highly agitated, simultaneously charged out of the bushes with a thunderous roar. The entire forest quickly descended into chaos. With panic and disorder everywhere, the magical beasts howled as they crazily broke branches, all drawn toward the immense source of energy. Lai Kong, hiding behind a tree, fearfully exclaimed, "It seems something is attracting them." The bear next to him flinched, then spoke in astonishment. Magical beasts have an acute sense for magic. Magic is the very essence of our life force. Over there, suddenly, an immense surge of magic has erupted. The amount of magic is terrifying. The bear cast its gaze toward the same direction, softly speculating, there must be many demon beasts gathered there by now, drawn to feed on the source of mana. From a distance, two small figures nimbly leaped from one building to another. The streets below were deserted, without a soul in sight. It was Xiao Yun Yun. Eventually, they landed lightly on the roof of a building. Yun Yun gazed into the distance, her eyes fixed on the mana source shining brightly above. Xiao Xiaolei also curiously looked over. Upon recognizing it, she turned and said solemnly, "The demon beasts are gathering over there." Yun Yun stood quietly, listening. Before replying, "The mana is so powerful. What on earth happened? The city looks ruined, collapsing." At that moment, Ning Fan sat silently, surrounded by a burning aura of mana. The force of the mana caused the surrounding ground to crack, and also attracted the demon beasts, their eyes glowing with a fiery red intensity. Suddenly, one beast leaped at him with its mouth wide open. Before it could strike, it was bound by strips of cloth, immobilizing it in midair. A hand was raised, continuing to control the cloth bindings. It was Wen Ruan who decisively swung her hand, sending the beast into a free fall to the ground. Energy surged out in a continuous stream. She stood, observing the demon beasts waiting below, silently thinking, there are so many more. All of them are being drawn to Ningfan's mana. She frowned, a trace of anger in her heart, cursing inwardly. That damn bastard! Due to the sudden surge of magical power, she fell into a coma. The group of demonic beasts charged forward, cutting through her thoughts. Wen Ruan, quickly launch your move. Kill these beasts. Protect him. The demonic beasts rushed past her, their bodies torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a noise came from the ceiling, cracking and splitting. She wondered, what's that sound? Unexpectedly, a surge of green energy pierced through the ceiling and shot straight down, causing the floor to crack. The debris landed on Wen Ruan's face, and she immediately realized that the demonic beast was here to steal a genius. She gazed at the demonic beast, its head completely covered, as it landed and whispered to herself, "The one thing I least wanted to lure here has finally arrived. Damn Ning Fan, look at the mess you've caused." Without hesitation, the demonic beast turned to its target. Once it locked onto it, it leaped into action, darting toward Ning Fan, who was sitting with the stream of magical energy. Wen Ruan immediately pointed her finger forward, blocking its path. White ice shards appeared, chasing after the beast, while its powerful energy continued to radiate from the other side. In an instant, the ice shards were ripped apart, scattering into hundreds of fragments. Wen Ruan looked at the debris in her hands, alarmed. Just as expected, a demonic beast that steals geniuses. Suddenly, she transformed. A mask appeared on her face, and her eyes glowed with killing intent. She gripped the weapon in her hand with determination. But no matter the risk, she would not let him get close to Ningfan. Wen Ruan held the weapon ready to block the monster from a distance, then decisively swung her arm, sending the black orb flying. It shot straight toward the monster, who was crouching down, his gaze locked ahead. The spiked black orb flew directly at his face, which was obscured by a mask. But when he was injured, she was injured as well. The mask shattered, and syrup splattered out. At the same time, the monster swiftly unleashed a powerful force towards Wen Ruan, knocking her back into a music column, which also broke. She reached up to touch her mask, bewildered, thinking, so that's it. The attack is reflected back in an instant. At this moment, she noticed the circular arrow on the black covering over the monster's head. Wen Ruan stared at him, contemplating while preparing for a counterattack, and she could even immediately heal the injured parts of her body. She unleashed strips of white bandages imbued with purple energy. With that, the strips instantly wrapped tightly around the monster's body. He, now crouched and straining, was desperately trying to break free. Wen Ruan felt a bit of fear, but still stood firm. "Stay right there. Don't even think about moving." No sooner had she spoken, he reached out and grabbed one of the strips, pulling hard. She opened her eyes wide and immediately realized something was wrong. The beast used the very bandages to counterattack her, repeatedly throwing her hard into the wall. Wen Ruan, helpless, gritted her teeth and endured. When the beast paused, she weakly gritted her teeth and spoke. "Don't you dare come closer, Ningfan." He paid no attention, not even a word, yanking the bandages sharply. Wen Ruan was dragged from afar, like a fish caught on a hook. As soon as she reached him, the beast landed a heavy punch to her stomach. She was manipulated like a puppet, flying straight into the wall, debris scattering everywhere. Wen Ruan fell to the ground, struggling to prop herself up, blood pouring from her mouth incessantly. Damn it! Taking advantage of this moment, the beast quickly stepped forward, raising his foot to finish her off. Fortunately, Xiao Yunyun arrived just in time, raising her gun and firing a shot to stop him. Instantly, he was frozen, trapped in a solid block of ice. At that moment, Xiao Xiaolei also rushed over, picking Wen Ruan up and leaving. Worried, she asked, "Are you okay?" Wen Ruan weakly replied, "I'm fine." The two of them stared at the beast's frozen fist. Xiaolei explained, "We were waiting for the right opportunity to strike, that's why we were late. Sorry." But Wen Ruan didn't blame them. Instead, she gently praised, "It's okay, you two came at just the right time." Xiaolei turned to look at Ningfan, who was sitting silently with her legs crossed, and sighed. The magic power erupted, and it was no wonder that the magical beasts were all heading this way. She spoke coldly, "Leave this to the police, we will hold off the evil spirits." Taking advantage of this moment, she restored her magic power, and then took the man away. When Wen Ruan heard this, she turned her gaze towards Ningfan, hesitating as she stabilized her own magic power. Suddenly, memories of her school days rushed back into Wen Ruan's mind. A familiar old voice echoed. Magic power rampage refers to a situation where a supernatural being loses control of their magic power, causing it to continuously spill out and result in severe destruction to people and objects nearby. The teacher was focused on his lesson, and if a supernatural being experienced a magic rampage, they would fall into a coma-like state, unprotected for an extended period of time. If not awakened in time, they would die from the depletion of their magic power, and the released magic power would have a highly corrosive effect, making it absolutely dangerous to approach. The classroom became chaotic due to the students' discussions. "Teacher, I have a strong feeling that this might happen to that short kid." Another student chimed in, "Anyway, it's just a clumsy little chick surrounded by bad luck." They kept mocking her. "Oh, just thinking about that short kid going into a magic rampage makes me scared." Wen Ruan quietly sat in the back, listening to their words, feeling that deep sadness welling up inside her. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to push away the mocking laughter around her. Ningfan's calm appearance from when he was a child intervened to shield her. As for the magic power rampage, who knew whose turn it would be when the time came? He casually draped his arm around his friend's neck and joked, "Compared to Yan Yan, I think your guy's potential for a rampage is higher." At that moment, Wen Ruan's heart fluttered slightly, and her face flushed. Ningfan didn't forget to turn back and wink at her. Thanks to that, Wen Ruan was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The teacher then interrupted the conversation. "All right, let's continue with the lesson. Magic power rampage can be dealt with, but it requires close contact with the rampager. It's extremely dangerous, and only in dire circumstances should one attempt it." She sat at the back, silently staring at Ningfan, who was lounging back comfortably. Back in the present, she was boiling with anger at him. "Damn Ningfan, look at the so-called good things he's done." She glared at Ningfan, who was drenched in magic power, scolding him. He always took matters into his own hands, stepping in for others. And the result? Wen Ruan sighed sadly, her voice slow as she reached out to touch the magic power. "From being an S-level teacher to falling this far, who still remembers the good deeds you did before?" Her hand slammed down on the spilled syrup. The concentration of magic power is rising again. In pain, she gritted her teeth and endured, her injuries worsening as the magic power corroded her body. Her legs moved forward with determination, but she could not abandon him. Wen Ruin rushed inside. If not, Ningfan will die from the depletion of his magic power. The power of the magic caused her to bleed from her mouth. She silently encouraged herself. It wasn't the first time experiencing a magic power rampage. She had to hold on. In that moment, memories of Ningfan's carefree childhood flooded her mind. He was always so chatty. Clearly, no one asked him to worry. That memory stood out clearly, and now he was leading students into Class S. He originally should have been content as a lowly teacher in a class for misfits, living a stable life. Wen Ruin continued pushing deeper, causing a great deal of trouble. Finally, she reached her destination and stood silently, watching Ningfan sitting motionlessly. Really, even though I scold you, Wen Ruin still reaches out to you. Trouble always follows. As her hand touched his face, she felt a moment of weakness. But the gentle gaze, the reddened face. I like you this way. Suddenly, her mood shifted. Now it's my turn to be the chatterbox, an eerie silence. In an instant, her anger flared. Without hesitation, she threw a punch directly at Ningfan's face and shouted, "Wake up!" Outside, the beast took advantage of the opening and jumped up, tucking its legs in preparation. It charged towards Xiao Le, who was talking to Yun Yun, immediately releasing a surge of green energy to attack them. The force was so powerful, it shattered the floor. The blast spread throughout the room, but the two female officers managed to dodge just in time. They quickly assumed a defensive stance, and Yun Yun spoke. A disaster-level creature is on an entirely different level compared to the beasts we've faced before. Xiao Le, hearing this, added, the most dangerous part is its ability to retaliate against injuries. Cough, we can't approach it recklessly. From behind the shattered wall, 3 people stood watching in shock and screamed. Ah! Upon hearing this, the 2 women turned their heads. Xiao Le looked at them in confusion. Ordinary civilians. Yun Yun anxiously exclaimed. What? They didn't manage to escape. At that moment, the beast charged again. But Yun Yun noticed it. She raised her gun and aimed at it. Several shocks from her froze its limbs. However, just as she finished firing, she collapsed. Xiao Le, panic-stricken, turned to her, shouting, "Ah Yun!" In front of her, Yun Yun was lying on the ground, breathing heavily, her hands frozen. Yun Yun's hands were marked with faint blue spots. Xiao Le angrily scolded, "Your injuries are too severe. You knew it could retaliate, and you still attacked. Are you crazy?" Xiao Le said desperately, looking at the group of people standing in fear outside. At most, just let them get hurt. Yeah, she turned to look at the beast trying to escape, puzzled. But what should we do about the wound reflection? Yun Yun had gotten up, and hearing this suggested, what if we kill it before it can reflect the wound? Xiao Le shot her a glare. Are you planning to use that method? If it fails, the wound will come back and kill us all. Have you forgotten the vow we took when we became cops? Yun Yun shook her head indifferently. First, we forget ourselves for the people we serve. As she spoke, she shakily reached for the gun that had fallen on the ground. Lingering will only make things worse. Before she could grab it, Xiao Le, quicker, snatched up the gun. Of course I remember. She slung the gun over her shoulder, confidently saying, "Second, never abandon your teammates." She extended her hand, the gun floating faintly in the air. She frowned. At this point, her hand couldn't even hold the gun properly. Finishing her sentence, she leaped onto the giant gun that had just appeared. "Then let me handle the gun," she called out to Yun Yun, who stood within a circle filled with familiar images. "Let her handle the cannon." The cannon was raised high, hitting the ceiling and sparking. Yun Yun heard it, happily lifting her hand to remove the blindfold, feeling honored to be able to fight alongside her until the very end. Xiao Le glanced over, replying with a sympathetic smile. Yun Yun coldly tossed the blindfold aside, and the massive cannon was aimed directly at the beast stuck on the wall. The blindfold slowly fell to the ground, and in that moment, the cannon was fired, its light blinding. Before the beast's eyes, an endless beam of light filled the space, a life-or-death gamble. The beast helplessly watched the cannon fire towards it. The force of the attack was mere millimeters from its face. From a distance, a figure appeared, snapping his fingers like a hermit. With the sound, a golden circle formed around the beast. Together with the power of the cannon, it was blasted away, crashing through nearby buildings. The two female officers stood, looking at the large hole in the wall. Yun Yun spoke up. "Can't see it anymore." Xiaolei stood behind her, beaming with joy. Eyes squinted in a smile. "We did it! Yun! We've succeeded. Before it could retaliate, we managed to kill it." In contrast to the joy, Yun Yun remained cautious. But there was nothing left of the beast, not even its remains. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Yet Xiaolei chose to stay optimistic, brushing it off. After all, they had defeated a catastrophe-level monster. "We're still alive." Ning Fan had now regained consciousness and was standing behind a distant wall. On his shoulder, he carried the unconscious Wen Ruan. After his awakening and recovery, the powers he had lost earlier returned. His face was bruised, and he had exerted too much magic earlier. Using such a long-distance teleportation spell, it was truly exhausting. The beast had been attacked and sent flying into space. The hermit's skill allowed him to teleport any target to a domain he was familiar with. Ning Fan, carrying Wen Ruan, looked up at the sky, thinking that he still needed to thank that strange-faced person. Before he could feel any relief, however, the remaining beasts were still above them. "Heh, are there really so many?" He tiredly raised his hand, and with his hermit skill, he created a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, attracting the attention of the beasts in the forest. The beast stared, mouth open, fixated on the beam of light. From behind a tree, two people and a bear appeared, whispering. The bear pressed itself against the tree and ordered, "Move quietly, don't make a sound." The two boys responded softly. The silence of the space was suddenly broken by the sound of footsteps behind the tree, causing everyone to sweat in anxiety. The bear turned its head slightly and, upon seeing Nan Gongyan, was visibly frightened. He stood at a distance, clenched his fists, and stated with determination, "This is a great opportunity. Let's take it down." Hearing those words, they were all struck with fear, frozen in alarm. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" In that moment, he decisively threw a small fish and shouted loudly, "Go kill it." In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a snakehead fish. Gong Yan spoke clearly, "I have to prove the power of the snakehead fish, so it can regain its confidence." The beast at this moment was still focused on the light coming from afar. It had no idea that the snakehead fish was charging toward it from behind. Gong Yan shouted firmly, "Kill it." The beast finally turned its head. The group of people outside also anxiously looked on, their mouths agape in fear. "Shit, it's been discovered." The beast turned back and opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the snakehead fish. The snakehead fish, seeing the scene in front of it, froze, waiting. Nan Gong Yan, standing outside, saw the snakehead fish in the beast's mouth and shouted loudly. The quiet forest was instantly thrown into chaos. Everyone started running. Shai Feng yelled, "Ah, it's chasing us." Lai Tu angrily added, "It's all that idiot's fault for disturbing it. We're doomed this time." The bear, carrying Gong Yan on its back, dropped its head and fled. It quickly spoke up to mediate. "Now's not the time to blame each other. Think of a way to save our lives first." The beast leaped with a force that sent the ground flying. The bear anxiously glanced up at it. The beast suddenly landed right in front of them. He opened his mouth wide in a fierce manner. The two boys, terrified, clung to each other and screamed. "We're doomed." Lai Tu immediately suggested, "Aren't you good at mental control? Use it on him." Shai Feng, panicked, replied, "That works on people. Not sure if it'll affect a beast." Ignoring his companion's fear, he pushed him toward the creature. "What if it actually works?" "Let's find out," he yelled, panic in his voice. He was finally pushed to stand next to the beast, its sharp, elongated teeth glaring at him. Sweat poured from his body, but he quickly regained his composure, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Forget it, just use the trick." A purple force surrounded the beast. He looked directly into its eyes, which glowed purple, feeling a bit relieved. It worked. The beast's eyes reflected the image of the two boys, but in the form of food. Lai Tu turned into a chicken drumstick, speaking, "What did you do?" Shai Feng transformed into a sausage, replying, "Tried to create an illusion to drive it away." The trick was useless against the beast. It still bared its sharp teeth. Seeing this, Lai Tu turned and yelled, waving his hands, "Didn't you say it would scare it off? Is this what being scared looks like? Shai Feng, pinned to the ground in pain, groaned, I told you before, it doesn't work on beasts. The bear arrived just in time, placing its hand on Lai Tu's shoulder to calm him. Stay calm, don't scare yourself. The two boys, confused, asked in unison. What now, Big Bear? The bear stepped forward, its gaze sharp and determined. Being a beast myself, I know what it's thinking. Leave this to me. You guys step back. It stared intently at the demonic beast, still with its mouth wide open, deep in thought. The beast had waited long enough. It was ready to act. After a moment, it reached behind as if retrieving something, and then firmly said, All right, I'll satisfy you. It turned out it was offering Nan Gongyan as a sacrifice, kneeling down and speaking softly. Take your time. Lai Tu couldn't take it anymore, rushing forward to pin it down, angrily shouting, Say your last words, and I'll satisfy you. The bear, feeling wronged, retorted, What can I do? If you're so good, then you do it. Hearing this, Lai Tu stood up. Hemph, if it's going to happen, then let's do it. Who's afraid of who? He hesitated before stepping forward, the demonic beast still waiting, its mouth open and drooling. He reached behind him, sweat pouring down his face. Then, suddenly, he pulled out some kind of powder, theatrically sprinkling it over the motionless Gong Yan. A little seasoning will make it better. The bear, seeing this, couldn't hold back its anger, and rushed to pin him down. Lai Tu begged desperately. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I admit I'm a coward. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Yan, lying over there, slowly opened his eyes, and woke up. He looked at the beast beside him, but still couldn't understand what was going on. Where am I? The bear, seeing this, widened its eyes in surprise. Gong Yan was tightly gripped by the beast. They all broke into a cold sweat, frozen in place, watching. Suddenly, the beast froze as well, stopping its chewing. It unexpectedly spat Nan Gong Yan out. He foamed at the mouth, lying still on the ground. Lai Tu opened his mouth, gagged, and then Shai Feng's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? The bear looked down, confused, hesitating. Could it be? It said, its eyes suddenly sharpening. I have an idea. Nan Gong Yan, his mouth still foaming, slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, covering his nose in discomfort. Where am I? What happened? Oh, what is this? It smells so bad. He still hadn't realized the beast was right behind him. The moment he turned around, Gong Yan was startled. And then he collapsed again. In the distance, a loud shout rang out. Hey, you beast! Lai Tu boldly stepped forward, but in the eyes of the beast, he was just an appetizing snack. Your fat grandpa's looking for you. Shai Feng, hiding behind a tree at a distance, called out. Bear, that beast is paying attention to him now. Cut to an hour ago, the group had been anxiously discussing, with Shai Feng nervously hesitating. His meaning was that he was stunned, then continued, letting the fat man eat. The bear furrowed its brow and continued. My pastry was probably eaten by that person, and after it devoured the little demon, it spat it out. Lai Tu could be sure that this beast not only wants to fill its stomach, but also seeks delicacies. The bear became cunning. We can use this point, put some laxative in its food, and while it's spitting out the laxative, we can defeat it. Shai Feng heard this and worried. But where do we get the food from? Moreover, that person isn't easy to approach. The bear suddenly darkened and replied, If there are no ingredients, how can we cook? Its eyes glowed red as it slowly reached behind its back to grab something. Food isn't that hard to make. It pulled out the necessary tools for the job. With the leftover pastry oil and some seasoning to apply to the beast, it could recreate a dish just like the original pastry. The bear proudly held up a small bottle of medicine, along with the ancestral laxative, and said, Once consumed, it will ensure that after 20 days, it won't look pretty unless it gets its money's worth. The only problem was, after explaining, the bear turned to the two boys and asked, Which one of you is in charge of making food for the monster? Both of them stood there, faces grim. Lai Tu thought for a moment. One of them must make the food. Shai Feng was no exception. If he was eaten, it was uncertain whether he would survive. But if he wasn't eaten, he was certain to live. Lai Tu spoke up, sweat pouring down like a river. This matter should still be considered for the long term. Before he could finish his sentence, Shai Feng interrupted him. He grabbed Lai Tu's shoulder and began to speak sweetly. During the time I've been with you, I've realized one thing. Ordinary people always have their limits, and people like me can only live quietly through life. Lai Tu was somewhat moved by those words, but he was different. He was a genius from Singsha Academy, a shining star in broad daylight, causing envy in others. Shai Feng continued his persuasion. Go ahead, this mission is one only you can complete. Show them your true power. Illuminate the grand path of Zhencha Academy. Those words truly worked. Lai Tu resolutely applied the spices to himself. Leave it to me, I'll definitely kill it. Shai Feng, standing behind, couldn't hide his smirk, pleased with his manipulation. Before returning to reality, the bear from afar praised them. Oh, this fat guy can even shapeshift. The baked goods are not bad. But Shai Feng was deeply worried. Is this plan really trustworthy? What if it fails? The bear reassured him. Don't worry, I've already rubbed the whole bottle of this laxative on that fat guy. The beast will definitely be exhausted. He suddenly narrowed his eyes at the bottle of medicine in the bear's hand, feeling suspicious. I have doubts. Will the expired laxative still work? The bear heard it and burst out laughing. In my family, whether it's cooking or making laxatives, we're always very careful. Once expired, of course, it loses all effect. He grabbed its paw and held it right in front of its face. Your medicine, he continued, is expired. The bear froze. They turned around in panic, and seeing Lai Tu already inside the mouth of the beast, they cried out loudly. Fatty! The scene shifted to a room, where the sound of a television came on. The city has been destroyed. Someone who had been absorbed in a book suddenly spoke up. The situation has gotten worse. Tong Shen, sitting beside him, turned and said, I thought that once we went into seclusion, we wouldn't have to worry about worldly affairs anymore. Looks like I was wrong. Elsewhere, a voice called out, Old friend, do you hear me? Old friend. The dragon, upon hearing this, opened its eyes wide and went to aid the children. The old friend, having heard, immediately coiled and soared into the night sky. At the edge of the forest, countless beasts were moving together. Shi Tianji and Wen Jing were enveloped within a golden circular barrier, completely hidden from the monster's sight. Wen Jing looked out and thought to herself, the horde of beasts is charging toward the city. She glanced at the floating crimson talisman, irritation rising within her. But I can't leave. If I do, the barrier will collapse. Damn it. As Tianji stepped forward, she saw it and cried out in confusion. Shi Tianji gazed into the distance, speaking with determination. With so many demon beasts charging in, there must be many casualties in the city already. I don't want to just stand here and wait. I want to use my magic to do something. She still felt confused. Do what? Heroic and courageous, he stepped outside. Now I can freely control my shield. I can make it as large or as small as I want. Wen Jing, worried, leaned forward, silently thinking to herself, does he want to use the shield to block the swarm of demon beasts? As she stood close to the edge, a demon beast passed by, making her flinch and step back. She looked outside, then remarked, it's impossible. There are too many demon beasts. By the time you manage to block them, your magic will be depleted, and you'll die. Her face turned pale. She stared at the talisman in her hand, deep in thought for a moment, before making up her mind and running out. As she ran, old memories resurfaced in her mind. I haven't repaid you for saving me yet. She ran as fast as she could, even unable to say a single thank you. At that moment, Shi Tianji was holding a large yellow object in his hands, so large that he had to support it with both arms. Wen Jing stretched out her hand to stop him. You can't die. Shi Tianji, run quickly. It turned out that he was holding a large sign that read, directed toward the city. The demon beasts have breached the city. Run quickly. Wen Jing just saw it and was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. In her carelessness, she tripped over a small stone beneath her and fell flat on her face. Tianji stood there, confused. She awkwardly pressed her face to the ground. And I was worried you were going to die. He didn't understand and asked, worry about what? She refused to continue. I'm not saying anything. Suddenly, from behind them, the ground shook with a loud crash, and a gigantic turtle was approaching. In an instant, the two of them were buried up to their necks in sand. Wen Jing scolded, it's all your fault for making me come out. Now the barrier is useless. What are we supposed to do? Si Tianji, irritated, thought, you're blaming me. Wen Jing suddenly froze, her eyes widening as she looked into the distance. Behind the turtle, a beam of green light was speeding toward them. The dragon had appeared, facing off against the giant turtle. It dove straight down, and the ground trembled as dust and sand flew into the air. Si Tianji furrowed his brow in annoyance. What now? The dust cloud obscured everything. The dragon suddenly emerged from the haze, sinking its teeth into the turtle's neck. The turtle, under attack, collapsed onto the ground. Wen Jing and Si Tianji both gaped in shock at the scene before them. Once the dragon finished with the turtle, it turned to face them. Wen Jing spoke up immediately. To be fair, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to deal with that thing. She immediately took action and pulled, but in contrast to her urgency and Si Tianji's clumsiness, he reluctantly raised his hand, his face indifferent. She did not hesitate but continued playing. Along with that, she slapped Si Tianji's face. Was he still not understanding? Wen Jing hurriedly shook his hand. It's all his fault. If you want to settle scores, go find him. Tianji, still dazed from the slap, seemed lost. Finally, he spoke. At least I've saved you many times, and you're not even grateful. But now you're treating me like this. Wen Jing felt a bit guilty when she heard him. Gratitude. I haven't thought about it. She decisively held up a drawing of Si Tianji, his forehead bleeding, surrounded by flowers. Here, take this. Is this the painting you were wondering about? She then explained, I drew this while you were unconscious. But he coldly responded, it's a good drawing. Wen Jing spoke again, shattering the tense atmosphere. Then let's use it as a portrait for worship. He was furious and tore the picture in half. Tianji, feeling helpless, muttered, I can't believe I fell for this trap. Suddenly, someone's voice came from afar. Old Manhwa was very timely with her intervention. Shi Lao was holding a notebook in his hand, smiling. This special training has been completely messed up, he said. A voice came from the other side. Thank you, teacher. Sila continued. If it weren't for Master Shen Shan intervening, I'm afraid we wouldn't know what would have happened next. Si Tianji asked in confusion. Master Shen Shan? Wen Jing replied, sounding upset, intervened. Lala, standing next to the dragon, explained, didn't you both see before the two of them left? Shen Shan's summoned beast. The scene shifted to Nan Gongyan, who was struggling to prevent the demonic beast from eating him. I can't hold on much longer. Both the two boys and the dragon were already in its mouth. Shai Feng asked in confusion, why did it suddenly get so hungry? Lai Tu, panicking, responded, it's all your fault. The bear also joined in, yelling, who would have known that expired laxatives would turn into appetite stimulants? Back in the present, Sila continued. After that, the others were successfully rescued. Wen Jing vaguely recalled, feeling like he remembered something like this happening. Tianji thought to himself, actually, he had fainted back then. Wen Jing also thought for a moment, remembering how he had been scared out of his mind by its mouth. He then spoke up. No wonder this all seems so familiar. By the way, teacher, how are Lai Tu, Shai Feng, and Nan Gongyan doing? Sheila hesitated, and the three of them moved to Ning Fan, who was exhausted. The hermit had killed the group of demonic beasts and was now turning to leave. Compared to the first wave of the attack, the demonic beasts had recovered to the point of being able to attack at will. Bing Brother strained his mind, calculating how to protect the city from the demonic beasts. It was easier said than done, especially since no one knew how many more demonic beasts there were in the city, and his magical power was almost exhausted. On the way, he met a person who bowed sincerely. Thank you for saving me. Ning Fan cheerfully replied, it's nothing. You should hurry and get to safety. Suddenly, the system notified him that his trust points had reached 960. He was puzzled, thinking, did I really get this many this time? As he thought, he recalled the last time when the citizens had thanked him. If it weren't for him back then, we'd all be done for, they had said, eagerly adding their voices. That's right, as long as you save people in danger, you can earn more trust points. From the top of a building, a pair of eyes were watching him. Ning Fan, perhaps you've already realized it. They watched him closely, thinking, the quickest way to earn trust points is through Du Feng Ding. How will you choose next? Ning Fan stood in front of the people in danger, blocking the demonic beasts. He wielded his dark power to save them, With just one strike, the hermit reduced the horde of demonic beasts to ashes. The people quickly stepped forward in gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." Another echoed their thanks. Instantly, Ning Fan's points surged upward. Trust points plus 2157. He calculated silently. Sure enough, rescuing people from mortal danger yielded far higher scores. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. It was Gu Feng Ding. He asked Ning Fan, "Not a small harvest, eh, Ning Fan?" Ning Fan smirked and replied, Not small, it's a real bounty. You went through all the trouble of arranging this game. Surely it wasn't just to show me a shortcut to earn trust points. Was it?" Gu Feng Ding laughed at that. Haha. He did not hold back his praise. Clever indeed. Worthy of being Ning teacher. Ning Fan spoke with calm ease, not only teaching me how to rack up trust points faster, but also helping me restore my awakening. Surely you won't get discouraged just for being so generous, will you? Gu Feng Ding suddenly burst out at his casual taunt, retorting, "I am not discouraged in the least. To pass the third round, you'll need this strength. Once you clear it, I'll naturally tell you." Having probed him as intended, Ning Fan speculated inwardly, so it can't be said outright. As expected, all of this is tied to the system. So I've accumulated a large amount of trust points, haven't I? Is that why you restored my original magic abilities? Ning Fan didn't say anything else. He opened the door, preparing to leave, but left one last sentence for Gu Feng Ding. "All right then, wait until the game is over to tell me. Let me finish the second round first." Gu Feng Ding replied, "No need, Ning Fan. The second round is already over, you've passed." Ning Fan froze, then turned around to ask, "Huh, but there are still so many civilians and monsters around." He replied softly, "Don't worry about that, I've taken care of it." Before he could finish, a beam of light suddenly cut through the air, dazzling and filling the sky. The heavens seemed to light up with a giant magic circle. From that circle, rays of light descended to the ground, directly targeting the monsters still running amok everywhere. With just this light, they were instantly swept away, with no chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, the massive circle spread its light, connecting all the rooftops into a tight network, leaving no escape for anything. Within the circle, the figure of an old man appeared, calm and at ease. None other than Wang Taiji. The civilians quickly recognized him, and someone pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "It's Wang Taiji." Instantly, the crowd erupted in chatter. "Wang Taiji is here to save us." Gu Feng Ding looked over and said, "Just in time. It seems the harvest season has arrived." Ning Fan also opened his mouth in surprise and said, "Wang Taiji." The two of you turned toward the crowd. The crowd fell prostrate to the ground, reverently saying, "Thank the heavens for not abandoning us. Wang Taiji has come to save us." A large screen appeared before them, displaying the face of Wang Taiji, his smile warm and kind. Gu Feng Ding turned to explain the rules to Ning Fan. The rules for the third round are also very simple. You only need to seize the reward that Wang Taiji grants to Lu Yin, the student. If you succeed, it will count as your victory, and at the same time, I will tell you more intelligence regarding the system, as well as the hidden truth behind the annihilation of the Ning family 10 years ago that no one else knows. Under the direction of Wang Taiji, the work of reconstructing the city after the catastrophe proceeded steadily. Most areas had essentially restored their buildings and property. The common people, too, managed to slowly rise again from their losses. Although much of the infrastructure and property had been restored, the relevant departments still reminded the citizens that the dangers had not yet been fully eliminated. Before the Department of Public Safety could confirm that the demon beasts had been completing at night and immediately report if they encountered any beasts. Alongside these reports were scenes that grew increasingly positive, showing the revival of adult spirits and the return of children's bright smiles. The announcer's voice broadcasted important news that appeared on the screen. Another piece of news was that tonight, the entire city would hold the memorial ceremony for National Memorial Day. At the same time, Wang Taiji would personally go to the suburban memory park to preside over the ceremony, praying for the souls of the victims of the recent disaster to rest in peace. The television was on in a stark white hospital room, where a patient, fully bandaged, lay in bed. The girl lay motionless, her face obscured by a thick bandage, with numerous IV lines attached to her body. Her eyes suddenly squinted tightly, as if awakening after a long coma, appearing to be in great pain. At the very moment she regained some consciousness, a voice called out to her, "Student Wen Ruan, Student Wen Ruan, Student Wen Ruan, you have to stay awake." As she calmed down, the blurred image of the man who had been calling her repeatedly reminded her, "Wen Ruan, what happened to me? I can't tell what's real and what's not, or what's happening in this scene." She was very confused. "Teacher, the magical beast used for the test suddenly went mad. We almost couldn't hold it back." Then, another boy appeared in that scene, speaking urgently to the man. Damn it. The man seemed desperate. He gave his final instructions. "Student Wen Ruan, hang in there. You must calm down. Keep your mind clear and control the magic within your body. Coma is the end." The boy also added, "It's most likely magical power. The dwarf's magic has gone out of control." She couldn't fully understand everything they were saying, feeling confused by everything that was happening. Controlling magical power, her hands were on fire. She looked at herself and the flames, unsure of what to do. The fire grew larger, engulfing her small body completely. The expression on her tiny face was obscured by the flames. The man they called teacher was also pushed away by the overwhelming force of the fire. The boy from earlier rushed forward to help the man, asking in a panic, "Teacher, what's happening?" He answered, "Erratic emotions led to a loss of control over the magical power. It's reached the point of total meltdown. Everyone, leave the training grounds quickly." She reached out, wanting to hold on to her teacher who was leaving. She felt lost and helpless with everything. "Teacher, it hurts so much. Why do I have to run? Why does everyone want to abandon me?" "It's not that, not everyone." Suddenly, a hand reached out and gently grasped her trembling hands, soothing her. "I'll always be by your side." Wen Ruan, like a drowning person clinging to a lifeline, called his name. "Ning Fan." Ning Fan embraced her, smiling gently, comforting her, as if the fire outside meant nothing in the face of his love. "Don't be afraid, this burning pain is just an illusion. I'll stay by your side until you don't feel the pain anymore." Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes the moment she called his name again. Fragments of broken memories ended in Wen Ruan's mind, but they still made her cry unconsciously. She slowly opened her eyes and softly said, "Ning Fan." Right beneath her gaze at that moment was the young man who was holding her hand tightly, asleep. But she didn't notice the bandages that were also slipping off. Ning Fan woke up just at that moment. Wen Ruan was both surprised and embarrassed by the situation. She couldn't control her magic and instinctively used a surge of powerful energy to push Ning Fan away. He took the full force of the blow and collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Yun Yun spoke into the intercom. "Send more people to the east." She and Xiao Xiaolei were discussing something when someone approached from behind. It turned out to be Zhang Tianchong. He called out, "Officer Xiao." Upon hearing someone call her, Xiao Xiaolei turned around and responded, "Oh, it's you. Is there something wrong?" Zhang Tianchong replied, "I just wanted to see if there was any place I could help." Hearing that, the two of them thanked him. "Everyone has already helped so much. We are truly grateful for that. We'll handle the rest." Zhang Tianchong shyly scratched his head and said, "I don't dare to take credit. I just did it out of convenience. Compared to both of you, what I did is not even worth mentioning." His eyes suddenly sharpened. "Moreover, the fact that both of you were able to defeat the beasts and stop the disaster has earned my utmost admiration. Therefore, I truly hope to have the opportunity to compete with you both in the upcoming competition organized by Lu Ying Academy." Both of the police officers were very pleased with the compliment. Xiao Xiaolei politely responded, "Oh my, you're making me feel embarrassed with your words." Xiao Yun Yun followed up, "You don't need to be so modest. We can clearly see your abilities. We are also very much looking forward to competing against you on the battlefield. Then it's settled. We'll see who's stronger in the competition, somewhere else on the high-speed train." At this moment, the atmosphere between Wen Ruan and Ning Fan was very strange. She thought to herself that she had been too shy, and after getting on the vehicle, they completely stopped talking. After all, what had happened was in the past, but this time, she was definitely going to make him take responsibility for her. While Wen Ruan was lost in thought, she gently called out to the person next to her. Ning Fan had fallen asleep, oblivious to her complex emotions. She noticed that Ning Fan was sound asleep, likely exhausted from the previous night's efforts. especially after treating her the whole night. As Wen Ruan continued thinking, Ning Fan, deep in his sleep, lost his balance and fell over. Ning Fan at that moment leaned against her, almost resting his head on her, bringing the distance between them even closer. Wen Ruan felt uneasy with the proximity. It's too close. What should we do? It didn't matter anymore. Their lips were now closer than ever. Just as they were about to kiss, Wen Ruan suddenly sneezed, interrupting the moment and causing Ning Fan to snap out of it. He hazily looked at his phone. "Is it a call?" The voice on the other end asked, "Ning Fan, are you all right?" Ning Fan replied, "It's me. Diao Yutsui is asking. The meeting is about to start. Where are you now?" He responded, "Wen Ruan and I are in the car. We're almost there." Hearing that, Diao Yutsui sighed in relief. "Okay, then drive safely." He hung up. Ning Fan said to Wen Ruan, "The meeting is about to start. Let's get there quickly." She looked somewhat uneasy, replying vaguely mem. She turned her gaze elsewhere. By chance, their eyes met, making both of them awkwardly look away. Wen Ruan shifted the topic, asking Ning Fan, "It's so beautiful. What is that?" Ning Fan followed her gaze and answered, "It's a memorial ceremony. The beams of light soaring into the night sky were the souls of those who perished in the recent disaster." When he spoke, a beam of light was still piercing straight up into the sky, as though it were illuminating the entire city. The meeting was taking place in the conference room. Shen Shan stepped out and announced, "Everyone has arrived. Let's begin the meeting." Although there had been some unexpected incidents during this training session, everyone's performance had been excellent. Suddenly, a student named Jing Jin spoke up, "Teacher, Nan Gongyan hasn't arrived yet." Someone else, holding a book, explained, "This training session was a blow to Nan Gongyan. He has decided to drop out. Although it's a shame, I respect his decision." Shai Feng, though appearing regretful, smirked slightly. "Dropped out, huh? That's quite sudden." Another person chimed in, "After all, only elites like us can withstand the tests from this training session. For children, it's still too early." Tong Shen gently interrupted their idle chatter and returned to the main topic. "First, we have the group of Wen Jing and Si Tanji. Although they encountered the illusionary sky poison and the seed fell into a perilous situation, they still managed to rely on their will to survive and guide each other to the end. Even when faced with magical beasts and natural disasters, they fought courageously, especially Si Tanji, from expelling the toxins in his body to using the principle of a lever to defeat the magical beast of the heavenly level, breaking through the usual defensive magic techniques. I was deeply impressed." She briefly summarized the recent events and gave her assessment. Si Tianji arrogantly spoke while Wen Jing was breathing heavily behind. Ning Fan asked Liu Guangzhou, "Liu teacher, I heard that you also encountered an ambush by the disaster-level magical beasts in the city. It must have been quite an effort, right?" He humbly responded, "Not at all. Compared to that police officer, I only contributed a small bit." However, Rong Tzu-wei disagreed and said loudly, "Ning teacher, you don't know. Liu teacher is really impressive." She recounted, "At that time, when I saw the disaster-level magical beast, I thought my life would end right there. But unexpectedly, Liu teacher suddenly charged forward and attacked the disaster-level magical beast fiercely. Through her story, Liu Guangzhou appeared and saved both of them, eliminating the gigantic magical beast in one move. Her expression was full of satisfaction and admiration, and she even said something very cool. "Stay away from my students, he's really incredibly strong," which ignited our fighting spirit. As she said this, Rong Tzu-wei looked at Liu Guangzhou with eyes sparkling with intense admiration. Liu Guangzhou broke out in a cold sweat from her enthusiasm and quickly said, "Classmate Gu, don't be like this. It's really not that exaggerated." Ning Fan was also at a loss for words with these two, politely replying, "Very impressive, Liu teacher." Rong Tzu-wei even tried to drag others into her own obsession. "Xing Yu, you feel the same way, right?" Xing Yu, equally speechless, replied, yes, very impressive. Indeed, truly impressive." The beast collapsed miserably at the girl's feet. Hong Yi-lin looked at it and said something trivial. Suddenly, Rong Tzu-wei called out to Hong Yi-lin. She asked, "Have you seen Xing Yu?" "I couldn't find her anywhere. Right now, the city is swarming with beasts. What if something happened to Xing Yu?" Before she could finish her sentence, the scene shifted to another location. There, the two saw Xingyu sitting on the ground in a different corner, with pieces of a defeated beast scattered everywhere. Xingyu assessed the beast in front of her. It looked like a lowly grunt, but it was unexpectedly strong. The beast easily knocked the small birds aside, leaving them battered and helpless. Xingyu, seeing this, prepared to attack again and had no choice but to use her ultimate move. "Kid, cover me." The little bird soared up, full of determination, flying straight at the beast. However, the massive creature easily threw it back without much effort. Xingyu cried out from the counterattack, "Ouch!" But she wasn't shaken and said, "All right, fall back. Kid, leave the rest to me." After she gave the order, a gigantic robot was summoned. Xingyu stood at the center of the robot's control, preparing to deliver my strongest killing move to finish you off. As soon as she finished speaking, a cannonball several times larger than usual flew toward the beast. The explosion it caused was so intense that the beast didn't have time to dodge. Xingyu confidently declared, "It's over." But she was in for a surprise. How could this be? The beast, seemingly unaffected, sat up. Xingyu lost her balance and cried out. The reason she was about to fall was because the beast had knocked over the robot with just one arm. The robot crashed straight into a nearby building. Since Xingyu was sitting in the control seat, she, of course, took the brunt of the impact, struggling to climb out of the wreckage. She painfully questioned, "Even with all my strength, I'm still this weak." As soon as she asked, the beast steadily walked up to her, helpless and defenseless. In that critical moment, as the beast was about to strike, another hand intervened. Xingyu realized it was a lethal strike. Tong Xiao looked at her and asked, "Are you okay?" Ma Kai-shan announced, "The next round of the tournament will begin." But before that, there is something else that needs to be mentioned. He directly pointed out the 4 students who skipped class, and even went to another school to cause a disturbance. If they dare to repeat this, their eligibility to participate in the competition will be revoked. Ning Fan couldn't help but laugh. As the person who had taken Zhang Tianchang there, he was also scolded by Ma Kai-shan. "What are you laughing at? Half of the responsibility lies with you." He spoke with slight anger. This time, following Shen Shan's instructions, "We're not pursuing responsibility for you all anymore." But through this incident, I'm sure you've all realized Tong Xiao's strength. She's become so powerful that she can hypnotize both teachers and students of an entire school in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed at which she casts her spells has become so fast that it's almost impossible to see the magic flowing. With just a hand gesture, the spell is cast and concluded. There's no doubt about it, she is our strongest opponent in this competition. This time, we will hold a strategy meeting to discuss how to defeat her. Rong Xu sighed. How can we defeat her? Xingyu, more aware than anyone, recalled that, in fact, there was no need for further discussion. Tong Xiao waved her hand and said, "Hey, I'm leaving now. You should go hide somewhere." Xingyu called out, "Wait, I'm not your classmate." She recalled thinking back then. She thought she'd never have the chance to meet her again. She had to seize this opportunity, at least to test her strength. She was seriously injured, but still tried to speak. "Thank you for bringing me to your school. Only then could I handle things lightly." No matter how much she spoke, Tong Xiao remained silent, watching all of this. Xingyu couldn't figure it out, wanting to use words to provoke a slip. But why was he clearly turning his back on me? Why could I not spot any flaws, nor find any opportunity to strike? Finally, Tong Xiao responded, "If you're worried about this competition, you don't need to. I don't plan on participating." Xingyu tried to provoke her, saying, "Huh? Are you scared even before the match has started?" Unfortunately, Tong Xiao replied, "No, it's just because of the competition." Bored to the point of desperation, she turned away, her face still emotionless, but tears were streaming down, creating a confusing contrast. This made Xingyu unable to stop thinking, unable to speak. Why, when he almost wanted to say something, did that expression come to mind? What exactly did he mean? Did he feel sorry for her, pitiful, or did he find participating in the competition utterly boring? She softly called out, "Ning Fan, never mind, as long as we win, that's all that matters." She made a quiet resolution. Ning Fan, clueless, responded, "Ha." When Tong Xiao left, Ma Kai-shan was still engrossed in discussion. asking, "Is there anyone else with any ideas?" As if fueled by everything around her, Lang Xingyu thought, "That's right, Tong Xiao won't participate in the competition. Lan Lan has been taken to the police station, so it's unlikely she'll take part. As long as I tell the teacher, everything will be fine." With that thought, she was determined, and said, "Please teach me how to defeat Tong Xiao. But this time, I must defeat her personally." Ning Fan laughed and said, "Is that your plea? Fine, but if you want to win, you'll have to listen to everything I tell you next." Elsewhere, Wang Taiji stood high above the common people. He said, "World dominance, it only takes 1 or 2 days, doesn't it? A longtime friend of mine." He spoke to the person who had been trailing behind him. Gu Fengding realized he had been spotted and replied, "Still admire your own achievements. You're really narcissistic." Huang Taiji asked, "How's the world?" "Not bad, right?" Gu Fengding answered, "It's not bad, just a shame about a few shortcomings." "Oh, what's that?" Wang Taiji asked, curious without any politeness. Gu Fengding replied, "It's a shame that you're the one leading. Humph, you can't have a winter conversation with a summer bug." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a burst of energy. A towering building was swiftly overtaken by a group of rebellious children. The image of Gu Fengding was distorted along with it. He continued to smile and speak, "So anyone who doesn't acknowledge you will end up like Mr. Ning." Huang Taiji responded, "Merely a clown dancing around." But Gu Fengding stared directly at him, threatening, "Mr. Huang, as long as I am alive, I won't let you have your way." Huang Taiji only gave a meaningful wink in return. "In my grand world, everyone is me, and I am everyone. Peace reigns under my rule." Shai Feng addressed the group. "There's only 1 week left until the inter-school competition. The teacher wants us to use this week to adjust and actively prepare for the contest." In the activity room, Lai Tu screamed in frustration, "Just die already." Shi Tianji replied, "Come on, try to break through." But Lai Tu immediately raised several cards, grinning in triumph. Before long, he was caught in a countermove, shouting in defeat. Wen Jing turned around, angrily yelling at the two of them, "Shut up already! Can you two be quiet for once? Damn it, you've interrupted my train of thought. I'm about to die here." Wen Jing wrote with all her life on the line, "The atmosphere is brutal as a fight." Lai Tu commented, "Looks like the special training is pretty tough." Shi Tianji agreed. After all, choosing Tong Xiao as an opponent meant that if you didn't put in the effort, you wouldn't make it. Jing Jin, slightly doubtful, said, "I'm wondering if we're really okay with this right now." Lai Tu reassured her, "We're all people who have faced beasts and natural disasters without any harm. This is just a competition. Just relax." Rong Su Wei introduced the person standing outside as being from here. Jing Jin then asked, "Gu Su Wei, weren't you undergoing special training with Zhang Tan Chong? Is it over already?" Rong Su Wei explained, "It's Su Feng. The teacher asked me to bring him here to practice with you all. Come in." The group immediately started bustling around. "Su Feng, practicing with Su Feng." "Hello everyone." "Morning, human," Rong Su Wei said, sweating. "I heard from the teacher that Su Feng has been training alone, and because his speed is so fast, he accidentally flew off to another place." As she spoke, Su Feng seemed like he was about to take off, and the flowers in his hand fell to the ground. Jing Jin then said, "It's not just a sudden burst of light, this is a complete transformation, inside and out." Suddenly, Su Feng pulled out a gun and pointed it directly at them, his voice booming. "Mission start, can you?" Rong Su Wei could only helplessly watch as her friends screamed loudly, shouting non-stop, "Stop! What's the point of this kind of training? We don't need it." As if suddenly recalling something, Rong Su Wei muttered softly, "Xing Yu can't be left behind. Keep pushing forward, don't give up." "Wait, forget the instructions I gave her." Jing Jin tried to hold on, "Don't abandon us." In the end, Jing Jin resigned to fate and recounted the events of the past few days, so everyone prepared to compete in their own way. Day by day, the official competition drew nearer. The scene shifted to a place full of mysterious cloaked figures. One of them asked, "Is the source reliable?" The figure standing above answered, "Don't worry, I've confirmed it. He is on our side." Another person provided information, "I've found the one on my side. Once we secure the prize, we can immediately enhance his awakening." A figure wearing a different colored cloak loudly objected. What nonsense is this? The prize should be for our people. The two sides, distinguished by their cloaks, argued. We've been ready for a long time. What makes you think you deserve it? Du Feng Ding intervened immediately. All right, everyone can discuss how to use the prize after it's secured. But for now, does anyone have any objections to the action plan? In the end, both sides answered in unison. Agreed. The narrator stirred the atmosphere. Hello everyone. I am the narrator, Yonzoa. The remaining narrator continues. I am Guanle. This time, we will be the ones to explain the situation to everyone. Yonzoa introduces. Before officially beginning the competition commentary, I would like to introduce a special guest we have invited this time, who is also one of the organizers of the competition. Mr. Wang. Along with the narrator's words, the image of Wang Taiji appears, followed by the voiceover continuing. To be able to commentate with the savior hero is truly a great fortune. Let's all give a warm welcome to Mr. Wang. Below the stands, there were numerous banners and signs from fans supporting their favorites. Lu Ying, keep going. Sing Sha, for the win. Keep going. Keep going. Moon's shadow is the strongest. Yonzala asks Elder Wang Taiji. I thought that after the beast disaster, this competition would be cancelled. The fact that we have reached today is truly a miracle. This is also thanks to Mr. Wang. So Elder Wang Taiji, do you have anything you would like to say about this competition? For example, any contestants worth looking out for? He replied, I haven't specifically paid attention to any particular contestant because they are all very hard-working kids. No matter what the final result is, they are all excellent. As for what I want to say, the large screen suddenly displayed Wang Taiji's kind and smiling face as he spoke. I am not some kind of savior hero. The fact that we have reached today. All of this is thanks to the brave, nameless heroes who sacrificed their lives in the accident. We still hope that you can remember these heroes who gave their lives, while also enjoying this competition. The crowd, upon hearing this, erupted in waves of excitement, continuously shouting, You are also a hero. Wang Taiji, we will always support you. Guanle was also moved by what Wang Taiji had just said, wiping away her tears as she continued. All right, it's time for the contestants to enter the arena. Let us switch the camera angle to the live event. Entering the arena was the team from the Moon Shadow Academy, represented by Lengbing. This was their third time participating in the middle school competition, and in the previous two attempts, they had been defeated by the Lu Ying Academy, placing second. No one knew if they could break the runner-up curse this time. With the introduction, a group of cold-faced individuals stepped forward. The commentator continued, introducing the team members in uniforms as they walked out, followed by the team from the Mo Yun Police Academy. Their steps were uniform and disciplined, their posture majestic and upright, represented by Xiao Xiao Leo and Xiao Yun Yun. Moreover, they had defeated the disaster-spawned demonic beasts. No one knew what kind of performance they would display in this competition. Defeating the disaster-spawned demonic beasts? Wang Taiji asked with interest about their achievements. Guanle immediately responded. It is said that the two of them fought fiercely against the disaster-spawned demonic beasts in order to save others, and eventually succeeded in defeating the calamity demon beast. It is for this reason that they have become the focal point of the championship competition this time. Next up is the team from Zhencha Academy. Guanle's smiling face suddenly froze for a moment, his expression one of surprise. The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit strange, and everyone was focused on the silhouettes preparing to step out. The group that emerged was mostly armed with heavy swords, resembling a gang of thugs, each of them looking as grim as if they were collecting debts, or else nervously darting their eyes around. Both female announcers stood there, mouths agape, unsure if they should speak, thinking to themselves, did we wander into the wrong filming set? Guanle cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure, and said, Ahem. The contestants from Zhencha Academy are all participating for the first time. While they may lack experience, their determination is no less than anyone else's, and it seems they are fully committed to claiming the championship. Yonzoa quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Yes, but due to special circumstances, their team is one member short compared to the others. They are at a disadvantage from the very start, so we're unsure how that will affect their performance. Finally, it was time to introduce the team responsible for organizing the competition, which also made them the most focused team for the championship spot. The Lu Yin Academy. The team from Lu Yin Academy. A group of students stepped out, and the spotlight was on a young man with strikingly bright pink hair. Yan Zhao, unable to believe what he was seeing, asked again, 8 members, still one fewer than Zhencha Academy. Yet the anticipated champion, contestant Tong Xiao, is nowhere to be found. The audience grew even louder, jeering and demanding. What's going on? Without Tong Xiao, what's the point of watching? Fu Rong hid her look of disdain behind her fan, thinking to herself, *ha, a bunch of fools. Numbers have never been the key to victory. As long as there's true strength, no matter if the opponent has hundreds of thousands, they can still be dealt with in the blink of an eye. Guan Lei then delivered another piece of news. In addition, contestant Lan Lan, who was expected to succeed Lu Ying Academy's Dragon Slayer, has been detained due to the negative impact of publicly destroying official property before the competition. She is now unable to participate. This is a special announcement. Upon hearing this, Hong Yi Lin immediately spoke up. She's not competing. Then I won't compete either. Seeing her lying on the ground inside a sharp bag, her teammates quickly tried to dissuade her. Don't, Lin. We're already sure on people. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Others chimed in to stop her as well. That's right, classmate Hong Yi. Please don't give up. Leng Xingyu, however, didn't seem to care much. She was only preoccupied with one thought. Why hasn't Tong Xiao arrived yet? Meanwhile, Tong Xiao walked among the crowd of hurried students, yawning. She didn't look much different from the others. Yet she could easily sense something unusual. Someone in a hooded cloak was standing there, waiting for her. With complete composure, Tong Xiao greeted them. Forgot your student ID and uniform again. Do you need me to lend you something? The person wasn't particularly friendly. Who is your friend? That person is Leng Xingyu. She pointed directly at Tong Xiao and said, Tong Xiao, you must participate in this competition. Tong Xiao smiled lightly and responded, didn't I already say? I have no intention of participating, because it's really, too. Before she could finish her sentence, Leng Xingyu had already understood, asking, boring, right? I don't know how the previous competitions were, but this time, I can guarantee it won't be boring. Leng Xingyu confidently smiled as she spoke. Tong Xiao yawned for the second time and asked, why you say that? Leng Xingyu naturally pointed to herself and said, because this time, you'll face a formidable opponent. Me. The words were out, but Tong Xiao was momentarily stunned, as if she hadn't processed them yet. After a few seconds, she finally reacted, shaking as she tried to hold back her laughter. Leng Xingyu asked again, what's so funny? Tong Xiao, laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face, said, you, a formidable opponent? You couldn't even defeat a low-level monster, let alone me. Leng Xingyu was extremely embarrassed and quickly defended herself. I was careless, right? I didn't use my full strength. In any case, you must participate. I'll be waiting for you, and I will spare no effort to defeat you in the arena, becoming the strongest awakened one. Got it? She pointed at Tong Xiao and shouted out the command. The wind made the branches sway, and the dry yellow leaves gently fell to the ground. Hearing this, Tong Xiao suddenly became thoughtful, glancing at the falling leaves before asking, do you want to become the strongest person? Leng Xingyu replied with unwavering certainty. Yes, to become the strongest, so I can protect the most important person. Upon hearing this answer, Tong Xiao waved his hand and walked away, leaving behind just a few words. Is that so? Well, good luck. Keep going. The audience in the stands was still cheering. Without Tong Xiao, without any surprises, Leng Bing would have already claimed the championship. Everyone began to disperse, wondering what was left to watch without Tong Xiao. Guan Li tried to salvage the atmosphere, but with Tong Xiao absent, the one everyone had high expectations for, the competition felt less intense. Who would claim the championship now? He was still trying to get in touch with someone inside, whispering, can you guys quickly figure out what the hell Yi De is doing? Without a championship contender, what's the point of this match? Leng Xingyu looked up at the stands, silently calling out to Tong Xiao. A spectator quickly spotted a figure approaching and shouted loudly, hey, look over there. Yan Zhao quickly recognized it too, and hastily shifted the camera. It was Tong Xiao. Tong Xiao, simply waved casually and said, "Sorry, I'm late." The crowd was in a frenzy, shouting loudly, "Tong Xiao! Tong Xiao! Player Tong Xiao! Player Tong Xiao is late." The other contestants also kept shouting. Xiao Xiaolak stepped forward politely to greet them, feeling some expectation about the upcoming match with her. She wondered whose strength would be greater, hers or the disaster-level magical beast's. But what no one expected was that Tong Xiao completely ignored her, brushing past everyone and walking straight ahead without saying a word. Lang Bing's teammate spoke up, clearly irritated. "Huh? Did you think this woman wasn't coming? Why didn't she get eaten by the magical beasts when they attacked the city?" Fu Rong blocked Tong Xiao's path with her large frame, smiling a smug, mocking smile as she said, "You're too arrogant. Tong Xiao, showing up last like this. Are you trying to pull the main character enters last trick? But no matter how scheming you are, it's useless. First place in this competition is mine. You should enjoy your time laughing now, because you won't get another chance." Her words, spoken with an air of arrogance and pride, were completely ignored by Tong Xiao. When Fu Rong realized she had called out to her, Tong Xiao was already gone. "Huh? Tong Xiao." Tong Xiao had already moved in front of Lang Xingyu, greeting her warmly, a stark contrast to how she had acted with everyone else. "I'm here now, classmate Guanle." Guanle couldn't help but wonder. The player seemed to be Lang Xingyu. Why would the player Tong Xiao approach her? The audience was equally curious. Someone they had never heard of. Could she be a hidden expert? Fu Rong, noticing the person who had just ignored her, felt annoyed, and immediately ordered her subordinates. That little Tong Xiao is talking to someone else, not following her usual behavior. Go investigate that Xing Sha and see if she has any background. Someone quickly responded. The members of Moon's Shadow Lengbing also exchanged surprised glances and asked each other, Yan, didn't you go to Pro Gen Cha Academy? Do you know anything about that girl?" Tong Xiao replied, "I don't know what she's up to. All I know is that Xing Sha is not someone to be underestimated. My brother was tricked by them." Lang Xingyu herself didn't expect this, stuttering as she asked, "Tong Xiao, what do you want?" Tong Xiao still wore a smile and said, "Just make sure to go all the way. Don't disappoint me. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you become the strongest." With that, she hastily walked away. Yanzawa drew even more attention. Everyone really curious about what Tong Xiao had said to Lang Xingyu. The distance was too close to overhear. Guanla chuckled and said, "Ahem. We'll find out after the match when the reporters speak about it. If you've reached this spot, then let's get ready to compete." She then explained the format. This competition is divided into 3 rounds. The first 2 rounds are qualifiers, and the final round is the decisive battle. The first round will eliminate 20 participants. The second round will eliminate another 12, and in the end, only 6 competitors will remain to enter the final round. The final round will be conducted based on the faction alignment of the 6 competitors, according to their school affiliation. The battle will continue until one faction's participants have all won, and if all 6 competitors belong to the same faction, they will win directly. The winner will receive a commemorative cup for this competition and a special prize personally awarded by Mr. Vuong. Alright, now we see the principal of Lu Ying Academy, the organizer of this competition, stepping onto the stage. The competition is about to begin. The principal of Lu Ying Academy declared, "I officially announce that the 3rd High School Championship competition begins now." Yanzal announced, "The 3rd High School Championship officially begins. Now, the first round of the competition is." The audience appeared somewhat confused by what was happening. Suddenly, both sides of the grandstands parted, revealing a large path. Most of the competitors were stunned upon seeing this. After overcoming the obstacles, the track was opened up in a magnificent manner, promising many exciting moments ahead. Guan Lei explained the format for both the competitors and the audience. This round of the competition would be held in the city of the Junkyard Maze under the sea, combining the 3 areas of the skyscraping cliffs. The contestants needed to go to the scrap metal city to find the entrance to the underwater labyrinth inside the city, then enter the labyrinth at the bottom of the sea. Through the trials of the underwater labyrinth, they would reach the heavenly cliff. Finally, after completing the trial at the cliff, they would arrive at the designated endpoint on the cliff. The first 18 contestants to arrive would advance to the next round. Yonzala signaled for the game to begin. The contestants had taken their positions on the track. The competition began. The referee stood ready in their position. The commentator's voice echoed, marking the start time, and each contestant settled into their place. Ready. The gunshot signaling the start of the race rang out. Lang Bing secretly dropped a strange ball. The racetrack was immediately engulfed in a burst of purple smoke. Both commentators were puzzled by the situation and asked, "What's going on?" Guan Li observed the scene and judged. "It seems like there was an explosion at the starting point, and all the contestants are now surrounded by smoke." Someone rushed out. As soon as the words were spoken, dark figures leaped out of the dense smoke. Both commentators were astonished by the scene, exclaiming, "Ah, all the members of the Moon Shadow Academy are wearing anti-poison masks and rushing out first." Anti-poison masks? It's poisonous smoke. Looks like Moon Shadow's first surprise for everyone. Within the smoke, a hand was seen gripping the bloodied head of a young man. It was the hand of Fu Rong. The contestants from the Lu Ying Academy all had a leaf in their mouths. One of them kept praising, "As expected of you, sister, with your brilliant strategy and foresight, you accurately predicted that Moon Shadow would make a move. Thankfully, we were prepared and took care of those, Mo Yun, while we had the chance." Fu Rong, feeling proud, added, "There are smart people on the other side who didn't fall for it. Let's go. It's time for us to head out." At that moment, the Xing Chef students were holding on to Xi Tianjie. Lai Tu said, "Good job, Tan brother. Thankfully, your shield went up quickly." Shai Feng agreed. "We almost got caught by Moon Shadow." Rong Xuwei's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she praised, "Thankfully, you activated the shield in an instant, or we would have been in trouble." Wenjing wasn't much different. "That was so cool, I felt so safe." Si Tanji, flattered by the praise, grinned and thought to himself, Keep complimenting me. I won't tell you all the truth." The sound of gunfire signaled the activation of the shield. Why? Don't ask why, just follow the instructions. Ning Fan appeared in his memory. In fact, it was Ning, the teacher, who had specifically told him before the match. While Xi Tanji was so caught up in his joy that he almost forgot everything around him, Lang Xingyu stayed vigilant. She thought to herself, "This is only the beginning. If it were just me, I would have been hit by that move earlier." Where did Tong Xiao suddenly appear from? Lang Xingyu shouted in surprise. "What?" Tong Xiao simply raised his hand in a gesture, silently whispering, "Be careful, quickly chase after them. They'll be eliminated at the end." She quietly looked at Ning Fan, whose tears were still flowing, but this time, a smile of happiness and peace appeared on her lips. Yonzoa observed the screen and commented, "The toxic smoke has dissipated by more than half, and some of the competitors have returned to the game. However, the competitors from Moon Shadow Academy are leading by quite a bit. Will the players from other schools be able to turn the situation around?" Xiao Lei and Xiao Yun Yun surged forward, with Xiao Le venting her frustration as she moved. "Those bastards from Moon Shadow and Lu Ying, I will make you regret this." When she saw both of them suddenly emerge from the smoke, she seemed excited. The players Xiao Xiaolao and Xiao Yun Yun from Mo Yun Police Academy had charged forward. Nearby, Guan Li also praised, as expected of the team that can defeat the demon beasts and natural disasters. Even the toxic smoke cannot stop their progress. Looking at the projection and seeing a pair of legs stepping out, Xiao Le felt a bit curious. Who could it be now? From behind the smoke, Tong Xiao slowly stepped forward and raised his hand to cover his mouth as he yawned. As soon as she realized who had appeared, she immediately shouted, "It's contestant Tong Xiao." Contestant Tong Xiao is completely unaffected by the toxic smoke. However, it was precisely that calm demeanor that made Guan less suspicious. Is contestant Tong Xiao just strolling around? Not in a hurry at all. Could that be a problem? After sitting down, Xiao Lei turned to her with a probing look. But when it came to Tong Xiao, Moon Shadow, Lu Ying, and Mo Yun had already set off. As for Zhenchai Academy, there still seemed to be no sign of them. Hearing this, she quickly joined in the commentary. Contestant Lang Xingyu has caught the attention of the undefeated queen, and everyone is looking forward to her performance. Just then, a figure suddenly shot up from within the purple smoke. The crowd instantly burst into noise, pointing and exclaiming. What was that just now? A bird? No, a plane. When the camera unexpectedly zoomed in on the figure that had just burst out, Xiao Lai immediately introduced contestant Su Feng. Contestant Su Feng from Xingsha has charged out of the toxic smoke, chasing after the leading group. Seeing him dash ahead at an unbelievable speed, she quickly added, "According to the data, contestant Su Feng specializes in speed. Speaking purely of swiftness, among all the contestants, few can compare." Right after that, the screen shifted to reveal a series of other figures following closely behind contestant Su Feng. The other competitors from Zhencha Academy had also emerged from the poisonous smoke, seemingly using protective rings to shield themselves from the toxins. Following them was a familiar face, frowning in displeasure. Lang Xingyu is also in there. No wonder she's the one the undefeated queen set her sights on. Looks like the poisonous smoke couldn't do anything to her after all. While moving, Xingyu quietly kept her eyes on the figure ahead. Not far away, Tong Xiao suddenly turned her head and smiled as if she had sensed the attention. After a moment of counting and thinking, Xiao Lei rubbed his chin and muttered, "Wait a minute, it seems like Xingsha is missing someone." "Right." Hearing this, Guanlan nodded in agreement, signaling his concurrence. "Yeah, Modyun Police Academy still has quite a few people who haven't shown up. Could they have gotten trapped in the poisonous smoke?" At that moment, the thick purple mist unexpectedly began to dissipate, revealing the starting point sign. Both of them immediately exclaimed, "The smoke's clearing." The crowd, who had been fixated on the screen, fell silent at once. Even Xiao stood frozen, wide-eyed in shock. What lay before them was a scene of devastation, with contestants sprawled across the ground. The competitors from Moyun Police Academy had all collapsed. Hong Yilin's team was among them. What exactly happened in that poisonous smoke? Just then, a group of people dressed in protective suits stormed in, looking as if they had stepped out of a science fiction movie. "The reinforcement team has arrived. It seems these contestants have no luck making it to the next round." One of them approached, gently patting the shoulder of a participant wearing a shark costume and asked, "Hey, are you still awake? Is there anywhere you're feeling uncomfortable?" But before he could even touch him, his hand was brushed off without hesitation. When he turned around, Yi Lin had left him stunned, already asleep. At the same time, in the scrapyard city, the contestants were still speeding ahead, working hard to complete their tasks. One of the members of the Moon Shadow Group, with a talisman stuck to his forehead, excitedly shouted, "We've reached the scrapyard city. Just keep this up, we're sure to win." However, Wang Yan wasn't fully reassured and reminded, "Don't get too ahead of yourself." He quickly glanced back and whispered, "Su Feng from Xingsha is about to catch up." Hearing this, the boy was a bit startled. Already that fast? Suddenly, the person in front raised a hand to signal for a stop. Lang Bing, without saying a word, coldly swept his thumb across his neck in a decisive motion. The group of subordinates immediately understood without needing further explanation, nodding in unison and shouting, "Got it, Bing brother." At that moment, the scrapyard city appeared under the light blue dome. Behind the screen, the commentator continued without pause. Shadow Acupoint Academy has already split into several smaller teams, but it seems there's still one person left behind. What are they planning? In the middle of the aisle, a figure cloaked in a black robe stood still as if waiting for something. From above, a streak of red light shot down rapidly, causing the commentator to excitedly shout. Player Su Feng from Zhencha Academy has also surpassed the other players, heading straight for the Junk City. He was serious and focused, his figure darting swiftly through the air, passing by without so much as a glance at the mysterious person, as if no one was even standing there. However, the figure subtly curved their lips and spoke provocatively. "Do you want to get past us?" Immediately, a surprise attack swept towards him so fast that only a streak of light could be seen cutting through the air, heading straight for him. The violent impact sent Su Feng crashing into the building next to him. The sudden blow left him lying sprawled on the ground. Watching the unfolding scene, Yonzola quickly spoke up. Player Su Feng has been knocked down by player Tian Tong. Guan Lei immediately followed up. Player Tian Tong has demonstrated S-level strength during the entrance exam. Meanwhile, Tian Tong leisurely walked up to Su Feng, mocking him. "Is this all the strength Xingsha has?" He smirked, taunting. "I thought you were supposed to be impressive, but it's just this much." He didn't say another word, but one of his eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce red light. The next moment, his whole body shot into the air like a rocket cutting through the wind. Seeing this, Tian Tong immediately raised his hand, with a flash of purple lightning crackling between his fingers, intending to flee. In an instant, a series of thin threads interwove, blocking the path in front of Su Feng. The sudden appearance of the barrier caught him off guard, and his body crashed directly into the net, leaving him bruised and injured. Witnessing this, Tian Tong burst into delighted laughter. Haha, running too fast isn't always a good thing. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting lethal actions between competitors, you'd already be dead by now. However, Su Feng didn't respond. He remained silent, staring at his opponent as if calculating something. Then, without warning, he shot backward toward Tian Tong. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of his opponent. Yet the other remained calm, raising his hand to activate his ability, still trying to counterattack. Immediately, the thin threads rushed forward, tightly wrapping around Su Feng's legs. He yanked them hard and threw him against the wall ahead, showing no mercy. The tension in the scene was so thick that the entire audience could only hold their breath and watch. Amidst the debris, the impact raised a cloud of smoke, and a pair of agile feet landed on a nearby stone slab. When the dust finally cleared, there was nothing in front of Tian Tong. Seeing this, he muttered in surprise, "It's gone." But at this moment, Su Feng has already approached from behind. Just as Su Feng was about to land a kick, Tian Tong slightly curled his lips into a smile, as if he had grown eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly grabbed his opponent's ankle before it could reach its target. "What are you trying to do, hiding behind there?" Immediately after, Su Feng was yanked forcefully forward. Without hesitation, Tian Tong slammed his back onto the cold ground. The commentator immediately reported the situation. A stunning counterattack from player Tian Tong. Su Feng's sneak attack has missed. Sitting in the stands, Yang Hua showed a worried expression. Su Feng's situation isn't looking good. Wen Zhen beside him also frowned, filled with unease. Is this the first round's obstacle? What is Mood Shadow trying to do? Looking at the scene, Guang Yuan immediately analyzed. Although it's an obstacle in the qualifying round, previous management has allowed interference with other competitors during the match. Su Feng's speed advantage in the first round is too great. Moon Shadow must be trying to eliminate Su Feng early, so he can't continue in the competition. At this moment, Tian Tong maintained his aggressive stance against Su Feng. He quickly gained momentum, raising his leg and aiming directly at the face pressed against the ground. A powerful kick sent his body flying through a series of buildings. Without delay, he immediately charged forward, delivering another straight-legged flying kick to his face. On the other side of the screen, Guang Yuan continued to list off. Both the strength and reactions of Tian Tong were superior to Su Feng's. Moreover, I had the feeling that the opponent completely understood Su Feng's movements. He closed his eyes and slowly said, "Whether Su Feng is evading or attacking, the opponent can easily respond to him." Upon hearing these words, Yang Hua speculated, could it be that little guy has the ability to predict and knows Su Feng's moves in advance? However, Sila had a different opinion. That's impossible. Having the ability to predict is one thing, but it would be world-shocking. In a competition like this, where player data is displayed clearly, there can't be any false predictions. Even the undefeated queen, Tong Xiao, doesn't have this ability. He observed the purple light radiating from Tong Xiao, and then murmured, "That kid must have some other ability." Meanwhile, in the Junk City, Su Feng was still suspended in midair, dazzled. Watching him with no sign of resistance, Tong Xiao sneered, "So weak. I remember this competition only allows students with at least S-rank abilities to participate." Then, he raised an eyebrow, mocking, "Do you really have S-rank strength? Or is Sing Xia just recruiting enough people?" Suddenly, he spoke up with a question. "Why?" The moment hung in the air for a beat, then he snapped his fingers, as if coming to a realization. "Why? Ah, you mean why I can clearly understand your actions. Fine, after all, you're definitely getting eliminated. I will generously explain it to you, and then demonstrate my ability to him. Demonic Eye, my power allows me to clearly see the movements of others. To put it simply, it's an enhanced vision ability." His pupils dilated unusually, then spun around to the back of Su Feng. Although to the naked eye he appeared to move like the wind, through my demonic eye, it was as if he were an elderly woman, weak and frail. With just a slight adjustment in response and strength, I could easily defeat him. At that moment, loud footsteps echoed from afar, growing closer with every second. He turned abruptly towards the alley opposite, clicking his tongue in frustration. The person behind has followed me up. As he turned and walked away, he didn't forget to throw a sarcastic remark. Anyway, my mission's complete. Goodbye. Perhaps when your teammates see you like this, they'll be extremely disappointed and embarrassed. Before completely leaving, he turned back with a smug look, but this was exactly the appearance that a useless person should have. Hearing the full sarcastic remark, Su Feng clenched his jaw so tightly it seemed his teeth might break. The murmuring crowd around him fell into sudden silence, leaving only the steady voice of the commentator echoing in the arena. It looks like the match between Tian Tong and Su Feng has already been decided. Could this really be the end for Su Feng? In another corner, Ning Fan calmly watched the scene and let out a faint smile. Decided the winner? It's far too soon for that. As if in response to his words, Su Feng began to move. No one knew when, but he had slipped free from the encirclement and delivered a punch straight to Tian Tong's stomach. The strike landed with such force it seemed to shake the air, freezing the moment for a heartbeat. From the commentary booth, Yonzala faltered, struggling to find words, disbelief written all over his face. Su Feng has landed a hit on Tian Tong. Beside him, Guana looked just as bewildered. What's happening? Did Tian Tong fail to block Su Feng's attack out of carelessness? The crowd remained unsettled, whispers circling as they tried to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Then, a voice from Tai Jie reached their ears, carried perhaps by some strange distortion of space. Upon hearing this, Yonzol asked again, his tone still uncertain. Space displacement. With a small nod, the explanation followed. They say that with an explosive burst of speed in the briefest of moments, one can pass directly through space itself. The moment he was still analyzing, the screen behind him simultaneously shifted scenes. Just now, that player Su Feng had taken advantage of a sudden burst of speed in a short span. Everything unfolding exactly as Tai Jie had just said. Su Feng had unleashed his skill, executing a spatial traversal. Though Tian Tong's demonic eye can perceive the enemy's movements, if at the very instant the opponent slips into another dimension, happening at the same time, the demonic eye will have no ground to exert its power. Su Feng's lightning-fast punch struck straight into Tian Tong's face, leaving him dazed, unable to see, simply unable to see. Normally, whenever he launched an attack, his movements would lock onto the target with pinpoint precision, seeing everything with absolute clarity. At that moment, Tian Tong still clenched tightly onto the cord in his hand, struggling to seize an opening for a counterattack. But every time he thought he had grasped a flaw and struck, what he touched was only an afterimage that instantly vanished. Right then, a rising sense of chaos began to stir within Tian Tong's heart. So this is spatial displacement? Damn it. In that instant, a shadow suddenly appeared behind his back. You said the demonic eye perceives the speed of other things as extremely slow. Su Feng drew in close and whispered faintly in his ear, his eyes glinting with a crimson glow brimming with demonic malice. Then let's go out for some fresh air together. As soon as the words were spoken, a streak of light flashed from the ground, tearing through the air and shooting straight up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had tightened his grip on Tian Tong, soaring into the sky and flipping him upside down. In the tense atmosphere, Tian Tong's face drained of all color, stammering, "Whoa, what do you want to do?" Without bothering to answer, Su Feng suddenly erupted with a burst of energy, dragging his opponent straight down toward the ground. Suspended upside down in mid-air and free-falling, Tian Tong panicked and began to cry. "Please, don't, we'll die. If you do this, it's against the rules." Watching the entire sequence unfold on the screen, Tai Ji calmly analyzed the situation. With the high speed of the fall, demonic eye likely saw it all very clearly, experiencing the imminent brush with death firsthand. It was feared that the mental and physical strain on the contestant would be unbearable. Seeing that the situation had crossed into dangerously extreme territory, Yonzol leaped up from his seat, alarmed. Among the contestants, actions that jeopardize life are prohibited, and the judgment and support teams quickly intervened. Meanwhile, Tian Tong was still struggling with the moment when his soul seemed about to fly back to the earth. A streak of light descended from the sky, colliding and creating a thick cloud of dust rolling in waves. As visibility gradually returned, the top of his head was just a hand's width away from the ground, and he had completely lost consciousness. Above, Su Feng remained completely composed, holding onto his opponent's ankle with a grin of satisfaction. A safe landing. Yuanzala and Guan Les stood frozen in place, their faces as stiff as statues, unable to utter a single word. It wasn't until they saw Tian Tong frothing at the mouth that they snapped back to reality, hurriedly announcing the situation. Player Tian Tong has collapsed. The commentator bellowed loudly. Player Su Feng has defeated player Tian Tong. One of the members from the Moon Shadow team voiced his doubt. What's Tian Tong doing? The person next to him simply smiled, showing no sign of worry. It's fine. His task was to delay the other player and buy us some time. That's already enough. At that moment, a flash of green light suddenly lit up, accompanied by a shrill crackling sound as electricity surged through the air. The light moved with an almost intelligent precision, before suddenly charging straight towards one of the team members. In the blink of an eye, the unfortunate young man was jolted, his body revealing nothing but bones as though captured by a flash of light. The group stood frozen, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Right before their eyes, countless orbs of light appeared out of nowhere, followed by a tangled web of high-voltage power lines. What was happening? At that instant, the medical staff swiftly placed Tian Tong on a stretcher and hurried him out of the arena. Watching the scene, Guan Les sighed and remarked, "It seems like player Tian Tong is done with the match ahead." While the commentary continued to echo, a streak of light suddenly shot across the screen. From another perspective, as they saw Su Feng speed by, they quickly updated the situation. Su Feng led the way, with the Moon Shadow team swiftly heading forward. Below the stands, Yang Hua and Wen Jun cheered enthusiastically. Su Feng charged ahead, directly teleporting to the endpoint. In contrast to the excitement, Sila pressed his face close to the book, muttering without lifting his head. Teleporting to the endpoint was impossible. Not to mention that space teleportation consumed a massive amount of mana. But the competition area also had barriers in place to prevent such an event from occurring. Sitting next to Wang Yuan, he calmly nodded and added, his gaze fixed on the screen, offering his assessment. It seems like Moon Shadow got caught in an electric trap. Upon hearing this, his teammate beside him grinned. This was the perfect opportunity to counterattack. The commentator observed the current situation with a sense of suspense, as the Moon Shadow team had stopped in front of the electric trap. The electric trap would trigger an attack as soon as it detected anyone approaching. Seeing one of the team members sprawl on the ground, smoke rising from their body, the commentator quickly warned the players to proceed with caution. When a red flash of light suddenly flickered in the air, the commentator suddenly shouted, surprising everyone, "It's..." The screen immediately switched scenes, and the image became clear. The player Su Feng was using at ear-splitting speed to chase ahead. Upon hearing this, the Moon Shadow team quickly reacted, simultaneously launching fire and ice attacks towards the front. That fast? Stop him. However, Su Feng's movements were so smooth and agile that the commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Too fast, too fast." In the blink of an eye, he had circled around behind the entire team. No one had noticed when Su Feng began using his spatial shift ability, continuously dodging the attacks from the Moon Shadow team players. Su Feng had perfectly avoided all the attacks from the other players. One of them suddenly turned around in shock. Is that allowed? Is he cheating? Not stopping there, he gathered momentum and dashed forward at full speed. Su Feng was heading straight toward the electric trap. If he managed to pass through, he would secure the leading position. The entire stadium erupted in cheers, with people raising their hands and cheering loudly. Well done, Su Feng. Among the crowd, Wen Jun couldn't hide his excitement. Keep leading like this. In another corner, Ning Fan suddenly recalled the words he had once advised. The Moon Shadow team will definitely target you. When they make a move against you, use spatial shift. At that moment, Su Feng seemed to have fully understood and quickly replied, yes. Now looking at his previous performance, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself, well done, Su Feng, you did great. He then frowned and began to calculate. All he needed to do next was use space shift strategically to avoid obstacles, and he could smoothly level up. At the same time, Su Feng poured all his strength into rushing straight toward the electric trap, his gaze fixed firmly on the finish line. However, just as he passed by, he immediately received a powerful jolt of electricity from the trap, which was glowing brightly. The group on Ning Fan's side fell silent, mouths agape, completely bewildered by what had just happened. All they saw was a figure swaying in the electric current before a charred body fell straight to the ground. Seeing that his body was emitting thick smoke, Guanlei could only stand there speechless. The contestant Su Feng had unfortunately been struck by the electric trap, and it seemed his injuries were severe. This incident made Yonzola frown, his face full of Hui Wen. But it was strange. Why didn't he use his space shift ability to avoid it? The trap was so obvious. It would have been easy to dodge. Before collapsing, Su Feng slightly tilted his head and murmured, "Ning teacher only said to use space shift when moon shadow strikes." As soon as the words were spoken, he immediately passed out. The commentator shouted, "Su Feng has lost consciousness, and the rescue team is on their way." Witnessing the shockingly fast and sudden conclusion, Ning Fan's soul seemed to leave his body as well. It seemed that continuing the competition was no longer possible. What a shame! The hope of claiming the top spot was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The scene switched to the group creating an icy path, and the commentator excitedly reported, "Lang Bing, using her ice ability to create a safe tunnel, blocking the lightning attacks." Moon Shadow continued to hold the first position. In the sky above, two other players were speeding by like soaring birds. Meanwhile, the other competitors had successfully entered the junk city. The commentator quickly shifted the screen to the next groups, his excitement palpable. How will they deal with the electric traps, and which players will be eliminated next? Let's keep an eye on the next phase of the competition. In the arena, the audience stood up in unison, cheering loudly, their voices echoing through the stands. Guanlei checked the map and quickly announced, in the first round, the obstacle course, Sing Sha, Moon Shadow, Mo Yun, Lu Ying, and the others have all arrived at the junk city. In front of the large screen, Yonzola closely observed, then commented just before the start, creating a bit of chaos. It seems there was an intentional hindrance to Su Feng in the junk city. Lang Bing and Wang Yan from Moon Shadow are still in the lead. However, being ahead doesn't guarantee victory. The other competitors are also closing in quickly. Maintaining the first position is an enormous challenge in itself. On the wide road, an electric trap suddenly sparked to life. Xu Wei stood still for a few seconds, took a deep breath, and focused on channeling the electricity surrounding her body. Immediately after, she poured all her energy forward and shouted loudly, "Thunder roar, explosive bomb." A surge of electricity exploded from her hands, striking directly at the trap in front of her. The entire device rattled and shook violently, and after a few spasms, it began to emit smoke. Observing the situation, Yonzawa spoke up with a comment. Competitor Gu Tsu Wei uses her lightning ability to disrupt the electric trap. The trap malfunctions due to the electricity, losing its effectiveness. Sitting next to him, Taiji nodded in approval. Disrupting electricity with electricity. A very unique approach. However, as his gaze swept across the screen and his eyes landed on her face, a familiar image suddenly flashed in his memory. A face covered in dirt, lying amidst a pile of debris, somewhat resembling this one. After destroying all the electric traps, Xu Wei turned back and quickly reminded, disrupting the system is only effective for a short time. While the trap hasn't recovered, hurry up. The group behind her immediately responded in unison. Guide. One of them, running, mumbled, "That's awesome, I wish I had lightning powers too." The person beside them urged, "Quit rambling, let's go." Amidst the moving crowd, a sudden thought flashed in someone's mind. Xu Wei is so impressive. At the back of the group, Xing Yu clenched her fist with a determined look in her eyes, telling herself that she couldn't afford to lose. Lost in thought, she accidentally stepped on a device that triggered the lightning spider trap hidden beneath the dirt. The moment her foot landed, she was immediately engulfed in a flash explosion. The intense force of the blast sent her body flying through the air, far from her original position. As the dust gradually settled, the place was completely empty, with no trace of anyone remaining. Witnessing the scene, Xu Wei froze, panic-stricken as he shouted, "Xing Yu!" At this moment, the Moon Shadow team was crouched behind a wall, full of excitement. "We did it!" One of them chimed in. Luckily, the bomb hit the right person. If it had hit someone else, it would have been so embarrassing. Another member, hiding in the shadows, raised the item in their hand, showing it off proudly. Stop joking, my lightning spider ability only works on a target that's already been tagged. A misfire is impossible. This whole thing was planned by him to clear the path. He then placed his hand on the wall, reassuring his teammates. Don't worry. With spiritual energy flickering around his hand, he slowly continued. I've adjusted the power of these traps using my muscle ability. The explosion just now only sent Xingyu flying and caused some minor scratches. Although she didn't die, the place where she fell was exactly where the electric trap was set, and it wasn't difficult to completely disable her. At this moment, Xingyu was trapped between the shockwaves, which were flickering and advancing toward her. She anxiously watched as the electric waves oscillated around her, closing in. Outside the arena, a panicked voice rang out. This is bad. Wen Ruan ran desperately toward the scene. I'm too late, she panted, blaming herself. I spent too much time choosing what to wear. At that moment, she had been standing in front of the wardrobe, indecisive about what to choose, wondering which outfit would look better. Naturally, in her preoccupation with her appearance, she ended up delaying the match. However, the sight of her crush standing nearby instantly lifted Wen Ruan's spirits. But then, the thought of sitting next to Ningfan, with Diao Tsui not around, made her wonder if this was a golden opportunity to improve his impression of her. Yet before this pleasant scene could even play out in her mind, a sudden shriek abruptly interrupted her thoughts. No way, don't even dream about it. A ticket checker was loudly chasing a young girl away. You can't come in. You're just a kid, and you're lying. Do you think I'll believe you? Go away. The little girl kept pleading, I'm not lying. It's true. Wen Ruan stepped forward and handed out business cards, causing the woman to freeze in surprise. It turns out that the teacher from Zhencha Academy was disrespectful. Hearing that familiar name, Sing Tong behind her furrowed her brow. Zhencha Academy seemed to suddenly recall something, and the girl suddenly screamed loudly. Sister, are you a teacher at Zhencha Academy? Do you know Xingyu? The question made Wen Ruan hesitate. Her classmate, Lang Xingyu. At this moment, in the competition arena, Xingyu was sitting in the middle of the electric shock zone, surrounded by a barrage of spells from all sides. Wei, on one side, squinted his eye because of the dust cloud and shouted out to Xingyu. Meanwhile, the Moon Shadow group was hiding behind a wall, comfortably watching the drama unfold. Their faces couldn't hide the amusement as they saw Xingyu caught off guard, her eyes widening in fear. Without making anyone wait long, the electric trap immediately shot straight toward her. The entire stand fell silent, everyone holding their breath to see what would happen. However, at that exact moment, Xingyu managed to duck into a small gap inside the shield she had created herself. As the image appeared on the screen, Guanlei immediately spoke up. Player Lang Xingyu has successfully blocked the electric shock, truly a champion-level player. Look at that, it was just a small trap that couldn't do anything. However, her entire body was now stiff, and while she had barely managed to block it, her body was left numb from the shock, unable to move anymore. The person who caused this disaster sneered. Anyone who tries to stop will be blocked. Unfortunately, the person next to me is also in on it. You might stop us once, but the second time, it's not certain. Suddenly, a foot stomped down right in front of them, making everyone jump. What's this? A figure lunged forward and kicked straight to the face. Don't even think about it. He wasn't panicked, only raising an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Has it been discovered? The group from Zhencha Academy narrowed their eyes as they entered, cautious. Moon Shadow. Su Feng, standing beside, pushed up his glasses and muttered. Luckily, I sensed 3 weak spiritual movements nearby. The blue-haired guy remained unfazed, facing Tian Chong, still calmly waving him off. Our target is only Lang Xingyu. We have no interest in you. While we haven't changed our minds, you should leave now. Hearing this, Tian Chang was a bit confused. What did you say? He glanced at the high-voltage electricity starting to flicker and reminded them. The trap you guys caused earlier is almost recovering now. Then, with his smug expression, he boasted. We're fine. Anyway, my abilities can block electric shocks. The person beside him chimed in excitedly. We can even control the strength of these traps. If the fight breaks out, we're not scared. And then came the challenge, causing Tian Chang's face to gradually turn red with anger. But is it really worth sacrificing the entire team for the honor of Zhencha Academy because of one person? You all better think carefully. At this moment, the commentator continued to follow Lang Bing and provide remarks. Players Lang Bing and Wang Yan had taken advantage of the ice tunnel they created, successfully bypassing the traps. For now, the two still held the top positions. In the air, several contestants were still avoiding electric traps. Students from other schools were also tailing closely behind. Some other groups used giant flower tactics to shield themselves from attacks. Though Moon Shadow Academy had gained the upper hand at the start, the competitors gradually shortened the gap with their speed, which could be seen with the naked eye. Amidst everyone scrambling to deal with the obstacles, only Tong Xiao walked leisurely, yawning from time to time. Wherever she passed, electric traps simultaneously began to smoke and lay scattered. Meanwhile, Xing Yuan's group was running for their lives, racing against time. After a round of observation, Yuanzhou looked at them with a hint of concern on her face. The situation at Zhencha Academy didn't look very promising. Based on the updated data, she immediately concluded that they had been left behind by the other teams. The audience in the stands began murmuring in worry. This is bad. Guang Yuan observed the situation and pondered. At this rate, the whole team could be eliminated in the first round. It seems our accumulated experience is still not enough, huh? Sitting next to him, Wen Jun also started to sweat. Without Su Feng's advantage, it seemed almost impossible to surpass the other teams. Suddenly, Yang Hua shouted loudly, startling both of them. It's still too early to concede defeat. Then, with a confident smile, he looked at the screen. I don't know about Leng Xingyu, but Shai Feng is one of my trainees. He's definitely no amateur. As long as we handle those Moon Shadow guys, with Shai Feng's abilities, there's no way we can't surpass the others. However, Wen Jun smiled lightly and glanced ahead with an implied meaning. While I do agree with you, a loud scream suddenly came from Su Feng on the screen. Ah! Tianji beside them also yelled out in frustration, unable to keep up with the fight. The bizarre performance of the two left Wen Jun stunned, his face frozen as if he had just been hit with a humiliating blow. Back to when a Moon Shadow member channeled their energy, streams of light instantly ran along the connections on the walls. Moments later, a high-voltage current shot straight down toward the group of contestants, who were bracing themselves behind a protective barrier. Tianji, still holding his ground, snapped angrily. Don't you know how to control your mental energy? Control them. However, Shai Feng coldly replied, no. He glanced at Xingyu, who was standing motionless like a statue. Just controlling that woman was already the limit. It was simply impossible to control anyone else. Suddenly, time seemed to rewind to when the group was still at odds with the Moon Shadow faction. Back then, Tianji had boldly stepped forward, declaring there was no need to involve everyone just because of Leng Xingyu. Shai Feng had nodded in agreement from behind, and he wasn't wrong. Then, without any coordination, they both simultaneously concluded, so you all go ahead, and I'll stay behind to take the hit. As the memory ended, Tianji turned and questioned, so why are you staying? How are you going to fight? Shai Feng pushed up his glasses, looking cool. I thought everyone was staying, so I wanted to take this chance to show off a little. Hearing such a ridiculous excuse, Tianji gritted his teeth and growled, crazy idiot. Before they could go at each other, a sudden flash of light appeared from above. The green-haired guy from Moon Shadow was charging towards them, his hand gathering a dense concentration of energy. He then unleashed a devastating strike directly down on the spot where the three were standing. When the explosion rang out, all three immediately used the thick dust cloud to escape. Shai Feng looked back and asked, what about you? Got any ideas? Tianji, breathing heavily, answered nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, he was stunned. So why are you staying? Are you looking for death? His absurd response left others speechless. I thought everyone was staying behind, so I tried to act cool. But when it was his turn, he couldn't hold back and retorted. While the lunatic was still arguing, a hand accidentally hit the detonation device. Tianji, who had been running, tripped and his hand slammed into a critical spot, and then a massive explosion shook the entire area. The dust and smoke gradually cleared after the violent blast. The blue-haired guy from Moon Shadow grinned with delight. This is my confidence. The power of the explosion was several times stronger than before. The two people beside him praised, well done. Looking at the deafening explosion that left an entire row of buildings in ruins, they were smug. Now nothing can threaten us anymore. Watching this on the screen, Yonzal anxiously said, "The three Gen Cha Academy players are buried. Is this the end of their competition?" Guanle furrowed his brows and responded, "The rescue team will be here in a bit. If it's confirmed they can't continue, Xingxia's players will be disqualified." Witnessing the scene, Wen Jun clutched his head and screamed in frustration, "This match can't go on anymore." Guan Yuan lightly furrowed his brows and remarked, "Looks like Moon Shadow came prepared this time to avenge the previous humiliation." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan leaned forward, repeating it in confusion. Avenge the previous humiliation. He quickly glanced at the large screen before beginning to analyze. Leng Bing from Moon Shadow was regarded as the strongest ability user of Moon Shadow. Recalling the information he had gathered before, he continued, "It is said that when he was young, he single-handedly destroyed a herd of magical beasts that Moon Shadow had made an exception to take in. And from that moment, the biggest turning point in his life appeared. Later, in a martial arts competition, he effortlessly defeated top experts. That was when he made his name, and Moon Shadow Academy became the most sought-after academy for ability users worldwide." At this point, a voice interrupted. It wasn't just sought after. At that time, Moon Shadow was hailed as a paradise. Sila, still holding the book, brought it close to his face and lazily continued. The principal of Moon Shadow was extremely pleased, even saying, "Whoever can defeat Leng Bing, I will stick my head into the toilet bowl." Thus, the inter-school competition for supremacy was organized. Afterward, Sila dropped the book and bluntly emphasized, "The competition for supremacy was actually organized by the principal of Moon Shadow for the glory of the school. He just wanted to create a stage to trample on other schools, and he couldn't help but smirk." Unfortunately, the outcome of the competition wasn't as he had hoped. He looked up at the screen showing Tong Qiao and confirmed. He was struck by Lu Ying's monster with a slap. Due to the opponent being too strong, Leng Bing could only lie down and get knocked out back then. In that match, Leng Bing, the undefeated legend, was defeated by Tong Qiao in less than 3 rounds. He lost interest in persistence that didn't yield results. He barely managed to last 2 rounds in the second season before being defeated by Tong Qiao once again. The consecutive defeats caused Moon Shadow's reputation to plummet, and Leng Bing's pride was also significantly affected. Sila sighed and closed the book in frustration. They were willing to use any means to seek revenge, and it was understandable that their classmates were targeted. After all, Tong Xiao had set his sights on them. Suddenly, curiosity appeared in Ning Fan's eyes as he leaned towards Sky Lei, principal of Moon Shadow. Hearing this, Shi Lao paused for a moment, and his mind immediately replayed an unforgettable memory. So cool! Sila's face stiffened, as if he had just bitten into something hard to swallow, clearly embarrassed, as if he had just stuck his head in a toilet in front of everyone. He had heard that recently they had even installed air conditioning in the toilets. It seemed like he had gotten used to that lifestyle. 2 figures hurriedly ran over, panting heavily and quickly apologizing. "Sorry we're late." Ning Fan turned around and froze for a moment. When Wen Ruan locked eyes with her crush, she immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, having been delayed by a small matter. Seeing her unusually dressed, he nodded and complimented. "This outfit is nice." She awkwardly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, stammering, "Oh, of course, I prepared it on purpose." While the two were still in a tender moment, Yang Hua suddenly interrupted, breaking the mood. "I doubt it's on purpose. Did you intentionally dress up for Ning Fan?" Immediately, a swift slap from Wen Ruan landed, as a warning for her nosiness. She then glanced at her blood-stained hand and quickly explained, "There was a big mosquito earlier, luckily I killed it." Ignoring the looks from everyone, Jing Tong walked up and directly asked, "Excuse me, are you teacher Ning Fan?" He slightly bent down, furrowing his brows in confusion. "You don't let people wait long, huh?" The girl quickly introduced herself. "I'm Leng Xing Tong, Leng Xing Yu's younger sister." Without hesitation, she made her proposal. "Ning teacher, can you break up with my sister?" After hearing this, Ning Fan was completely stunned, his face turning blank. "What?" Xing Tong stood opposite Ning Fan and proposed, "I hope you can break up with my sister." Upon hearing this, he froze in shock, quickly defending himself. "Hey, I think you're mistaken. Little sister, you're too clever. The little girl insisted that what she said was the truth, without any mistakes. In the blink of an eye, tears flowed down her face in a stream of frustration. He must have given my sister some kind of love spell or something. Every time she talks to me during special training, she always talks about him, saying he's such a great teacher and so good to her. Then, the little girl suddenly dropped to the ground and demanded, "What exactly did the teacher do to my sister?" Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Ning Fan stood frozen in place, silently thinking, I didn't expect Leng Xingyu to have such a crazy younger sister. The crowd around them began to whisper, "This man really isn't any good." One person frowned and shook their head. Even a child like this can be hurt. Someone nearby threw in some cold water. 3 years isn't enough. He might get the death penalty. While Xing Tong was still sobbing, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. To defend his honor, Ning Fan pointed ahead. "You should worry about your sister first." When the little girl looked up, the big screen ahead was showing a scene of devastation and destruction. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, silently hoping that Xie Tanji would react in time. Su Wai's eyes followed the lingering smoke with unease. Is Xing Yu and the others okay? One person in the group hesitated before softly responding, "Probably not, no head." But Lai Tu frowned and decisively took a step forward. "Let's go back and take a look." From the rooftop, the 3 members of the Moon Shadow faction quietly observed below, confirming that their mission was complete. After a brief moment of observation, they wasted no time, immediately launching forward to continue their participation in the competition. At this moment, amidst the thick fog, the Nebula team remained silent, watching the entire situation unfold. Once the others were out of sight, Lai Tu turned to Wen Jing and asked, "Where are Xing Yu's group? What's the situation?" Wen Jing's face was dotted with sweat as she focused on using her tracking skills, her voice tense. A thin layer of psychic energy spread across the ruins, covering the remnants, and she reported, "No signs of life." After watching the scene on the screen, Yonzola thoughtfully commented, "It seems the strength of the Moon Shadow Academy is indeed formidable. They took down Zhencha Academy in just a moment." Guan Le, standing next to him, couldn't hide his surprise. "What? The first participant to reach the bottom of the maze is already here. It's Leng Bing from Moon Shadow Academy." Soon after, the commentator's voice rushed through as the Moon Shadow competitor sped toward the maze. "It seems Leng Bing has come fully prepared this year, determined to win the championship." Standing at the entrance of the maze, Leng Bing slightly curled her lips, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Hemph, I didn't expect the opponents this year to be so weak." Yet Wang Yan, standing next to her, maintained the cautious demeanor. "Don't underestimate Tong Xiao. She'll probably catch up soon." The reminder only made him sneer. It was laughable. Our speed is already this fast, if anyone could catch up. Just as Leng Bing was about to add another remark, a streak of light suddenly flew past them. "I'll do it like the principal. Shove my head in." The sudden event made both of them widen their eyes and simultaneously exclaim, "What?" In the streak of golden light racing forward, a voice echoed, "I said you can stay inside." Shai Feng doubled over, vomiting uncontrollably. "Slow down, it's too fast. I'm getting dizzy." Tianji smirked triumphantly. "Go ahead and laugh. Right now, we are the fastest." That moment suddenly flashed back. As soon as his hand touched the detonation device, he had quickly activated the protective shield. And at that exact moment, a huge explosion rang out behind them as the group sped away from the scene. Remembering the scene just now, he puffed out his chest with pride, thinking to himself, to have come up with such an idea. I'm truly a genius. Xie Feng, still vomiting, managed to stammer. "But on the other hand, do you think Lai Tu and the others will believe we're actually dead?" Upon hearing this, Tianji frowned slightly. That was a possibility. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xia Feng's eyes lit up again, his face full of excitement. "They will definitely cry out loudly because of what we showed them." Beneath the labyrinth of the ocean floor, schools of small fish swim playfully amidst the deep blue waters. Red jellyfish drift around, swaying with the current. The entire space is filled with a sense of tranquility and romance, as if this place is completely detached from the chaotic world above. Leng Bing and Wang Yan, dressed in protective gear, swam while grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it, who the hell passed us? We must catch up with them. Suddenly, Wang Yan stopped, raised his hand to signal, and whispered Lang Bang. Hearing this, Lang Bang halted in surprise and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Yan's serious gaze was fixed ahead, where gigantic coral reefs swayed gently with the current leading toward the labyrinth. At that moment, a small fish darted past, only to be suddenly snatched away by something, dragged off in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Lang Bing squinted and assessed. Seems like it's not just the labyrinth down here. Two bizarre, monstrous beasts suddenly appeared, blocking the path in front of Lang Bing and Wang Yan. The camera immediately zoomed in on this scene, causing Guan Lei to show visible excitement. "It's here! It's here!" Contestants Lang Bing and Wang Yan are now in danger. Yan Zawa, sitting next to him, quickly added, "This is related to the dangers of the ocean floor labyrinth. Let me explain it to everyone." Finishing her words, she took out a black sheet listing each point. In the maze at the bottom of the sea, the contestants would face 3 obstacles. The first was the rocky outcrops and coral growing at the seabed, which formed countless paths. However, the path leading to the station only had 4 routes. While observing Lang Bing's battle, she didn't forget to analyze. The second obstacle was the maze at the seabed, which harbored many types of magical beasts, with varying levels of strength. Immediately after, Yonzawa raised her hand to gently touch her lips, exuding an air of mystery. "I'll give you a little hint," she said. "The magical beast, ranked above the natural disaster level, is located on one of those 4 routes. I wonder which lucky contestant will encounter it." But the danger didn't end there. The third challenge was the strong current and whirlpools. The maze above might seem peaceful at first glance, but in reality, there were many undercurrents and strong currents. Taking a shortcut would certainly reveal its power. A group of divers gathered in one corner, whispering among themselves. How did Xing Yu feel about this? After a few short breaths, Xing Yu tilted her head slightly and replied, "I'm fine." Have Lai Tu and the others reached the front already? Shai Feng, standing beside her, immediately made a guess. They probably haven't gotten that far. We can use the shockwaves from the explosion. Right now, we're the fastest. Upon hearing this, she closed her eyes and nodded lightly. All right. At that moment, Tianji glanced at the swirling water ahead and made a firm statement. I came up with a shortcut, then immediately spread my arms to cast a protective shield around the 3 of us. Hold on tight. After saying this, I gathered my energy and shot up high into the air, with the driver starting the engine. At the same time, Tong Xiao had just arrived at the maze at the bottom of the sea. Seeing the whirlpool right in front of her, she couldn't hide her frustration. Why was the road so long? After muttering to herself, she concentrated her strength into her feet and soared into the sky. The commentator was stunned when he saw her charging straight into the danger zone. Athlete Tong Xiao has chosen to enter the current. However, the screen clearly showed that she was completely unharmed. The current is useless against her. Has she become this powerful? But upon closer inspection, they were surprised to see a moving light trail. Inside the current, there were also students from Sing Sha, suggesting that the strength of the competitors this time was quite formidable. Inside, Shai Feng hugged the leg of the person beside him, crying out, "Too fast! Too fast! Thank you, Master." However, Tianji felt that something was wrong. What's going on with this current? Just then, the protective shield around him suddenly cracked. After a while, the commentator shouted, "Wait a minute, there's someone inside the deadly water." Soon after, a clear voice called out from within, "I have a magic staff that can shrink and grow." As the screen zoomed in, they realized it was her standing there. After a long journey, Lai Tu's group began to feel exhausted, but they finally reached their destination. He eagerly rushed towards the cupboard right in front of him, completely worn out. In front of him was a sign, "Entrance to the underwater mazier," along with several diving suits that looked as basic as they could be. Lai Tu looked up and scanned the surroundings with a sense of disillusionment. Was this real or fake? Could these things be any more rudimentary? As he turned around, the group unexpectedly encountered 2 figures standing not far away. "Sorry." Su Wei stepped forward to speak behind them, softly. At the sound of the unfamiliar voice, both figures immediately turned around, their faces filled with caution. "Who is that?" Su Wei smiled politely. "Excuse me, is there really an entrance to the underwater maze here?" Her beauty caused Okuda to freeze for a few seconds. Too cute. Before he could finish his sentence, the green-haired man swung his hand and casually knocked him on the head. "Calm down," he said. "Nothing's cuter than the great goddess Li Ku." After receiving the head knock, he immediately changed his tone. "You're right, she's not as cute." Upon hearing that, Wen Jing sweetly asked, "Li Ku, who is the great goddess?" As soon as the name of his dream girl was mentioned, the green-haired man eagerly responded, "Of course, she's the most beautiful girl in our police academy." Meanwhile, Okuda seized the opportunity to chime in and tell the story. "The great goddess, in order to save me, disregarded all difficulties and firmly took us away from the starting point. And then, neither of them gave way. Both began pushing each other's faces, taunting for their share. Clearly, it was because she was saving me, and he was just conveniently taking me along. It was for my sake, okay." Seeing that the two of them still wouldn't stop, Wei decided, "We should go down first." Wen Jing looked at the scene before her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These two are really strange. Only when Wei's group jumped down into the entrance of the maze did the two of them finally stop. Okuda said nothing, suddenly knelt down. "I have to take a shortcut to find the goddess." With that, he gathered all his strength and charged forward. When he reached the edge of the ground, he pushed off hard, leaping into the air, and then soared forward, running through the air. At that moment, he happily shouted, "Goddess, I'm coming!" completely unaware of a beam of light rushing straight toward him. Before he could land, he was struck by a powerful electric shock. His whole body stiffened, smelling charred and delicious, before falling into the sea. The person accompanying him sighed in disappointment as he watched him free falling. The warning sign was huge, but he didn't even bother to look. What a poor child. At that moment, Shai Feng turned around in panic and asked urgently, "How is it? Don't scare me." Tianan gritted his teeth, trying to endure. The current was stronger than me. My ears couldn't take it anymore, and the protective layer shattered. We were immediately swept away from behind. As my whole body was sucked into the whirlpool, Shai Feng panicked and screamed. Lang Xingyu was pushed far away, and she immediately reached out, calling back, "Shai Feng." But before she could touch them, her body was thrown out of the whirlpool. Xingyu lost control and fell straight down onto the ground without being able to stop herself. The snakes below, seeing their prey approaching, were thrilled. "We've got meat for dinner, boys." At that moment, outside the competition arena, Yonzawa raised 2 fingers in a pose and cheered, "Welcome to the explanation time." Guanle quickly followed up. "Let me show everyone the current positions of the competitors." She pointed toward the map, where the markers representing each competitor's group were color-coded. It was clear that all the contestants had reached the second obstacle of the course, the underwater maze. Yonzawa excitedly concluded, "Many competitors have entered the maze." Observing from the screen above, they continued to update the developments. Tom Chell from Liu Ying had caught up with Lai Ku from Mo Yun in the deadly current. Had they clashed? The camera quickly shifted to another group that was encountering trouble. The other players of Liu Ying, who had just reached the entrance of the maze, were also confronted by mermen. Next, the scene showed 2 figures darting forward with lightning speed. Lang Bing and Wang Yan from Moon Shadow had broken through the mermen who were chasing Xing Sha. However, as they moved forward, they had to stop, and it seemed like they had reached a dead end. Lang Bing observed for a moment before suddenly leaping high into the air. As he swung his knife down sharply, the commentator couldn't help but shout, "Oh my God!" Lang Bing has directly cut through the massive coral reef. Such incredible strength. Look at how the corals are collapsing in pieces. Yonzawa chuckled, covering his mouth. Is this the anger from getting lost? Immediately, the camera shifted towards Tianji and Shai Feng. Let's take a look at Xing Sha's team. Even though they've been swept into the depths of the sea, they're still in the lead for now. Wait, where is player Lang Xingyu? After some searching, they finally located her position. Got it. Lang Xingyu has been swept away by the current to another part of the maze. She's separated from the team. This is bad. That's the passage sea serpent guarding the area outside. Sing Tong's tears, both long and short, clung to Ning Fan's shirt. "Sis, hurry and go save her." He furrowed his brows, trying to comfort her. "Look, your sister is competing right now, but don't worry. There's help in the arena. You just have to trust her." Then, he rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Compared to her danger, I'm more worried about her confidence. Before the match, she confidently told Tong Xiao that she would defeat her. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately screamed as if thunder had struck. Then, what should we do? Are you going to take responsibility for my sister? He was startled and shot back. I'm not her boyfriend, but then sighed and lowered his voice. Let's trust her together. At that moment, amidst the chaotic coral reef, a massive stone hand suddenly descended, striking directly at the snake. Xingyu gritted her teeth, silently tightening her resolve. She could not falter here. The beasts, their eyes glowing red, slithered out from the gaps in the coral reef. They all accelerated, charging fiercely forward. Brothers, go! From behind a stone statue, Xingyu called out. If you think you can defeat me with speed, I suggest you give up. As she spoke, she raised 3 purple pills high. I'm not in the mood to play with you all. The fierce beasts and serpents widened their eyes in surprise. The pills gradually transformed into massive stone statues surrounding her. The leader of the pack observed the scene before him and quietly deduced the situation. She's controlling the largest one I see. Immediately, it descended, crawling along the ground, only to realize one was missing. Xingyu scanned her surroundings. Where's that guy? Suddenly, it emerged from the ground right behind her. With its sharp fangs bared, it charged at her with a victorious growl. Didn't expect this, huh? She flinched. What the? However, before it could reach her, a streak of light pierced through its body, finishing it off. In that instant, a bright light shot through, directly into the snake's head, blood spraying in bursts, freezing the battlefield for a moment. Xingyu scanned her surroundings. Who saved me? From a distance, Tong Xing walked over with a lazy gait, yawning and complaining. You're really strong, much faster than me. Recognizing her, Xingyu blinked, full of suspicion. It's you. Why did you save me? Tong Xing breezed past her, casually replying, I fell from the current. Don't worry, I didn't purposely save you. She then explained nonchalantly, I'm terrified of snakes. If I don't kill it, I can't feel at ease. I'm leaving now. You can stay here and play with the dead snake. However, Xingyu immediately turned around and pointed, challenging, Don't think I will thank you. I will become stronger and defeat you. She smiled and cleaned her earphones. I'll be waiting. At the same time, in the commentary area outside the arena, Yuanzhou excitedly exclaimed. Player Tong Qiu actively entered the maze to save Lang Xingyu. Guan Le, standing next to her, smiled happily. This is true friendship, isn't it? In contrast to the excitement outside, Xing Tong was fuming. My sister doesn't need her to save her. She can handle it herself. Meanwhile, Ning Fan appeared puzzled. Why is Tong Xiao so concerned about Lang Xingyu? Could it be that she sees potential in her? Noticing his intense focus, Wen Ruin began to feel uneasy. Ning Fan, what do you think of Tong Xiao? Hearing the question, he rubbed his chin and commented, she's a talented student. But what stands out most is her unwavering focus on the screen. He nodded slightly, confirming, she has a demeanor that many geniuses lack. At that moment, Yuanzhou turned to the other screen. All right, the next student from Zhencha Academy has just arrived at the maze. But unfortunately, they've encountered a merman. Tian Chang stepped forward, decisively ordering, leave it to me. You all go ahead. But Xu Wei immediately opposed, I'm not going. I'll go with you. Opposite them, the beasts simultaneously aimed their weapons and shouted loudly, Brothers, charge! Without hesitation, Tian Chang immediately threw a punch at the nearest one. Concerned for his teammates' safety, Xing Yuan turned his head back and quickly said, Wen Jing, Lai Tu, you all go ahead. Fighting in water is my specialty. Lai Tu furrowed his brow at this and replied briefly, Don't worry. Wen Jing, standing beside him, before leaving, still didn't forget to remind them. Be careful, both of you. With that, they immediately turned and ran as fast as they could. At that moment, a beast unexpectedly raised its weapon high, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Let me show you my strength. In the middle of the fight, as soon as Tian Chang turned to see what was happening beside him, he immediately shouted loudly, Xu Wei, watch out. Before anyone could worry, Xu Wei had already extended her glowing hand directly toward the monster. Her pupils flashed green as her cold voice rang out, freezing the scene. Both the beasts and Tian Chang stared wide-eyed in shock. What was happening? The monster that had been there earlier was now turned into a stone statue, standing motionless in the stream of water. A streak of ice stretched several meters long, freezing the entire maze. The aquatic monsters were left speechless, unable to believe what they were seeing. This is underwater. In the frozen space, Xing Yu leisurely walked forward, and the creatures immediately huddled together to avoid her, pushing each other out of the way. "Boss, you go ahead," he said, frantically waving his hand to refuse. "No, you go ahead." Xing Yu raised his hand high, smirking as he asked, "Are we still going to fight?" The water creatures immediately bowed low, pleading desperately. "We won't fight anymore. We surrender," they said, banging their heads repeatedly. "Boss, big sister-in-law, hello, please spare us." Tian Chang looked at her and suggested, "Forget it, Zhu Wei. Let's just chase after Lai Tu and the others." Hearing this, she nodded in silent agreement. "Mom." Not far away, two figures were crouching in the coral bushes, secretly observing. Luckily, they hadn't made a move. Gu Wei had some real strength, and the other person snorted in disdain. "Hmph, it's just within the country." Seeing the previous scene, Okuda couldn't help but lightly tap the head of a laughing beast. These beasts are really pathetic, getting scared like that. Suddenly, two giant figures appeared, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! The water creatures were livid, their muscles bulging as they stepped forward, growling. "Say that again." Both of them immediately trembled like dry dogs, replying in unison, "Sorry." At that moment, a shrimp was grabbed by the neck, struggling violently. "Help! Help!" Xing Yu crossed his arms and glanced around with an expression of boredom. "Isn't this too easy?" The monsters were sweating as if they were bathing, whispering to each other, "Aren't these people supposed to be clearing the levels? Why does it feel like they're here to find us instead?" The crab next to them turned pale, hugging its pincers and retreating, mumbling as if about to cry. "It's too scary. After all these years, they still haven't joined the fight." It glanced away, swallowing hard. Over by the stone platform, a figure sat silently among a pile of corpses. My brothers charged in there, and before she even did anything, they all went down. Tong Xing smiled and nodded. Not bad, to take down 8 demon beasts so quickly. At that moment, Xing Yu was also shocked, her face contorting in disbelief. Tong Xing glanced over at the others and quietly asked, "Hey, your friends over there are already asleep. Aren't you guys going to move them?" Upon hearing this, the group jumped in surprise and quickly turned to run. "No need, I just remembered I had something to do," one of them shouted as they ran. "Right, my wife is giving birth," another immediately chimed in. "My wife's also giving birth." Watching this chaotic scene, she could only sigh in disappointment. "I told you, this competition is so boring." Suddenly, a strong tremor shook the ground beneath them. Xing Yu stood frozen, gazing in astonishment at the trembling earth. At the same time, Shai Feng also felt the vibrations. The ground shook. Tianji furrowed his brow in confusion and muttered, "An earthquake beneath the seabed." A similar situation occurred with Wang Yan. Lang Bane, "You felt it, right?" He nodded in agreement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he concluded firmly, "A very powerful beast." On the other side, Tong Xing had also noticed, leaning slightly and whispering, "A beast is charging through here. Its strength may nearly reach the level of a natural disaster. Aren't you running?" Xing Yu froze, astonished, repeating, "Level of a natural disaster." Seeing her reaction, Tong Xing smirked, a half-smile on her lips. "What are you scared?" Without responding to the provocation, Xing Yu spoke slowly, "This time, don't interfere." She turned around with a determined look in her eyes. "Let me handle this." At that moment, a gigantic foot covered in green scales slammed down, crushing a patch of coral reef beneath. In front of the colossal creature that had emerged, she stood frozen, shocked, speechless. The sea monster, a giant octopus, squinted its eyes, its face scrunched in a frown as it growled, "Who's there?" It scanned the surroundings, its expression growing increasingly annoyed. "You're disturbing my rest." The octopus's tentacles, twisting and writhing, struck lightly with a crackling sound. "You little sea monster," it snarled, its multiple eyes glowing red. "Are you disturbing my rest?" Xing Yu stood still, her face dotted with sweat. The beast, standing behind the level of a natural disaster, saw that she did not respond and concluded, "Then you're definitely going to die." Tong Xing sat on one side, secretly cheering with interest. "Go for it." Lang Xingyu said nothing more. The sea monster, a white octopus, swung its tentacle straight toward the person in front. In the split second, the tentacle struck downward. Xingyu managed to dodge to the side. She quickly took out a purple capsule, silently thinking, behind the level of a natural disaster, so it's not quite a natural disaster level. Without hesitation, she threw the capsule to the ground. From the earth rose a massive stone statue, its hands gripping a heavy greatsword tightly. The sea monster mumbled as it watched the scene. "I didn't expect a little brat like you to be a summoner," before launching its tentacle toward the statue. "Then I'll crush you first." Xingyu showed no signs of worry, her eyes cold as she decisively commanded, "Kill." Upon receiving the order, the statue immediately swung its sword, delivering a powerful strike to the sea monster's body. It frowned as it watched its tentacles fall off, blood dripping steadily onto the stone floor. However, its expression remained unfazed, even breaking into a smug laugh. "Didn't expect that my tentacles could regenerate infinitely." Seeing its confidence, Xingyu raised an eyebrow. "Let's see about that." Shouting, she directed the statue to charge forward. "Who's faster, me in striking, or you in regenerating?" Each strike of the sword was sharp as if cutting through the wind, continuously descending upon the monster. Amidst that storm, the statue suddenly swung its sword, preparing to launch the next attack. This time, it changed direction, aiming straight for the three eyes of the sea monster. However, the moment it saw the sword's movement, it swiftly darted toward a nearby coral formation to dodge, quickly weaving through the rocks and vanishing amidst the debris and tangled currents of the sea. The statue stood motionless in the heart of the ocean, its hand firmly gripping the hilt of the sword, though it was unclear where the target was hiding. From beneath the layers of sand and stone, long, writhing tentacles suddenly crept along the ground, inching forward. It silently drew near, then unexpectedly appeared behind the statue. Xingyu, still unaware of the situation, kept her gaze fixed ahead. At the perfect moment, the sea monster tightened its grip on the stone statue, sneering mockingly. "You don't really think I'm that weak, do you?" Even as it constricted her, Xingyu struggled to call out a familiar name. "Tong Qiao." Upon hearing her name, Tong Xing smiled faintly, and her hand immediately unleashed her spiritual power. However, she firmly refused. "Don't intervene." She forced herself to remain calm, stating with resolve, "I can handle this." The sea monster tightened its hold on Xingyu's body, growling in a threatening manner, still struggling to break free. She gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling from the relentless pressure, with no way to escape. Then, struggling to maintain her balance, she tilted her head and bit into a strand of her own hair, channeling her energy into it. A powerful shockwave erupted from the hair, shattering the tentacles that were holding her tight. The little wave water monster stared wide-eyed at the creature covered in golden fur that suddenly appeared. A gigantic rooster let out a roar and charged forward at a terrifying speed. It swooped past the statue, clamped down on the tentacle, and tore through it mercilessly. But before it could revel in its victory, its eyes widened in panic. Having charged too fast, it couldn't dodge and slammed directly into the coral formation ahead. As a result, the giant rooster crashed to the ground, unconscious. The water monster, bewildered by the scene, said, "I told you my tentacles can regenerate infinitely. What's the point of what you just did?" Without bothering to respond, Xingyu merely smirked slightly. "Didn't you notice you've run out of escape routes?" At that moment, behind her was a towering coral formation that sealed off every possible exit, leaving the creature confused. "So what?" She calmly pointed at it, and at the same time, the stone statue raised its sword, glowing with immense power. "It's time for me to counterattack." No sooner had she spoken than the sharp, slicing blows surged toward the water monster. The tentacles were chopped off one by one. It was flung out of the body like a dry branch snapping and breaking into pieces. At that very moment, the gigantic chicken suddenly woke up, rushing forward to strike with a terrifying charge. The violent collision sent the sea monster flying, leaving behind a blurry streak of light that stretched across the water. Looking at the flattened corpse stuck against the rocky wall, the giant chicken lifted its head towards the sky, not stopping there. It relentlessly pecked at the sea monster with its sharp beak, showing no mercy. In just a few seconds, the sea monster lay motionless in the water, its body riddled with injuries. The chicken clumsily ran behind Xingyu, panting heavily. Observing the situation, those around her seemed pleased, and it looked like the victory was already clear. From a distance, Tong Xing slowly walked over, nodding in approval. Xingyu is not bad. Hearing this, she puffed her chest with pride. Of course, but right after that, an unexpected scene froze her in place. The lifeless body of the sea monster suddenly twitched and shook lightly. From within, a tentacle, coiled like a rope, shot out at lightning speed. It aimed straight at the chicken standing behind, lunging toward it with terrifying speed. The sea monster wasn't fully dead. It hissed from the depths of the earth in a fit of rage. "Destroy my body," screaming with hatred. It sent its tentacle toward the one who had destroyed it. "Even if I die, I'll take you down with me." The chicken standing behind saw this, and immediately fluffed up its feathers, its legs drawing in, its face pale with panic. A streak of blood splashed up in the middle of the river, turning the surrounding water red. Feeling the warm liquid flood over it, the chicken slowly opened its eyes, then froze in place as it saw someone tightly holding onto it. "Be careful." It was stunned when it realized its master had stepped in to take the blow for it. Xingyu moved his lips slightly, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Don't even think about touching it." The moment those words fell, the tentacles of the sea monster withdrew. "My teammate." The chicken clung to Xingyu, its eyes welling with tears, letting out a soft cry. Across from them, the sea monster slowly got back on its feet, growling in confirmation. It was over. Then it launched its tentacles toward the chicken, which was fluffed up and ready to fight to the death in order to protect its master. In that moment, Tong Xing rushed over from the side, grabbing it in frustration. "Accept defeat when you lose. I hate sneak attacks the most." Without waiting for a response, she coldly muttered "violent blue." The moment those words left her mouth, the enormous body of the sea monster exploded in the middle of the ocean. Pieces of flesh floated, like the remnants of a silent massacre. Outside the commentary zone, Guanle cheerfully called out Yanzoa's name, nodding in admiration. "This is truly the most powerful fatal blows set up in the labyrinth beneath the sea." The entire stands erupted, with exclamations of amazement echoing everywhere. "Tong Qiao is so strong. Even the soldiers around him are just as excited." "Yeah, so cool." However, in another area, Wen Ruan was still patiently comforting. "Don't cry anymore, your sister is fine now." Yet Xing Tong wouldn't listen, only crying out with tears streaming down her face, feeling it was unfair. Sobbing and angry, she presented a series of arguments. "My sister was injured like that and still managed to defeat the octopus. Everyone is saying Tong Qiao did." Upon hearing this, Ning Fan spoke up in defense. "Your sister has grown a lot in this competition. She'll only get stronger in the future. And Tong Qiao trusts her a lot. He didn't make a move until she was unable to fight anymore." Then, with his arms crossed and a smile, he added, "Xingyu has a clear goal to strive for, and that's a good thing." Watching the match, Wen Ruan couldn't hide her worry. "But if Leng Xingyu is injured, will it affect the next round?" He merely glanced at her and replied, "Rest assured, it won't. Not at all." And then, adding confidently, "Tong Qiao will help her heal." Upon hearing this, she quickly reminded him, "But Tong Qiao is from your village. Logically, they're opponents." His response to this didn't seem to bother him at all. Although they were opponents, the screen at that moment proved Ning Fan's earlier assertion. Yet they were also friends. He stretched his hand, yawning lazily, and sluggishly walked away. "I should go check on that Su Feng guy," he murmured to himself, standing up and leaving the stands. As he walked, he mumbled, "I wonder how he's doing in the medical room." Wen Ruan, seeing him leave, called out after him, "I'll go with you." Noticing Ning Fan did not object, she eagerly followed him. However, after just a few steps, his gaze suddenly froze. In a distant row of seats, a woman stood out, sitting alone, wearing a witch's hat. He stared at her unfamiliar face, and a thought involuntarily flashed through his mind. That outfit. After a moment of contemplation, he rubbed his chin and speculated. She must be the mother of that dark horse girl. As soon as he entered the medical room, Ning Fan heard the plaintive cries from within. "Let me go, I can compete now." Though Su Feng was bandaged all over, he stubbornly insisted, "See, I'm fine now." This made the medical staff even more uncomfortable. "We're sorry, but we need to assess your injuries expert. Before they could finish speaking, blood suddenly spurted from his arm. Oh, the blink of an eye. Su Feng had changed into a different outfit. Ning teacher startled Ning Fan, making him jump in surprise. Su Feng, he asked, how is it? Can you continue the match now? Su Feng gave a thumbs up, confirming, I just had an injury assessment. I can participate again. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan felt reassured and reminded, then continue the match. There are many injured players, but remember, there's still a chance. Keep in mind the maze at the bottom of the sea. Don't try to fly across from the coastline. He obediently responded, got it. Don't worry, I'll bring Hong Yi Lin with me. Su Feng ran out onto the field, responding without missing a beat, then I'll go ahead. As soon as he appeared on the track, Yonzawa immediately commented, a classmate of Sengsha has returned to the field, seems like he's recovered. At this moment, Su Feng focused solely on looking down. Then, he directly took Hong Yi Lin with them as they started together. It seemed that Su Feng truly cared about his classmate. The broadcast camera zoomed in on Su Feng's back, highlighting his chivalrous posture. Wen Ruan looked confusedly at Ning Fan and reminded him, wasn't Hong Yi Lin the one who withdrew from the competition? Because Lu Ying's player didn't participate. Even if you bring her there, she won't be interested in competing. But Ning Fan was extremely confident as he assured, she will meet someone who can awaken her intelligence. On the other side, Lai Ku was speeding through the water on her broomstick. She flashed a grin and muttered, finally, I'm here. Right ahead of her was the exit of the stage of the race. Someone was secretly launching an attack while Lai Ku was still marveling at the grandeur of it all. But she quickly blocked a strike from Lang Bing's stone technique with her shield. Lai Ku poked her head out from behind the shield and taunted, do all Moon Shadow members like to attack from the shadows? He shamelessly assumed I was an assassin, that attacking was second nature, which made her so angry that she nearly steamed. But then again, she had to admit, how did they get here so fast? I just crossed the rapid zone to get here. Wan Yan grinned proudly, saying, don't underestimate the speed of our assassins. Lang Bing immediately chimed in. If we can move with the same speed on land, why waste energy going through the water zone? But before he could finish, Lai Ku decided to make a quick escape. I'm out of here. Wan Yan mocked. Doesn't the Mo Yum Police Academy dare to face off? This left her even more flustered. Hey, I'm a girl. Are you two men really that shameless? No sooner had she finished speaking than Lai Ku saw Lang Fan pointing a knife at her neck, and he said in front of her, enemies are not distinguished by gender. In just an instant, her blood splattered everywhere. He still wanted to continue charging and attacking. Lai Ku angrily clutched her injured wrist. If you want to fight, then I'll grant your wish. She raised her staff and called Ice Incantation. Lai Ku gritted her teeth and recited, Cold Dome Barbaric Frost. Her eyes turned crimson as she gripped her left wrist tightly, muttering, Ice Incantation. As she finished, a flower-shaped ice mass appeared and continuously absorbed energy. Wang Yan and Lang Bing leaned aside, dodging the waves of ice attacking them. But Lai Ku didn't stop. Her gaze was filled with killing intent. Cold Dome Barbaric Frost. Sharp ice blocks relentlessly struck, increasing in number and speed, seemingly giving the opponent no chance to escape. Lang Bing jumped up, skillfully dodging. Wang Yan could only yell and avoid. Suddenly, Lang Bing's eyes flashed red, and he murmured, I am an assassin. With those words, he seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, swiftly weaving through the waves of ice. In no time, he had closed the distance and approached his opponent. Lai Ku frowned, gritting her teeth as she swung her magic staff. Two of you ganging up on one, and you're still calling yourselves men. A path of ice appeared, increasing the distance between them, with a whip of ice striking. Lang Bing smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wang Yan had not yet made his move. Lai Ku tightened his grip on the weapon, coldly warning, Lang Bing, is it? Then I'll take over for Tong Zhao and teach you a lesson. Wang Yan hid in the distance, anxiously reminding, Lang Bing, watch your step. Lang Bing flinched slightly. Hemph. When he looked down, he noticed a red circle that had appeared from nowhere. Just as a scream echoed, the blazing flame pillar struck, and Lang Bing was immediately thrown back. He looked at his hand, still burning with flames, grinding his teeth in anger. That was too fast. I underestimated her. But as soon as he raised his head, a cold ice arrow flew straight toward his pupil. Fortunately, Lang Bing managed to tilt his head in time to dodge it. Lai Ku, witnessing the scene, teasingly remarked, "The moon's shadow seed is only this capable." Then, another ice arrow was fired, but Lang Bing didn't back down. He started sprinting forward at full speed. Wang Yan, hiding behind a tree, observed it all with a blank expression, fascinated by the illusionary weaponry. He silently assessed Lai Ku, fearing that this might be the strongest person on Mo Yun's side. No wonder Lai Ku was renowned as a magic master. Lang Bing's eyes were burning red. He pulled out his weapon, giving a stern warning. "If it's like this, I won't hold back any longer." The power of darkness. As soon as the command was issued, a series of shadows attacked Lai Ku, the dark clone. Lai Ku stood still, watching the shadows darting back and forth. She smirked with a hint of meaning. "Dark magic, huh?" Then, the shadows were eliminated by some kind of energy, gradually fading into nothingness. Lai Ku's pupils glowed. "I'll teach you this." An unhealing void appeared, sucking in all the shadows around her. Dark Void Realm. At that moment, Lang Bing and Wang Yan were both extremely astonished, shouting in unison. Void Realm. The shadows gradually disappeared, the void acting like a large fan, sucking in all of the opponent's clones. Lang Bing gritted his teeth in anger. "Why?" he yelled, unwilling to accept it. "Why, exactly?" Lai Ku was startled by the shout. "What do you mean? Huh?" Suddenly, Lang Bing shed tears, his tone filled with emotion. "Is it truly talent?" Beneath a tall tower, Lang Bing's call echoed. "Master!" He and his shadow happily ran forward. "Master!" A man with a wrinkled forehead was startled and turned around. Lang Bing smiled brightly, showing his achievement. "Master, I've learned it." He quickly assumed a stance. Then, he flexibly changed positions with the shadow beside him, exchanging places. Master Lang Bing smiled gently and praised his disciple. "Not bad, you're learning faster than I thought." Lang Bing rushed forward and hugged him tightly, eagerly asking, "Master, can you teach me that black shadow you used last time?" The master gently patted his head and softly reminded him, "Oh, you mean the Void Realm. All right, I'll teach you. But you have to promise me, during your learning, you must not get distracted." And so, Lang Bing began the learning process. Magic was different from martial arts. What was needed was a sincere heart. He studied from spring through to summer, then from summer into autumn, still sitting in the same spot as the yellow leaves fell. Finally, winter came, and Lang Bing continued practicing, with thick snow covering everything. However, at this moment, he frowned and looked unhappily at the small hole in his hand. The master seemed to sense his unusual emotion, and spoke to calm him. "Relax. Focus all your will on the Void Realm. Imagine it as part of your body." As soon as he finished speaking, the small hole disappeared. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, trembling all over in helplessness. "Master, I'm sorry." Suddenly, the master placed his hand on his shoulder, speaking softly to reassure him. "You are not focused enough when it comes to dark magic." In the end, he left him with a single sentence before turning away. "You should focus on training your physical skills instead." Lang Bing gritted his teeth, helplessly bursting into tears. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. How could someone with a talent for magic learn so easily? Ignoring Lai Ku's confused expression, he muttered repeatedly, "Void Realm. Slow the opponent's speed. Absorb the special effects of the opponent's magic. It's the assassin's miracle." But Lang Bing, heartbroken and crying, "No one can have a talent like mine. They simply can't learn." He recalled that battle, himself lying pitifully on the ground. Lang Bing had fallen, defeated in the finals of the first schoolyard hegemony tournament. The commentators were astonished by the sight. In less than 5 seconds, how could Tong Xiao have done that? Meanwhile, the person being mentioned simply yawned, clearly uninterested. Congratulations to Tong Xiao for winning the second schoolyard hegemony championship. Suddenly, Lang Bing's attitude changed. He gripped the short blade tightly, gritting his teeth and hissing through each word, I hate. His pupils flashed with fury. "I hate you all." Wang Yan, standing at a distance, could also sense the murderous intent. He shouted in concern, "Lang Bing." Lai Ku's eyes widened in alarm. Staring blankly at the opponent, Lang Bing seemed to lose his mind, his entire body radiating with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth in anger, wondering what the hell was going on. Suddenly, Lang Bing leaped forward with a burst of force and disappeared. Like a ghost, he appeared above Lei Ku, his movements completely uncontrolled, his grip tightening around the weapon in his hand. Out of nowhere, a voice shouted from behind, "Lang Bing, calm down." Wang Yan, filled with worry, ignored his own fear and rushed forward to stop him. "If you use that move, you'll kill someone." But in response, his friend struck with a deadly blow. Wang Yan was sent flying back to where he had been, landing in a pile of debris, his condition uncertain. Lang Bing didn't stop, his sword aimed straight at Lai Ku. She gaped, bewildered by the situation. How did I end up provoking him? Suddenly, Lang Bing swung his sword, delivering a sharp, decisive slash towards her. Luckily, she reacted in time, jumping behind a stone wall. It was a pity, however, that the force behind his attack was far greater than she had anticipated. What the? The stone wall shattered just as Lang Bing's sword stopped inches from Lai Ku's face. "No one can stop me." A massive explosion rang out immediately after, and Wang Yan slowly began to regain consciousness. Worriedly looking in the direction of the noise, Lang Bing silently thought, "Lang Bing, have you really helped someone?" As the smoke cleared, the figure gradually revealed itself. Lang Bing gritted his teeth, his hand firmly grasped by someone, trembling slightly. Lai Ku felt something was wrong. Despite the fear, he cautiously opened one eye to observe. Tong Xiao tightened her grip on the opponent's hand, her tone cold. "Is the chaos over yet?" Lai Ku unconsciously called out, "Tong Xiao." But she ignored him, only speaking through gritted teeth, "I'll ask again." Tong Xiao furrowed her brows, emphasizing once more, "Is the chaos over yet?" But before Lang Bing could regain his composure, he was jolted. With just a light push, he slammed into the large wall behind him. Tong Xiao looked coldly at the opponent, now in a pitiful state. Wang Yan didn't participate, silently admiring. So strong. Lai Ku's eyes were wide with admiration, not hiding his awe. So cool. Tong Xiao stepped in front of Lang Bing, reminding him, "This is a competition, not a free-for-all like hunting beasts. Don't worry about the consequences." She looked at him, still not fully conscious, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "If your talent isn't enough, don't blame others for being gifted." Tong Xiao turned away, casting a disgusted glance at him. "If your swordsmanship talent is lacking, then train more. Instead, you complain that others are more gifted than you." But he hesitated to kill her, eventually leaving only a single sentence before turning and walking away. "I've overestimated you." Lang Bing lay still, allowing the other person's sarcasm to hit him without responding. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Wait." Seeing that the other person didn't even bother to turn around, he slowly sat up, his face full of determination. "Tong Xiao, you won't win the championship in this competition. I will win this time, for sure." Tong Xiao remained silent, not even bothering to look back. After a while, she replied indifferently, "What does that have to do with me?" Tong Xiao didn't linger, quickly leaving. "Sing you. Let's go." Lai Ku frowned, pouting as she looked at them. Lang Bing still wouldn't let up, his attitude arrogant. "Who taught you illusory realm?" Lai Ku shot him a glance, wondering why this guy was always so rude. He gave an irritated command, as if he found it bothersome to speak. In the end, Lai Ku helplessly replied, "My mother taught me." "Is that really important? I haven't been able to improve this skill at all." After hearing the answer, Lang Bing simply responded with a single word before walking away, leaving the other person bewildered. All right. He also headed in the direction Tong Xiao had just gone. "Wang Yan, let's go." Wang Yan looked at his friend in confusion, but Lang Bing paid no attention. She sank into her own thoughts. Void Realm was a skill of the master. She wasn't the master, so where exactly was the master? The more Lai Ku thought about it, the less she understood. Second, it was really sudden to have to fight like this. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait a minute, wasn't I the first one? She then angrily shouted, It's already the fifth one. Wait for me." Elsewhere, everyone in the stands was focused, observing and discussing with the people next to them. Ning Fan and Wen Ruan stood by the entrance, their expressions a bit worried. Ning Fan saw someone, and his gaze inadvertently followed a person in a black cloak, looking almost like a sorcerer. However, the person was heading in the opposite direction, making it impossible for him to see their face. Thinking this, Ning Fan glanced at Wen Ruan and instructed, "You go ahead, I'll handle something." The other person seemed to understand. The person in the cloak wore a large hat that covered their face. Ning Fan frowned and hid behind the wall, carefully observing the other person's every move. There was indeed something off about them. The person suddenly entered a room. It was an office. There were already several people sitting inside, and one of them, a bald man, spoke first. "Already here." The person nodded. "Start now." Lai Ying Rong, a staff member of the Esper Alliance, Shaishan immediately addressed the issue. "I've been watching them. Lang Bing from Mood Shadow and Shi Tanji from Xingsha. If these two join the alliance, they'll make solid core members." The person with a cross mark on their forehead also quickly spoke up. "I've been watching them too. Xia Feng from Xingsha and Tong Xiao from Lu Ying." Upon hearing this, Guji immediately disagreed. "Tong Xiao, don't even think about it. Wasn't she supposed to be someone to probe? She has no interest in joining the alliance. No, she has no interest in anything at all." Then, she made a slightly embarrassed expression, scratched her ear, and suggested, "I've been watching Lang Xingyu. She's a good potential candidate." Lai Ying Rong, seemingly accustomed to these actions, casually responded, "All right, I'll make an effort to build connections with those people during the competition." Of course, this conversation was overheard by Ning Fan outside the door. "Nice, so the Esper Alliance has ulterior motives too. Not only are they poaching me, now they want to poach my own students." Yanzella and Guanle looked at the shimmering water with smiles and commented, they're here. Finally, we've reached the final stage of our speed test." Immediately after, the announcement sounded. 10's Peak Challenge. Difficulty level at 15,000 meters. In the middle of the lake, there is a large pillar deeply embedded beneath the surface, which is also considered a measuring scale, where the depth of the sea is 3,000 meters. Below, all the students have gathered. The top 20 will earn the qualification for the next round. Xing Yu looked at Tong Xiao, who was yawning repeatedly, puzzled. "Aren't you going?" Suddenly, Tong Xiao walked toward the pillar, taking her time. Then, she turned around, leaned against it, and casually replied, "I'm sleepy, Xing Yu. You go ahead." Xing Yu felt a little helpless. While behind her, the students began to move. Lang Bing and the others climbed up first, and someone below was surprised. Lang Xingyu wasn't following, so the person quickly said, "I'll go right now." Lang Xingyu frowned, and the weapon in her hand changed. "Come out," she said. Immediately, she soared into the air on her weapon, flying swiftly. Lai Ku, who was next to her, also mounted a broomstick and flew up, flashing a wicked smile. This was the perfect opportunity to carry out her mother's mission. Lang Xingyu was her first target. In another corner, two tiny shadows appeared. Xiao Xiaolel and Xiao Yun Yun had reached the final point of the labyrinth beneath the sea. Xiaole and Yun Yun were deep in thought, while the commentators were excited. They were the ones with the most hope of securing the #1 position in another forest. A group was in a battle-ready stance. Meanwhile, students Mood Shadow and Lu Ying were still challenging each other. This was a speed competition, where only the winner could continue. The camera then switched to another forest path. Shi Tianji, frustrated, realized he had taken the wrong path again, while Shed Feng beside him was equally helpless. "I can't go any further." Guan Lei, however, was excited and commented eagerly. Finally, in last place, were Xing Xia's classmates, with 2 police academy students from Mo Yun Yonzawa cheering them on. "Everyone, keep going." The audience in the stands grew increasingly nervous and enthusiastic. Ning Fan, observing the crowd's reactions, asked, "What's the situation?" Wen Ruan quickly replied, "Not too good." She furrowed her brows in concern. "Aside from Xing Yu, all our students have fallen behind." Wen Ruan hurriedly briefed the newcomers, especially Su Feng and Hong Yi Lin, who had just joined. At the moment, they were still at the entrance beneath the sea. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan propped his chin thoughtfully. The Mutant Alliance had used this tactic to boost their strength. But if Lai Ku invited Lang Xingyu and Shi Tanji, they would surely refuse. However, even Wen Ruan had noticed the distraction. Ning Fan skeptically inquired, "What's going on? Are you thinking about something?" He quickly denied, "Ah, it's nothing." But he furrowed his brows again, silently calculating. The worst-case scenario was that the alliance of supernatural beings' secret would be exposed. If that happened, all the students might be investigated. He focused on the screen, thinking that he might need Wen Ruwen's help by then. Otherwise, if Gu Wei's investigation was exposed, it would be troublesome. After finishing the basic calculations, Ning Fan became wary of one person. As for that old man, his gaze unintentionally drifted toward the highest room. Huang Taiji was sitting inside, observing with a serious expression. He must not let him have the chance to investigate the students. Ning Fan rubbed his chin, gritting his teeth in anger. If not, everything would be ruined. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and a voice rang out above his head. "Mr. Ning Fan, right? It's a pleasure to meet you." Lai Yingrong appeared, greeting him with a smile. "Would you mind stepping outside to talk with me for a moment?" Under the blazing sun, the two of them walked to the sports field. Lai Yingrong talked for a long while, and after finishing, she threw a meaningful glance. No matter how it sounded, all Ning Fan showed was a darkened face and clenched fists in anger. Lai Yingrong seemed to have expected his reaction, remaining calm and composed. "No need to get angry. I mean no harm. I just wanted to ask Master Ning Fan again if you want to join us." Ning Fan furrowed his brow in anger, his hand raised as if about to strike. "I'm sorry, I don't want to join. You won't play that forced hand, will you?" But the opponent was no pushover, immediately adopting a stance to counterattack. "What if I say yes?" Ning Fan naturally did not refuse, a provocative smile playing on his lips. "Then try it." Lai Yingrong immediately made her move, 3 arrows precisely attacking the opponent. The master quickly predicted that Ning Fan's reaction was fast. He jumped high to dodge. His eyes gleamed, swiftly launching a counterattack. "Fool!" The 3 arrows instantly reversed course, attacking Lai Yingrong. The officer of the Alliance of Ability Users, Lai Yingrong, was no better than this. Introducing her skill, the Fool phase could copy an opponent's abilities and release them again. She moved her fingers, a small hole appeared, and soon after, a huge rift opened in the air. Void Realm. It was similar to the rift Lai Ku had created earlier, forcefully sucking in everything within its range. Lai Yingrong lowered her eyes, her tone casual. "Master Ning Fan's strength is indeed different from what others say." Ning Fan stopped in front of her, his tone mocking. "Have you finished the investigation?" She, of course, did not admit it. "No, I just wanted to get a little closer to the teacher." But her following words carried a tone of reminder. "Why not join us? After all, we share the same enemy, and Sesue is also your student. You wouldn't reject our alliance, would you?" Ning Fan glanced at her. Having the same enemy doesn't mean being friends. He waved his hand, leaving behind a single sentence before turning to leave. "Not rejecting doesn't mean I want to join." Lai Yingrong quickly stopped him. "Wait a minute, if we invite your student to join, would you oppose it?" Ning Fan looked at her, responding confidently. "That's their business, but I'm sure you won't achieve your original goal." Suddenly, he thought of something and turned around to warn her. "By the way, let me remind you, if any of you try to lure people under Huang Taiji's watch and it gets exposed, both sides will face trouble." Then his attitude changed, and he smirked mischievously. "Especially Sue. If Huang finds out about Sue's identity, you might have an idea of what he'll do, don't you?" At this moment, Lai Yingrong also changed her tone, politely bowed, and thanked for the reminder. The Alliance always welcomes Master Ning Fan. The conversation stopped there, and Ning Fan left first. Elsewhere, Huang Taiji was resting his chin, deep in thought. He sat quietly observing when a maid entered. She respectfully placed a cup of tea in front of him. "Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea." The maid also kindly inquired, "Are you tired, Your Majesty? Would you like to rest in your room?" Huang Taiji took a sip of tea and declined. "No need, I am not tired." Suddenly, his pupils turned red, though his tone was somewhat vague. "I just saw something interesting." A group of students standing beneath a pillar, staring dumbfounded at something large and imposing in front of them. Wen Jing gasped in amazement. So tall! Suddenly, Rong Sue softly nudged Tian Chong. She looked at the person sleeping and spoke in a doubtful tone. "Tong Chao is over there. Tian Chong is unsure. But it might be her. Why is she here? Lai Kong suddenly interrupted from behind, his expression sarcastic. In my opinion, her strength is a joke. She couldn't even climb up on her own. Rong Su-wei frowned. Her strength is very strong. Xing Yu saw it with her own eyes. Zhang Tianchong was taken aback and looked at his friend, but couldn't help but say, Fatty, what are you doing here? You can still swim in the sea now. But what about when we get ashore? How are you going to continue? Hearing this, Lai Kyong suddenly slumped down and yelled, Haze, I don't know either. Suddenly, he fell silent, his face dazed. After a while, Lai Kyong jumped up, clutching his backside. It turned out he had been stung by a puffer fish. Oh my God, it hurt so much. He felt dizzy and nauseous. Clutching his bleeding backside. I'm done for. I think I'm starting to feel a bit fuzzy. Tian Chang was also stunned, thinking, could it be poison? Lai Kong's cheekbones were sharp and gaunt. If that skinny guy were here, it'd be better. At least I could make it ashore. With shaky steps, suddenly Shai Feng appeared in the distance, limping with a wooden cane. Long time no see. Tian Chang and Xu Wei exclaimed in shock. Shai Feng, you guys haven't been eliminated. How did it end up like this? Where are Xing Yu and Xi Tianji? Just then, a weak voice came from behind. I'm here. Xi Tianji has no strength and needs help. Help! Tian Chang anxiously supported his friend. Who on earth is it? Xi Tianji, trembling, pointed his finger at him. He jabbed it straight at Shai Feng's face. Then, with the last of his strength, roared. You damn papless fool, we ran all over the maze. Shai Feng, being scolded, couldn't help but fight back. It was clearly you. We were in the lead, and you said you'd guide the way. In the end, the two of them, exhausted beyond measure, collapsed at the same time. The three beside Tian Chang witnessed the scene and could only gape in bewilderment. Diao Tzu slowly descended the stairs. At last, she had finished dealing with matters at the school. Where's Ning Fan sitting, I wonder? Thinking of Ning Fan made her unconsciously smile. Surely he was sitting in the middle of a bunch of dull men, utterly bored. Very quickly, she spotted the figure she was searching for in the crowd. Oh, there he is. On the other side, Ning Fan handed a bottle of water to Wen Ruan. I just stepped out and conveniently bought this. She laughed as she spoke. Haha, Ning Fan, you wouldn't believe it. Your two students are hilarious. But before she could even sit down, Lang Xing Tong ordered, Open this for me. Ning Fan, helpless, thought, truly this little missy. And from afar, Diao Yuxui saw it all. Her body trembled, her mind already conjuring a different scene. Ning Fan tenderly offered the bottle of water to Wen Ruan. Here, I just bought it. But she also gave him a flirtatious glance. You're so naughty, but I like it. The scene that followed was Xing Tong pitifully handing over a bottle of water, pouting. Can you open it for me, big brother? Ning Fan gallantly replied, Of course, my dear sister. Diao Yuxu, the more she thought about it, the more enraged she became, her eyes lighting up, her whole body burning with fury. Returning to the match, a group of people were still gathered under the pillar. Tian Chong asked with concern, Is everyone okay? Shai Feng smiled and replied, I'm fine. Lai Kyung touched his injury but confidently asserted, It's just a little pain in my butt. Xi Tianji looked up at the sky, acting as if he hadn't been trembling just a moment ago. Does the young master ever have any problems? Tian Chang helplessly reminded them. The hardest part of this challenge is still ahead. They looked at the tall pillar and began to plan. The bottom of the sea was swimmable, so everyone had to think about what to do next. Lai Kyung nudged Shai Feng's shoulder and smirked meaningfully. You're skinny. You can't control me. Shai Feng immediately agreed. Fine. Rong Su-wei asked with concern. Tian Chong, aren't you tired walking directly? Or should I use my ice magic to help you? The other party casually declined. No need. The teacher had me do something similar before. The four of them chatted happily ahead. Wen Jing is behind, feeling lonely. Asterisk psi asterisk. What should I do now? Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. Shi Tianji looked at her, questioning. A whirlwind was created in the center of the pillar. When Leng Xingyu arrived, she stopped. She let her device go ahead for a check. But after a moment, the device was swept up by the tornado, and cracks began to appear. The entire scene was broadcasted live on screen. Yuanzhao excitedly commented, "Looks like classmate Lang Xingyu is struggling with the tornado zone." Guanlei also switched the scene and commented, "We should know that even Hai Ma, the leader of Lake Ku, is facing difficulties here." Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows, her gaze sharp. She yelled loudly and then clung to her robot. "This time, let's go all the way through." Lang Xingtong watched while eagerly cheering. "That's right, sis. Go for it." Ning Fan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, resigned. What kind of karma have I created? It turned out that on both sides of him, Wen Ruan and Diao Yutsu were fiercely battling. Haha, so Wen Ruan is here too. Miss Diao is late. What a shame. A few rows behind, a man wearing a hat walked up to Lai Yingrong. She glanced at him indifferently. "What is it?" The other party politely removed his glasses and introduced himself. "You must be Lai Yingrong from the Mo Yun Police Academy." "Right. I am Meng Donggu. Haha, Wang Taiji has invited you to have tea over there." Upon hearing this, Lai Yingrong instinctively glanced up at the room above, then frowned in clear discomfort. "Is this how you invite guests?" Meng Donggu saw that the other party was hesitating and immediately spoke in a sharp tone. "Yes, that's right. Don't ask so many questions. Whether you go over there or lie over there, it's up to you." Finally, Lai Yingrong stood up and walked ahead. Ning Fan also sensed something and instinctively glanced behind Wang Taiji's people. It seemed that the Alliance's mission had truly been exposed. But before he could even finish his thoughts, a sudden voice rang out. "Teacher Ning Fan." Meng Donggu seemed to teleport, suddenly standing in front of him, flashing a bright smile. "Wang Taiji invites you to have tea over there." Meng Donggu's large body completely blocked Ning Fan's view. Understanding the situation, Ning Fan quickly stood up and responded politely, "If it's Mr. Huang's invitation, then I can't refuse." Meng Donggu smirked, smiling broadly as if praising the other person's intelligent move. He then turned around and led the way. "Let's go." But after just a few steps, Ning Fan's wrist was suddenly grabbed. Diao Yutsui anxiously tried to stop him. "Ning Fan, don't go." At the same time, Wen Ruin also stood up, handing him something. She also anxiously instructed, "If something happens, crush it." Ning Fan glanced at them, smiling reassuringly. "It's fine. Mr. Wang just invited someone for tea. Nothing to worry about." Then, he subtly confirmed with Meng Donggu, who was walking ahead. "I'm right, aren't I?" "Correct." With that, Ning Fan followed behind him. That old man Wang Taiji probably had some of the Alliance's officers locked up, and for himself, he likely only planned to ask a few routine questions. He quietly calculated, as if not too surprised by the current situation. The real issue now was how he would deal with Lai Ku, and what actions the Alliance would take once they received the news. Meng Donggu pushed open the door and loudly announced, "Sir, Xu Zhu, Shichan, and Lai Yingrong. 3 instructors from the police academy have arrived. However, one named Guji couldn't be found, and people are searching for him around the campus." Huang Taiji held his teacup, half closing his eyes, and nonchalantly replied, "It's fine. 1 or 2 people will do. Take them downstairs." Ning Fan waited at the door, his gaze filled with concern as he looked at the pale face of the other person. It seemed that Xu Zhu was the instructor for the spiritual system. Being altered like this, it must definitely be a backlash from confronting a powerful psychic. Meng Donggu leaned to the side, smiling as he invited, "Mr. Ning Fan, Mr. Huang, please." He entered while evaluating. "Is this person a powerful psychic?" Huang Taiji, upon seeing the guest, courteously invited, "Teacher Ning, please have a seat." Ning Fan, cautiously observing him, wondered to himself, "I wonder what Mr. Huang wants with me." Huang Taiji pushed a cup of tea towards him. "Please, have some tea." Ning Fan crossed his legs and got straight to the point. "I'm not thirsty, Mr. Huang." "What's this about? If there's nothing urgent, I need to go back to watching my students' competition." Huang Taiji fell silent and turned his head toward the television behind them. Both observed for a while. It was something that could be watched. Finally, Huang Taiji spoke first. "Ning Fan, I want to ask you something." His eyes narrowed, and his probing attitude was obvious. One could see how the alliance of ability users operated. Ning Fan blinked in surprise, caught off guard by the odd question. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "A bizarre organization, without a clear purpose, a bunch of ability users who think they are always right." Huang Taiji chuckled softly. "No clear purpose, you say? Their purpose is me." Then his attitude shifted. "In that case, let me rephrase my question." Ning Fan was stunned as the opponent's shadow gradually engulfed him. Huang Taiji's eyes flashed, as though he had already seen through everything. "You're a member of the Ability Users Alliance, aren't you?" Before giving him a chance to reply, he reminded, "If you are, then I hope you withdraw immediately. I swear, I'll kill every single member of the Ability Users Alliance. Their goal is to kill me, and as for me..." As his words fell, the teapot and teacups on the table shattered into pieces. "The Ability Users Alliance must be eradicated," Ning Fan answered coolly. "I don't care what you do with the Ability Users Alliance. I'll answer your question first." He frowned, his gaze unwavering. "I'm not one of them." Huang Taiji froze, seemingly surprised at his attitude. Ning Fan didn't wait for his reaction, already displeased as he stood up. "And one more thing, your tea isn't very good." With that, he turned and walked out of the room. "I'll be leaving now." Only then did Huang Taiji react, coldly reminding him, "Ning Fan, before you act." Just before stepping out of the room, Ning Fan still caught the man's final words. "Think of the consequences for your father." Walking down the corridor, Ning Fan made his way back to the stands. That old man seizing several of the Alliance's officers meant he already held a bargaining chip against them. What will the Alliance do? Will there be direct conflict? He recalled the last words of that person. "Are you using my father to threaten me? There will come a day when you will regret it." Halfway through, he suddenly stopped, his expression confused. "Huh." An owl was perched on a street lamp, staring at him with wide eyes. Ning Fan wondered, "What is this? How is there an owl in broad daylight?" Suddenly, the owl seemed to wake up, turning its head toward him. "Wait, this owl, it looks like a summoned beast." At that moment, a group of people were running around. "Have you found it?" They looked very anxious. "No, we haven't found anything on our side either." Ning Fan looked at them in confusion. Were Huang Taiji's people still searching for someone? But he didn't pay much attention and continued walking forward. The owl continued to fly above him. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the bushes and grabbed Ning Fan. "Who?" Guji placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shady said, "I'm Guji. You must be Ning Fan, right? You remember the time when Sister Le brought you to eavesdrop on our meeting?" Ning Fan brushed the leaves off his body, then curiously asked, "You're the one who summons the cat-type beasts. You two were hiding in the bushes, whispering away. You're not the one who summons cat-type beasts. Why summon something like this then?" Guji's face looked blank. "Owl, isn't it still a cat?" The corner of Ning Fan's lips twitched. "You're right, an owl is also a kind of cat." Without waiting for the other to ask, Guji earnestly explained, "I used a cat to see you being captured by Huang Taiji, so I ran away. I've already reported this to the Alliance leader. They'll probably come up with a concrete plan soon." Ning Fan stroked his chin doubtfully. "Then why drag me into this?" Hearing that, Guji immediately put on an innocent look. "I want to ask for your help, to help me rescue Miss Lai." Ning Fan shrugged in confusion. "And what makes you think I could save them?" In response, Guji quickly gave a reason. "You can go in and out of Huang Taiji's place freely, so rescuing a few people should still be possible for you." That made Ning Fan let out a weary sigh. Humans really are simple. It's this society that's complicated. Seeing he didn't agree, Guji offered a proposal. "If you help me, I'll give you a huge benefit." Ning Fan asked curiously. "Sounds interesting. What is it?" At that, Guji put on a mysterious air. "Once it's done, you won't just be able to join the Alliance, but directly be promoted to a cater on equal footing with me." But such a proposal meant nothing to Ning Fan. Finishing his words, he quickly crawled out of the bushes, eager to leave as fast as possible. "Goodbye. Bye-bye, sayonara. See you again someday." Guji hurriedly grabbed the person, losing all dignity and shouting loudly, "Tell me, what do you want?" Ning Fan smiled as if he had achieved his goal. "I want the strongest expert of your alliance to come and rescue my student." Yuanzala and Guanlei were still continuing their discussion. As the competition had entered its most intense phase, on the screen, two students were speeding toward the finish line, with Leng Bing and Wang Yan leading the race. It seemed these two were guaranteed to take the first place in this round. Below, a student was holding a baby shark, looking confused, while the contestant Tong Chao, after a long break, seemed to have a hint of a smile in her eyes. She had finally begun to climb. It was important to note that the top three in this speed round would have an advantage in the qualifiers. Outside the White House, a figure was approaching. Ning Fan, wearing a hat, had a cautious look in his eyes as he entered the bushes. But just a moment later, he stepped back out. At the same time, two guards were unconscious. Two other people walked out from inside. "Hey, it's time to switch shifts," one of them said. By the time they reached the door, there was no one there. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes. A white tiger leaped out from the dense foliage. The two men, terrified, flung open the door, running with their heads down, shouting, "Damn it! Help! Stop chasing us!" Hearing the noise, a bald man stepped out of the room. "What's all this noise?" At the same time, the two men reached the spot, stuttering in fear. The bald man quickly counterattacked, freezing the white tiger that was about to pounce. He smirked smugly. "So how is it? Still think the big boss is amazing?" But before he could enjoy his victory, the ice began to crack. "It's coming." Finally, a sharp scream rang out. The tiger had broken through the ice. Everyone's attention shifted to the person calling out, unable to control themselves. "Everyone, help!" Taking advantage of the situation, Ning Fan leaped down from the ceiling. He landed lightly beside Lai Yingrong, surprising her. Ning teacher Ning Fan, while reminding her, snapped his fingers. "She, keep it down." The ropes binding Lai Yingrong and the others unraveled. Luckily, with teacher Guji's summoning of life, the rescue operation was so smooth. Just as Ning Fan finished speaking, a cold voice rang out from behind. Smooth? Unnoticed, Meng Donggu had appeared. Indeed, it was smooth. But did Ning teacher never think that such a loose guard was actually waiting for reinforcements? Ning Fan shook his head in denial. "Of course, I've thought it through. Moreover, that old man Huang Taiji, in order to protect his image as the savior, would never strike in front of a crowd. So the ones who came to stop me must be subordinates like you." After saying this, he suddenly shouted loudly, "Guji!" Guji leaped from afar, soaring through the air like a cat, shattering the glass to get here. Ning Fan looked at him and arranged, "Guji, take them away. I'll handle this one. This time, I'll be on the 5th floor." Meng Donggu, irritated by the action, rushed forward to attack without saying a word. Arrogant. Ning Fan quickly countered the hermit, but the talisman stuck to the opponent's body didn't react. What? He stared in bewilderment. The hermit's talisman had no effect. Meng Donggu raised his weapon and charged at Ning Fan. He swiftly dodged. Lai Yingrong gaped in shock. "Ning teacher." Ning Fan frowned and ordered, "You all go with Guji now. Leave this to me." Meng Donggu's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Let him." Then, a massive bolt of lightning appeared. Indeed, it was arrogant. The lightning struck straight toward the fleeing crowd. Lai Yingrong sensed it and could only widen her eyes in disbelief, unable to do anything. A deafening explosion sounded, as if it was about to shatter the entire building. A massive figure appeared through the mist. Ning Fan squinted one eye with suspicion. The hermit's method had no effect on him. Immediately after, a surprising notification appeared. Name: Meng Donggu. Lightning-type magic ability. Physical techniques, attention required. Target shows no signs of life. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. No signs of life. Meng Donggu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Have you figured it out? The other person got closer and closer, while Ning Fan still had 4 unconscious individuals behind him. Without hesitation, he took out a talisman. The hermit. Meng Donggu pretended to be surprised. Oh, you teleported. Ha! Quite interesting. You're clever, Ning Fan. Ning Fan wasn't to be outdone, curling his lips in a mocking grin. Not as good as you, though. He slowly called out Wang Taiji's name. The other person remained silent, showing no emotion, just staring at him. After a long pause, Meng Donggu finally smiled, but it wasn't a happy smile. I've told you before, don't learn from your father. Ning Fan squinted his eyes, showing no respect as he exposed the other's true nature. You even know the soul reversal technique? Kill people with real power, then control their bodies. How disgusting. He angrily spoke louder. If the world knew that your great Huang Taiji uses this vile soul-controlling technique, who would still believe in your teachings? Ning Fan continued to use a skill card, the Fool. Meng Donggu quickly blocked the attack from the god of death, with no dark magic, only the malice of the human heart. Ning Fan responded while countering the strike. That makes sense. As soon as the words left his mouth, a burst of lightning flashed before Meng Donggu's eyes, followed by another massive explosion. But unfortunately, his opponent was unharmed. Mocking with a sneer, "I just praise you for being smart, and now you're using lightning to attack me." Ning Fan's face darkened. Not enough. How about 100,000 volts then? With that, a series of attacks fell one after another, as the Huang Taiji skill granted him full magic power, lasting for 3 minutes. He squinted and murmured, "Same lightning, just differing in strength. Huang Taiji." After all that, Ning Fan pointed directly at his opponent and shouted, "I officially declare war on you." The figure of Huang Taiji behind Meng Donggu gradually became clear. Ning Fan ground his teeth and unleashed a violent lightning strike, hitting Meng Donggu once again. This time, his opponent did not dodge, his entire body convulsing wildly, with lightning even spewing from his eyes and mouth. Ning Fan frowned and reminded him, "If you think you're immune, that's just something you're telling yourself." The charred body of Meng Donggu fell before Ning Fan's feet, and he coldly turned his head to leave. Suddenly, Meng Donggu's finger twitched. Ning Fan, confused, looked back, unsure when Meng Donggu had gotten up, as he emitted a strange sound. Huang Taiji's eyes flickered red. "Ning Fan, do you really think you've defeated me? What you've won is nothing more than a dead man," he coldly warned. "Ning Fan, I'll say this again. Hope you're smart enough to understand." Ning Fan cautiously replied, "I know what I should do." Seeing the fearless attitude, Huang Taiji angrily raised the scepter in his hand. "Then prepare to regret your actions." The orb atop the scepter immediately glowed brightly, releasing a massive beam of light straight toward Ning Fan. Almost instantly, his entire body seemed to disintegrate into sand and vanish. But the light did not stop there, continuously radiating more and more, even penetrating the cracks in the house. Elsewhere, Huang Taiji was sitting calmly in a chair. Holding a teacup in his hand, he suddenly furrowed his brow, angrily crushing the cup. A crowd had gathered, buzzing with chatter. What exactly is going on? They looked at the thick black smoke billowing from the broken window. "The noise is too loud. Could you all move aside a bit?" Inside Meng Donggu's body, the country lay sprawled on the ground. Ning Fan slowly sat up. This time, it could be considered a full-on challenge to the old man. Using his strength to block one of his attacks was a bit too much. He pursed his lips and thought for a moment. With the noise outside, someone would likely come in soon. How should he explain this? Suddenly, a shadow appeared, accompanied by a loud scream. Ning Fan glanced at the object flying towards him. The person crashed headfirst into the ground. After a while, Wen Ruin slowly got up. "Ning Fan, you can smile and feel at ease. As expected, you're here." Diao Tzu frowned and reminded him, "Quick, take Ning Fan and leave. The school's people are already here. Getting caught up in this won't be easy to explain." Ning Fan seemed surprised. The footsteps outside were hurried, and Lin Xiao appeared with urgency. She pushed the door open and reported, "Alliance leader, Ning Fan has saved the person. All the officials are on their way here." The person on the other side, with his back turned, spoke in an irritated tone. "Not joining us. Yet you still want us to owe you. Ning Fan." Gu Fengding furrowed his brows. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Gu Fengding, the alliance leader of the Ability Users Alliance. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. "Alliance leader, why did Huang Taiji suddenly start attacking the alliance?" Gu Fengding turned around. "I anticipated this from the very beginning." He glanced into the distance, his desire to dominate the world growing ever stronger. Lin Xiao furrowed her brows in confusion. Then why does the alliance leader value Ning Fan so much, inviting him repeatedly to join, even allowing a subordinate to become his disciple? Suddenly, she felt embarrassed, her face turning red, and her desires growing more intense. Hearing this, Gu Fengding laughed loudly. "Haha, He won't make things difficult for you. He lowered his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. As for why I value Ning Fan, perhaps it's because I believe he's the one who can save this world. With that, Gu Feng Ding took out a horse-shaped hood and slowly spoke. It's time for the counterattack. Elsewhere, Guan Lei and Yonzhou were excited. The champion of the speed competition had already been decided, Lang Bing from the Moon Shadow Academy, while the second place went to Wan Yan. The two of them stood at the top, with the next 18 on the list following them. Guan Lei looked at the chart being displayed and discussed it, noting that some competitors, badly injured, had returned to the arena and had to be cautious. Yonzhou joined in, mentioning that the pressure in the competition was still immense. She smiled with narrowed eyes and announced, "Please let competitors Lang Bing and Wang Yan rest and prepare for tomorrow's qualifier." The sunlight was scorching, and the commentator's voice was full of authority. Other competitors, hang in there. The higher your ranking in the speed contest, the greater the advantage you'll have in the qualifiers. In a small room, the final promotion match had concluded. Ning Fan sat on the bed, feeling relieved. As long as the kids didn't face any unexpected issues during the competition, everything would be fine. The medical room suddenly became serious. There was still one important matter at hand. Before I could finish speaking, Wen Ruan interrupted me. "We understand." Dio Yutsu squinted, assuring, "We'll stand by you." Wen Ruan also scowled in agreement. I've known that old man wasn't a good guy from the start. Thinking of that, Dio Yutsu felt a little anxious. What should we do next? Ning Fan frowned. Before the competition ends, Huang Tai-ji probably won't make a move. In the meantime, I need to meet your father. Dio Yutsu suddenly blushed, stammering. Why? Why do you need to see my father? Isn't that urgent? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. I need to find your father to ask him about a wife. Both Dio Yutsu screamed in fear, simultaneously hitting him. What did you say? Ning Fan immediately slumped, fearfully looking for an explanation. I was just joking. I need to find your father to help me with something. They all spoke in unison. I will go with him. Ning Fan thought for a moment, then made a decision. Yutsu, go with me. It's mainly to find her father. He still didn't forget to make arrangements. And then Wen Ruan asked, "Can you watch over my students?" The Mutant Alliance has agreed that after the competition ends, they will find the strongest specialist for them. Thinking about the upcoming events, he felt a bit regretful. As for me, I might not be able to continue being their teacher. A towering pillar reached up into the sky, and the foot of someone stepped firmly on it, their speed lightning fast yet steady. After a while, the other party stopped. Shan Chan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Since leaving the surface of the water, he hadn't been able to stop. His stamina was nearly exhausted. He looked up at the red patches above. What was that? It took a moment before he could clearly see what it was. But Tian Chang wasn't too surprised. He quickly realized it was those three people. Tian Chang kept pushing forward, frustratingly close now. He was anxious, and at this point, he couldn't stop. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Liu teacher, can martial arts allow flight? Liu Guangyuan wasn't particularly surprised. Oh, well then, tell me your view on martial arts. Tian Chang quickly responded. The martial arts primarily rely on close combat, which is much more flexible and agile compared to other systems. I have more explosive power, and this is what martial arts are. Liu Guangyuan clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head. You are right, but that's not what I want to hear. Answer properly, and I'll provide the explanation. The other person spoke indifferently. Martial arts can be divided into ki path and force path, and the two are actually quite similar. As he spoke, Liu Guangyuan demonstrated the motion. Ki path relies mainly on one's weapon. The weapon is the lifeline of a practitioner of the ki path. Only by protecting it well will it protect you in return. Liu Guangyuan's gaze was cold. The force path I practice involves using the body's mechanisms flexibly, like the keys of a piano. By combining them in different ways, different effects can be achieved. Tian Chang was left confused. But what does this have to do with flying? The other person patiently explained, You silly boy. The essence of martial arts lies in purity. He smiled gently. Using a pure heart to control every part of your body, nothing is impossible. Returning to the present, Tian Chang leaped into the air, using energy as a springboard. He effortlessly cleared the minefield. Tian Chong was delighted. I did it. He flew step by step, and his speed has increased a lot. In the stands, Ao Yang Huo twitched the corner of his mouth in astonishment. Lang Yun Bu, when did this kid learn that? He couldn't believe it, glancing at the person beside him. Hey, old Liu, you don't know much about Lang Yun Bu in the martial arts world, right? Could it be that you taught him that? Liu Guangyuan immediately denied it. No, he figured it out on his own. But inside, he smiled secretly. This kid had great potential. Ning Fan really did manage to teach a good group of students. Others began to whisper among themselves. Really, I took a quick glance. It's Sing Sha's teacher, old Senior Mang. I get it now. Liu Guangyuan pursed his lips anxiously. It seemed Ning Fan had already made his move. Where would those kids go from here? Lai Ku stood in front of a room for a long time, the resting room. Lai Ku entered and faced two people waiting inside, both with expressionless faces. Wang Yan pretended to be startled. He glanced at him with a sneer. Finally, someone passed the test. Lai Ku furrowed his brow, recalling what his mother had told him. Leng Bing is a rare talent. If there's a chance, we must invite him into the alliance. Leng Bing remained silent, unsure of what he was thinking. Lai Ku pouted and silently assessed. Her personality was just like her name. Her mother really had given her a difficult puzzle. Suddenly, Leng Bing spoke first. I have something to say. Lai Ku instinctively responded. I also have something to say. Wang Yan looked at them, their eyes meeting in displeasure. What's wrong with you two? I'm leaving. She then wobbled towards the door, just going to grab a bite. Lai Ku couldn't hold back and suggested, with your cold personality, maybe I should speak first. Have you ever heard of the Mutant Alliance? Upon hearing this, Leng Bing confirmed that she knew Chu Mo. Li Ku was slightly startled. Before the other could respond, Chu Mo made his request. I hope you could take me to meet Chu Mo. Lai Ku shouted in surprise. How could I possibly know Chu Mo? What's your relationship with him? But the other simply replied indifferently. He is my master. He sincerely revealed. Although he only taught me for less than 2 years, he disappeared. Leng Bing recalled the past. I haven't seen him again. But that period was one of the most important winning times of my life. That day, someone came looking for the master. That was also the last time I saw him. He thought of Gu Feng Ding. Before, the man had never told me his full name, and Leng Bing's voice was filled with determination. That time, from the mouth of the guest, I heard the name of the master, and also became aware of the existence of the Esper Alliance. Lai Ku smirked slyly. So that's it. I could take you to meet him. The condition is that you must join the Esper Alliance. Without hesitation, Leng Bing agreed. I can join, but what's your relationship with him? Lai Ku lowered her head, her face expressionless, and replied, He is my father, and he may never wake up again. Upon hearing this, Lang Bing finally showed an expression of surprise. In a dark basement, only a red light hung overhead, and the room, with its mottled walls, emitted a chilling coldness. Gu Feng Ding muttered, Old buddy? His gaze was resolute, and before long, it would be the time for the survival of the alliance. I hope you can witness Huang Taiji's death in front of me. At that moment, Lin Xiao entered from outside. Alliance leader, everyone else has arrived. Only Liu Huangjiao is left. Just by hearing that, Gu Feng Ding naturally understood. He hadn't agreed to come. I'll go invite him myself. Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from her brow. Sir, with so many powerful officers, do you really have to take the risk of teaching these students? What about that? She nervously reminded him. It's important to know that now. The outside world is full of Wang Taiji's spies. But Gu Feng Ding coldly brushed past, saying, I will take responsibility for their safety. He left, leaving only one sentence. Anyway, Ning Fan took a risk to help me. Gu Feng Ding, I must fulfill my promise. Yuanzhou eagerly commented. Now, more and more people are passing the levels, and the contestants are in the final sprint. There aren't many promotion spots left. In front of a room with the sign Zhencha Academy, a resting room, Leng Xingyu pushed the door open. She was quite surprised to see Wen Ruan sitting inside. Why are you here? She asked. Wen Ruan helplessly replied, Ning Fan had to leave for something. So I'm taking over to look after you first, young master. How does that sound? Leng Xingyu wearily collapsed into a chair. Don't mention it. Controlling the aircraft with stones is exhausting. And in the end, I only ranked 6. Half an hour later, Si Tanji and Shai Feng carried the unconscious Lei Kong out. He was dizzy, with foam at his mouth. Wen Jing asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Fatty?" Shai Feng hesitated. "It's a long story," but then honestly explained, "After we left the water surface, I used my spiritual power to control a seagull to move forward." Lei Kong clung to the water column, tearfully begging, "Skinny, help me." Shai Feng hesitated for a moment. "All right, but I can get easily distracted, so I managed to control the fat guy. It started off smoothly, but then my mental energy ran out, and I lost control. Lei Kong became frantic. "Stealing my food, huh? Let's see if I can bite you to death." He bit a hole in the wooden pillar but was smiling happily. "Now you're listening, huh?" He then started cursing while banging his head against the pillar, still not listening. "I'll bite you to death." Finally, the current state, with foam at the mouth and a lump on his head. Tian Chang anxiously suggested, "We should get him back quickly." In the restroom of Zhencha Academy, Lei Kong lay on the couch, still showing no signs of waking up. Everyone was very worried. Shai Feng broke the silence. "It seems like Su Feng has no chance of leveling up now." Suddenly, Su Feng appeared from behind. "I heard someone's complimenting my good looks." He didn't pay attention to anyone else, and walked in through the window, still holding a shark in his arms. Su Feng set the shark down and introduced, "Hong Yi Lin and I are now ranked 18th and 19th. We've leveled up." Shai Feng was stunned. Is she still asleep? Su Feng was unsure. She might not wake up. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Yi Lin, still in her shark costume, scratched her head and woke up. "Is it over?" The two of them had a bewildered expression. At this moment, Wen Ruin spoke up. "Ning Fan is not here. I am in charge of everyone. The competition has ended, and tomorrow the qualifiers will take place." She smiled and reminded everyone, "So make sure to take advantage of the time to rest." Everyone cheered joyfully. Finally, a break. "Let's all rest now. We're so exhausted." In the room, only Wen Ruin was left, tapping on her phone with a shark on the screen. Hong Yi Lin looked around in confusion. "Is it over? Who am I? Where am I? Who brought me here?" It was early in the morning, with a steaming cup of hot tea still emitting steam. Diao Guyu leisurely lifted the cup to sip from it. He suddenly spoke. "If you're here, then leave. Don't hide anymore." The other party complimented. "The principal has sharp hearing." Ning Fan, sitting on a tree, sneered for a moment before replying. There is indeed something going on with Ning Fan. Diao Guyu did not turn around but asked, "Where is my daughter?" As he poured more tea, he listened attentively. "She's resting now. She was supposed to meet you tomorrow." Ning Fan sat down in front of him. "But this matter, I would prefer to speak to you privately." Diao Guyu brought the cup of tea closer. "Go ahead." Ning Fan frowned and got straight to the point. "I've declared war on Huang Taiji, so I hope you can tell me." Diao Guyu's face was solemn, and he remained silent, not saying a word. Ning Fan seemed to understand and continued speaking. "Also, I want to resign from the academy. I don't want to drag the school and the children into this." Upon hearing this, Diao Guyu immediately objected. "I do not agree with your resignation." Ning Fan was a little surprised. "Why? As long as I remain in the school, the entire school will be a thorn in Huang Taiji's side." Diao Guyu slammed the table angrily. "So what you're saying is that you want my daughter to end up like you? Hiding away, living in the gutters, like a rat?" Ning Fan stammered. "Do what?" He stepped towards the balcony. "I know my daughter's personality. If you leave the school, she will definitely follow you." Ning Fan jumped up anxiously. "Don't worry, I will leave willingly. I'll leave tonight without causing any trouble for the academy or Yu Su." Diao Guyu interrupted. "There's no need to say more. You leave first, and I will remove your name from the faculty list and announce your departure from the academy." He walked over and patted Ning Fan on the shoulder. "After Huang Taiji's people finish investigating the school, you can go out. During this time, you should think about how to take your revenge. I will secretly provide resources for you." Ning Fan lowered his head and remained silent. Diao Guyu sat back down, picked up his teacup, and continued the story. "Besides, about your father," he hesitated for a moment before changing the subject. "Well, I had hoped you would let this matter go. But it seems you still can't forget. That's fine, but if you truly can't let it go, then it would be difficult for me to entrust my daughter to you." With a distant gaze, he went on, "Back then, your father conducted research with Guang Taiji. Altogether, there were 3 assistants. One of them was the leader of the Ability Users Alliance, who is now Gu Fengding. As for Wang Yu and Xexia King He, ever since that incident, their whereabouts remain unknown." The more he spoke, the more solemn Ning Fan became. These were people who knew the truth of what had happened. Only by finding them might he come to understand the entire matter. At last, Dio Guyu turned and left first, leaving behind only one line. "Whether you go to the Ability Users Alliance first, or pursue revenge first, that's up to you." Ning Fan bowed respectfully, engraved it in his heart, and gave thanks for the guidance. Dio Guyu sighed sorrowfully. "Old Ning, your son is becoming more and more like you." High in the sky, a spaceship was soaring. "Ladies and gentlemen, after a night of rest, at last we've reached the long-awaited qualifiers," Yonzola announced excitedly. "We are now bringing the contestants to the competition venue. This is the place for the qualifying round, where 20 will be narrowed down to 6. Of course, we will broadcast the entire event live next, so Guanle can introduce the competition rules to everyone." Guanle continued. "The qualifying round uses a point accumulation system, divided into 3 types of colored crystals. The green, blue, and purple crystals are worth 10 and 20 points, respectively. However, in order to score, you must place the crystals into the scoring machine. Only then will the competitors earn points. Crystals that are not inserted into the machine will not be counted." As she spoke, she raised her hand. Each participant will have a score-tracking watch. On the screen, there will be many small circles. The watch can scan the location of crystals within a 300-meter range, and it can also display the point rankings of all the competitors. After half the competition time has passed, 3 yellow crystals, worth 200 points each, will appear on the participants' watches. At this point, Yonzola interrupted. "The rules have been explained, and we've arrived at the competition site." She lowered her voice and announced loudly, "I hereby declare the official start of the qualifying round." The door of the airplane slowly opened, and the students were already prepared. Everyone quickly deployed their parachutes and jumped out. Lai Kong joyfully joined the wind, soaring upwards, while Xia Feng, from a distance, nervously flailed his arms. "Fatty, how do you play this game?" Tian Chong, as usual, walked alongside Tse Wei. He looked ahead and sighed. "This mountain is bigger than I thought." Su Wei anxiously glanced at her friend. "But is it really okay for us to split up like this? If we collect together, it'll be too slow. We might not even level up as a group. It's best if we go in pairs." Su Wei looked at the report on her watch. "Right now, there's no reaction from the crystal shards around us, so it's fine." Tian Chang hurriedly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "As far as I'm concerned, we should at least find the first point collection machine." A squirrel peeked up from beneath the tree and looked up. Lai Kong, tangled in the branches, screamed in fear, "Hold on, there's about to be a disaster." Xia Feng crawled along the tree branch, trembling as he tried to rescue his friend. He really was something special. He could always manage to climb the tree. Unfortunately, with the combined weight of the two of them, the branch quickly snapped. The 2 friends crashed to the ground, faces first. Lai Kong's nose was bleeding. "I just came for the competition. Why are you treating me like this?" Xia Feng angrily shouted, "Because you want to deepen your parachuting skills. Looks like you forgot the lesson from last time." As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal shard suddenly flew out of nowhere and struck Li Kong's head. He shouted in anger, "Why hit me?" Zai Feng, confused, explained, "I hit you because of you. You slowed down the search for the crystals." Finally, the 2 of them rushed to fight each other. "If it's not you, then who else? How should I know? Wait a second." Suddenly, a glimmering light caught their attention. It was a gem, and their detection speed was astonishingly fast. Lai Kong raised the stone high, but before he could celebrate, his friend stopped him. "Wait, clearly there's another one nearby." The 2 of them fell silent, assessing their surroundings. It didn't take long before they spotted a squirrel holding another gem. They quickly chased after it. Stop right there." Lai Kong's shrill shout echoed throughout the forest. "Stop!" 2 people high above were also drawn in, realizing someone had gotten there first. Wang Yan spoke, irritated. "What now?" Lang Bing tightened his grip on his weapon and ordered, "Didn't I see it first? Isn't that mine?" the tail of a large waterfall appeared in the middle of the forest. The squirrel from before got beaten terribly. Lai Qiang smiled proudly. Hey, Skinny, we must be the fastest. Shai Feng was equally pleased. Although it took a few kilometers, it was worth it. This time, they had scored 30 points. Afterward, they took the acorn from their bag and placed it on the ground. Hey kid, I'll trade this for that. The squirrel happily accepted the exchange and ran off. Lai Kong and his friend smiled as they watched it go, unaware of something flying toward them. Shi Feng was startled, shouted loudly, grabbed the bag, and at the same time, the tip of the spear stabbed straight into the tree that the little squirrel was climbing. Wang Yan took the bag down, sighed. There are only 2, but it's fine. Even though mosquitoes are small, they're still meat. Lai Kang angrily rushed forward, ignoring his companion's reminder. Hey, we found them. Give them back, fatty. Wang Yan tightened his grip on the bag, mocking. So, do you want to come to me to get them back? Shai Feng ran over and hugged his friend tightly. Fatty, come here. They're the champions of the promotion round. Don't you remember? We have no chance in a 2-on-2 fight. They're too strong. Just hold back. Lai Kong struggled wildly, saying, Wait until we gather with the others and make a long-term plan. Maybe we'll all have a chance to defeat them. Seeing them like this, the 2 of Lengbing waved and left. Take your time talking. We'll head off first. Shai Feng politely responded, leisurely. After walking for a while, Wang Yan chuckled with delight. Right, no need to make a move. Lengbing coldly remarked. Zhencha Academy really is cowardly. Elsewhere, Leng Xingyu was flying and inquired. Shu Feng, how many did you find? Su Feng looked at her and replied, 3 green, 2 blue, 1 red. Upon hearing this, Leng Xingyu became displeased. I only found 1 blue one. Let's search a bit more, and then go to the point entry machine. Su Feng stroked his chin and calculated, we can search separately for a while longer, but I suggest not rushing to the point entry machine as soon as we see one. Then, he frowned and advised, we must go back to where Hong Yilin is. Leng Xingyu asked in confusion, why? Su Feng suddenly remembered, I saw a point entry machine earlier, but there were people lying in wait. They might be looking for an opportunity to sneak attack and steal the crystal stones. Leng Xingyu gave a thumbs up. Got it. Let's search for another half hour, and then meet up. After speaking, the 2 of them split up and went in different directions to carry out their tasks. Below, a girl was leaning against the point entry machine, mumbling, I'm so sleepy. Hong Yilin sensed something and opened one eye. She then swung a sharp blow. The entire group of trees in front of her was cut down. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Hong Yilin continued to swing her sword, and yet another group of trees shattered. She glanced around, but still saw no one. At that moment, a quarrel suddenly broke out in the forest. Get out of the way. This place is mine. Hong Yilin heard the noise and turned her head to look behind. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared, startling her. Hong Yilin looked up at the massive rock high above. Then she used all her strength to leap upwards. The enormous rock cracked with hundreds of thousands of fissures, emitting a red glow. Hong Yilin, holding her sword, watched as it shattered into pieces and fell down, landing gracefully on the ground. Suddenly, behind Hong Yilin, Fu Rong sneered coldly and moved toward her. She quickly clenched her fist and punched Hong Yilin in the head. Just as Fu Rong applied pressure, Hong Yilin's figure vanished, transforming into a cloud of pink smoke. Ha! Fu Rong exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide open. What? Immediately after, Hong Yilin, holding her sword, swung across Fu Rong's head. She hung upside down, her sword aimed at Fu Rong. Hong Yilin struck fiercely at her opponent's head. Fu Rong was immediately sent flying backward, and the surrounding ancient trees were sliced in half by the sword's energy. Fu Rong crashed violently to the ground. Hong Yilin stood calmly on a fallen tree trunk, looking toward the spot where Fu Rong had landed, and said, "The thing I hate most in this life is those who strike from behind." Hearing this, Fu Rong furrowed her brow and sneered maliciously. "Lan Lan's little sister, if you're too weak, then there's no fun in this." Hong Yilin heard this, tilted her head back, and remained silent. In another part of the forest, the sound of triumphant laughter echoed. Shi Tianji held a green stone, proudly showing it off. To his surprise, not even an hour had passed, and they had already gathered 70 points. He turned to look at the girl with the glasses beside him and asked, "How's the ranking now? Are we in the lead?" She glanced at the ranking board and replied, "Right now, there are only 3 people on the board. The highest is Xiao Xiaole with 60 points. CTNG raised his fist, arrogantly declaring, "Isn't it obvious that I'm number 1 now? Never mind, I'll give the first place to you." Just as he was speaking, something fell from the sky and hit him in the face, shouting, "Am I being chivalrous or what?" On a tree branch, a bird was looking down at CTNG. The girl with glasses smiled brightly as she saw him immediately run off to wash his face. The young man with blue hair, hiding behind some bushes, thought to himself, "Why are these 2 idiots still here? I've already given them all the spirit stones." He frowned, angrily thinking, "I didn't expect I'd get the last spot in the qualifiers. Okuda got eliminated, and now it's my turn to seize the opportunity." The scene from earlier replayed in the blue-haired youth's mind. Here's what happened. He took the spirit stones and was looking for a point collecting machine. He held the stone, joyfully singing. But suddenly he saw someone approaching him with 3 spirit stones. Fearing that they might steal, he ran away, accidentally stepping on a snake. After a while, the young man surfaced, looked ahead and saw nothing, then told the 2 others to leave. But they had taken his crystal. However, he lowered his head to look at the yellow crystal next to the snake and exclaimed, "I've discovered something incredible." The young man laughed, raised the crystal, and shouted loudly, "The crystal, which has not officially appeared, is worth 200 points." Hong Yi-Lin quickly ran forward, her steps rapid. The petals continually chased her neck, while the vines closely followed, not letting go. Flowers bloomed on them, growing rapidly as they pursued Hong Yi-Lin. Fu Rong, resting her chin on the tree, laughed and said, "Run. Let's see how far you can get." Hong Yi-Lin's pace slowed down, and she began to be caught by the vines. She used all her strength to spin around and jump, moving to the rear. With all her might, Hong Yi-Lin raised the sword in her hand, and immediately her sword energy slashed through the air, severing the vines in their entirety. Fu Rong stood up, holding one of the vines in her hand, and laughed, "Humans will eventually tire, but my plants never will." Right after that, a huge mouth with sharp fangs appeared from behind. Hong Yi-Lin drew her sword, turned around, and shouted, "White sword." A golden sword aura suddenly appeared, slashing fiercely toward that gaping mouth as it roared. Fu Rong's expression instantly darkened, yet she laughed and cried out, "Impressive. Compared to little Lan Lan, who only knows how to charge straight in, you're much stronger." Unfortunately, this is a forest, where all energy is abundant, and it is my home ground. Then she immediately shouted, "Plants, become my eyes." In the next moment, countless pairs of scarlet eyes appeared. On the other side, Hong Yi-Lin quickly turned and fled. As she ran, her thoughts raced. Asterisk. These vines will regenerate endlessly. I can't afford to be entangled for too long. I must take advantage of my close combat strength. Asterisk. Hong Yi-Lin glanced around, murmuring to herself, searching for a chance to defeat her in a single strike. Suddenly, a nearby tree sprouted a pair of eyes that locked onto Hong Yi-Lin, letting out a smug laugh. From afar, Fu Rong frowned and shouted, "Under my watch, where you think you can run? No matter where you attack from, I'll see it all." But then, she was startled to realize Hong Yi-Lin was descending from above. Fu Rong raised her head, panic flashing across her face as she screamed. What? Wasn't she advancing forward? How was she suddenly overhead? At once, she let out a sharp cry, and thorned vines shot out like ropes, whipping straight toward Hong Yi-Lin. As soon as the vines coiled around, her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Fu Rong sensed the pink mist fade away and exclaimed in surprise, "Was it fake?" She turned around and saw Hong Yi-Lin's figure appear behind her, realizing something was wrong. "It's behind me." Fu Rong punched out with her hand, and her figure immediately vanished again. Her eyes widened in shock, thinking, "It's still fake." Fu Rong was trapped in Hong Yi-Lin's avatar-splitting defensive formation, watching her figure repeatedly flicker in and out as she shouted, "It's all fake." Her eyes turned red, and she roared, "It's fake." From the ground below, dozens of vines rapidly shot up. Fu Rong screamed madly, "Don't even think about attacking us." She was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yi-lin appeared in front of Fu Rong. She raised her sword and pointed it straight at her. Hong Yi-lin calmly smiled and asked, "So, what about now?" Fu Rong stared at the sword placed against her throat. Terrified, she cried out, "Please, don't." Sweat covered her face as she tried to explain, "It was just a little brush, don't take it seriously." Hong Yi-lin recalled how she had initially swung her sword towards Fu Rong, and replied, "From the start, I considered it just a brush. I didn't even fully draw my sword." She smiled slightly, reminding her, "But your behavior just now didn't look like a mere brush." Fu Rong raised both hands, her whole body trembling as she replied, I was just careless." Immediately after, she knelt down and bowed her head in apology. "I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't appear in front of you again." Seeing this, Hong Yi-lin sheathed her sword, closed her eyes, and exhaled before saying, "Forget it." Hong Yi-lin turned and left, calling out, "Take care of yourself." Her gaze was calm as she heard Fu Rong let out a terrifying laugh. The woman was grinning manically, her face full of madness. Hong Yi-lin noticed a small sprout growing from her shoulder and, in confusion, exclaimed, "What is this?" Fu Rong smiled brightly and reached out towards the yum plant, saying, "This time, it's you who's begging me." Hong Yi-lin stared at the vines emerging from the sprout, shocked as she exclaimed, "What?" The vines quickly grew, wrapping tightly around her body. Fu Rong looked up, watching as Hong Yi-lin was bound and hung in the air. With a smug smile, she said, "What do you think? My hunting prey." Fu Rong stepped closer, raising her hand to lift Hong Yi-lin's chin and shouted, "Want to run?" Then, she raised the vine in her hand and yelled, "Do you think I'll let you escape?" Afterwards, Fu Rong struck Hong Yi-lin's body with all her strength. She looked at the deep wound on Hong Yi-lin's body and burst into loud laughter. Fu Rong stared at Hong Yi-lin and asked with a smile, "Are you scared?" Her face was calm as she inquired, "You mentioned Lan Lan, did you fight with her? Win or lose?" Her face darkened, and she shouted, "You're in this state and you're still asking? It seems you haven't been tortured enough." Upon hearing this, Hong Yi-lin nonchalantly provoked Fu Rong. "Looks like you lost, huh? I thought you would win. Seems like I still have to go and defeat her." Fu Rong furrowed her brows and shouted loudly, "If I couldn't even defeat her, do you think you can beat her?" Suddenly, Fu Rong froze, cold sweat covering her face, as a red light emanated from Hong Yi-lin's body. Calmly, she called out, "Phantom shield split." Fu Rong quickly retreated, saying again, "Do you think I'll let your clone save you?" Hong Yi-lin, her eyes obscured by leaves, softly spoke, "I spared you once. This is your choice." Fu Rong looked on in horror at the pink light radiating from her, screaming, "What?" She immediately turned around, mounted a huge leaf, and fled, muttering to herself, "Run, run fast. Why do I feel so oppressed?" From Hong Yi-lin's body, two beams of red light shot out, and her voice echoed, "Sorry, I'm not just capable of splitting." Fu Rong was terrified as she watched the red light pass before her eyes. She saw herself fall and continue speaking, while she could still swap positions with her clone. Introducing skills, battlefield support, swapping, and changing positions with her clone. The announcement sounded from the plane. 3 hours have passed since the start of the match. Yonzoa raised his hand and declared, "The first eliminated contestant has emerged." Guan Le, standing next to him, smiled and continued, "Contestant Fu Rong completely took the initiative to challenge herself." She smiled and added, "Unfortunately, her skills are not as good as others." Next, Guan Le looked down and said, "As for the two remaining contestants, Lang Bing and Wang Yan, they've completely disregarded their families." The young man with purple hair, dazzled and excited, shouted, "Lang brother, we are a pair." Lang Bing, hearing this, turned around and responded, "You think you can make it to the finals with just a little strength? You'd better head back to school." Wang Yan looked at the three people who had been dazzled and added, "It's already a miracle that Lang Bing hasn't harmed you." The young man with the black blindfold, sweating coldly, suggested, "Then let us go, and we'll help you gather spirit stones." Lang Bing, his eyes red, approached and said, "Good," finally showing some intelligence. "Now go ahead and release them." The three were untied, then kowtowed and shouted, Thank you, Lang brother. We'll leave now. Wu Yi watched the three figures leaving and quietly asked, "Why is it that even classmates from the same school are not spared?" Lang Bing, upon hearing this, calmly replied, "Because the two of us must reach the finals." He then turned and walked away, calling out, "Let's go. My score has already opened a gap, and next, I'll give it all to you." Wu Yi smiled at his side and answered softly, "All right." Inside the school, Dio Gu Yu looked across at Huang Taiji and exclaimed, "Huang Taiji, why are you here?" With a gentle smile, he added, "My apologies for not greeting you from afar." Turning his head, Dio Gu Yu instructed the person beside him, "Go prepare tea for Mr. Huang." She immediately replied, "Yes." Huang Taiji settled into a chair and said, "I came specifically to see you. It has been quite some time since we last met." Dio Gu Yu quickly responded, "Not at all, not at all. I know how busy you are. I truly didn't expect you to come this time." The old man smiled and went on, "Zhencha Academy has performed wonderfully this time, so I wish to visit you and exchange some teaching experience. After all, I have a great interest in nurturing these young talents." With a more serious expression, Huang Taiji then asked, "But the team leader, Ning Fan, suddenly left. Has he returned to the school?" Upon hearing this, Dio Gu Yu replied, "Teacher Ning Fan, he resigned 3 months ago. This time, the team leader is Miss Wen Ruan." A dark aura of questioning emanated from Huang Taiji. "Dio teacher, hasn't Ning Fan appeared at the competition venue?" Dio Gu Yu scratched his head and awkwardly replied with a smile, "The teacher in charge of them is Ning Fan, so it's perfectly normal for him to be there supporting them." Huang Taiji raised his teacup, coldly threatening, "Principal Dio, having a clear sense of right and wrong is very important. Don't align yourself with the wrong side." He stood up, raised the teapot, and responded with a smile, "You're absolutely right, Mr. Huang. You care about the people." The old man closed his eyes, listening to the sound of Dio Gu Yu's voice. "If there's anything needed, I will do my best to assist." Huang Taiji opened his eyes and coldly inquired. He truly did not know Ning Fan's whereabouts. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, panicked, and said, "Don't worry, I'll send someone to search right away. If we find him, we'll inform you immediately." The old man stood up, turned, and walked away, saying, "Let's hope so." Huang Taiji stood by the window, looking outside, and smiled, saying, "By the way, there's been a rebellious alliance recently. I wonder if Principal Dio knows about it." Dio Gu Yu feigned surprise and asked, "Is that so? I haven't heard anything about it." Hearing this, the old man hurriedly left, shouting, "All right, I hope Principal Dio remembers today's words." Huang Taiji turned his head, smiled lightly, and continued, "I will also do my utmost to investigate these two matters. Let's hope they have nothing to do with you." Dio Gu Yu closed his eyes and smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to help you find Ning Fan." He looked ahead and issued a command, "Xiao Xu, see Mr. Huang off." She immediately responded, "Yes." Dio Gu Yu's expression darkened, thinking to himself that what should have come had finally arrived. At the waterfall, Zhang Tanchang stood still, gazing at the waterfall before him. He reached out and pressed on the recording device's screen. With a serious look on his face, he stared ahead, then placed the purple stone into the receiving slot. Zhang Tianchang leaned closer for the device to recognize his face. Gu Xiwei, who was behind him, immediately raised her hand and reported, "It's been entered. We are ranked 5th and 6th." The screen on the watch displayed a notification. Leng Bing 140 points, Lai Ku 70 points, Wen Jing 70 points, Xiao Xiao 60 points, Zhang Tianchang 30 points, Gu Xiwei 30 points. He glanced over and responded, "I see." Zhang Tianchang looked at the screen in his hand and exclaimed, "I feel something's off. Why is the gap so wide?" Leng Bing directly surpassed second place by twice as much. Gu Xiwei widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Did they gather things faster, or was it luck?" His voice responded, "I don't know." Zhang Tianchang's face furrowed as he said, "I hope it's not as I think. Otherwise, suggesting we split our team will have harmed everyone." Elsewhere, Su Feng flew forward and shouted, "There's a point entry machine ahead." Lang Xingyu, who who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Got it, Hong Yi Lin is probably still waiting for us. She hesitated and asked, but should we divide these spirit stones equally, or give them all to one person first? I don't know. An arrow is coming closer. He immediately reached out and pulled Leng Xingyu toward him, shouting, "Be careful." The arrow flew by, quickly exploding with a loud bang. A massive explosion engulfed the two of them. The two figures watched as two plumes of smoke fell and exclaimed, "We've caught a big one this time." Wang Yan, leading the charge, said, "This time, I'll handle it." Lang Bing, who was beside him, shouted, "All right, let's go quickly." Wang Yan smiled and replied, "No problem." Covered in dust, Su Feng stood up and said, "I didn't expect someone to be ready to steal the spirit stones." Leng Xingyu, behind him, also furrowed her brows and sneered, "And it's the top two from the leveling round." She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "You go find Hong Yi Lin quickly. We can't let them steal them." Su Feng hesitated and asked, "Then what about you?" Leng Xingyu urged loudly, "Don't worry, hurry up." Hearing this, he quickly left. Wang Yan flew up, chasing after Su Feng and yelled, trying to run. He stared in shock at the gigantic hand grabbing toward him and cried out, "What's happening?" The colossal monster raised its hand and seized Wang Yan tightly. Leng Xingyu lifted her hand and shouted loudly, "Chase me away. Keep dreaming." A surge of energy burst forth from the monster's hand, shooting straight toward the distant marker stone. Wang Yan turned his head back and thought to himself, luckily, he had already changed its position. Sitting on a nearby branch, Leng Bing said, "Wang Yan's skill is truly monstrous. But thinking you can escape right in front of me, you're underestimating me too much." Suddenly, a flash of crimson light flared, brushing against his neck, and he exclaimed in shock, "What is that? So fast?" Hong Yi Lin thrust her sword forward with force, standing still as she watched Leng Bing collapse to the ground. His eyes blazed with a crimson glow, his whole body radiating fierce energy as he laughed loudly. "Come on then. Let's have a good, exhilarating fight." Wang Yan closed his eyes, smiling as he said, "Forget it, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the spirit crystal, and I'll let you go." Hearing this, Leng Xingyu coldly declared, "Defeat me first, then we'll talk." She then raised her hand to command the monster before her, shouting, "Ancient God's bottle." It hurled forward with immense force toward him. Leng Xingyu's voice resounded, 10 death slash. Wang Yan smiled faintly and replied, "Little girl, you're too naive." His voice changed, and immediately, under the stream of sword energy, a large rock appeared. Leng Xingyu, seeing this, shouted in confusion, "What's going on? Where is he?" Wang Yan appeared behind her, swiftly flying up and striking her leg with a powerful blow, shouting, "What are you standing there for?" The Colossus God soldier, seeing her flying out, immediately reached out to catch her. It lifted Leng Xingyu high, warily eyeing Wang Yan. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, silently analyzing, space-shifting. In the blink of an eye, he had moved behind her. Wang Yan tilted his head and looked up, smiling. "It seems you understand my skill now." He calmly continued, "Well, let me show you a bit more." A bird flew from above, approaching Leng Xingyu. As it got close to her, Wang Yan suddenly shouted a command, and he appeared, swinging his sword toward Leng Xingyu. She raised her hand to block it, gritting her teeth, thinking to herself, he can even affect living things. The Colossus God soldier immediately swung its fist toward Wang Yan. Wang Yan's voice changed again, and immediately a giant ancient tree appeared in front of the soldier's fist. Leng Xingyu sat on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, staring intently below. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, luckily the wound wasn't deep. Her weakest point was close combat, and she had always relied on summoned creatures to block the enemy's approach. Leng Xingyu quietly gritted her teeth, deep in thought. However, this opponent was different. She couldn't afford to give up like this. 2 instances of his teleportation flashed through her mind, and she muttered to herself, asterisk, he definitely has a weakness. There must be one asterisk. Leng Xingyu calmly pondered. Just now, he had blinked and changed positions twice, which meant he could continuously teleport. Sitting still on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, she decided that the remaining task was to probe the issue of the changing distance as well as the most crucial question. Lang Xingyu raised her hand and lifted 10 stones, murmuring, "I need to verify this." With a forceful motion, she threw them out and shouted, "Come forth, Stone Legion." The small stones fell to the ground, shattering and emitting a violet light. Different stone figures immediately emerged from the earth, and loud noises echoed through the quiet forest. Elsewhere, Hong Yi Lin watched the chaotic flight of the birds and thought, seems like things are tough on Xingyu's side too. Lang Bing appeared behind her, shouting, Hey, don't get distracted." He swung his weapon at Hong Yi Lin with great force. Immediately after, she appeared beside Lang Bing and swiftly struck with a sword. He quickly raised his weapon to block. Lang Bing stood close to her, coldly laughing as he asked, "Is this really the strongest combat power of Xing Sha?" Lang Bing raised both hands and continuously slashed down fiercely. Hong Yi Lin raised her sword with one hand to block, letting out heavy, labored breaths. He charged at her quickly, slashing downward. She held her sword and retreated, thinking that the encounter with that girl from Luving Academy had just ended. Hong Yi Lin's face was full of exhaustion, wondering how she had ended up facing this man. Lang Bing charged forward, relentlessly swinging his blade toward her, shouting, "Let's see how you handle this move." Hong Yi Lin raised both hands to block the dozens of incoming sword thrusts. A light cut appeared across her face from a glancing blow. Lang Bing raised his hand to shield his right eye, shouting, "100 ghosts." He lowered his hand and yelled. From behind him, a phantom radiating blood energy suddenly appeared. Elsewhere, Lang Xingyu was struck hard in the face by Wang Yan's elbow. She was repeatedly hit in the stomach with his elbow. Next, Wang Yan slashed his knife across Lang Xingyu's body. She clutched her bleeding stomach, standing on the shoulder of the Colossus God soldier, saying, "I figured it out." Lang Xingyu smiled slightly and continued, "You can swap positions with anything you've ever touched, but the maximum distance is only about 300 meters. The cooldown time of your skill is very short, only 2 seconds, but you cannot switch places with my summoned creature." Hearing this, Wang Yan looked up at her and thought to himself, "She's neither defending nor reacting. Is she testing my skills?" 2 stone figures appeared behind him, surrounding him. Wang Yan immediately raised his hand and shot 2 beams of blue light toward Lang Xingyu. The Colossus God soldier raised its hand to block, immediately creating 2 holes in its palms. She hugged her stomach and laughed, declaring, "It's my turn now." Wang Yan found himself surrounded by the stone figures. He gritted his teeth and made a quick decision to switch positions first, ensuring his safety. Suddenly, the stone figures simultaneously attacked the surrounding trees. Wang Yan was startled by this and shouted, What? What are you doing?" Lang Xingyu, hearing this, chuckled and replied, "While you were continuously attacking, I controlled my stone army." She stood on the Colossus God soldier and continued, "I destroyed or moved everything that you had teleported." Wang Yan clutched his chest and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, all the markers are gone from the area." Looking down from above, Lang Xingyu said, "There's nowhere left for you to go." He let out a cold laugh and said, "Ha, it's my mistake." Wang Yan looked up at the massive shadow slowly approaching. The Colossus God soldier raised his fist and struck down with great force. His voice echoed, disorienting the surroundings. As his fist descended, dust and smoke immediately filled the air. A hand was raised to block the Colossus God soldier's punch. Lang Bing stood in front of him and shouted, "Wang Yan, you really disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan quietly lowered his head and muttered a defense. "Bing brother, she's too sly." Lang Xingyu saw the man flinch and shouted loudly. Lang Bing blocked the Colossus God soldier's punch, sending dust flying in all directions. A hand was raised to intercept the blow. Lang Bing stood before him, shouting, "Wang Yan, you really disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Wang Yan quietly lowered his head and muttered a defense. "Bing brother, she's too sly." Lang Xingyu saw the man flinch and shouted loudly, "Lang Bing." The 3 people surrounding them simultaneously closed in on the 2. Lang Bing raised his blade, dark energy swirling around him, and yelled, "Let me handle this." He lightly swung his sword, slicing through the group of attackers, and shouted, "Deal with this trash." The Colossus God soldier immediately raised his hand and reached for Lang Bing. His eyes flashed with red light as he asked, "Still want to resist?" Lang Bing leaped into the air, lightly slicing off one of the Colossus God soldier's hands. The man pointed his dagger towards Lang Xingyu. Lang Bing smiled faintly and asked, "So can we hand over the crystal now?" Suddenly, a beam of golden light flew from somewhere. A voice sounded, questioning, "Have you asked us first?" The man was struck by the light and, startled and confused, asked, "What?" Zhang Tianchong, leading the group, shouted loudly, "Defeat us, and the crystal is yours." The young man in the hat raised his hand and pointed at himself, continuing, "And us too." Wang Yan, standing behind Lang Bing, saw this and, worried, asked, "Bing brother, what should we do?" He turned and shouted, "Go!" Immediately, Wang Yan and Lang Bing quickly ran towards the forest and left. Gu Wei, her face filled with panic, supported Lang Xingyu and asked, "Xingyu, are you all right?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I'm fine. Where's Hong Yilin?" Zhang Tianchong pointed in a direction and shouted, "Over there, up high. Hong Yilin is being lifted away by a helicopter." The group looked at her, muttering, "Hong Yilin has been taken by the medical team for treatment, meaning she's eliminated. We've lost a teammate." Si Tianji, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Damn it, why don't we chase them?" Zhang Tianchang explained, "Lang Bing has the highest score now. Arguing with them will only cause others to be overshadowed." His body was filled with fighting spirit as he said, "We need to change tactics and meet them in the final." Elsewhere, Ning Fan asked softly, "When will Mr. Gu return?" At the headquarters of the Ability User Alliance, Lin Chou Xiao, sitting across from him, replied, "Sorry, the Alliance leader went to handle important matters for the branch." She smiled and added, "It might be a few more days before I return." Ning Fan looked at the teacup in his hand and replied, "It's fine. I'll wait. This matter is very important to me." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, "I am also waiting for you." Lin Chou Xiao looked towards the door and exclaimed, "Commander Liu." The leader of the Alliance's Ability Users Division, Liu Guangzhou, crossed her arms and leaned against the door, asking, "Ning teacher, do you realize that your words have caused a lot of unnecessary trouble for others?" Lin Xiao broke out in a cold sweat and leaned close to Ning Fan to introduce, "She is our division commander, Liu Guangzhou, and also the sister of Liu Guangyuan." Ning Fan immediately stood up and extended his hand toward her in greeting, "Hello, Commander Liu. I wonder what kind of trouble I have caused you." He was secretly astonished and impressed. He hadn't expected Liu Guangyuan to have such a beautiful older sister. Liu Guangzhou quickly glanced past Ning Fan and said, "Because Gu Fengding agreed to your request, I was forced to go teach your students." She turned her head to look at him and asked again, "First young master, do you think this is fair?" Ning Fan smiled faintly and replied, "This is a matter for Master Gu. It's not for me to decide who he arranges." Liu Guangzhou leaned in closer to him, smiling as she asked, "Do you dare to bet with me?" He slightly raised an eyebrow and called out, "Go." She raised her sword, pointing it at Ning Fan. "I will willingly teach your student." At the training ground of the Allied Abilities Union headquarters, two figures stood facing each other. Ning Fan stared blankly at Liu Guangzhou, who was holding a sword and standing opposite him. Her eyes became sharp, and she said, "I hope Ning teacher can give his all. Otherwise, it will be an ugly defeat." He looked up and replied directly, "Please, Commander Liu, guide me." In the blink of an eye, Liu Guangzhou appeared in front of Ning Fan, thrusting her sword towards him. He immediately jumped up to dodge, demonstrating the heart-piercing sword-breaking technique. Liu Guangzhou's eyes flashed red, and she thrust her sword in his direction, shouting, trying to run. Ning Fan frowned upon seeing this. She swung her sword, creating a wave of sword energy that surrounded him, showcasing the moon-illuminating sword technique. Half of Ning Fan's face transformed into a skull, and holding a weapon in his hand, he laughed loudly. "Seems like the commander is quite serious." He gently lowered his scythe to the ground, then raised it high and shouted, "In that case, I must be serious as well." He activated the Death Reaper's body skill. Liu Guangzhou was taken aback and said, "Your skill is too ugly. Clean and brilliant is the basic requirement of a skill." Ning Fan, feeling embarrassed, asked, "Huh, is that so? But I think it's really cool." Moreover, isn't the essence of a skill supposed to be about defeating your opponent? Immediately after, she swung 2 streams of sword ki towards him and said, "Then I'll use my most dazzling move to defeat you. Let me introduce the skill, Triple Mystic Moonlight." Ning Fan instantly raised the scythe in his hand to block the 2 streams of sword ki. Right after that, Liu Guangzhou raised her sword and charged towards him. With a powerful swing, she slashed down with a loud cry, drawing her blade. The tip of her sword stopped just a hair's breadth from his left eye. Suddenly, everything in front of them turned black. Liu Guangzhou, holding her sword, stared into the void ahead and shouted, "Ha! What's going on?" Looking at the scene in front of her, Liu Guangzhou asked in confusion, "Ha! What's happening?" She thought in surprise, "Is this the illusory realm?" Liu Guangzhou scanned the surroundings, puzzled, and wondered, does Ning Fan also know spiritual magic? Outside, Ning Fan, holding a golden card, stood behind her and murmured, "Just as I thought, introducing the skill, the Pope gains full system magic power, maintaining it for 3 minutes." He placed his hand on Liu Guangzhou's shoulder and said, with the same arrogance she often displayed, "It's just a disguise for a weak heart." Before her lies the scene of being ridiculed in her childhood. A girl can't learn martial arts. She will never become a strong warrior. Next, the image of the mother hugging her younger brother and praising him. "Guang Yuan is improving so quickly. What do you want as a gift?" Liu Guangzhou's gaze turned to herself, still holding a sword, standing aside practicing. In the end, she stood still, looking at herself, and helplessly threw the sword away. Liu Guangzhou cried, hearing the words that diminished her echoing in her ears. "You are a girl. You are weak. Your younger brother has a brighter future than you. Just give up." She sat on the ground, hugging her legs in pain. Immediately, Ning Fan placed his hand on Liu Guangzhou's head, using his affection skill to calm her. He gently advised, "Be kind to yourself." At that moment, Gu Fengding entered from outside and said, "I heard Ning Fan and Qiao Liu are fighting." Upon seeing the scene inside, he was stunned and yelled, "What?" Ning Fan immediately panicked and asked, Do you believe me if I say I won?" Then, Liu Guangzhou was gently placed on the bed. The 2 of them stood outside, watching her sleep inside. Du Fengding, seeing this, softly said, "Let her rest. Let's go outside and talk." Ning Fan calmly replied, Du Fengding asked, somewhat suspicious, "You didn't come to find me just to join the alliance, right?" He heard that and furrowed his brow, asking directly, "What exactly is the prize for this competition?" Gu Fengding stepped forward and continued, "I knew you'd be curious. After all, I value it." He suddenly paused and answered, "It's a set of systems." Ning Fan, hearing this, exclaimed in confusion, "A system?" Gu Fengding's voice rang out, "Yes." He walked towards the door and explained, "Technically speaking, back then your father created 3 systems, and logically, they should no longer exist." Hearing this, Ning Fan softly asked, "Then could it be that he also created another set?" Gu Fengding sat down on the sofa and replied, "I don't know." He furrowed his brow and continued, "If that's really the case, then it's not good news." Ning Fan immediately sat down beside him, touching his chin and muttering, "If he really could create something like this, mass produce it." Gu Fengding quietly added, "Then the consequences are truly unimaginable." In his mind, he thought of Huang Taiji and continued, "Countless people would likely be inclined to join him. He would open the door, and ordinary people would become ability users." Gu Fengding was filled with anger at the thought of him creating a massive army of ability users. Ning Fan furrowed his brow and responded, "I will investigate this thoroughly. Uncle Gu, I want to know the whereabouts of my father's assistant from back then." He calmly said, "That's me, and 2 others, one of whom is unknown. I've been searching for a long time, but still haven't found them." Gu Fengding lowered his head and quietly said, "I don't know the exact location of the other one either." His voice echoed, "But there was one person who definitely knew." Gu Fengding thought of that girl and shouted, "Her daughter." He continued calmly, "Tong Xiao." From the plane, an announcement sounded. Announcement: half of the time has passed, and the golden-colored crystal has been displayed. The young man with purple hair shouted in confirmation, "This is the location. Why can't we find the 3rd one?" The person in front responded, "This is the gold star stone. You've waited too long." Tong Xiao raised her hand to cover her mouth and yawned, listening to their mutterings. "Where exactly is it?" "On the treetop, inside a bird's nest, there was a golden stone." She gazed vacantly ahead. The three people below simultaneously looked up when they heard Tong Xiao's call. "Hey!" She raised her hand, holding up the sparkling crystal. Tong Xiao smiled slightly and asked, "Is this what you're looking for?" The young man with purple hair was stunned and shouted, "Tong Xiao!" The three of them trembled all over, huddled together tightly, and loudly denied, "We were just passing by." Then they turned and ran away, leaving only their loud farewell. Tong Xiao looked at the watch screen on her wrist and thought to herself, "It seems like I've slept a bit too long." She stood up, glanced down thoughtfully, and murmured, "I need to catch up with the score quickly." Elsewhere, Zhang Tianchong and his group were gathered, discussing matters. He calmly stated, "If we continue to split up our efforts, we will definitely lose." Zhang Tianchong clenched his fist tightly, promising, "If everyone votes for me and Xing Yu to make it to the finals, I will definitely give it my all." The young man in the green hat immediately picked up a bag and shouted, "Then let's leave it to those two next." He then threw the bag full of spirit stones to the ground. Shi Tianji furrowed his brows and shouted, Hey, isn't anyone voting for me? I want to participate too." The young man with the cap crossed his arms, angrily cursing, "You useless guy, just get lost. You don't even have any attack power." Zhang Tianchong frowned and asked, "Does anyone have any objections?" Leng Xingyu and Gu Suwei exchanged a look without saying anything. Gu Suwei's face darkened as she fell silent, deep in thought. The words Ning Fan had told her came to mind. "Your father really wants to win the championship prize this time." He turned and walked away, raising his hand as he said, "If you want to prove it to him, go ahead and take the prize." Gu Suwei shouted excitedly, "I will definitely give it my all." Her face was dark with worry, and she thought to herself, "I'm sorry, Dad, I can't prove it to you. Even though I really want to go, I can't ruin everyone else's vote." When Zhang Tianchong saw that no one else spoke, he shouted, "It's decided then." Suddenly, Leng Xingyu spoke up, stopping him. "Wait." Her face covered in cold sweat, she suggested, "This time, I'm injured quite badly, so let Su Wei go instead. I trust her." Gu Su Wei immediately startled and shouted, "Xingyu! No, you're stronger than me, so you should go." Leng Xingyu put her hand on her waist and said, "I'm injured, you're so heartless. Look at me, how can I bear it? You should go instead." She then turned and walked away, saying, "I'll find a place to rest and collect the spirit stones. I'm not participating anymore." Gu Suwei looked after her, muttering, "Xingyu." Elsewhere, Leng Xingyu leaned against the tree, hugging her knees. She raised her hand to hold her head, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. She lowered her head, and tears began to fall. She thought to herself, "I want to go too. I want to prove myself." Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared in front of Leng Xingyu. She didn't lift her head, instead asking, "Why are you here?" Tong Xiao sat down next to Leng Xingyu, asking gently, "Can I sit?" Her hesitant voice echoed, "It's up to you." She held one earphone and brought it toward Leng Xingyu, then put it in her ear. Tong Xiao closed her eyes, smiling gently, and said, "Rest for a while." At the gathering place, the three of them, Zhang Tianchong, stood still. Su Feng looked ahead, asking, "Tianchong, you gave the crystal to Su Wei, so what about you?" Hearing this, he closed his eyes and replied, "The accumulated points may not be enough, so I need to ensure Su Wei's safety first." Suddenly, a loud sound erupted, and Zhang Tianchong called out in confusion as an explosion rang out, with thick smoke rising quickly. The young man with blue hair, holding a yellow crystal, appeared amidst the smoke. The one with green hair looked at him, asking, "Still planning to run?" Soon after, the young man with blue hair was taken away by medical staff. The three of them watched as he was lifted onto the ambulance. The one with glasses beside him looked at the crystal in the green-haired one's hand, asking, "Boss, should we give this to Lang Bing or keep it?" The one with purple hair beside him confirmed, "Of course, we give it to Cold God, unless you want to get beaten up." The group behind Zhang Tianchong looked toward the three, the girl with glasses, sweating profusely, asking, "So what do we do now?" Zhang Tiancheng smiled faintly and replied, "If they are under Lang Bing's command, they can rob. We can also rob." The purple-haired man beside him sensed the danger and shouted, "Boss!" Zhang Tiancheng raised his fist and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Give it to me!" The three of them quickly dodged, and he punched down with all his strength, creating a large hole in the ground. The purple-haired man immediately tightened his grip on his weapon and shouted, "Rob the crystal!" Zhang Tiancheng turned to look at him and confidently replied, "That's right. If it's a competition, I could rob from you too." The purple-haired man immediately threw a machine toward him, yelling, "All right, then let's see." Immediately, a powerful explosion erupted in front of them. Zhang Tiancheng charged out from within, shouting, "Try my fist. Let me show you my skill." The Cloud Mausoleum. Just as he threw his punch, the purple-haired man gracefully dodged to the side. Zhang Tiancheng widened his eyes, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why am I so slow?" The man wearing glasses beside him activated a skill that controlled and altered the target's abilities. Suddenly, a hand appeared and slapped a card on the head of the glasses-wearing man. The girl with glasses immediately shouted, "Zhang Tiancheng, leave this to me. You deal with the space guy." The man with glasses saw her and, confused, shouted, "Big banana." Zhang Tiancheng patted his chest and exclaimed, "I'm recovered." Immediately after that, the blue-haired man raised his fist and charged forward, shouting, "What about me?" His fist transformed into a massive punch, heading straight toward his own head. Then, a beam of yellow light flashed by, lifting the blue-haired man's arm away. Su Feng quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him away. The blue-haired man immediately screamed in pain. "It's broken. It's about to break." Zhang Tiancheng raised his fist, appearing behind the purple-haired man, shouting loudly, "Come at me!" Elsewhere, Lang Xingyu and Tong Qiao sat next to each other, listening to music. She took off her headphones and said, "Tong Qiao, how can I become as strong as you? I really want to be like you." Then, Lang Xingyu turned her head and stared intently at her. Tong Qiao closed her eyes and replied, "If you went through what I've been through, you wouldn't want to be like me anymore." Upon hearing that, Lang Xingyu felt embarrassed and lowered her head in apology. "Sorry, I spoke incorrectly." Tong Qiao smiled and comforted her. "You tried really hard. If you want to be strong, go fight someone stronger." Lang Xingyu muttered softly, "I understand that, but—" Tong Qiao reached out and patted her head, reassuring her, "No buts, as long as you want to. I can get you into the finals." Lang Xingyu looked up and asked Tong Qiao, curious, "What do you mean?" She calmly explained, "I know you must have a reason for wanting to make it to the finals. I won't ask much, but if you want to get there, I can help." Lang Xingyu immediately sprang up and questioned her. "How can you help? Do you have a lot of spirit stones?" Tong Xiao raised a finger and pointed sideways. A beam of purple light quickly spread around them. Her voice rang out. Lang Xingyu was startled and shouted, "What are you doing?" The purple light shot up into the sky, and under the water, a blue spirit stone flashed brightly. Immediately after, a streak of yellow light appeared, swiftly moving across. Then, the spirit stone shot off. Spirit stones from all directions quickly flew towards Tong Xiao. The young man wearing a cap watched as streaks of light flashed by and shouted in surprise, "Everyone, look! What is that?" Gu Wei also questioned in confusion. "Spirit stones. Why are they flying away?" In another spot, Wang Yan gasped as he saw the spirit stones passing by. They flew right over Xiao Xiaolao and Xiao Yun Yun. Lai Yingrong was also stunned into silence as she sensed them passing overhead. The spirit stones quickly gathered around Tong Xiao, starting to form a circle and move around her. Lang Xingyu was startled and exclaimed, "The crystal stones are crystal stones." She reached out and grabbed the crystal stone, questioning, "Where did so many come from?" The plane high in the sky immediately announced, "All of the crystal stones in this area have been collected by the competitors. The competition will end in approximately 3 minutes. Competitors who have not yet placed their crystal stones, please do so quickly." Tong Qiao grabbed Lang Xingyu's hand and pulled her away. "Come on, let's place the crystal stones. Otherwise, the competition will be over." She was startled by the suggestion and stopped him. "Wait a moment. Meanwhile, in another room, voices echoed. Zhang Tian Chong, 390 points, ranked 6. Gu Shuwei, 460 points, ranked 5th. Wen Ruan smiled faintly and said, Leng Xingyu, 760 points, ranked 1st. Congratulations, everyone, we've secured half the spots. Gu Shuwei immediately rushed over and hugged Leng Xingyu, exclaiming, Xingyu, this is amazing. She glanced thoughtfully to the side. Why is Tong Xiao helping me so much? Aren't we supposed to be rivals? Shouldn't I be happy seeing my opponent unable to make it to the finals? Zhang Tianchang anxiously asked, Ms. Wen Ruan, who are the other competitors? What are the competition rules? Wen Ruan, holding the piece of paper in her hand, began to list off. The other competitors are in order. Tong Xiao, 2nd place. Leng Bing is 3rd and Lai Ku is 4th. As for the competition rules, it will be a draw for 3 pairs, with each pair competing against each other. Contestants from the same academy in the first round will not face each other. She frowned and said, after the first round, the 3 eliminated contestants will engage in a battle royale for revival. 1 revived contestant will enter the 4 great powers. Wen Ruan looked at the 3 people, Zhang Tian Chong, and reminded them, as for the 3 contestants who are about to fight, each one has strong abilities. I hope everyone remains vigilant, she added with a serious expression. Also, I believe that the 3 opponents from the previous rounds have not yet fully unleashed their strength. Wen Ruan anxiously exclaimed, and Tong Xiao from Lu Ying Academy hasn't even used a fraction of their strength. Leng Xingyu furrowed her brow as she heard her voice. Everyone had already seen the uniqueness of her abilities. Wen Ruan stared intently at the 3 people and shouted, finally, the most important thing is that the final match will be broadcast live for everyone to watch. In their minds, the figure of Ning Fan appeared simultaneously when she said, I'm sure your Ning teacher will also be watching. The next day, at the competition venue, Yonzala raised her hand high and announced, Hello to all the viewers nationwide. The draw has just been completed. Her voice continued, Now let's, due to the mechanism of the first round not matching up players from the same school, the 3 players from Xingsha will proceed with a draw. Then, the sound of Yonzala echoed. The 2 draw boxes are for selecting the competing players and the order of the matches. Guan Le smiled brightly, pointed at the map model, and said, Now, let me introduce the rules and the arena to everyone. Her voice rang out, introducing. Each match begins with the arena randomly changing its terrain, which could be a forest, a plain, or a water surface. Guan Le slowly explained the rules. Players have 30 seconds to familiarize themselves with the terrain. During this time, the opponent cannot attack, but they may use skills to position themselves outside the surrender zone. Losing combat capability will be considered a failure. Zhang Tianchong looked at the draw slip in his hand and asked, I'm up for the 3rd round. My opponent is Leng Bing. What about you? Gu Shuwei looked at the paper in his hand and replied, I'm in the 1st round. My opponent is Li Ku. On the other side, Leng Xingyu's face darkened, silently staring at the paper in his hand. It stated that he was in the 2nd round against Tong Xiao. After a long pause, the excited voice of Yonzal rang out. All right, the arena for the first match has been set, and the screen displayed the announcement Ice Fox Seal. The 2 people looked towards Gu Shuwei, introducing. The first player for the match is Gu Shuwei from Zhencha Academy. As for her opponent, they both turned to look at Lai Ku, who was known as the Dark Horse player. Gu Shuwei and Lai Ku stood still, listening as they spoke about the competitor, the one who would take the lead. From now on, anyone stepping off the field would be considered a failure. He stared intently at Gu Shuwei and said, I've been waiting for this day for a long time, Gu Shuwei. I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time. Hearing that, she responded seriously, So have I. I hope you give it your all. The young man wearing glasses was taken aback and exclaimed, Wen Ruan, how likely is Gu Shuwei to win? The young man wearing a cap beside him was also startled and shouted out, sensing that the opponent was very strong. Wen Ruan answered calmly, I don't know, but this is definitely the best opponent so far. Guan Lei raised the flag high and shouted loudly. After 30 seconds, the official match began. As soon as the clock hit 29 seconds, Gu Wei rushed forward. Guan Lei immediately got excited and shouted, Gu Wei is taking the initiative. Is she planning to attack from the flank? Ku Lei looked at her charging toward him, deep in thought, wondering if she was aiming for an attack from the farthest outer circle. Wait a minute! His gaze fixed on the ice crystals emanating from Gu Wei's feet. Ice accumulation technique? Wasn't that a skill with no real effect? She raised her hand, gathering blue energy, and shouted loudly, Don't slack off! Gu Wei unleashed a large beam of blue light, the Thunder Roar explosive bomb. Ku Lei used the Void Realm, an assassination technique, to absorb the energy from the blue light, saying, Do you understand the importance of multi-element magic now? Immediately after, he was startled, his mouth hanging open as he stared at the scene before him. Ku Lei looked at Gu Wei, who was running away, and asked in surprise, Why are you running? Wen Ruan, observing from above, smiled faintly and muttered, So that's how it is. She studied the path she took and instructed to run a full circle using the fastest method, marking the area with a circle of ice seals around the competition field. Wen Ruan looked into the competition field and explained, Even the simplest ice seal spell, which has no offensive power, can still reduce the energy required to cast a spell. She watched as Gu Wei fell into the water, shouting, and then used all her energy to unleash her self-created skill. Soon after, a powerful burst of ice energy shot up high into the air. Her voice rang out, Extreme Cold Grand Banquet. The ice energy surged upwards quickly, soaring into the sky. Guan Lei, observing the competition field shrouded in mist, asked in confusion, What's going on? Looking inside the field, her voice echoed, Is this the kind of power a student can release? Guan Lei looked at Ku Lei, who was using his energy to withstand the previous attack, and said, Still not falling. She looked towards him, wondering if the player Lai Ku hadn't been pushed out of the arena by that immense power. Gu Wei slowly stood up, gazing ahead as she inquired. Blocking this move must have consumed a considerable amount of energy, right? Ku Lei, hearing this, calmly replied. She too was quietly thinking to herself how, in the blink of an eye, such a terrifying amount of energy could be unleashed. Even the Void Realm couldn't absorb it. He recalled his earlier contemplation, and even his strongest defensive technique, Holy Light Wings, had only lasted for 10 seconds. The energy consumption, far too great. Yonzala immediately smiled brightly and commented, Why did player Gu Wei think of using the stored lightning energy within the Ice Mountain? I thought player Gu Wei was using Ice Mountain to force the opponent out of the arena. Guan Lei pointed towards the screen and explained, The main function of the Ice Mountain is to store lightning energy. When Ice Mountain explodes in an instant, the steam produced can release an even greater lightning power. That's why we're seeing a new academy able to achieve results that even the teachers couldn't. Player Gu Wei is too smart. Gu Wei and Ku Lei stood on opposite sides, looking at each other. She was the first to propose. If there's not much energy left, let's use one final move to settle the outcome. Ku Lei raised his hand to create a flame and replied, All right, the flame essence crystal is not enough. Immediately after, he shouted, Flame Sparrow. A fiery bird shot towards Gu Wei. She clenched her fists, gathered lightning and shouted, Thunder Roar Explosive Bomb. A phantom fox appeared instantly as Gu Wei yelled. Thunder Fox, two phantom beasts, immediately collided and quickly merged, launching a frantic attack. Soon after, Gu Wei's figure dropped down, and Ku Lei fell into the lake as well. Guan Lei gazed at the calm surface of the water and said, Both contestants have disappeared beneath the water. Will this match end in a draw? She saw a hand emerge from beneath the water and excitedly shouted, A contestant is coming out of the water. Who will win this match? Guan Lei saw Gu Wei surface and loudly announced, It's contestant Gu Wei. She is the winner. She was soaked through, smiling as she thought to herself, Dad, I won. The crowd in the stands immediately erupted in excitement, shouting, So spectacular. At the exit, Lang Xingyu stood still, gazing outside. She looked at Tong Xiao, who was standing at the door, muttering, Next, it will be me and Tong Xiao. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, and shouted loudly, I'm here just to remind you. You should still practice how to announce your surrender. Find some reason that sounds reasonable. Lang Xingyu laughed and refused. I won't surrender. I will beat her. Lang Bing maintained the same posture, watching her leave, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, such knave thinking. He turned around and left, shouting, every time I encounter her, I lose my fighting ability in the blink of an eye. She's like a mountain that can't be toppled. She turned her head to look back and yelled, a mountain is fine, the ocean is fine too. In the stands, the audience was packed. Lang Xingyu stepped out, firmly shouting, I have my own way. She looked at the figure across from her, standing against the wall, waiting. Lang Xingyu stared at her and shouted, Tong Xiao, just wait. The screen displayed a rocky terrain, and an announcement echoed. The arena for this match is ready. The voice excitedly shouted, terrain of wind-swept rocky lands. Her gaze shifted toward Tong Xiao, and she introduced, the first contestant to take the field is. The voice couldn't hide its excitement as it screamed, contestant Tong Xiao from Lu Ying Academy, the hottest contender, surely the champion this time. The audience in the stands echoed loudly, Tong Xiao, Tong Xiao. The two stood, staring intently at each other. Hearing the person continue speaking, the sound from the other side calmly narrated, Lang Xingyu Zhen Cha Academy. Zhen Cha Academy is the dark horse of this competition. Tong Xiao approached, hands in her pockets, saying, I won't back down. I hope you can give it your all. Lang Xingyu calmly replied, I can't promise that. Guanlei stood high up, excitedly declaring, the competition will begin after 30 seconds of preparation. Suddenly, Lang Xingyu immediately turned around and quickly ran off. Guanlei was shocked to see her running and exclaimed, it seems Lang Xingyu wants to follow Gu Shuwei's strategy. That's an attack-type magic, while this is a summoning-type magic. But looking at the screen showing the competition field, it seems she might not be able to use that strategy. Tong Xiao stood still, murmuring in doubt. She can't possibly be trying to run away, can she? Is she that foolish? Guanlei looked down from above and added, as long as you don't use a real attack, the preparation time can be used for anything. So escaping or setting traps is all fair game. Tong Xiao smiled faintly and remained in place. She immediately raised her hand, making all the rocks on the competition field fly into the air. Guanlei's voice echoed again. 1 second left in the competition. Look, Tong Xiao is about to strike. Guanlei, watching Tong Xiao control the rocks to rise, was stunned and shouted, what? All the lava soared up, leaving the ground completely bare. Her excited voice echoed, Tong Xiao, the competitor, has lifted all the lava in the arena. What kind of terrifying power is this? Tong Xiao clenched her fists tightly, and immediately, all the lava high above exploded, with dust and debris falling to the ground. Tong Xiao turned her head to look at the shadow behind her, extending her hand toward it, thinking, I see it. Suddenly, Tong Xiao froze when she realized the shadow was made of stone. She gasped and exclaimed, what? Guanlei's voice rang out. Competitor Tong Xiao has miscalculated. It's Lang Xingyu's illusion technique. Immediately afterward, the stone ground quickly rose. Her voice rang out, questioning, where exactly is Lang Xingyu hiding? Tong Xiao watched the stone figure raise itself up, muttering, swapping the floor for a summoning beast. She stood still, pondering, is it below? Then the massive stone figure beneath her shattered into pieces, falling apart. Tong Xiao gazed at the broken stone fragments, her face filled with confusion as she wondered. Nothing. She noticed the falling purple threads, thinking of hair. Just then, from above, a stone figure rapidly charged toward Tong Xiao. Lang Xingyu, standing atop the Colossus God Soldier, shouted, catch this. He raised his sword and thrust it forcefully toward Tong Xiao. The tip aimed directly at her head. At that moment, Tong Xiao immediately turned her head and glanced behind her. A few nights ago, at a different location, Ning Fan was sitting and drinking tea. Suddenly, Lang Xingyu burst in from outside, shouting loudly, Ning Fan! He held the cup of tea, turned his head to look at her, and asked, Xingyu, what's wrong? Lang Xingyu's face was covered with injuries, and she asked, after all this training, when will you tell me how to defeat Tong Xiao? Ning Fan was startled upon hearing this and asked in return, do you think that girl is some insurmountable existence? She immediately confirmed, replying, yes, Otherwise, why would I ask you? He glanced to the side and began explaining. Actually, you all overestimate Tong Xiao. She just has a high level of awakening. If she casually uses basic magic, she could easily defeat you. Cold sweat covered Lang Xingyu's forehead, and she exclaimed, "Isn't that already terrifying enough?" Ning Fan smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "Anyone could defeat her. In fact, that exposes her weaknesses. She has reached a very basic level in her use of magic." He raised a finger and continued, "Especially her defensive magic. Her past battle records show that it was just one finishing move. She has never defended herself." Ning Fan raised his hand to stroke his chin, giving instructions. "After the match begins, you should run away and find a way to draw her attention. Before that, even Lan Lan was tricked by you. With your summoning technique, it shouldn't be difficult." In his mind, the image of Tong Xiao facing the opponent appeared, and he continued, "Wait until she's distracted by your bait, and then the Colossus God Soldier will be waiting high above." In Lang Xingyu's mind, Ning Fan's voice echoed, "Once she's distracted by your bait, attack her with the fastest speed." She stood on top of it, muttering, "Attack her with the fastest speed, right?" The Colossus God Soldier gripped its weapon tightly, then charged down toward the arena. Lang Xingyu clenched her fists, sitting still, watching as the Colossus God Soldier sped down. It carried immense energy, rushing down with a beam of light shooting straight down. The Colossus God Soldier used the gravitational force of its immense weight to strike, its line of sight aimed directly at the shadow in the center. The Colossus God Soldier steadily approached Tong Xiao's head. She turned around and saw the tip of the sword pointed directly at her head. Immediately after, a powerful explosion erupted. That night, Ning Fan smiled and said, "When the strike is that fast, people will always choose to use defensive magic to protect themselves." Lang Xingyu heard that, and, with a hint of doubt, asked, "Can that really defeat her?" He heard this and smiled, shaking his head. "No, that's not possible. Even if you force her to use her least familiar defensive magic, with her level of awakening, you won't be able to break through. Right now, before the tip of the sword reaches her, the protective barrier around Tong Xiao has already stopped it." Lang Xingyu, sitting on the shoulder of the Colossus God Soldier, stared intently at her, then angrily shouted, "What's the point of teaching me how to use this if it doesn't work?" Ning Fan heard this and immediately rebutted, "No, she's already using defensive magic. That's enough." He calmly pointed out that the defensive spell being used was the most basic one, Circular Shield. Just as Ning Fan had said, Tong Xiao was surrounded by a circular shield. The words he had said echoed in Lang Xingyu's mind. Large in range and solid, using this to her advantage was the perfect strategy. Her voice rang out as she summoned. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiao widened her eyes in shock. A giant stone figure lying on the ground began to open its eyes. Tong Xiao, along with the surrounding rocks, was sent flying. Lang Xingyu remained seated, watching as she lay on the ground. She calmly said, as expected. Lang Xingyu furrowed her brows and shouted, "You don't even know that the medium I use for the summoning is my hair, because in order to deceive you, I have prepared very thoroughly." The stands immediately fell into silence. All the spectators couldn't believe it and started to murmur. Is it true? Did Tong Xiao really concede? This is unbelievable. Guanlei and Yuanzhou also stared with their mouths agape. Tong Xiao lay motionless on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Magic for healing emanated from her hands, and soon, her entire body was enveloped by that magic. Lang Xingyu, upon seeing this, was startled and thought, healing magic. She quickly commanded the Colossus God Soldier to attack, shouting, "Don't mess up." Tong Xiao raised a finger to block the attack. Immediately, the left arm of the Colossus God Soldier shattered into pieces. Tong Xiao smiled brightly and muttered, "I haven't used healing magic in a while." Her smile grew even wider, and she began to whisper, "It seems like using a defensive spell in this competition is also a first for me. I didn't expect you to turn it against me." Tong Xiao beamed with a genuine smile and shouted loudly, "This is really interesting." She stood up, touched her chin, and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that my actions right now are also part of your plan?" Tong Xiao turned to one side and asked again, "Could there be another trap here recently?" She smiled and looked towards Lang Xingyu, shouting loudly, "Lang Xingyu, do you have any more strategies?" Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she remained silent. Tong Xiao, with a calm expression, said, "Is that all?" Then, the figure of the Colossus god soldier quickly shattered into pieces. Leng Xingyu flew out and smashed the spectator's seat in the stands. She stared blankly at the arena. From above, Guanle saw this, and hesitated, calling out, "Look, she's staring at Tong Xiao, who is standing and announcing the victory." A stunning counterattack by player Tong Xiao ends the match. Leng Xingyu, dazed, heard Guanle shouting. Player Leng Xingyu exits the arena. Player Tong Xiao wins. Afterwards, she lay motionless on the hospital bed, shrouded in darkness. Leng Xingyu sat silently, not saying a word. Leng Xingtong, with tears in her eyes, cried out, "Sister." Wen Ruan, with a serious expression, comforted, "Xingyu, you done really well." The young man wearing glasses whispered, "It looks like the big sis is really upset. After all, she almost won against Tong Xiao." The young man with a cap beside him chimed in, "What's the big deal? Just have a good meal, and that's enough." Beside them, the young man with a shaved head raised his hand towards Lai Ku, teasing, "The best moment was when you came back and defeated Lai Ku in a resurrection match." Hearing this, she angrily shouted, "Go away." Another voice called out to comfort her, "Don't be discouraged, we still have the resurrection match, there's still a chance." Leng Xingyu, upon hearing this, silently made up her mind. "Right, there's still the resurrection match, but if I'm given a second chance, can I really defeat her?"